the body of the divine beast that once shook the world under Chiyu's command. In this world, it has become a despised ornamental guardian beast. Apart from being cute and playful, it has no other use. However, my iron-eating beast not only possesses top-tier attack skills, but can also challenge higher-level fierce beasts. Finally, it evolved into a divine-level beast companion, the iron-eating war god. All because I obtained the divine talent of limitless plunder. I can not only plunder the life essence of slain creatures, but also accelerate the growth of beast companions and beast masters by consuming life essence. At this moment, having just crossed over, I am lying in ruins with the iron-eating beast, Big White, in a sorry state, with both of us not in good shape. I have at least a few broken bones, the smell of blood in my nose, and as for Big White under me, he is in a worse condition, barely breathing, and on the verge of death. The reason for this situation is that a large-scale unstable secret realm suddenly appeared in the city. Following that, a large number of monsters emerged from the secret realm, rampaging and killing at will. Myself and Big White were slapped into this ruin by a tiger monster. Thinking of this, I quickly tried to recall the way to summon the beast according to my memory, and brought Big White back to the beast space, where he could recover quickly. Big White turned into a white light and entered my forehead. At the same time, I took the opportunity to check out Debai's attributes. The awakening level is the lowest level for spirit beasts, with a slightly higher spiritual quality than ordinary animal ingredients. As for Shirtaizo being a cute pet spirit beast, it truly lives up to its reputation, with only one skill at the proficient level, the cute selling technique. Afterwards, I checked my own attributes and was surprised to find a hidden talent. Could this be the cheat I brought with me from crossing over? It was only at this moment that I remembered, the previous Debai's interface also had the words "can accelerate." So it seems that both my own registration and original talents, as well as the nurturing of spirit beasts, can be accelerated by consuming lifespan. However, my own lifespan is only 21 years left. Forget about the short time left. If I don't get through the current crisis, let alone 21 years, I might not even make it through today. After that, I directly took out 10 years of lifespan and invested it in Debai to give it a try. Consuming 10 years of lifespan to accelerate Shirtaizo's growth. This acceleration does not require any additional resources to consume. In the first year, under your careful care, Shirtaizo's injuries gradually healed. As you spend time with Shirtaizo's baby day and night, try to guide him to learn some attack moves. But besides being cute, he doesn't seem to understand what you want to do. In the 5th year, under your care, Shirtaizo understood your good intentions, loyalty increased to 9%, and he grasped the skills of Powerful Slap at the novice level and Iron Head skill at the novice level. By the 9th year, Shirtaizo's level reached the peak of the 9-star ordinary beast. Due to the lack of necessary advanced resources, one can only continuously hone their skills, mastering the skills of heavy strikes and Iron Head technique. By the 10th year, the loyalty of the Stone Iron Beast reaches 100%, accelerating the process, with 11 years of remaining lifespan. After the acceleration is completed, there is an instant sensation of warm energy flowing through the body, as a result of the improvement in the beast's strength, which in turn feeds back some energy to the beast master. However, it is still far from healing the injuries on my body. Then gritting my teeth, I sacrificed another year of life to heal myself, to prevent myself from perishing from a single touch later on. Spending a year to accelerate one's own cultivation. During this year of acceleration, all your energy is focused on recovering from injuries. Thankfully, the injuries are gradually healing, but there has been no progress in cultivation. The acceleration ends, leaving 10 years of remaining lifespan. Then I summoned Debai, who appeared looking puzzled. In the blink of an eye, he had acquired many unusual memories in his mind. Oh no, is his brain growing? As I stood up, I softly said to Debai, "It's time for you to fight." Ding Debai nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. With his loyalty at 100%, he is willing to sacrifice his life for his master. Just then, there was a sudden series of cracking sounds, followed by a wolf head emerging from a pile of ruins. I have learned about this kind of monster in my memory. It is a group-dwelling monster called the green-skinned demon wolf, with a level generally ranging from the awakening level to the transcendent level, while the leader of the wolf demons is usually at the elite level. The classification of monster levels is similar to that of beast taming. They range from Kirin, Transcendent, Elite, Leader, King, Overlord, Demigod, Divine Beast. The corresponding beast tamer levels range from level 1 to level 9. Looking at this green-skinned demon wolf that barely squeezed in with just one head, my eyes lit up. What a great opportunity! Then I ordered Debai. The next second, Debai transformed directly into a whirlwind and rushed over, then with a bang, delivered a fierce iron back attack to the demon wolf, followed by a series of clanging sounds. The green-skinned demon wolf was still able to let out a series of howls, but eventually fell silent. However, Dabai's iron head attack continued relentlessly. I quickly said to Dabai, stop for a moment, stop for a moment. Dabai immediately stopped and then somewhat disdainfully touched his forehead. As I approached, I saw that the hammer was almost completely shattered, killing the awakening and 8-star green-skinned demon wolf, plundering 8 years of exotic beast yuan. Then I glanced at my attribute panel, and indeed the column for exotic beast yuan changed from 0 to 8 years. Without saying much, I used it directly to enhance Dabai's consumption of 8 years of beast yuan, accelerating the growth of the stone iron beast. This acceleration does not require any additional resources to be consumed. In the first year, the stone iron beast, due to the lack of necessary advanced resources, stagnated in its realm, showing a slight slackness in the repetitive practice. In the 5th year, under your diligent guidance, the stone iron beast has comprehended the importance of tenacious willpower and the necessity of perseverance. Continuing to practice diligently, striking with great force to reach the mastery level, advancing to become a mastery level iron sand palm practitioner. In the 8th year, the stone iron beast, who has been focusing solely on the practice of iron sand palm for these years, after countless repetitions, is now able to strike the cold iron sand until it turns red, reaching the perfect level of iron sand palm. Achieving perfection, I couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Even though I wasn't a combat-oriented beast tamer before, I understand how difficult it is to practice a skill to perfection. Legend has it that the iron-eating beast was the mount of ancient divine beings. Perhaps, Big White can truly revive the glory of our ancestors, but for now, survival must come first. Howling, at this moment, another howl of wolves came from outside, drawn by the previous tragic howl of that monster wolf. They have already started digging, intending to unearth Su Chen. I quickly pointed at the monster wolf's corpse and instructed Big White to drag this fellow in. This corpse is blocking the entrance, preventing other monster wolves from coming in. They can only watch from outside. If we create an opening for them to enter, they will definitely come in, as the intelligence of these low-level monster beasts is similar to that of ordinary wild animals. After Dabai responded with a sound, he stretched out his claws and dragged the body of the demon wolf to the corner. Soon, there was another wolf howl at the entrance of the cave. Obviously, the next victim was about to appear. Finally, the demon wolf outside the entrance couldn't resist it, and sent another one to try to drill in from the previous entrance. The rest of them were not idle either, still digging the soil. Seeing this situation, I was speechless for a while. These animals actually had 2 hands ready, and they didn't have much flesh on their thin arms and legs. As for this, I also know that this kind of group-dwelling demon beasts hold grudges the most. Once they find out that one of their kind has died, they won't stop until they avenge, unless a higher-level leader orders a retreat. He ran fast, and a ferocious hammer reached in. However, just as he was about to drill in with all his strength, Su Chen suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded in the demon wolf's ear, bang, followed by the demon wolf's head exploding like a watermelon. Ding Dabai shook his palm with some disdain, shaking off the red and white substance on it. Killed the Qiling and 7-star blue-skinned demon wolves, plundering the lifespan of the alien beasts for 7 years. Seeing this scene, I immediately showed a shocked expression. The perfect iron sand palm was unexpectedly terrifying. Then, without hesitation, I used the 7 years of alien lifespan I obtained to further enhance Dabai, consuming 7 years of beast fate, accelerating the growth of the iron devourer. This acceleration does not require additional resources to consume. In the first year, your goal with the iron beast was very clear. Since the iron sand palm has temporarily reached a bottleneck, focus all your energy on the iron head skill. By the 5th year, the iron head skill reached perfection. By the 7th year, the realm and skills of the stone iron beast had reached a bottleneck. So, in these 2 years, you combine work and rest, peacefully resting and relaxing for a period of time. The stone iron beast's cute skill reached perfection. Very good. Although the last 2 years may seem a bit wasted, my main goal was to at least reach the current strength of Dabai. Among the Qilin class beasts, it is at least unique. So at this moment, Dabai, for some reason, suddenly had a lot of cute ideas popping into his head, eager to show off. Dabai, don't act cute anymore. Kill the demon beasts first. Ding, Dabai immediately exploded with anger again. It's all because of these demon wolves, making him work overtime. Next is the same trick, open the door and let the wolves in, then slap and smash their skulls. After 3 consecutive times, 3 Qilin class blueskin demon wolves contributed 20 years of peculiar longevity to me. However, it is unclear whether they were demon wolves. They didn't have skills suitable for Dabai, or perhaps their level was too low, so no skills were plundered. Just then, the outside suddenly quieted down. It seemed that the little goo demon wolf had either died out or retreated. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they continue, this small space won't be able to hold more werewolf corpses. However, I am determined not to leave on my own, unless rescue arrives. However, just as I was thinking this, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded. Then, a golden light flashed by, and the ruins where I was hiding finally collapsed completely. Luckily, the wall collapsed outward, not burying me inside. But when I saw the situation outside, my anxious heart finally calmed down. At this moment, a group of green-skinned werewolves had already surrounded this place. The one leading them had a collar larger than the others, probably a small leader. My extraordinary eyes couldn't help but light up. Being able to release energy externally and use that kind of skill, at least it's extraordinary. At this moment, the green-skinned werewolf leader, with a fierce gleam in its eyes, growled softly. If it weren't for the reports from the subordinates below, I wouldn't have known that this old fox was hiding here. Realizing there was no way to hide, I shouted loudly, challenging them to a one-on-one fight. Upon hearing that, the werewolf leader glanced at me, then surveyed behind itself. In its beastly eyes, a hint of bloodthirsty expression appeared. Following its roar, the werewolves advanced towards me in big white. Meanwhile, the werewolf leader was quietly preparing for another energy attack, ready to ambush at any moment. Upon seeing this anger, I became furious instantly. They are at a higher rank than us, not to mention they plan to not just group attack but also ambush. The shamelessness of it makes even myself feel inferior. Then I turned to Dabai and said solemnly, "Dabai, I'm counting on you, ding." Dabai nodded vigorously, indicating that he would protect his master even at the cost of his life. As for my own combat power, to be honest, I can't even defeat a normal mount, let alone a level 0 Chingpi Yao wolf. The only thing I can offer is to use the beast element on myself or Dabai for healing. After all, although the acceleration effect has been a few years for me, to the outside world, it's just a moment, akin to instant recovery skills. Following the command of the Yao wolf leader, several Yao wolves immediately extended their claws and pounced towards me. If caught, even if not killed instantly, it would result in serious injury. To prevent being severely injured in an instant, I directly gave myself and Dabai each a 2-year life sacrifice, consuming 2 years of beast element to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration does not require any additional resources to consume. Over these 2 years, the iron-eating beast has practiced all its mastered skills countless times, but still without any clue. Consuming 2 years of beast element to accelerate my own cultivation growth. This acceleration doesn't require any additional resources to consume. Over the past 2 years, my cultivation has been progressing steadily, and due to the lack of extra resource consumption, I've only managed to reach the first stage of 8 stars. What puzzles me is not why my progress is so slow, but why I don't feel any pain. Just now, I clearly saw the wolf claws approaching me. Then looking up, I saw 7 or 8 demon wolves frozen in front of me as if time had stopped. I could even see myself through their eyes. But Debai's reaction was quick. In an instant, he swiftly struck several nearby demon wolves, and in a flash, they all exploded into a pile of flesh. Not only was I surprised, even Dabai was dumbfounded. When did we become so powerful? And then something even more surprising happened. The demon wolves behind me also exploded into pieces, and I could faintly see several blood-stained threads. At that moment, a hearty voice of praise came from above. "Good lad, breaking through in battle, fearless in danger, well done." Looking up, I saw an iron-armored war eagle slowly descending, an iron-armored war eagle, a standard flying beast of the Xia Kingdom military. Following that, 2 men and a woman descended one after another, all dressed in military uniforms stained with blood. Turning around, I saw a young warrior in his 20s, who seemed to be the one who just spoke. I was slightly intrigued by the woman, or more specifically, the red and black spotted spider on her shoulder. She must have been the one who acted just now. Then I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, officer, for saving me." "No need for thanks. As a member of Tianan City, it is my duty to stand by you." However, this time, there were too many unstable incidents among colleagues, resulting in a shortage of manpower. In the end, I arrived late. The man looked at the devastated streets and sighed. Tianan City is located on the southern border of Xia Country, serving as an outpost extending into the wilderness of demonic beasts beyond Xia Country. It is a large city and also in the memories of the past, such outbreaks of instability are nothing major. More serious is the outbreak of demonic beasts outside the city, that is truly life-threatening. At that time, it was all hands on deck, with everyone participating in the war. Even the native parents died in the demonic beast nest 3 years ago. When new unstable incidents arise, the first priority is definitely to seal off or relocate them. Next is dealing with more destructive demonic beasts. Creatures like these weaklings are left to be cleaned up last. If one is unlucky enough to die in such a disaster, they can only blame their fate. After a few people arrived, the extraordinary Chinkpi demon wolf was so scared that it didn't dare to move. At this moment, the man chuckled, pointing at the leader of the Chinkpi demon wolf and said, "Almost forgot, there's one left. Kid, didn't you say you wanted a one-on-one? Do you still dare? What's there to be afraid of? Such a great opportunity for a headcount, don't miss it." Dabai responded to Dabai with a sound, immediately attracting the attention of the woman. This adorable cute beast, no matter how you look at it, doesn't seem like a combat type. Please don't get hurt, this is the killing power of cuteness in selling cuteness. Another man also said to the captain, "Isn't the gap a bit big? And this little thing, no matter how you look at it, seems like an ornamental beast." The leader, upon hearing this, said with a curious look, "It's okay, let's wait and see first." On the other side, Superfan and Yao Lang were scared, but when they saw Dabai charging towards them, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes. Even if they die, they have to use Dabai as a shield. Don't forget to attack its weak points and the demon. I will command with my mind while being ready to provide him with a healing barrier. I still have 16 years of life, which is more than enough. Although with these few here, Dabai won't encounter any surprises, I don't want the demon wolf leader's kill to be stolen. As a newcomer to this different world, I must seize every opportunity to improve. The demon wolf leader, facing Dabai's fierce attack, did not retreat but instead countered with its claws. Unfortunately, after one strike, the demon wolf leader felt like its claws hit a steel plate, immediately losing consciousness. At the same time, a crisp cracking sound was clearly heard. This shocked everyone present except for Su Chen. It's a perfect level skill, there's no other explanation. Originally, this was just a spur-of-the-moment idea for Dahan, thinking of helping Su Chen accumulate experience. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be so strong. After all, single-handedly challenging a moon tier is not just talk. Later, Dahan fell into confusion. Perfect level skills, which one doesn't require decades of hard practice? How could they appear on a Kirin class beast? Could it be that he started practicing skills from the time he was born as a beast? At this moment, the leader of the demon wolf howled miserably, retracting its broken intestines. At the same time, the green energy ball brewing in its mouth was about to spew towards Dabai. Seeing this scene, I quickly commanded Dabai. With Iron Head skill, Dabai suddenly kicked his leg and directly headbutted the leader of the demon wolf. A loud thud, as hard as a solid iron ball. This was Dabai's first thought. Although there was some shaking, it was not a problem. However, the leader of the demon wolf was different. At this moment, it was bleeding from its mouth and nose, stars in its eyes, and its skills were forcibly interrupted. Taking advantage of its weakness, Iron Sand Palm struck continuously, killing the extraordinary 3-star green-skinned demon wolf, plundering the beast fate of a different species for 13 years, plundering resilient skills. The iron-eating beast's skin has automatically comprehended the escape. This shout came from beside him. Then he took out a device similar to a phone and said to me, "This counts as your merit for single-handedly killing in the city. Are you interested in joining the city guard? By the way, what's your name? You seem young, are you still in school?" "Captain, my name is Su Chen, I just graduated from high school." Su Chen, the one registered last time as a first-order 7-star iron-eating beast, with a 5-star Kirin, that's you. It's a bit unbelievable, Dahan. Just 2 months ago, this iron-eating beast was only a 5-star Kirin, and didn't show any special abilities. But now this guy can challenge beyond its limits. To take such a handsome ID photo, besides me, there shouldn't be anyone else, right? I admit it directly, it's not a big deal. As for why the advancement was so fast, for high school students who failed the college entrance exam, the graduation registration is just a casual fill-in. Even if you're not present, the homeroom teacher can do it for you. If there are mistakes in the registration, you can go to the Beast Room Association to make changes at any time, and you can even apply for changes remotely. At this moment, the woman spoke up and asked, "F-level talent, seems to be confirming, is this guy in front of us playing some kind of pretending to be weak to lure the strong game?" I couldn't help but sigh. F-level talent, a cute type beast, failed the college entrance exam. If things continue this way, I'll really turn into a pig. Then I, Hu Zhoudao, spoke up, probably because not getting into college was too much of a blow for me. I feel like my talent might be about to improve. The three of them suddenly looked speechless. Can talent improve so well? With so many failures in the college entrance exam, not many can improve their talent in a short time. Alright, back to the point, what's your decision? Are you interested in joining me? By the way, I'm Wu Yanjie, I'm in charge of this entire Peak District. For a moment, I fell silent, realizing Wu Yan truly appreciates talent. I don't want to be a pawn, but I have too many secrets. It's not suitable for me to join such an official organization, I'd be under a microscope. With this in mind, I found an excuse to decline. Captain Wu, thank you for valuing me. I've only just started, so I plan to work hard for another year to see if I can retake the university entrance exam. Is that so? Wu Yan glanced at Su Chen, seemingly surprised by his decision. After all, some college students who want to join the Changwei army after graduation may not pass the assessment. With this opportunity in front of him, this child actually refused. However, Su Chen's excuse is acceptable. After completing university, the ceiling for advancement will indeed be higher. Wu Yan then spoke slowly. In that case, you don't need to wait until next year. You can start studying next month. I have a special admission spot at the Tiannan City Pre-Shosher College this year. You just need to be an external team member and assist with tasks when necessary. The diploma upon graduation is the same as regular admission. Hearing this, I was speechless. What is this? You predicted my prediction. But seeing Wu Yan's unchanged expression, I had to let go of this speculation. Captain Wu doesn't reward without merit. This opportunity worries me directly. It's fine, my team members are all university graduates. It would be a waste not to use the spot. This is an exclusive military benefit, free subsidies, and diplomas. Alright, stop beating around the bush. It's decided. I'll update your information, and the acceptance letter will be sent to you next week. Also, the demon beast you killed, go get the demon beast's gold box yourself. The remaining materials will be converted into military points. You can check later to see what you can exchange. Wu Yan directly explained it clearly to Su Chen, but before I could say anything more, he was already planning to leave. Seeing this situation, I hurriedly called out to stop him. Wait a moment, Wen Yan. Wu Yan's expression darkened. Why are you still disagreeing? No, there are also the bodies of 5 demon wolves buried underneath. I also deserve credit for killing them, so since it's my credit, I won't waste it. Lord Wu's face immediately went from gloomy to sunny, laughing as he said, well, I will send you a communication letter later, specifically to automatically record the credit for killing demon beasts. Ha, then. The 3 of them stepped onto the back of the iron armor war eagle and flew into the sky, leaving. Watching the direction where the 3 of them disappeared, I was speechless for a moment. This was the first time I encountered such a strong-arm tactic, almost giving benefits up front. I don't think I have any domineering aura. It can only mean that I might have other uses for the other party. At worst, it could be considered an investment by the other party. The gold boxes of the blue-skinned demon wolves are all in their heads. Luckily, these few were all killed by Dubai, or else it would have been really difficult for me to dig out the gold boxes. After wiping the blood off my hands, I walked towards home. At this moment, the woman on the back of the iron armor war eagle spoke up and asked the captain, "Are you planning to let this child carry out the assigned task from above? It's just a coincidence. This kid has good potential. Since he has this dream, let's fulfill it. The key is that in our team, there are several rough characters. None of them are like a serious college student. They will reveal their true colors on the first day. Anyway, they asked me to arrange the candidates casually. Surely, I am not the only one preparing. My home is on the 4th floor. Luckily it didn't suffer any damage. I kept going without stopping, went straight back home and locked the door. Only at this moment, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just a simple time travel, why make it so thrilling from the start? Almost had to start all over again. As for going to the Beast Taming Academy to study, I don't care. If you want to go ahead. The only thing that worries me a bit is Wu Yan. Will he take advantage of being an outsider team member? If there are special tasks every few days, I'll be annoyed. But thinking about these things now is useless. Only strength is truly mine, everything else is just an illusion. With that in mind, I've decided to first elevate my strength to the peak of the 1st rank, and then seize the opportunity to advance to the 2nd rank. Consuming 5 years of lifespan to accelerate one's own cultivation growth, this acceleration does not require any additional resources. In the 1st year, you had an unparalleled confidence in the future, occasionally entering an enlightened state, greatly increasing your cultivation speed. In the 2nd year, you broke through to the 1st rank with 9 stars. In the 4th year, you reached the peak of the 1st rank, only 1 step away from advancing. All that's lacking are some resources. In the 5th year, setting aside cultivation, balancing work and rest, understanding the principle of sharpening the knife without cutting wood, perhaps, enhancing talent should be the direction of your efforts. Enhancing talent, huh? The barrier beast ape still has 24 years left to make a breakthrough. After all, both Dubai and I have reached a bottleneck in our realms, we must use resources to advance. It's quite simple to advance the royal beast, just use potions. As for the iron-eating beast's advancement resources, I need to check. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's start with a 10-year plan. Consuming 10 years of beast essence, accelerating one's own talent growth. This acceleration does not require additional resources. In the first year, how to enhance talent, you have no clue, you can only rely on your own understanding to explore slowly. In the third year, you still haven't found any ideas, your lack of progress is somewhat sharp. Just then, the stone iron beast comes over to comfort you. In the seventh year, your talent is in the initial cultivation stage, so you have been eating and living together with the stone iron beast in these years, getting along like family. You have gone through life and death crises together, deepening your bond. In the 10th year, your talent finally gets an upgrade, advancing from F grade initial cultivation to first grade intermediate cultivation. Both your training and nurturing efficiency have improved, but, at this point, you are not particularly concerned about these anymore. After the upgrade is complete, I just glanced casually, no longer paying attention to just a mere level. If the support is sufficient, I am confident in directly raising my talent to C grade. You should know, the process of acceleration is not simply about adding points, it also provides me with ideas. After reaching level C in the process of cultivation and understanding, I really have no clue. Level C corresponds to the top attributes of cultivation. In this series of nurturing talents, I have reached the peak. In other words, without special insights and knowledge infusion, my first talent can only reach level C at most. But thinking about these things now is premature. The mind's lifespan is only 14 years left, so I should keep it, just in case. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, I haven't really gone out, staying indoors all the time, digesting the basic knowledge of this world. Now I am unpacking, received a package, and upon opening it, a sealed iron box catches my eye. The seal reads top secret, do not open if not the owner, in bright red letters, with Chang Wei-jun seal. I tear off the seal directly and then open the iron box. The first thing that catches my eye is a certificate belonging to Chang Wei-jun, representing the entitlement to the allowances of an ordinary soldier. For ordinary people, to some extent, it also represents an amulet. Next, there is an acceptance letter from the Tianan City Imperial Beast Academy, ready to report at any time, but no later than September 1st. Lastly, there is a palm-sized communicator, which seems to be the one mentioned by Wu Yan, capable of automatically recording the merits of killing demon beasts. Then I turn on the machine directly, start the activation process, successfully bind fingerprints, pass facial recognition, iris binding, the military scanning system automatically starts, and 1 million yuan is deposited into the account. Hearing this, I, who was originally somewhat numb from all the activations and bindings, couldn't help but be surprised. What's with this extravagance, just throwing money around? If I had known it was so wealthy, I wouldn't have hesitated. Just at this moment, the communicator vibrated, showing that it was a call from Wu Yan. Did you receive the item, kid? As soon as Wu Yan answered, he asked, isn't this a waste of words? How could we have a conversation if I didn't receive it? But being polite, I still smiled and replied, received. Thank you, Captain. Well, just sent you a month's salary and overseas allowance. Overseas allowance. Right, you're supposed to stay at school, isn't that considered living outside? Besides, this is only 1/3 of what official team members get. Then Wu Yan continued to explain that in addition to these, there are also monthly snacks and medicinal resources, and the types of supplies are not fixed. You can apply for them on the website according to your needs. I couldn't help but say, Captain, these benefits are really good. Ha, kid. Do you regret not agreeing to become an official team member? I just feel that my strength is still lacking. I feel unworthy. Well, then you should improve yourself well, don't embarrass me. Although you are an external member, you are also under my name internally. In addition, the benefits of Chang Wei-jun were earned with his life. I won't restrict you usually, but when there's a crisis, don't even think about deserting. I understand this principle very well. I am quite satisfied with the current situation. As for Wu Yan, if there's something I need to do, since the other party didn't mention it, I'm too lazy to inquire. Well, there are many more functions of the communicator, explore them yourself. Oh, and don't reveal your identity as Chang Wei-jun at school. With that said, Wu Yan hung up directly. The basic functions of the communicator are no different from a regular phone, but the main interface has an additional locked icon, indicating it needs to be unlocked before opening. After I clicked, my own information appeared, which is quite absurd. I don't even know what my mission is, but from the performance of the pentasyllabic, it doesn't seem to be very important. Even more absurd is that I can freely edit my basic information, which can be used nationwide, but I'm too lazy to edit. With such permissions, it doesn't matter what level I am. In other words, any level is reasonable for me. Then I clicked on the conversation button, and there were all sorts of things, from potions to equipment materials, and even ranks that could be directly exchanged for upgrades. In this way, it could save me a lot of time searching for materials. I took a look and found only one thing that I happen to need and can exchange for. The ground level promotion potion requires 100 military merits. However, I didn't rush to exchange. Instead, I looked at the welfare allowance column on the other side, with a monthly allowance of 10 snacks, 5 bottles of ground level stamina potion, and 5 bottles of ground level soul power potion. Temporary, corresponding to the consumption of stamina and soul power potions for realm advancement. Just by looking at the name, you can tell it involves physical and mental strength. However, what I urgently need now is a first-tier promotion potion. After checking, I found that I can use 10 snacks to offset one. Without hesitation, I directly offset it. Immediately after, I received a text message confirming the collection. Please go to the Beastmaster Association within 3 days to pick up the potion. The pickup code is 218218888. If you require home delivery, please call for assistance. For home delivery, an additional 10% of the item's value will be charged. Glancing at it, I saw that home delivery would cost nearly 200,000 and take 3 days. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I went to the Beastmaster Association that afternoon and collected the potion. In total, 1 first-tier promotion potion, along with 2 other potion purchases. As soon as I returned home, I couldn't wait to take out the first-tier promotion potion. I carefully examined the instructions on how to use it. Direct consumption has a 90% success rate for promotion. When used with a soul power potion, the success rate can be increased to 90%. During the advancement process, possible side effects include dizziness, ringing in the ears, hallucinations, and uncontrollable strength. Typically, recovery to normal state takes 2 to 3 days. What kind of thing has side effects? I'm not willing to suffer for 2 to 3 days, especially when I have other things to do. So, lying on the bed, I took out another soul power potion and held it in my hand. Then, I directly opened 2 potions, and then gulped them down in one go, consuming a year of lifespan to accelerate personal cultivation growth. This acceleration additionally requires 1 first-tier promotion potion and 1 first-tier soul power potion. Within this year, you successfully advanced to the 2nd tier within the first 3 days. It took a week to completely overcome the side effects, fully adapting to the newfound power and the discomfort brought by the newly opened Beastmaster space. You have been enhancing your talents during the time behind, although there is still a distance to go. But it's all just polishing skills, no difficulty. After succeeding, I opened the inner room and found a new space next to the original Dubai's Beast space, but it's still empty inside. Looking at my remaining lifespan, it has also increased by 20 years, so I don't need to worry about a short life for now. As for which kind of contract for the second beast, I have decided to report to the Tiannan Beastmaster Academy tomorrow first, and then decide. I didn't plan to go to the academy so early, but the opportunity to kill demon beasts and the expectation for the second beast are urging me to go quickly. The next morning, I quickly packed a few changes of clothes, took a few things given by Wu Yan, and took a taxi to the Tiannan Beast Market Academy. After arriving at the school, I found that although it was still half a month before school started, the school gate was already bustling. Apparently due to the outbreak of unstable adversity, many senior students had returned early. In addition, there were also many freshmen like myself. Compared to playing during the holidays, they thought it was safer to study at school. But I guess there probably isn't anyone with the same idea as me, coming specifically to hunt demon beasts. After all, just hearing about demon beasts is enough. Then I smoothly walked into the campus without any obstacles, looking for my class reception. Along the way, I saw classes divided by elemental attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and also classes divided by race, flight, insect, combat, and other departments, as well as some more obscure curse and undead departments, but oddly didn't see my own, the ordinary class marked on the admission notice. Before, I just glanced casually and didn't pay attention. According to past experience, the ordinary class is considered the opposite of the key class, a secondary tier. As someone who entered through the back door, being assigned to such a class is considered normal. But now it seems I was completely wrong. It's not like that at all, even if I rack my brains. I can't figure out why the ordinary class can cause so much trouble. Perhaps it's specifically for students like us who enter through the back door. After thinking for a while, that's the only explanation I can come up with. But I came to study purely to go through the motions, get some subsidies, tame some beasts, and quickly improve my strength. That's the real priority. As for diplomas and such, I couldn't care less about that. As I walked along the welcome banners, I finally found the welcome banner for the ordinary class on one side of a high platform. The platform was square, quite spacious, and seemed to be used for some important event. Seeing this, I couldn't help but think to myself that just the grandeur of this surpasses many other departments. It seems the ordinary class is not bad after all. The direction to climb the high platform was on the other side, but I was too lazy to go around, so I leaped straight up onto the platform. However, after getting up there, I realized things were quite different from what I had imagined. This is indeed a typical welcome venue, but this high platform seems to be for some kind of competition, as the crowd is clearly divided into two factions. The momentum of one side is clearly much stronger than the other. Moreover, the weaker side has many injured soldiers squatting down. It seems that the confrontation between the mythical beasts is not enough. Even the beastmasters are not spared from beatings. Of course, not everyone is getting beaten up. There are also a few standing around with nothing happening. At this moment, a boy walked up and asked, "Hey, are you also a new student in the regular class this year? So what if I am? So what if I'm not? If you are, go register first, then let me beat you up. If you are, I'll beat you up now, and then throw you down. What's the difference whether I register or not? Stop the nonsense. I'll beat you up first before we talk more." Ha, just when I was about to teach him a lesson in manners, the artist who was beaten next to me spoke up. "Bro, they say this is a common tradition. Those who come in through connections have to prepare in advance. After you register, you will be given a points card, as our subsidies are distributed in points. Points will be deducted for losing in battles." Is that so? It seems like the criteria for setting up the regular class. It's quite similar to what I had in mind. Then I pointed at the few people standing and asked, "What about them?" Seeing me pointing at them, one of the chubby-looking boys said, "Hey, bro, I have more money at home, spend money to ward off disasters. As for this guy named Xia, you know, they also cherish women and don't hit girls." The surname Xia is the national surname of Xia. I couldn't help but take another look at the other boy. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, appearing quite steady. At that moment, I naturally understood, either he's wealthy or authoritative. Alright, then I'll register first. Can't just not sign up, right? By the way, what are the rules for the match? I don't usually battle with the beast room, not very familiar. As I spoke, I walked towards the registration table. The senior student replied, "The rule is one-on-one. First, I'll beat your beast, then I'll beat you." The girl in charge of registration asked softly, "Student, what's your name?" "Alright, found it. Here's your points card. You can also use it as a student ID. By the way, how do I earn points? Is it deducted automatically?" As I said that, I pressed the crystal card, showing a remaining 3 points. It can also display the resources available for exchange. Good stuff. These 30 points are equivalent to 15 snacks. The girl pointed around and said, "It's almost done, as long as it's within the surveillance range." I suddenly understood, can't go all out, that's a pity. But it's not bad to take advantage of the situation. From the perspective of long-term gain, I have to be more subtle. "Senior, I only have one beast." With that, I directly summoned Dubai. Wow, so cute. As Dubai appeared, he instantly melted the hearts of all the girls on the field. Even that boy was a bit speechless. So this is what you meant by not being familiar with battling in the beast room. You contracted a cute pet, why fight? Then, the senior student looked conflicted and said, "Why don't you admit defeat yourself? I'll just give you a simple beating." He would rather beat Su Chen than lay a hand on the clapping Dubai towards him. What he didn't know was, those claps are the warm-up movements of the heavenly sand palm. Why not give it a try? I've never battled a beast tamer before, senior. If you don't summon your beast soon, I'll consider it my win. Since you put it that way, don't blame me. Let this sheltered flower taste some bitterness too. Saying that, the opponent immediately started summoning. Here comes the ironclad bull cat. The ironclad bull is larger than an ordinary water buffalo, emitting a metallic sheen all over. It has 2 short horns on its head, like daggers. I won't bully you too much, just using this newly advanced transcendent level ironclad bull to deal with a Qilin level cute beast. Even using a transcendent level beast, he feels a bit shameless, but he has no choice since he doesn't have any below transcendent level beasts. As the battle began, at that moment, I noticed a new message on the points card. The loser of a new battle will be deducted a minimum of 10 points. It seems the school is a bit capricious, not deducting all the points at once. "Get on, Iron Bull, go easy on it," instructed the senior student. He had been through many battles, but it was his first time facing such a weak opponent in a serious match, which he found embarrassing. He just wanted to finish it quickly, beat Su Chen, and leave. The way the girls looked at him made him wish he could disappear. Damn, is beauty really justice? Mu then, with its head down, the Iron Bull charged towards Dubai, intending to knock it out of the ring with one blow. "Dubai, go easy on it," Su Chen also instructed. Although it was a pity not to kill, Su Chen wouldn't risk losing for short-term gains. Dabai recalled how it had killed the leader of the demon wolves. Since that was the case, using 50% of its strength should be enough. Dabai then assumed a defensive stance with its palms raised. So cute, is it asking for a hug? Woo woo, I can't bear to watch. So cruel, why bully Dabai? Clatter, the iron bull charged without using any extraordinary skills, planning to rely on brute force to tackle this little opponent. As they got closer, sparks flew. Crack iron sand palm, weakened version. Moo! Bang! In an instant, the iron bull's eyes spun with stars, its head turned a few times, and it collapsed on the spot. Dabai took a few steps back, dissipating the impact of the iron bull's charge. Ha! No one had expected this turn of events. For a moment, the field fell silent. Iron bull. The first to react was the senior student. Sensing that the iron bull had only fainted and lost its fighting power, he felt relieved and recalled it to the beast taming space. Then, he looked at Su Chen with a resentful expression. Damn, you're deliberately cheating. What cheating? Wasn't it you who wanted to challenge me? Su Chen shrugged indifferently. Glancing at his points card, crossed IR challenge, 5 times the reward, plus 50 points. Oh, 5 times the reward, what a stroke of luck. Ha ha. Thanks for the points, senior. I didn't expect to earn such resources before the school even started. It seems like I made the right choice for this school. At this moment, the freshman who had been beaten before also chimed in. Senior lost to a freshman, can't handle losing. Exactly, everyone saw it, a fair match, yet accusing others of cheating. You. The senior student was consumed with anger, his face alternating between red and white. Zhang Hao, you indeed lost due to underestimating your opponent. Another voice came from the other senior students. They had only come to watch the usual annual routine, but unexpectedly witnessed an exciting plot. An upperclassman had been defeated by a regular class freshman, which would likely become big news at school. Moreover, it was a Spirit Awakening level defeating a Transcendent level in a cross-tire match. Although there was an element of underestimation, it was sensational enough. Since the challenge is over, I'll take my leave. With that, Su Chen gestured to leave. Hold on. I refuse to accept this, let's have another match. At this moment, Zhang Hao, who had returned to the group of senior students looking disheveled, spoke up again. Obviously, someone had advised him to regain his reputation now, or he would surely become a laughingstock. Of course, there might be some hidden motives involved. After all, such a spectacle was too captivating to miss. Another match? Su Chen, who had already reached the edge of the arena, stopped in his tracks. Senior, I only have one Spirit Awakening level beast, and it's a bit tired after the previous match. Are you planning to win through attrition? Everyone was speechless. There were too many flaws, and they didn't know how to criticize them. Other people's royal beasts were knocked down by your adorable royal beast with a slap. What a joke. Anyone with eyes can see that Zhang Hao is about to get serious. Where is the wheel-to-wheel battle? So, are you refusing to fight? Or are you scared? Zhang Hao frowned. If the other party refuses, he really has no reason to force a fight. After all, tradition has been upheld, and it is a fact that he lost. Moreover, using an enlightened beast to confront a transcendent peak, anyone with a brain would not agree. All he could do was this crude provocation, gaining a slight upper hand in language. No, what I mean is, you have to add money. Su Chen said calmly. Everyone, huh? Big brother, you're getting a bit full of yourself. Others will definitely bring out transcendent peak level royal beasts, and you want your enlightened peak to battle a transcendent peak? An enlightened peak can counterkill a transcendent 1-star, which is barely acceptable. But crossing a full star level, can an enlightened level royal beast really do that? And it's still the widely recognized adorable iron-eating beast. All these absurd actions made the onlookers realize that this year's ordinary class might not be so ordinary anymore. Interesting, so what are your conditions for accepting the challenge? At this moment, a slightly teasing question came from the side of the platform. Immediately after, the crowd dispersed, and 2 spirited old men walked in. Principal. Oh no, old man Ji is here too. In everyone's eyes, Principal Lu Tongxing was a kind old man, but Vice Principal Ji Dingen was more strict. Senior students were somewhat afraid of Ji Dingen. Listening to the discussions of his classmates, Su Chen roughly understood the identity of the newcomers. Without thinking, he knew that the commotion here definitely wouldn't escape the school's higher-ups. At least, some teachers would be watching to prevent any major accidents. Su Chen just didn't expect to directly lure out the school's biggest boss. Not only Su Chen, but the 2 old men also didn't expect that what started as a casual observation would lead to seeing an enlightened level iron-eating beast knocking out a transcendent level iron armor bull with one slap. Such a bizarre event happening to an unknown transfer student? The two from the imperial capital could be excused, but where did this kid come from? If he was local to Tiannan City, he wouldn't have been overlooked in the college entrance exam. When they arrived, they briefly checked Su Chen's registration information, which was unremarkable, to say the least. From the information, it was also unclear who had recommended him, adding to the mystery. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that this person and the one who had just challenged the ranks were the same. Just based on that move, regardless of talent, he could be admitted out of the ordinary, without needing any backdoor connections. Just as they arrived, they heard Su Chen mention adding money, which piqued their interest even more. Principal Lu Tongxing directly asked, curious about Su Chen's intentions. Principal, are you asking on his behalf or yours? Su Chen countered with a question. Oh, is there a difference? Lu Tongxing felt that this kid probably had something up his sleeve. However, it wasn't off-putting. If it's him, the chips he can bring out are nothing more than points or the like. But if it's you, Principal, the stakes you can provide would be even greater, right? Everyone. This is a freshman who hasn't even officially enrolled yet. On the first day of registration, he's already targeting the principal. Bro, you're awesome, I bow down to your skills. At this moment, the round-faced boy secretly gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Even the black-clothed Xia family disciple beside him couldn't help but look at Su Chen with solemnity. At first, even when Dabai defeated the Iron Bull in seconds, it only caught his casual glance. It wasn't until Su Chen seemed to have plans for a showdown at the extraordinary peak level that he truly began to take Su Chen seriously. If you can win, I can agree to a condition within my power. Lu Tongxing pondered for a moment before responding. Any condition is acceptable? It was unexpected that the other party didn't ask Su Chen what he wanted first. Anything within the school's scope. Su Chen didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. If he won, would he have the other party send him directly into the secret realm? Or would he ask for Dabai's advanced materials? Since the principal has spoken, I definitely can't back down. Su Chen accepts this battle. And, I wager all my points. With that, Su Chen returned to the edge of the arena. Good. A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd. Leading them was Shangrun. Regardless of Su Chen's victory or defeat in this battle, at least he had gained some fame. Ha ha. Very well, then Lao Ji and I will act as referees. Good. Ji Ding'an agreed, acknowledging Su Chen's courage. Let's begin. With Lu Tongxing's command, Zhang Hao also began summoning his beast. Come forth, Earth Dragon Beast. Extraordinary level, peak of 9 stars. It resembled a large lizard in a sandy yellow color, covered with spikes and scales all over its body. Roar, just from the roar, it was much stronger than the previous extraordinary 3-star wolf leader. Dabai. Yip. Dabai nodded solemnly. That big guy seemed not easy to deal with. Don't you need a break, so you won't accuse me of bullying you with attrition warfare? Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. Even if he won this battle, it wouldn't be honorable. In that case, he might as well crush the opponent forcefully, venting some frustration. With the principal present, there was no need to worry about accidents or holding back. Forget it, it didn't take much effort anyway. As he spoke, Su Chen directly gave Dabai a 10-year acceleration, consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration does not require any additional resources. Accelerating. In the first year, your goal is clear, to enhance the iron-eating beast's resistance to attacks, which is the most likely direction for improvement at the moment. In the 4th year, the iron-eating beast's skill, Tough Skin, has been upgraded from entry level to mastery level, significantly enhancing its ability to withstand attacks. In the 8th year, you have been practicing with the iron-eating beast personally for these years, but your strength is insufficient, causing the beast's improvement speed to slow down. So, it decided to use iron sand palm strikes all over its body, with remarkable effects. Tough Skin, mastery level, has been promoted to Copper Skin Iron Bones, mastery level. In the 10th year, the iron-eating beast has fully adapted to the intensity of its iron sand palm, feeling uncomfortable if it doesn't strike itself 1,800 times a day. The skill, Copper Skin Iron Bones, has been upgraded from mastery level to perfection level. At the same time, the beast's comprehension of the iron sand palm seems to have strengthened. Acceleration complete. Only a moment had passed in the outside world. However, Dabai had completed 10 years of anti-attack training. Its appearance still had black and white fur, showing no visible changes. But internally, it was now Copper Skin Iron Bones, tough as nails. In any case, this consumption was definitely worth it. Winning this battle would mean going straight to the secret realm to kill some monsters or something, earning a bunch of exotic lifespan points. Yip! Dabai took the initiative and challenged the Earth Dragon Beast with a provocative cry. In essence, it was saying, "Come at me." Hit me, you fool! Roar! The earth dragon beast roared angrily, then lit up with concentric circles of sandy yellow light. Obviously, it didn't intend to engage in physical combat with Dabai but was going straight for a big move, Earth Spike technique. Boom! In an instant, sharp spikes suddenly emerged under Dabai's feet. Not only were they extremely sharp, but they also had a stunning and dizzying effect. Dabai wasn't fast enough to dodge and could only withstand the attack. Typically, a beast tamer would have already been defeated at this point. Even those at the transcendent level of 2 or 3 stars might not be able to endure it. However, Dabai was just lifted up a bit, flew a meter or two high, without a drop of blood or a scream. Instead, it said, "Ing. How fun. Ing. Bring it on." Even without understanding the beast language, one could tell this little guy was having a great time, like bouncing on a trampoline. This level of damage was nothing compared to a single strike of Iron Sand Palm. How is this possible? The level of this Earth Spike art is at least mastery level. How did it not break through the defense? The crowd was shocked. Even if one were made of iron, wouldn't they suffer internal injuries from the impact? The one who couldn't accept it the most was Zhang Hao himself. Earth Dragon Beast, attack with your tail. Zhang Hao roared. A swing of the Earth Dragon Beast's tail could snap a tree trunk in half. Roar! Dabai, let's give it a try. Iron Head skill. Ing. Since the opponent was aiming for Dabai's head, it was time for Dabai to fight back. Adjusting its direction with some rocks on the ground, it actively collided with the lizard's tail swinging towards it. Bang! The lizard's massive tail flashed like a shadow and collided with Dabai. Dabai was sent flying, rolled on the ground a few times, then stood up. Its clumsy movements made it look particularly cute. However, the Earth Dragon Beast was not doing well, staggering and trembling on its limbs. In the recent collision, a faint crack sound was heard, its tailbone shattered. How about that? Still want to fight? Judging by its appearance, could it be in a daze? Su Chen teased. Those with keen eyes could see that the outcome was clear. If the fight continued, Su Chen might lose control and go too far. After exhausting 10 years of the creature's lifespan, taking it down would be profitable. Impossible, my Earth Dragon Beast has 2 mastery level skills. How could it not even defeat an awakening level opponent? Zhang Hao's face showed signs of madness, finding it hard to accept. So, do you want to continue? Su Chen looked at Zhang Hao. His eyes revealed an indescribable light. Zhang Hao shuddered suddenly, realizing that if he didn't surrender, the other party might really intend to kill him. How terrifying! Such a frightening person had never battled a beast tamer before? Who would believe that? Too cunning! Zhang Hao quickly recalled the trembling Earth Dragon Beast into the beast space, stepped down in a hurry, and went to find a doctor. Su Chen emerged victorious in this battle. Crossfire challenge, 5 times the reward, plus 400 points. Su Chen was slightly dissatisfied. Why were the rewards for challenging a transcendent 1-star and a peak level both 5 times, when the difficulty levels were not the same? Probably, the person who set this rule hadn't thought about this issue or anticipated someone challenging in this way. Is that all it takes to win? Crossfire challenge? Is it that simple? The onlookers erupted in murmurs, finding it hard to accept. Ah, my points. It's over. At this moment, cries of despair could be heard from the sidelines. Su Chen looked over and saw Shangren, who was happily giving him a thumbs up. Damn, this guy's name wasn't just for show. In such a short time, he had already found an opportunity to set up a betting pool. However, Su Chen wouldn't let him benefit for nothing. He had to make him pay up a bit. Lao Ji, what do you think? Perfect. Both attack and defense were flawless. Even among graduating students, it's hard to find a beast tamer with such skills. Ji Dingen praised. Yes, the proficiency in perfect level skills. With that, the two of them walked over to Su Chen. Su Chen, you're really impressive. Lu Tongxing praised with a smile. He. It's nothing special, I only used half of my strength. Su Chen modestly replied. Oh, what if you go all out? Then that big lizard can be served on the dinner table tonight. Both of them never expected Su Chen to be even more ruthless than he appeared. So, I'm not interested in those beast tamer duels, it's boring. What's your idea then? Life and death battles are the best way to improve. I want to enter the secret realm and kill demon beasts. Su Chen directly expressed his thoughts, not bothering to hide them. Good, your idea is correct. Ji Dingen agreed, greatly admiring Su Chen. This isn't urgent. After the school starts, the class will organize a collective entry into the secret realm for practice every 2 months. However, due to recent circumstances, it might have to wait for 3 months. Lu Tongxing said, I want to enter the secret realm earlier, is there a way? Is this a condition you're proposing to me? Yes. Rare opportunities, and you're using it so easily? You could even let me take you as my disciple, that's within my capabilities. Lu Tongxing confirmed with a smile. What benefits and privileges come with being the principal's disciple? Lu Tongxing's smile froze on his face, as if he hadn't considered this question before. Ha ha. Principal, this kid is sharp as a hawk. With so many students, each one could claim to be your disciple. He's not foolish. Ji Dingyan chuckled from the side. Lu Tongxing blushed. Even if that wasn't his intention, he couldn't bring up the topic again. For Su Chen, any resources or being the principal's disciple were not as important as sending him to kill demon beasts now. The life of a demon beast was equivalent to Su Chen's life. No, it was a resource. Principal, I don't have any other requests for now, just to enter the secret realm for training sooner. Well, it's not impossible to make an exception, but the school's secret realm is at least a second-tier normal difficulty. More than half of the creatures inside are extraordinary, and you might even encounter elite leaders. I can let you in early, but your iron-eating beast must reach the extraordinary level. Finally, Lu Tongxing stated his condition, and Su Chen couldn't find fault with it. If Su Chen couldn't get the iron-eating beast to advance to the extraordinary level in 3 months, it would be his own fault. Of course, if Su Chen could get the iron-eating beast to advance within 3 days, he wouldn't go back on his word. He still had that authority. As for why Su Chen's iron-eating beast was different from the common perception, and why it had so many perfect level skills, both principals tacitly chose not to delve into it. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Alright, that's settled then. Su Chen agreed. He didn't plan to rush into the secret realm these 2 days. At least he needed to understand some basic knowledge first. Just as the principal said, there were elite leaders inside, and Su Chen didn't want to overestimate himself. By the way, if my beast advances and I want to enter the secret realm, who should I look for? Just come to the principal's office and find me. I'll personally take you in. Well, you're now officially a member of the Southern Beast Taming Academy. I'll take you to the dormitory first, then you can get used to the environment. Lu Tongxing said. No need to trouble the principal, I can handle it myself. Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden change in the light around him. The next moment, he found himself in a living room of a house. Spatial teleportation. Principal, are you a spatial user? What kind of beast is this? Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. Such a method was incredibly convenient. I'm not a spatial user, but it doesn't affect my contract with this shadow spirit. This is a possession-type beast with spatial attributes, equivalent to being able to teleport through space yourself, Lu Tongxing explained. After hearing this, Su Chen looked hard at Lu Tongxing but couldn't see any characteristics of a beast possessing him. Principal, your possession type seems different from what I know. While you're young, learn more and spend less time looking at online beast possession girls. Maybe they're all transformed by male beast masters. How do you know so much about this? Alright, your roommate hasn't returned yet, so the remaining empty room is yours. With that, Lu Tongxing's figure flickered and disappeared. Su Chen looked around. The doors of the other 2 rooms were closed, leaving only one open for him to enter directly. The room was simply furnished with everything one would need for a stay. There were also several sets of school uniforms for different occasions and a student guide. It included rules and regulations, a campus map, as well as an index of common functions and websites. Su Chen glanced briefly, noticing prominently that intentional killing of opponent beasts during school battles was not allowed. However, there were quite a few loopholes. What exactly constitutes intentional killing? It's normal to lose control during a beast duel, right? If it's not allowed on campus, then it must be allowed off campus. In theory, the number of beasts a beast master can contract is determined by their rank. If a beast is killed, not only is the beast master's mental state affected, but more critically, the corresponding beast space collapses, almost irreparably, essentially losing a contract quota forever. Therefore, at least during the student phase, most schools prohibit deadly battles. Additionally, Su Chen discovered that as a transfer student, apart from some common knowledge classes, he could arrange his time freely. Want to attend a certain class? Apply with your points card and you can go directly. Even if you don't attend a class, as long as you pass the assessment, you'll still receive a diploma. For Su Chen, this was as good as it gets. He didn't plan to stay here for long. Once he accumulated enough strength, he could apply for graduation directly. It wasn't early. Su Chen had been busy all day and was planning to go out to eat. Just then, he heard voices outside the door. Hey, did someone come in? Xiafeng, we've been robbed. Su Chen thought it was quite a coincidence, as he was just about to go find that guy. Subsequently, Su Chen opened the door directly. He came face to face with Shangren, who seemed to also be getting to know his new roommate. Ah, bro, it's you? Ha ha. What a coincidence, Shangren said awkwardly. Su Chen, being a tough character, didn't want to cause trouble for now. The principal sent me. Let's not talk about anything else. How much did you earn? What do you mean? Su Chen remained silent, just looking at him quietly. Not much, just under 1,000 points. Shangren couldn't deceive him and admitted directly. I don't want much, just half. That's not possible. This is the startup capital I've worked hard to earn. I've been squatting there for days just to make a big move. Luckily you showed up. I mean, bro, you're awesome. If you don't give it, I'll have Dubai beat you up every day. Su Chen threatened to summon Dubai. Xiaofeng, say something. You took my points and promised to be my bodyguard. It seemed this guy also knew how to fear being targeted. At that moment, the black-clothed youth also came out of the room. I'll give your points back. I won't use beasts of lower rank than mine against you. Damn, looks like you're afraid of being defeated by a higher rank. I'll challenge you once his beast reaches the transcendent level. But for now, I want to beat you up. Speaking, Xiaofeng immediately turned the tables and clenched his fist, intending to confront Shangren. Seeing that a mixed doubles match was about to unfold, Shangren quickly pleaded, hold on, let's talk things out. Sit down first and have something to eat. With that, he swept the miscellaneous items on the coffee table to the floor. Then, with a wave of his hand, several plates of steaming delicious dishes appeared on the table, along with a bottle of wine. Storage props. It seems this guy is really wealthy. Come, this is specially packed from Quanwei restaurant in the capital. I can't bear to eat it myself, just occasionally savor the aroma. Quanwei restaurant? Isn't that owned by your family? Xiaofeng actually put away his fist and sat down, seemingly more interested in the dishes. That's just a surname. There are several generations between them and my family. Even I had to wait 6 months to book this table. Shangren also sat down, wincing. Alright, let's eat first. We'll settle the bill later. Su Chengwang's appetite opened up at the scent, confirming that Quanwei restaurant was indeed renowned. Meeting each other is fate. Why be so formal? Ha ha. Seeing both men seated, Shangren quickly poured wine. When Su Chen didn't respond, he added, Brother Su Chen, these points are really useful to me. How about I convert them into spirit stones for you? Points can be exchanged for spirit stones, but spirit stones cannot be directly converted into points. Points have far more uses at school than just exchanging for spirit stones. Whether it's applying for a practice room, accessing library materials, or obtaining rare materials, points are the only currency. Besides the school's subsidies, points can only be earned through completing school tasks or trading with others. They are usually insufficient and rarely used for transactions. Or, I see you came with a bag, which is inconvenient. This storage ring of mine is worth 300 spirit stones. Would you accept it? It was a birthday gift from my uncle when I was 8. That's too kind of you. Su Chen held it in his hand, sensing it was only about 10 cubic units. Convenient for storage and retrieval. Such a small space was worth 300 spirit stones, nearly 3 million yuan. So, whether one cultivates or not, it's truly two different worlds. No need to be polite. I have over 20 uncles. I can't remember which one exactly. Since you put it that way, I won't be polite. Seeing Su Chen accept it, Shangren also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have many spirit stones on him either. Giving it to Su Chen would also benefit him. Using an unused storage ring for deduction was the best option. Both parties tacitly avoided probing each other's identities and focused on the previous battle. Brother, seeing your beast knock out the ironclad bull with one slap, I knew the following matches would be a breeze. My judgment was spot on. Unfortunately, this might be a one-time deal. Su Chen took a sip of the wine, finding it good. Not necessarily. If you have ideas, we can cooperate, but it requires a small sacrifice. What do you mean? I can spread rumors that your beast took several potent drugs before the match. If enough people believe it, it will become true. So, this was the sacrifice Shangren mentioned. Moreover, after the school starts, there will be a comprehensive ranking. We can make a big move then. How about it? Shangren's eyes sparkled with confidence in Su Chen's strength. Alright, but how do we split the rewards? 50-50? Shangren asked tentatively. Cough, cough. At this moment, Xiaofeng cleared his throat, implying his intentions without words. Fine, you'll get a share, but you have to contribute too. Su Chen, how about you take 50%? What do you think? Although Shangren was responsible for the entire plan's preparation and implementation, bearing the greatest risk, his gains were not as much as Su Chen's. However, without Su Chen, everything would be just empty talk. This was a gamble in itself, and Shangren chose to trust his own judgment. Well, since you're willing to trust me, I'm okay with it, Su Chen agreed. Alright, it's settled then. Let's give them a shot from the ordinary class when the time comes. Oh, Su Chen, try not to get into fights with anyone for these 2 months. Let the rumors spread slowly, Xiaofeng advised. Sure, I'm not interested in playing house with anyone, Su Chen nodded. By the way, have you ever sparred with a beast tamer before? Shangren curiously asked. Yes, whenever I made a move before, it was always a finishing blow. Impressive. In Shangren's eyes, Su Chen was already a character who could kill without hesitation. Su Chen, after your iron-eating beast advances, let's find a place to spar, Xiaofeng suggested. It seemed that his earlier challenge was not a joke. Oh, are you stronger than the previous person? He's not my match, just a bit higher in rank. Besides, my beast taming skills have reached the perfect level. Alright, we'll see. Su Chen wasn't very interested in sparring, but once Dabai reached the second rank, beasts of the same rank probably wouldn't even see its tail. However, Xiaofeng's identity and what it represented made Su Chen somewhat curious. How could a descendant of the top power family in Xia country come to such a remote place? It wasn't that Tiannan City was weak or underdeveloped, but compared to the imperial capital, it was clearly much more dangerous. Coupled with the secret mission arranged by the city guards, Su Chen vaguely felt a sense of an impending storm. Damn, I'm just here for some benefits, don't go looking for trouble with me. After finishing their meal, as the sky darkened, the three of them went back to their rooms to rest. A night of silence. Su Chen had slept relatively well last night, catching up on the sleep he missed the day before. After getting up, he stored everything he might need in his storage ring, keeping only the communicator on him. This thing wouldn't receive signals if placed inside the storage space. Then, Su Chen went out to eat something before heading straight to the library. In the library, many valuable materials were in physical form, with the internet serving only as a catalog and index. Some sections could only be browsed, not borrowed, and entering required spending points. Fortunately, only 1 point was needed for a day. The literature Su Chen needed about the iron-eating beast fell into this category. However, Su Chen had enough points on him, so he didn't mind the expenditure. Inside the library, there was only Su Chen, along with an old lady with white hair reading a newspaper. Su Chen gathered a stack of slightly yellowed books and found a seat to start reading. Verification of the strength of ancient iron-eating beasts. In the year 3291 of the Xia calendar, the skeleton of a suspected ancient iron-eating beast was excavated in the Nine Curves Ridge. Judging by the hardness of the bones, its strength during its lifetime was at least at the Lord level. Bone composition analysis revealed a significant excess of metal content, with the largest proportion being magnetic profound gold, wind thunder divine iron, and others, completely different from the bones of existing iron-eating beasts. Analysis of the iron-eating beast's diet. It is well known that iron-eating beasts no longer consume iron, their diet includes bamboo and other vegetation. So, if fed bamboo or other food with special properties, what effects would it have? 11th experiment record, food, ice bamboo shoots, eating response, quite fond of, eating result, dead after 3 days. 20th experiment record, food, wind thunder bamboo, eating response, quite fond of, eating result, continuous convulsions that night, back to normal after 3 days. Su Chen was speechless after reading this. This was not a recipe analysis but rather biological experiments. Out of the dozens of experiments, nearly half resulted in death, most had adverse reactions, only a few could be eaten without any reaction. However, the only common trait was that the iron-eating beasts loved to eat everything, truly gluttonous creatures. This also indicated that in their genetic memory, there was nothing they couldn't eat. It's just that now they have degenerated, becoming fragile. Su Chen suspected that with so few iron-eating beasts left, most of them had been taken for experiments. As the results of the experiments were less than ideal, fewer people were willing to contract and breed iron-eating beasts, leaving only a small number for ornamental purposes. Su Chen also found a more common way to advance. For the ornamental type of iron-eating beasts, gentle stimulation with drugs seemed to be the way, probably similar to the paid information in the Beastmaster Alliance. However, this was definitely not what Su Chen needed. Each advancement in beast mastery was crucial, determining the future development, and Su Chen didn't want to take it lightly. Next, Su Chen looked through several books, gaining some insights, although not directly applicable, requiring analysis and verification. Among them, the most mentioned method was long-term feeding of metals, which might trigger atavistic advancement in iron-eating beasts. Of course, it was only a possibility, and after so many years, no one had succeeded. However, iron-eating beasts capable of challenging their tiers had rarely appeared before, but now they did. Then, Su Chen picked up the first book again, An Examination of the Strength of Ancient Iron-Eating Beasts, and read it once more, Magnetic Profound Gold, Wind Thunder Divine Iron. What are these? Su Chen murmured softly. These are 6th and 7th tier metal materials, not something you can access now. At that moment, an elderly voice came from behind Su Chen, the old lady responsible for registration. Thank you, ma'am. Suchen quickly stood up. I'm not a teacher, just an old lady who watches the door. But after a lifetime of watching the door, I've also read a lot of books. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. If I can't remember, you can check the books, it'll save you some trouble. My iron-eating beast is at the peak of awakening, and I want it to advance. But, a combat type? As soon as the old lady spoke, Suchen knew she was definitely not just a doorkeeper. Please enlighten me, ma'am. Call me when Granny, senior teacher, sounds harsh. The book you're looking for isn't in this school but in the Imperial Beastmaster Academy in the capital. Ah, Suchen was astonished. Do they not have a cross-school network mechanism? It seemed unlikely from the looks of it. Do I really have to go all the way to the capital? However, those books aren't some top secret. I remember some of it. If you have confidence in your iron-eating beast, slowly feed it first-tier profound iron stone powder for about half a year, and you'll see results. Can it advance steadily? It's possible, or it might end up with stomach issues, collapse, or no reaction at all. Suchen was speechless, then continued, what about Wine Thunder Divine Iron-related matters? Do I need to feed it Thunderstone? That's a question for later. Focus on passing the first hurdle first. With that, Granny Wen leisurely returned to her seat, continuing to read the newspaper on the table. It seemed like just coming over to talk to Suchen was a way to take a break from sitting. Alright, thank you, Aunt Wen. Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. No need to rush, and don't get too caught up in the details, take it slow, Aunt Wen kindly reminded. I understand. After saying that, Suchen took his leave. By the time he walked out of the library, Suchen had already found the exchange information for a first-order mysterious iron stone on his points card. It was just a first-order material, not particularly rare. The only issue was that only the stone was available for exchange, without the powdered form of it. Did he have to grind it himself? He wasn't sure if such a service was available. Moreover, Aunt Wen mentioned continuous consumption for half a year. In that case, he wasn't sure if he could still accelerate using different lifespans. Pondering this, Suchen headed towards the comprehensive building. The comprehensive building. It wasn't just one building, but several buildings connected as one. It included exchange materials, practice rooms, some classrooms, and teachers' offices, among others. Principal Lu Tongxing's office seemed to be around here too, but Suchen wasn't there to see him this time. At this moment, there weren't many students in the exchange center. However, Suchen clearly felt that as he entered, many people's gazes lingered on him. Along with some whispers, it's him, the big spender, senior sister, that fierce freshman from yesterday. Indeed, quite handsome. To be able to raise a cute creature like the iron-eating beast into something so fierce, he might have some weird preferences. Don't say that, it just makes me more excited. Hearing this, Suchen couldn't help but look towards the two girls. One was tall and elegant with a ponytail, while the shorter junior sister seemed a bit silly. Seeing Suchen apparently overhearing their conversation, the shorter girl visibly shrank back, avoiding eye contact. As for the taller senior sister, she gave a slight smile and greeted Suchen, junior brother, heard you earned quite a few points yesterday, and now you can't wait to spend them? If you want to exchange something, you can come to me to check, all the windows are the same. Are you all students here? Since she mentioned it, Suchen asked as he walked. Yes, I'm a year ahead of you. But unlike you, who can earn points through battles, I can only work hard in these part-time jobs. However, there are lower-grade students who have defeated higher-grade ones, but doing it before the school starts, only you, junior brother, have achieved that. The senior sister looked at Suchen with even more interest. Rather than being interested in Suchen himself, she seemed more intrigued by his secrets. Just so, it's just luck, Suchen casually replied, then said, I want to exchange for first-order mysterious ironstone. Suchen's abrupt shift to the main topic left the senior sister unable to continue the previous conversation. She had thought that a boy of his age would surely not resist showing off. Could it be that her charm wasn't enough? However, she had to do her job properly. First-order mysterious ironstone, 10 points each. A standard size, about the size of a thumb, similar to ordinary spirit stones. Well, then give me 10. Suchen said confidently. 10? Junior brother, this kind of material is usually only used as auxiliary material, one is usually enough. The senior sister couldn't help but say, if you exchange too much and want to convert it back into points, it will depreciate significantly. It's okay, senior sister, I have plenty of points, so I better use them up quickly to avoid being snatched away. Is this kid suffering from persecution delusions? Since Suchen insisted, there was nothing more to say. Soon, 10 first-order mysterious iron stones were taken out and handed to Suchen. At the same time, Suchen's points decreased by 100. By the way, senior sister, can you crush this into iron stone powder? Suchin didn't immediately put away the mysterious iron stone, but casually asked. What? The other party didn't react immediately. I mean, can these be crushed into iron stone powder? Well, if it's ordinary herbs, we do have a grinder for that. But for iron stone powder, the grinder here probably can't achieve that effect. Alright then, never mind. After saying that, Suchin put away the iron stone and prepared to leave. Junior, add me as a friend, let's do missions together in the future. Seeing Suchin about to leave, the senior sister hurriedly said, Sure, but don't involve me in boring tasks. Saying so, Suchin took out his communicator. Currently, only Wu Yan, Principal Lu Tongxing, and 2 roommates' contact information were on it. The current Suchin had almost completely cut ties with his past. If he were to meet some former classmates here, he might not even recognize them immediately. Boring tasks. The senior sister pursed her lips. Junior Suchin, I'm Lu Shuawei. What kind of people are you interested in? After exchanging contact information, Lu Shuawei introduced herself and asked casually. Rich ones. After saying that, Suchin waved his hand and left. The reputation of being a fierce bandit who demands money is well deserved. On the school network, rumors about Suchin were still spreading wildly. Apart from his record of challenging higher levels with full stars, the most widely circulated was the phrase requires payment. Moreover, he snatched 400 points from Zhang Hao, almost taking away all the points he had saved for a long time, further solidifying his reputation as a ruthless bandit. It might not be easy for Shang Ren to wash away Suchin's combat power evaluation with just a few rumors. However, this was not something Suchin needed to worry about, making a fortune in points and such. If it happens, great. If not, it wouldn't affect Suchin much. Of course, Suchin would try to cooperate with Shangren, keep a low profile, and over time, naturally, the topic would fade. Back in the dorm room, Suchin summoned Dabai. Ing. Dabai thought it was time for a meal and happily called out. Then, Suchin handed it a box of iron lumps. Dabai? What are you standing there for? Eat. Dabai picked up a piece of iron stone, examined it carefully for a long time, but ultimately didn't eat it. Bro, this thing isn't really for eating, right? If you eat the whole thing, there might be some psychological pressure, no wonder it needs to be crushed into powder. It's just used as a food additive, who would swallow it whole? Dabai, try using iron sand palm to see if you can crush this thing. Why crush it? Do I have to eat it? However, Dabai still wouldn't resist Suchin's command. A bare paw spread out, placing a piece of iron stone on it, then clapped the paws together. Bang, the iron stone was flattened but not crushed, let alone turned into powder. Bang, another hit, causing a slight crack. Bang bang bang, during the clapping process, Dabai seemed to enter a rhythmic state. This state seemed to be the prelude to enlightenment. Suchin quickly took out a soul power potion. Dabai, open your mouth. Consuming 1 year of life, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes 1 first-tier soul power potion x1, 1 first-tier iron stone x1. Accelerating. In the first half of the year, when the iron-eating beast was clapping the iron stone, some vague inherited memories flashed by, seemingly from ancient times. During the clapping process, insights into the use of strength were elevated to a new level. Iron Sand Palm, perfect grade, evolved into Dark Force Iron Sand Palm, perfect grade. In the second half of the year, as the iron stone was being struck, it gradually shattered, merging into the iron-eating beast's palms, advancing completion by 10%. Ping, the dull sound of flesh clapping transformed into the sound of gold and iron clashing. It seems that Dabai's bare paws are transforming towards golden iron. Suchin touched them, still soft and fleshy, seeming to harden only when force is applied. Ing? Dabai looked puzzled, as if not understanding what was happening. In just a few seconds, why was his progress so rapid? Could it be that he was a rare genius? Dabai, now you understand my good intentions, this thing is great. Suchin pointed to the remaining mysterious iron stones. Since Dabai could provide for himself, there was no need for Suchin to find someone to grind the powder. Dabai could do it himself. Ing. Dabai responded, then grasped a mysterious iron stone in each hand, squeezed hard, and turned them directly into powder. If you have to eat, then eat, don't waste it, Suchin said, handing all the mysterious iron stones to Dabai. Additionally, he gave it a soul power potion and a physical strength potion. Anyway, everything he had was there, whether it was useful or not, he would use it first. Consuming 2 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes 1 first-tier soul power potion, 1 first-tier physical strength potion, and 9 first-tier mysterious iron stones. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast crushed all the mysterious iron stones into powder, then used dark chi iron sand palm to infuse the powder into its body, with remarkable effects. The skin and flesh of the iron-eating beast showed a tendency towards golden ironization. Advancement completion reached 50%. In the second year, realizing that advancement couldn't be achieved solely through external application, the iron-eating beast overcame psychological pressure and chose to ingest the mysterious iron stones. Due to a solid foundation, its body had already adapted to the presence of the mysterious iron stones, without any adverse reactions, but rather with noticeable effects. In just another half year, the advancement completion of the iron-eating beast reached 100%, with the remaining time spent consolidating its realm. The iron-eating beast successfully ascended to the extraordinary, comprehending the skill, golden steel body, entry-level, golden steel body, entry-level metallized parts of the body, greatly enhancing hardness, combining offense and defense. Dabai, awesome! Su Chen exclaimed, unable to resist rubbing Dabai's head vigorously. Dabai was bewildered. Feeling that it had advanced unknowingly, it realized, it was truly a genius. Although Su Chen had depleted all the remaining exotic lifespan, and further acceleration would rely on his remaining 30 years of life, Su Chen would definitely not be so extravagant again. Moreover, his goal had been completely achieved, and he could now go explore the Academy's secret realm. As long as he could kill demonic beasts, plenty of exotic lifespan awaited him. However, before that, he needed to understand what the Academy's secret realm was all about. So, he opened the communicator and logged into the school network to investigate. Generally, secret realms are divided into 4 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. There are also 2 special types of secret realms: unstable secret realm and abyss of calamity. The abyss of calamity is actually a type of unstable secret realm, where the creatures inside are demonized, using up their life force for mutation and violent slaughter, targeting all living beings. When such a secret realm appears, all creatures inside must be exterminated, and then the secret realm must be completely sealed off. Furthermore, other normal secret realms may also transform towards the abyss. The specifics are unclear, but it is known to be related to the remains of the forbidden magic sea and even the world-destroying demon dragon. Entry into secret realms generally has rank restrictions. A second-tier secret realm, for example, can only be entered by up to second-tier beast tamer, considered the simplest beginner's secret realm. The division of difficulty is not absolute. Generally speaking, staying inside for over a week on average is normal difficulty, 3 to 7 days is hard, 1 to 3 days is a nightmare, and not being able to last a day is considered hell. For example, in a secret realm where all the monsters are peak extraordinary level, densely packed, an average second-order beast tamer can't stay for more than 10 minutes and would classify it as hellish level. On the contrary, if in a secret realm, the highest possible monster is a 4th-order commander level, but as long as you don't provoke them actively, everything remains peaceful, it can be classified as ordinary level. Like mentioned by Lu Tongxing before, the simplest secret realm in the school is of ordinary second-order level, mostly filled with extraordinary level creatures, with a few elite ones. The monster density is moderate, considered average in terms of difficulty for an ordinary level secret realm. Most areas inside have already been explored. There are 4 main locations: Wild Wolf Slope, Enchanting Flower Forest, Skeleton Canyon, and Black Mist Volcano. Moreover, the level of danger gradually increases. Among them, Skeleton Canyon and the area near Black Mist Volcano have been clearly marked with the appearance of elite-level monsters and have not been fully explored. As long as one doesn't act recklessly, there isn't usually much danger. Apart from geographical locations, there are also indications of some monster species and possible special products. This is the advantage of school secret realms, very convenient. If it were in the wilderness, you'd be left in the dark, no one caring who you are. However, Su Chen didn't find anything particularly interesting in it. Common wild monsters like Yao wolves, enchanting flowers, and small skeletons were not within his consideration. So, Su Chen once again opened the exchange list to see if the school had any good beasts available for exchange. Black Rock Turtle, Extraordinary 1-star, 100 points features, Water and Earth dual system bonuses, gentle temperament, low contract difficulty. Nocturnal Cat, Extraordinary 3-star, 200 points features, Shadow speed system, variable temperament, requires long-term emotional cultivation, high contract difficulty, recommended to start from a beast egg. Greenwood Spirit, Awakening 5-star, 50 points features, long growth cycle, simple contract difficulty. Of course, there are also many identified beast eggs of races, as well as a few with unidentified races. However, none caught Su Chen's interest. There are higher-level beasts as well, but the higher the level, the greater the contract difficulty. Moreover, if a lower-level beast tamer contracts with a higher-level monster, not only is it more difficult, but even if successful, it will forcibly lower the beast's level, like a small horse pulling a big cart. The star level of a beast can slightly exceed that of the beast tamer, but not the major rank. Damn, nothing good is openly displayed. Su-chen looked around and didn't find anything outstanding. Or rather, he wasn't sure what kind of beast he really wanted at the moment. Because, for him, even the most ordinary beast, he was confident in nurturing it to its racial limit. So, his focus on choosing a beast was more about its future potential. He didn't want any unoriginal beasts. For example, the principal's empty shadow spirit, Su-chen thought was quite good, wondering if there was any potential. Shangren and Xiaofeng didn't return until evening, but they probably didn't have any gains today. Su-chen's cross-level challenges remained hot. Even the senior students who traditionally challenged him were nowhere to be seen. Worried that if Su-chen tasted success, they might come back for revenge. After all, once you step onto the stage, theoretically, there's no turning back. Moreover, it was a lower grade challenging a higher grade. Following Zhang Hao's miserable state yesterday, even if it was 2 against 1, they might not necessarily beat one of Su-chen's beasts. Brother, where did you disappear to? Not a soul in sight early in the morning. Shangren, as usual, took out packed food and started eating. However, this time it was quite ordinary. Went to the library. And you guys, went to the registration office again? Yeah, unfortunately didn't catch any fish. Originally, Xiaofeng was very suitable, but he refused to perform, so you are more powerful, brother. What about you? Me? No, I really can't beat him. Today is the last day, after that, you will go alone. Xiaofeng said. Alright, it's almost done anyway, we have bigger plans. By the way, I'm considering the choice of the second spirit beast. Do you have any suggestions? Su-chen asked casually. These two, obviously from a big family background, their knowledge might be broader than the teachers here. Mine are all arranged by the family. But, it's never wrong to choose according to your own talents. Like me, I will definitely go for the wealth route, beckoning cat, money tree, lucky bird, and so on. Shangren replied. If you have the chance to go to the imperial capital, I'll give you a chance to contract with the dragon race. Xiaofeng replied straightforwardly. Dragon race? Su-chen turned to look at Xiaofeng. This guy was so low-key, yet so domineering. Even Shangren couldn't hide his astonishment when he looked at Xiaofeng, then he returned to calmness. It seems like you've really made up your mind? Yes, it's useless to me anyway. What the hell? You two, speak directly, stop beating around the bush. Su-chen cursed. It's not a big secret, the ancestors of the Xia family had an agreement with the dragon race, and each direct descendant has a chance to contract with the dragon race. However, as time passed, the feelings gradually faded. What the dragon race sends over are some secondary dragon eggs. Although they are considered part of the dragon race, their bloodline awakening level is relatively low. As for Xiaofeng, he has his own reasons. In general, you've hit the jackpot, brother. Shangren explained. This, no pain no gain, doesn't seem quite appropriate. Su-chen just wanted to ask for their advice. He didn't expect to directly receive the opportunity to contract with the dragon race. Even if it's a dragon, it's definitely a top-tier choice for a spirit beast. I'm on the path of the sword, I won't contract with the dragon race, so it's a waste for me too. If you feel embarrassed, just consider it a challenge bet. If you win, it's yours. Sword path? Sword emperor? Su-chen remembered the legend from 10,000 years ago. Yes, although it's elusive, this is the path I've decided to take. Alright, if there's a chance to go to the imperial capital, we'll talk about it later. However, we can start sparring now. Is your iron-eating beast at the second rank? Both of them looked at Su-chen simultaneously, inquiring with their eyes. Yes, I was lucky, it successfully advanced directly. Su-chen replied. What do you mean by lucky? Isn't advancing a spirit beast a long-term accumulation process? Why does it sound like winning a lottery? Since Su-chen said so, they could only assume that Su-chen's iron-eating beast was already on the verge of advancement, just happening to advance today. Alright, let's quickly set a time. Xiaofeng suddenly became full of fighting spirit. Okay. The next day, Su-chen woke up at 10 o'clock, well rested. After tidying up, he took out his communicator and called the principal. Principal, my spirit beast has advanced to the extraordinary level, take me to the secret realm. So soon? Success comes after long preparation. Wait, I'll be right there. Others didn't know, but Lu Tongxing was very clear. Su-chen had just found the clue to advancement yesterday, and he succeeded today? Isn't this too fierce even for taking drugs? In less than a minute, Lu Tongxing appeared in the living room of the dormitory. Principal. The other two quickly greeted. Today, they were also too lazy to go out, as there was nothing to gain, so they planned how to smear Su Chen on the campus network. Su Chen, summon your iron-eating beast, let me see if there are any problems, Lu Tongxing ordered. Then, Debai appeared. His posture remained unchanged, but his aura was completely different. Not bad, indeed at the second level. Lu Tongxing carefully sensed inside and out, finding nothing wrong, no signs of forcibly accelerating breakthrough aftermath. It's really strange, could this kid be pretending to be clueless on purpose? Principal. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. However, I'll give you a maximum of 10 days this time. You must come out within 10 days. That's not enough. Su Chen planned to make a big splash inside. Most freshmen are terrified at the thought of entering the secret realm. What's up with this kid? Treating the secret realm like a walk in the park? If you come back safely after 10 days with no issues, you'll be allowed to come and go freely after the school starts. That's fine. Su Chen agreed. This condition was quite generous, almost like an exclusive privilege. By the way, you two, if you have nothing to do, come in together this time. Lu Tongxing pointed to the two bystanders. Me too? Shangren looked reluctant, while Xiafeng was indifferent. You share a dormitory, so you should enter and exit together for mutual support. Hurry up and get ready, you have 5 minutes. Lu Tongxing didn't give Shangren a chance to refuse, giving a direct order. Although they were given 5 minutes, everything was stored in storage props, so there was nothing to tidy up. 1 minute later, Lu Tongxing appeared in a hall with 3 people. The Tianan Imperial Beast Academy had 3 such halls, representing 3 secret realms. However, at this moment, besides the routine guards, there were no teachers or students present. Principal. Any special circumstances? None, everything is normal. Open the entrance to the secret realm. Yes. If you encounter danger, you can use the points card for emergency assistance. Before Su Chen entered, Lu Tongxing instructed. Will the principal send someone to rescue us? Leaving that aside, finding your body is definitely doable. The light in front of them alternated between bright and dim, and when they opened their eyes again, they were in another camp. Here, there was also a guard unit stationed. The entrance and exit passages were all here. However, the guards here didn't pay much attention to Su Chen and the others' arrival, just carrying out their duties as usual. Perhaps someone would report Lu Tongxing's opening of the secret realm, but it was inconsequential, it was his prerogative. Brother, is this the condition you asked the principal for? On the way out of the camp, Shangren asked with a grimace. Yeah, how about it, bask in my glory. You could have just asked the principal for 10,000 points, usable until you graduate. Why bother venturing into a secret realm yourself? Shangren exclaimed that Su Chen was wasting a great opportunity. You don't understand, I enjoy reaping the rewards of my own battles. Shangren didn't speak, but gave Su Chen 2 thumbs up. Enough chit-chat, there's no time like the present. This place is perfect for a trial, no one will disturb or find us here. At this moment, Xiafeng spoke up. Now. Su Chen hadn't expected this turn of events. Yes, we'll do other things after the match. Alright then. It wouldn't take long anyway. How do we set the rules? As long as you don't cut me, anything goes. Su Chen said with a smile. He only had Debai as his spirit beast, so in an unrestricted battle, Debai could only defend passively, protecting Su Chen. Then I won't hold back. With that, Xiafeng directly summoned. Clang clang, in an instant, a black and a white, a light and a heavy, 2 flying swords appeared in front of him. Debai. Golden steel body. In an instant, a golden halo emanated from Debai's body. Soon, his palms and head were covered in a layer of gold. Let's begin. Shangren acted as the referee. Subsequently, the black and white swords both attacked Debai simultaneously. Ding ding ding, the probing attacks were easily blocked by Debai, creating a sound of clashing gold and iron. Brother, your beast's defense has improved a lot. Ordinary transcendent level beasts don't have such a strong defense, they would have been poked with countless holes long ago, Shangren praised. Just so, Su Chen modestly replied. Indeed, Debai had just been promoted to the transcendent level and hadn't been trained much yet. The defense is indeed formidable, Xiafeng praised, sheathing his white light sword. The light sword was elegant and agile, but against Debai, it was like scratching an itch. How about it, giving up? I still have a perfect level sword move, so be careful, Su Chen warned. Then, the black heavy sword floated in front of Debai, its blade facing upward. It then slashed straight down towards him. A blue light burst forth from the sword, skill, heavy blade wave slash, perfect level. In the light and shadows, it seemed as if one could see a young man wielding a heavy sword, cutting through the sea countless times. Day after day, cutting through the waves. Debai. Since the opponent used a big move, Su Chen wouldn't be careless. Subsequently, all the golden light on Debai's body gathered onto his right palm, turning the entire hand golden steel, dark force iron sand palm. Boom, the sword energy and palm wind collided, creating a booming sound. The ground where Debai stood was plowed into a trench. Thud, the clash between the sword blade and the palm produced a sound like a bell tolling. Then, Debai's feet sank more than 10 centimeters into the ground. The black sword, on the other hand, flew back, its blade trembling as if it had suffered considerable damage. The battle ended, and Debai emerged victorious. Impressive. What skill is that? It feels somewhat familiar to my swordsmanship, Xia Feng remarked, putting away his black sword without a hint of discouragement, showing enthusiasm as if he had gained something. You're probably referring to the Dark Force, Su Chen replied. Dark Force. Xia Feng had heard of it but was witnessing it for the first time. Well, it's quite simple. I had Debai use its palm to crush the mysterious iron into powder. At first, it couldn't do it, but after practicing several times, it succeeded and also comprehended the Dark Force, Su Chen casually explained. The two were speechless. Having a beast crush mysterious iron into powder with its palm? Was this something a normal person could come up with? Following Su Chen, this iron-eating beast was truly suffering. Both of them thought in unison. Thank you, I will try in that direction, Xia Feng thanked Su Chen. In a sense, this was also teaching him a real skill. For many beast tamers, special training methods were closely guarded secrets. If Xia Feng could cut mysterious iron with a sword into powder instead of just splitting it, his strength would definitely reach a new level. Alright, enough chit-chat. The competition is over, can we get back to business now? Su Chen was already eager to proceed. Business? So, what do you plan to do in the secret realm? Do I even need to ask? Of course, it's to kill the demon beasts. Su Chen replied matter-of-factly. And then? Just kill them, what and then? You're a maniac. Killed a 5-star wild demon wolf at the awakening level, plundered 5 years of its unique lifespan. Killed a 1-star transcendent level wild demon wolf, plundered 11 years of its unique lifespan. Killed a 3-star transcendent level wild demon wolf, plundered 13 years of its unique lifespan. Awesome! After killing a group of wild demon wolves and seeing the increasing unique lifespan, it had accumulated to 145 years. Su Chen felt exhilarated. However, in the eyes of the other two, this scene seemed a bit twisted. This senseless killing seemed meaningless to them. At most, they could only collect some crystal cores and materials from the demonic beasts. Perhaps they were ignorant of others' suffering, only realizing this upon reflection. After all, hunting demonic beasts for materials was the main source of livelihood for most people. With this in mind, they joined the hunting operation and handed all the spoils to Su Chen. Damn, you guys. Stop stealing my kills. It's fine, we're all brothers. Su Chen, damn it. 2 days later, the three of them set up tents to rest on a hillside. The nearby wolf pack had been almost entirely wiped out, making it a desolate place where even the demonic beasts avoided. Su Chen's accumulated lifespan of anomalies broke through the 500-year mark, reaching 523 years. Many of these were taken by Xia Feng and Shangren as bounties. However, without them, Su Chen wouldn't have been able to live so comfortably, always on guard against the danger of being surrounded, his efficiency not necessarily higher than now. The monster killing came to a temporary halt, and each of the three set up their tents for camping, giving Su Chen the opportunity to improve. Taking out a bottle of soul power potion, Su Chen drank it all in one go, consuming 20 years of lifespan, accelerating self-talent growth. This acceleration consumes one first-order soul power potion. Accelerating. In the first year, your cultivation technique advances by leaps and bounds, with numerous ideas being confirmed. In the 10th year, the literature you previously studied constantly appears in your mind, and you realize that the cultivation of the iron-eating beast should not only occur during the advancement process but also in normal times. In the 20th year, your talent level advances from intermediate cultivation to de-advanced cultivation. During normal times, Su Chen hadn't expected to gain additional insights during the talent advancement process, which pointed him in a new direction. Speaking of which, after Debai advanced, he should go find Granny One for some follow-up advice, which might provide some guidance. In less than half a month, Su Chen's talent had gone from F level to D level, a fact that no one would believe if he told them. Talent advancement after tomorrow was not unheard of, but it usually only occurred in middle-aged or elderly beast tamers. For example, a beast tamer who had accumulated decades of breeding experience might be able to raise an F-level talent to D level, which was reasonable. But how old was Su Chen, and how much time had he experienced? If this news got out, it would be considered unreasonable in every way. Since it was already unreasonable, Su Chen decided to go big. Continue. Su Chen had already experienced the benefits of talent advancement. Even with accelerators like this, if talent improved, it could have a multiplier effect. Sometimes, unexpected effects could even occur, consuming 50 years of lifespan, accelerating self-talent growth. This acceleration consumes one first-order soul power potion. Accelerating. In the 33rd year, you have improved and optimized all your cultivation methods. Finally, your lifelong ideal has been achieved. Your talent level has advanced from D-advanced cultivation to C-top cultivation. In the 50th year, your cultivation methods seem to have reached their peak. Perhaps you should not continue to be so fixated on this. Phew, Su-chen exhaled a breath. The following 17 years were not exactly wasted. They only confirmed Su-chen's previous speculations. If he wanted to further elevate his C-level talent, he would have to find other ways. Then, Su-chen turned his gaze to Dubai. Hug me. Consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration does not require any additional resources. Accelerating. In the first year, you had the iron-eating beast focus its main energy on the skill, steel body, but it only knew how to use it without any idea of improvement. In the 5th year, the iron-eating beast reached the superb 2 stars level, still clueless about skill enhancement. By the 10th year, the iron-eating beast advanced to superb 3 stars, waving 2 golden palms, perhaps needing more iron or supplementation? Despite 10 years passing, the skill, steel body remained at the beginner level. Although time could be accelerated, resources wouldn't appear out of thin air. Without feeding it iron ore, there would be none. While the skill didn't upgrade, Su-chen still gained Shintai stones, indicating the need for continued feeding. Moreover, even without deliberately focusing on cultivation, Big White naturally ascended to superb 3 stars over the 10-year acceleration. Normally, with enough spirit stones, 1 year would suffice to reach the perfect 9 stars level. Su-chen currently didn't plan to invest much time in star levels. Even with medication, one couldn't progress from superb to perfect in a day. Furthermore, with plans involving Shang-rin and others, Big White couldn't advance too rapidly, or the fish wouldn't bite. Realizing this, it was necessary to accumulate more points to exchange for sufficient resources. The iron-eating beast, true to its name, could be renamed as the gold-swallowing beast. After a night's rest, Su-chen felt rejuvenated. Hey, brother, how come you seem different after just one night? Shang-rin looked around in surprise. Oh, just a little progress. If you can make progress so easily, do you leave any room for others to live? Shang-rin didn't know that Su-chen's little progress meant a 2-level increase in talent, or else he might have called the authorities for a monster sighting. Can even bullies become stronger? Xiaofeng also wondered. What do you mean by bullies? Su-chen was speechless but couldn't be bothered to explain. Ignoring them, he opened the map to consider where to hunt monsters next. The wolf pack at Wild Wolf Slope had been dispersed, and Su-chen didn't want to waste time tracking down monsters. With over 400 years of abnormal lifespan left, any advancement would suffice. 3 areas remained: Flowered Demon Forest, Skeleton Canyon, and Black Mist Volcano. Flowered Demon Forest was ruled out due to its complex terrain and the plant-based flower demons adept at camouflage and control. That left Skeleton Canyon and Black Mist Volcano. Su-chen noticed that Skeleton Canyon was marked as possibly containing exposed mineral deposits, which might be suitable for Big White to consume. At worst, killing some skeletons would do. Let's go, shall we venture into Skeleton Canyon? Go further in? Shang-ren's beast wasn't combat-oriented and naturally hesitated to take risks. Sure. Xiaofeng readily agreed. Just skeletons, what's there to fear, let's go. Leading the way, Su-chen set off in the chosen direction. In Su-chen's understanding, skeletons should be similar to zombies in movies, slow and fragile. Until a bone arrow flew from 100 meters away, narrowly missing his forehead. Thankfully, it was intercepted by Xiaofeng's flying sword. Su-chen, be careful, they have ranged attacks. Xiaofeng warned. Su-chen, is this a matter of range or not? Su-chen saw agile creatures resembling monkeys hopping around at the canyon entrance. Were those skeletons? There were groups of skeleton archers, skeleton mages, skeleton swordsmen, skeleton knights, and skeleton wolf packs. To be honest, it overturned Su-chen's perception. However, upon reflection, some skeletons were already superb-level species. How could they be slow and fragile like he thought? Some even possessed much higher intelligence than other monsters of the same rank. Wait, let's not rush, be cautious. Su-chen quickly led the 2 of them to hide beside a rock. The 2 remained silent. It seems like you are the reckless one, right? If it weren't for an arrow bone shot over, they would have thought Su-chen was going to sweep the skeleton gorge alone. Su-chen secretly observed inside again. Not easy to deal with, there were many organized groups of skeletons inside. Skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, skeleton knights, skeleton archers, forming a united team. Seeing this, Suchen remembered his initial dream again. If he could also join in the fight, that would be so cool. Hey, what's that? Suchen pointed to a special skeleton deep in the gorge and asked. Just then, that guy waved his bone claw, and several skeletons stood up in front of him automatically. However, these skeletons were quite simple-minded, which matched Suchen's initial idea of skeletons, not very fast or intelligent. Oh, that's a skeleton summoner, a variant of the skeleton mage. However, as you can see, it's not very strong, Shangren introduced. Being able to summon minions, isn't that cool? No one contracts such beast tamer? Suchen asked with interest. Brother, don't joke around, that thing can't be raised. It's well known that the development of undead creatures lacks not resources but time. As the saying goes, one ghost passes down 10 generations, the person is gone but the ghost remains. Throughout history, the renowned undead beast tamers, one is crazier than the next. Most of them even turned themselves into undead. That's true, Suchen nodded in agreement. Undead creatures don't need to be fed, but they require the aura of death, not a place where living beings can stay for long. Even undead creatures cannot cultivate, they can only be raised. The longer zombies or ghosts are preserved, the stronger they become. The so-called 1,000-year zombie, 10,000-year-old ghost. Thinking of this, Suchen suddenly realized, why does he fit in so well? He has a unique lifespan, almost infinite, isn't it perfect for raising undead creatures? Contracting a female ghost, becoming an undead knight? Snoring. Dismissing this dangerous idea, Suchen still preferred something more practical, being able to summon a well-organized army of undead creatures with just a wave of his hand. However, the small skeletons in the skeleton gorge in front of him didn't seem very promising, leaving Suchen in a dilemma. The key is, how to make a contract with undead creatures, something Suchen has never learned. Since it's still early days, Suchen temporarily set aside the matter. Unable to take down the skeleton gorge for now, Suchen had to retreat with the two and explore the surroundings, looking for valuable minerals. At this point, Shangren naturally took the lead. Shangren summoned one of his beasts, the fortune cat, muttering, "Fortune, fortune, lead us to wealth." Meow. The fortune cat meowed, not moving, just looking at Shangren. Damn, didn't I just feed you? Then, Shangren threw something resembling a gold coin into its mouth. Meow. The fortune cat closed its eyes contentedly. After a while, the fortune cat pointed in a direction, the deepest part of the skeleton gorge. Damn, there are elite-level skeletons inside, I don't want to die, let's find another way. Meow. The fortune cat seemed a bit aggrieved, then reluctantly pointed in another direction. Let's go, follow me. This time, Shangren was finally satisfied, taking the lead to guide them. However, he then pushed Xiafeng to the front. Xiafeng. Shangren, what did you feed the fortune cat? A gold coin. Suchen was quite interested in this unconventional operation. Oh, that's not an ordinary gold coin, it's from the fortune tree. Fruit, let's call it a fruit, anyway, it grows on a tree. Fortune tree, where's yours? The money-making tree of the Shangren contract, Suchen has seen it. It was covered with gold coins and golden leaves, and using these gold coins for attacks, the killing power was not weak, snatching quite a few heads from Dubai. No, my rank is too low, it's not time for results yet. The gold coins picked off will dissipate in no time. These gold coins of mine are all from the money-making tree left by some ancestors. Each member of the clan has a certain quota every month. I see. This is the legacy of the ancestors, with such inheritance, as long as one doesn't act recklessly, each generation will find it hard not to prosper. The predecessors plant trees for the descendants to enjoy the shade, a moment that is vividly demonstrated. After walking for a while, Shangren led the two to a large open-air ore deposit. Second-order flame jade ore, if it's this big, it's probably worth around 50 spirit stones, a small profit. However, judging from his expression, he made at least 3 or 4 times more. After all, even the money-making gold coins had to be calculated in terms of cost. Brother, go ahead. Shangren threw the ore towards Suchen. The meaning was self-evident. Suchen felt the scorching heat emanating from the ore and said, I probably won't need this kind of fire attribute, I want to find a metal or similar to Xian ironstone. As for this, Shangren, after you sell it, exchange it for spirit stones. You take half, and the rest is split between me and Xiafeng. Since the other party contributed both manpower and resources, Suchen naturally wouldn't take all the benefits. On the other hand, Xiafeng had no objections. Alright, in that case, after we go out, I'll ask the Chamber of Commerce to help you exchange some metal ores. Well, but let me go to the library first to check which ore is better. Bro, are you learning about beast cultivation and planning on the spot? What else? Suchen retorted. Both of them were speechless. Su Chen's performance was even inferior to that of an ordinary high school graduate. He was truly a completely wild beast tamer. However, his strength was even able to defeat Xiaofeng, which was truly unbelievable. In the following days, the three of them were all on the treasure hunting path. Shang Ren, who was originally least willing to enter the secret realm, became the most excited. In his words, when others couldn't enter the secret realm, coming in early to hunt for treasures was simply a genius idea. After all, treasures in the secret realm could emerge at any time. After a long holiday, quite a few had developed. Finally, until only the direction indicated by the money cat was left, the Skull Gorge and the direction of the Black Mist Volcano Peak, the three of them reluctantly ended their active treasure hunt. In Shang Ren's words, this meant that there were no treasures worth more than 20 spirit stones in the other directions. They ate meat and left some soup for those who came later. Moreover, there was no need to use the money cat again. Next, the three of them casually traveled and shared whatever they encountered. Conservatively estimating, each person could get hundreds to thousands of spirit stones. Su Chen took the opportunity to replenish some more exotic life essence until he reached 1,000 years. Finally, on the 10th day, Su Chen received a call from Principal Lu Tongxing. "Kid, you didn't die in there, did you?" Su Chen was speechless. Could he still answer if he was dead? Was it the skeleton who answered? "Principal, do you curse your students like this? I thought you guys would come out in 2 or 3 days at most, but I didn't expect you to stay for 10 days. How is it? Have you swept everything clean inside?" It seemed that Lu Tongxing also knew about Shang Ren's abilities. It was like an extra benefit given to Su Chen, afraid that he would return empty-handed from the treasure mountain. "How could we? The most valuable things seem to be inside the gorge and on the volcano peak. We didn't have time to go there." "No time? Or too scared? Alright, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and come out. Although you are in the ordinary class, you still have to attend the opening ceremony." "Alright, we were planning to come out anyway." Among all this, the only places that Su Chen found interesting were the last 2 dangerous areas. At the moment, it's still uncertain what they are. But then again, Su Chen was actually more interested in the Skeleton Canyon. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had returned from the secret realm for 3 days. During these 3 days, apart from finding something to eat, the three of them didn't go out much. After all, being in the secret realm all the time, enduring the elements, their minds couldn't relax. After coming back, they needed to rest well. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry to go to the library to ask Aunt Wen about the next mineral requirements. It wasn't urgent for a day or two. They would first get through the so-called opening ceremony. The opening ceremony was today. Since the principal personally notified them, they had to give face to it. The three of them obediently changed into their school uniforms and headed to the designated playground. However, unlike the festive ceremonies they had imagined, the setup here was filled with solemnity. The black and white tones made Su Chen feel like he was attending a funeral. Soon, the ceremony began. "Everyone, please stand up. Before the official opening ceremony, let me introduce some seniors to you. Huan Lingji, Water Element, 6th rank 9 stars, Yan Haifeng, Healing Element, 6th rank 1 star. Huang Weiping, Water Element, 4th rank 5 stars, Jiao Xiao, Combat Element, 4th rank 2 stars. The 107 people mentioned above have all been through a year of battles against the fallen and foreign races since last year's opening ceremony until today. The battles mentioned here refer to actions such as city defense, handling secret realms, and gathering military intelligence, excluding free exploration. The foreign races mentioned here refer to all non-Daxia ethnic groups and traders. Everyone, let's observe 3 minutes of silence for them. The Xia Kingdom's military also had its own Beast Tamer Academy, but it was only for specific military units. Other departments would recruit graduates from other schools as needed. Su Chen roughly estimated that only a little over 1,000 students entered the Southern Beast Tamer Academy each year, and not all of them would graduate. More than 10% would be lost each year? Among them, there were certainly very outstanding graduates. For example, those 6th ranks were already capable of raising king-level beasts. This was just for those who sacrificed for duty, not counting the free adventurers. After the moment of silence, the principal began to speak. "This is our annual fixed ceremony, not to show off anything, just to let them know that someone will remember them. To tell you all, the current peaceful days were not obtained easily. Since the establishment of Tianan City, we have always been at the forefront of resisting foreign races. We have endured countless natural disasters and man-made calamities, but we still stand strong. The Southern Beast Tamer Academy is the only non-military school that is on full alert all year round. Our strength may not be the strongest, but we never lack the courage to fight to the death. I won't ask how you will be after graduation, but I hope that when you face the foreign races in the future, you will remember that you once belonged here." Then, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Regardless of what would happen later, at least at this moment, their blood was boiling. Next, a few leaders in charge mentioned some matters to pay attention to, and the opening ceremony came to an end. Shuchen didn't return to the dormitory but went to the library. The library was now much busier than it was half a month ago. However, there were still relatively few people entering the paid book room. Shuchen went to the same book room as before and indeed saw Antwan still there, reading the newspaper. This made Shuchen wonder for a moment if she hadn't moved at all. It wasn't until he approached and noticed that the newspaper was the latest issue that he slightly dispelled his doubts. Antwan, I won't go in to read. Can I ask questions from outside without swiping the card? Suchen asked tentatively. Credit card? Sure. Then, Suchen swiftly swiped the card to pay. After this banter, Antwan stopped reading the newspaper and asked, how is your iron-eating beast doing? Any effects? Well, it has already advanced to the second stage, and I have also realized that I need to add metal ores to its daily food. Just not sure which kind. So fast? Could it be that you've been secretly feeding my old lady Shen iron powder to amuse yourself? Absolutely not. I just used a large amount, 10 pieces of first stage Shen iron at once. Maybe, great efforts yield great results. Antwan was speechless. By the way, what's your talent? Sea-level top cultivation, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. After all, it was a fact, although it had nothing to do with Debai's advancement. Average talent, perhaps coincidentally suitable for cultivating the iron-eating beast. As for the next metal ore, any guesses? I speculate that first-stage Shen iron or second-stage materials with similar properties can be continued to be used. Also, could wind and thunder attributes work? Correct, you're very close to the standard answer. According to the cultivation notes of someone who raised a 6th-stage battle-type iron-eating beast king, minerals like Shen iron are consistent throughout. When advancing to elite level, choose one from wind and thunder, consolidate after advancement. When advancing to commander level, choose another, then you can consume treasures with both wind and thunder attributes. I see. If the other party didn't speak, Suchen wouldn't know how long it would take to figure out these insights. However, I must remind you that the other party only cultivated the iron-eating beast to the king level. There are no further records in the book. The king level corresponds to a 6th-rank beast tamer, the mid-level peak. Beyond that is the true high level, overlord, demigod, god level, which is definitely another level. Could magnetic Shen essence gold and wind thunder divine iron be these two kinds? Ha ha. When your iron-eating beast reaches the king level, its bones will naturally contain magnetic Shen essence gold. As for wind thunder divine iron, what do you think is the most important word in it? Divine? Correct. You will understand naturally when you reach that realm. Well, you've at least redeemed some points, don't waste them, read more books. With that, Antwan intended to go back to reading the newspaper. Oh, Antwan, do you know how to form a contract with the undead clan? With this living dictionary here, Su Chen had no intention of reading. The undead clan? A cultivator like you wants to contract with the undead clan? Are you planning to feed yourself to the spirits or vampires? How strange. Antwan sighed, then pointed to the bookshelf behind and said, the contract conditions and formation of most special races are in that row, find them yourself. I can't be bothered to draw them for you. Thank you, Antwan. Suchen quickly thanked her and went to find the books. Despite being teased, Suchen was still quite grateful. He spent the rest of the day in the library, simulating and sketching most of the contract formations that might be useful. Whether it was the undead or beast maidens, it was all within reach. The only problem was how to make the undead agree to the contract. For example, the more intelligent the demonic beast, the harder it was to successfully contract. After all, during the contract, genuine submission and agreement from the other party were required. Higher-level demonic beasts had open intelligence, even if threatened with their lives, it was not certain to make them agree. On the contrary, with the undead, the more intelligent they were, the more chances of a successful contract. Rather than calling it a contract, it's more like the other party is lusting after your body. Without the right skills, it's hard to resist the sexual needs of female ghosts. Those low-level skeletons without much intelligence might not even understand your intentions even if you crush them. As for higher-level undead beings, unless you completely overpower them in every aspect, you might fall into their trap. For example, a necromancer could summon a regular undead being to replace themselves at the last moment of the contract, wasting a slot for a beast companion. Then there are liches, who might betray you at any moment if you don't fully control their phylactery. After observing various cunning undead races, Suchen came to a conclusion: Debai is still the best option. However, having just one of that species is enough. He didn't want to form a team of iron-eating beasts. Moreover, his ability to accelerate lifespan seemed to align well with the undead race, so he decided to try having one at least. With this thought in mind, Su Chen returned to his dormitory only when the museum closed. Shangren, exchange all my shares for first-order mysterious iron stones or second-order mysterious iron essence. This included the distribution of treasures among the three of them, as Su Chen handed over all the materials and crystals of monsters to Shangren. No problem, but are you really feeding iron-eating beasts with minerals? Of course, that's my way of nurturing them. Ruthless, too ruthless. Being Su Chen's iron-eating beast was simply too tragic. In the following days, Su Chen waited for Shang Ren's delivery while occasionally attending some general classes. Most of these classes were about selecting and planning for subsequent beast companions. After all, at this stage, most freshmen were around the second-tier junior level, with many not having contracted a second beast companion yet, or were waiting to see if there were any convenient options after entering school. Not every freshman was as wealthy as Shangran and Xiaofeng. In fact, most were not much better off than Su Chen's family. In class, besides suggesting choices that align with one's talents, the teachers leaned towards protecting beast masters, such as beasts with full defense attributes or possession-type beasts. After all, in school, everyone followed a point-to-point approach and generally didn't attack beast masters directly. But in the wilderness or when facing ruthless individuals, no one cared about rules. The priority target for elimination would undoubtedly be the beast master. Possession-type beasts could significantly enhance a beast master's combat or escape abilities. Defensive beasts could withstand attacks, taunt enemies to draw fire, or even share life, all of which were quite practical abilities. It was generally not recommended to pursue an extreme offensive path, except for those with exceptional talents. If one had an S-level talent for long-range artillery, there would naturally be people vying to be your bodyguard. Su Chen's goal was to choose a possession-type beast as his second or third companion. Thinking about this, Su Chen remembered Lu Tongxing's spirit of empty shadows. Spatial teleportation was simply top-notch, and he really wanted it. I wonder if there's a chance to get it as a disciple of the principal? Thinking about it, Su Chen picked up his communicator and dialed the principal's number. Su Chen, what's up? I wanted to ask. About the secret realm, right? I've already arranged it. You can enter anytime. But for now, only the second-tier normal difficulty is available. Forget about the other two. No, I just wanted to ask about your spirit of empty shadows. Do you have any offspring? Where are you? I'll come to save you. In the dormitory. What's the meaning of this? You'll find out soon. With that, Lu Tongxing hung up, seeming urgent. Shortly after, Su Chen saw a flash of light and was directly teleported into his room. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Lu Tongxing. However, it was a bit different, as if it was composed of pure light, like a holographic projection. Principal, you. Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, he felt the scenery in front of him change, and in an instant, he was taken out of the room, leaving nothing behind. Then, he felt a void beneath him as he began free-falling. Now, he finally knew where he was, in the damn sky. Holy crap! With Su Chen's shout, he started a bungee jumping mode without any protection. At first, he felt a bit thrilled, but then he thought that it should be the true form of the shadow of the void, so it shouldn't harm him. Right. Then it should be fine, just like feeling a cool breeze, except the wind speed was a bit high. Su Chen simply closed his eyes, out of laziness to see himself getting closer to the ground, to avoid being scared and becoming a laughingstock. However, Su Chen wasn't scared. Instead, he scared the students below. That day, many people saw a figure falling from the sky, about to turn into a pancake, and then disappearing instantly. Some quick-witted individuals even recorded videos. Holy crap! Isn't that the daring bandit? What kind of style is that? Could it be a special training method? I want to try it too. Soon, Su Chen's bungee jumping video started circulating wildly around the school. Although Su Chen was temporarily out of the picture, his legend still lingered in the school. Principal, one more second, and I would have burped. Inside the principal's office, Su Chen slumped on the sofa, his legs weak. This incident was indeed a bit excessive. I have reprimanded it. You are fine, let it go. No, I suffered mental trauma. Su Chen was clearly aiming for compensation. Then how about 100 points as compensation? I don't want points. Then what do you want? If not, I'll make it bungee jump for you too. Letting a beast that can teleport through space play bungee jumping? Only you could come up with such an idea without even blinking an eye. I want. No, the shadow of the void is not hatched from a beast egg. It belongs to the spirits of heaven and earth. Spirits of heaven and earth? Yes, born of heaven and earth, randomly appearing, possibly only one of its kind. Not even a slight possibility? If you really want a contract with a body-attached beast, I can introduce you to some spirit beasts, combining offense and defense. And you can even play cosplay in your free time. Principal, watch fewer Beast Girl videos in your free time. Even if you don't have any spare shadows of the void, you should at least show me a way. I definitely need some self-defense power. Don't go for the beast route. Suchen stated that although he had little integrity left, it still existed. Do you think the spirits of heaven and earth are like cabbages on the roadside, asking for a way? The spirits of heaven and earth are currently unavailable, and they are not forcibly controlled by anyone. Everything requires fate. What fate? Su Chen made up his mind to get to the bottom of this. It's hard to say. Try to make the most of your strengths and characteristics. Lu Tongxing didn't want to be too blunt, to avoid discouraging him. In a world of billions of people, those who can contract with the spirits of heaven and earth can be counted on one hand. Moreover, it doesn't necessarily correlate with strength and talent. How did you contract then, Principal? I was more reckless when I was young, accidentally fell into a spatial crack. And then? Then I encountered the shadow of the void and contracted with it. That simple? Yes, so it requires fate, right? Maybe it's because I happened to fall into a spatial crack, happened to have many spirit fruits that the shadow spirits love to eat, happened to have talents and physique suitable for possession by shadow spirits. Just happened that at that time, the shadow spirit's rank wasn't too high, and just happened that I still had a contract quota, right? Do you think this counts as fate? Lu Tongxing calmly mentioned happened several times. Each happen seems simple, but when combined, wasn't it a probability of 1 in several billion? Missing one wouldn't work. Principal, I've realized it. Su Chen fell silent for a moment, then spoke. That's good then. Honestly, choose the beast spirit possession system. I can recommend a few for you. No, I think since you can do it, then so can I. Isn't it about causing trouble, exploring? Once I improve a bit more, I'll go too. Su Chen was confident about this. Lu Tongxing. No, after I said so much, did you only grasp the first point? The first point, falling into a spatial crack. Without encountering a crisis, where would the opportunity come from? Su Chen had really grasped the essence. Don't worry, Principal, I won't act without preparation, nor seek death. Oh, about the mental loss fee, let's leave it pending like before. When I figure it out, I'll come to you. Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you. Saying this, Su Chen just left without giving Lu Tongxing a chance to refuse. Brat! After leaving the principal's office, Su Chen didn't go directly back to the dormitory but took a turn to the Resource Exchange Center. Coincidentally, it was the same senior sister on duty as last time, so Su Chen went straight to her. Senior sister, I want to exchange something. Su Chen Jr. What are you doing here? Lu Shuawei was surprised. She had just finished watching the video of Su Chen bungee jumping freely from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist appeared in front of her. What's wrong? Is it strange? This person is you, right? Saying this, Lu Shuawei sent Su Chen a video clip. Yes, it's me. Long story short, I plan to contract a flying mount and am practicing self-protection measures after accidental falls. I appear to have my eyes closed, but I'm actually simulating a fainting state. Since denial was impossible, he decided to just make up a story. Is that so? Lu Shuawei couldn't distinguish between truth and falsehood for a moment. After all, what Su Chen said seemed to make some sense. It was indeed quite dangerous to accidentally fall from a flying beast. Then why did you suddenly disappear? The principal was practicing with me. Su Chen discreetly pointed upwards. Didn't I win a condition from the principal last time? This is the condition, having the principal act as my final protection measure. After all, I don't really want to commit suicide. What do you think, senior sister? Oh, I see. Lu Shuawei nodded repeatedly. Everything seemed quite reasonable now. Students who had been in the school a little longer knew that the principal had the ability of spatial teleportation and could appear behind any student who was slacking off in class at any time. He wouldn't say anything, just stand quietly behind the student until the sudden silence in the air. Junior, why did you suddenly want to contract a flying mount? It's convenient for escaping. After all, I've offended some senior students. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Exchange the remaining points I have for a second-tier promotion potion and a soul power potion. All of it? Junior, isn't it a bit early for you to exchange for a second-tier promotion potion now? Even Lu Shuawei, who was a year ahead of him, was only at the second-tier 6-star level. I'll have to exchange for it sooner or later, as the saying goes, use up everything in advance to avoid being taken away by others. Su Chen looked a bit apprehensive. Now, there were already some negative rumors about Su Chen circulating on the school's internal network. There were some seniors shouting and provoking, and Shangren was also adding fuel to the fire. Anyway, the momentum was definitely not as strong as it was over half a month ago. Well then, Lu Shuawei had no reason to say anything more and directly exchanged with Su Chen. 1 second-tier promotion potion, 8 second-tier soul power potions, totaling 360 points. In an instant, Su Chen's points were reduced to just over 10, barely enough for occasional expenses at the library. With potions and enough lifespan of a different kind, Su Chen could ascend to the 3rd tier at any time. However, Su Chen would definitely not choose to do so now. After all, there were still many things worth exploring in that 2nd-tier ordinary secret realm. Moreover, it was not meaningful for Su Chen alone to advance, as White also needed resources to keep up. Su Chen would definitely participate in the school's internal ranking competition in over a month. It was said that there were many rewards, and higher rankings received more subsidies. Since he had chosen to take advantage of the school's resources, Su Chen certainly could not miss such an opportunity. Moreover, Shang Ren's plan was steadily being implemented, and there would be a big gain at that time. The conversation between Su Chen and Lu Shuawei at the exchange center was not deliberately lowered in volume, as there were still many students around at that time. The speaker had no intention, but the listener was interested. Anyway, the news about Su Chen practicing high-altitude free fall with the help of the principal spread out like this, perfectly explaining the content of the video and somewhat calming the situation. Furthermore, neither Su Chen nor the principal came out to explain anything, as if they tacitly agreed. In addition, there seemed to be some tricks in the upcoming battle before further solidifying the matter of Su Chen wanting to contract a flying mount for easy escape and using up all his points in a clearance sale. As a result, Su Chen's reputation gradually changed from the rising star of cross-level challenges to a disgrace in the school. Many students criticized him, regardless of whether they knew him or not, they would criticize him first. Some even clamored to challenge him every time they saw him, taking away his monthly subsidy and completely expelling him from the school. Among them, Zhang Hao, who had a reversed reputation, was the most pleased. "I knew it, it's not that I'm bad, I'm doing great." Su Chen paid no attention to the outside turmoil and didn't bother checking the school forum. Otherwise, he would have to create an alternate account to criticize himself. The effect would definitely be much better than the water army Shangren hired. However, there was no need to hire any water army now, as it was all tap water. Moreover, there were even a few newcomers who claimed to be Su Chen's high school classmates, publicly exposing Su Chen's weak talent and even stating that he hadn't even taken the college entrance exam before going back home to idle away. This almost amounted to a final judgment, directly nailing Su Chen to the pillar of shame for cheating to win. Now, the only key issue was how he cheated, but no one could come up with a reason. As long as Su Chen didn't show up or speak out, they could only bark in vain. However, the most intense reactions came from this year's and last year's students, as those in higher grades were at least 3rd-tier beast tamers and were definitely too lazy to get involved in such matters. "Dude, you're too awesome, how did you convince the principal to act with you? And high-altitude falling training, that's too much. Ha ha." In the dormitory, Shangren chuckled as he handed Su Chen the 2nd-tier mysterious iron ore he needed. Acting? Su Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. He couldn't just say he wanted the principal's shadow spirit to hatch and be thrown from 10,000 meters high. "Here, a total of 20 pieces of 2nd-tier mysterious iron ore. If you need more, I have them at an internal price." "So many, can't buy this amount with that little stuff, right?" Su Chen estimated. He also glanced at the exchange price of 2nd-tier mysterious iron ore on campus, which was 10 times that of 1st-tier mysterious iron ore. With his share plus that little material, he would need about 17 to 18 pieces at most. "I've rounded up a bit for you, but rest assured, I won't lose money on my end. The internal price is definitely cheaper than the market price," Shangren assured Su Chen. True brothers settle their debts clearly, maintaining a good relationship in the long run. "Well, thanks a lot." With Shangren's help in shipping, Su Chen saved a lot of effort. "No need to thank me, this is what I do. Whenever there's business like this, just come to me." "Well, maybe in the future, I might have to rely on you, brother," Shangren sighed. "No problem." Su Chen knew a bit about Shangren's situation, mainly the competition among the branches of his large family business. From now on, Shangren would have to start honing his business skills and building connections. However, Su Chen didn't inquire further about why they were sent here. As for why Xiaofeng was here, that was an even bigger mystery, but the three of them tacitly avoided digging into each other's secrets. It seemed that Su Chen being placed in this dormitory by Lu Tongxing was intentional. Without Su Chen, perhaps one room would have remained empty. Inside the room, Su Chen summoned Dabai. Then he piled up 20 pieces of 2nd-order mysterious iron essence in front of it. "Dabai, show off your skills." "Yep. I might not be human, but you're really a dog." Although Dabai's food needed to be supplemented with mysterious iron essence, such a large amount couldn't be consumed in one go. "Let's test the hardness first, see if we can crush it." Su Chen suggested. Yip. Then, Dabai directly grabbed all the second-order mysterious iron essence and tried to mold it into a lump. Yip. However, after struggling for a while, it only slightly deformed the material, let alone molding it into a lump. Diamond body. Dark force iron sand palm. Dabai's hands turned golden, using its skills to gradually compress all the iron pieces together. Such terrifying power would already impress outsiders, requiring strong equipment to achieve. However, Dabai was clearly not satisfied. Used to having it easy before, it now faced a tough nut. Don't rush, have some water. Seeing Dabai and the iron pieces struggling, Su Chen quickly took out 2 first-order stamina potions and fed them to Dabai, as they would be useless otherwise. Yip. Dabai regained its strength and continued the struggle. Su Chen nodded approvingly, thinking that this way, he could collect some harder objects to give to Dabai to play with. There was no other purpose than to consume its energy. To avoid it practicing iron sand palm on its body all day long, consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes an additional 2 first-order stamina potions. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast exhausted all its strength every day, attempting to mold the hard second-order mysterious iron essence at will, but with minimal results. In the 5th year, diligence pays off, even the hard second-order mysterious iron essence gradually softened through continuous molding, and the iron-eating beast seemed to be contemplating something. In the 10th year, in these years, the iron-eating beast hardly practiced due to molding iron, only advancing by 1 star in realm, reaching superhuman 4 stars. However, it seemed to have reached a new level in using its strength, called force transformation. Perhaps, it still needs time to accumulate. Force transformation? Su Chen was slightly surprised. It seemed that exhausting strength every day was indeed effective. Molding the mysterious iron essence day after day for 10 years, except during acceleration, hardly anyone, human or iron-eating beast, would do such a thing. With this effort, one could directly advance to the 3rd or 4th order. High rank doesn't necessarily mean a deep understanding of strength. Need more time to accumulate? Is that a problem? Time was something Su Chen had in abundance. Dabai, have some water, replenish your brain a bit. Saying this, Su Chen fed it a second-order soul power potion. Dabai was a bit puzzled. Was the iron block in his hand, resembling a broken football, really something he had just clumsily molded? Then, with the ingestion of soul power potion, Dabai's spirit instantly multiplied, his comprehension greatly enhanced. I am truly a genius. Consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration additionally consumes 1 second-rank soul power potion, and 10 second-rank profound iron essences. Accelerating. In the 4th year, the iron-eating beast had fully grasped the essence of strength, combining it with its previous hidden strength. Now, it could lift heavy objects effortlessly, or make light objects heavy, smashing fruits into juice without damaging the peel. Skill, Hidden Strength Iron Sand Palm, Perfect Grade, Advanced to Bone Transforming Palm, Peerless Grade. In the 10th year, under the influence of the Bone Transforming Palm, the 2nd-rank Profound Iron Essence could be kneaded at will, turning into iron powder at times, or into iron foil at others. During this process, the iron-eating beast absorbed the Profound Iron Essence from its body surface, with an absorption rate close to 100%. Skill, Diamond Body Transformation, upgraded from Basic Grade to Perfect Grade. Awesome! Su Chen finally realized the ultimate reason why the iron-eating beast didn't need iron. This iron block was not for consumption but for training. Through the process of 1,000 hammer strikes and 100 refinements, the iron stone was refined into its own body. This insane training method was beyond any beast tamer's imagination. Moreover, it was excessively cruel and arduous. Who could persist for decades without knowing if there would be any results? The iron-eating beast trained to absorb iron stones on one hand and to enhance its control over strength on the other. Even Su Chen had not anticipated that his beast could currently master a peerless skill. Difficult? It didn't seem so hard, as even the 2nd-rank Dabai could master it. Simple? Letting a 2nd-rank beast continuously train and refine iron stones for decades, even using itself as the target of hammer strikes. Whether it could be achieved was uncertain, but it would definitely be insane. Dabai, try using your diamond body transformation now. Dabai didn't understand what was happening, but as long as he felt more awesome, it was fine. Then, with a buzz, Dabai's whole body emitted a dense dark golden color, no longer the original golden hue. It looked as if Dabai had been covered with a color-changing filter entirely. Thud, thud, Dabai clapped his hands, feeling like 2 solid steel pipes striking. However, when Su Chen touched him, it felt normal. At least Su Chen was satisfied with the results. Dabai no longer had any obvious weaknesses throughout his body. Both attack and defense were now completely maxed out. After resting in the dormitory for a few days, Suchen couldn't stay put and decided to explore the secret realm. Bro, take this. Before leaving, Shangren handed him a package. What's this? A mask, spray? Suchen asked in confusion. Bro, you have no idea how famous you are now. You're so famous that it's attracting trouble. It's fine if they seek trouble, but I don't want it to affect our plans, you get it. Shangren knew that with Suchen's current mastery, he would definitely go out for fun. He couldn't stop him, so he could only resort to this method. Will this flamboyant mask be useful when worn? You'll know once you try it. Also, this spray can eliminate your own scent and repel venomous insects, useful in the wilderness. Shangren had used it during their camping in the secret realm before. Alright, thanks. Suchen accepted it directly and then put on the mask. Surprisingly, the mask completely merged with his skin, at least there were no visible traces of disguise from the outside. Suchen could slightly adjust his facial features, a slight pinch and he looked completely different from before. Great stuff. Suchen praised. It's just a toy for those below second rank, even some extraordinary beast with exceptional detection skills can see through it. Shangren waved his hand and said. However, dealing with the current situation was sufficient. With preparations complete, Suchen set off. This time, he brought enough basic supplies and was determined to claim the treasures inside the Skeleton Gorge. Following the map on campus, Suchen made his way to the secret realm hall. Along the way, he could occasionally hear his name being mentioned. Even though a considerable amount of time had passed, it was surprising that people still remembered him so vividly. He casually checked the campus forum and discovered that Shangren, that guy, was not satisfied with the attention and had directly challenged all the second-tier beastmasters in the school using Suchen's name, filling several pages with insults and updating them daily. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this was clearly a deliberate provocation, possibly orchestrated by Suchen's enemies, like Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was so frightened that he kept clarifying his innocence. However, the problem arose when Suchen, as the main character, never clarified the situation, indicating his tacit approval. This led to an interesting turn of events, where regardless of whether Suchen had said those things or not, the students who were angered by the insults naturally held Suchen accountable. Even though Suchen remained hidden and avoided public appearances, he couldn't escape the school-wide competition. It had been less than a month since the start of the school year, and the ban from the city guards was still in place. Therefore, the secret realm could not be opened temporarily, and only Suchen was allowed to enter the secret realm hall. After showing his points card, the guard glanced at it and let him pass, helping him open the secret realm. Obviously, the principal's influence still held weight. The light and shadow shifted, and Suchen once again appeared in the secret realm. Without hesitation, Suchen headed straight for the Skeleton Gorge. The scenery here remained unchanged for centuries. Any sudden alterations would signify an invasion or contamination of the secret realm, a prelude to disaster. Throughout history, many secret realms that were once under control had turned into abysses of calamity. While it was manageable for lower-tier difficulties, for higher-tier challenges, there was no solution other than abandoning the city. Passing through the wolf slope, Suchen noticed that the wolf population had significantly recovered, despite nearly being wiped out last time. This was the magic of the secret realm, its resources seemed endless. Besides treasures, these monsters themselves were valuable resources. However, this time, Suchen wasn't looking to trouble these wasteland wolves. Despite killing many last time, he had only plundered some lifespan and hadn't acquired any skills. Suchen began to wonder if the difference in species was the reason for the lack of skills. Therefore, apart from a few foolish ones seeking death, Suchen couldn't be bothered with their bad luck. Under Debai's bone transformation palm, even extraordinary-level wasteland wolves were reduced to wolf soup with a single strike, leaving a lasting psychological impact on the remaining wolf pack. After a day of travel, Suchen finally arrived near the Skeleton Gorge. This time, Suchen didn't rush in recklessly, he didn't even plan to reveal himself. Finding a secluded corner, Suchen summoned Debai. Then, he instructed Debai to provoke at the entrance of the gorge. Suchen, on the other hand, acted as a secret observer, ready to recall Debai at any moment. Yip yip. Debai's provocation sounded almost cute. Swish swish. In response, 2 bone arrows were shot at Debai. Ding ding, they hit Debai, causing no harm. However, Debai was furious. Despite his anger, he remembered Suchen's instructions, provoke from the outside, don't delve deep into the tiger's den. So, Debai grabbed a football-sized rock and hurled it inside with force, even using hidden strength. Bang, the rock hit a skeleton archer right in the forehead. Killed an extraordinary level 1-star skeleton archer, plundered 11 years of alien lifespan. Plundered skill, bone strengthening, automatically comprehended by the iron-eating beast. Su Chen. I didn't expect that Dabai also has the potential to be a long-range bomber. Dabai was extremely proud, letting you sneak attack, taste my righteous retribution from the heavens. However, the skeleton army inside was in chaos. Rows of skeleton swordsmen, skeleton knights quickly lined up and charged towards Dabai. Dense bone arrows shot out from the canyon, heading straight for Dabai. In all these years, no one has ever provoked the skeleton canyon like this. After all, the highest entry level here is only second tier. Without dispatching an equally sized second-tier beast tamer army, it's impossible to provoke the skeleton canyon. Seeing the fierce momentum on the opposite side, Dabai remained expressionless, but felt a bit uneasy inside. Dabai, don't be afraid. What's your ultimate move again? Bone transformation palm, isn't that specifically used to counter these bone stick wielders? Just treat them as practice dummies. Oh, and if the time for your golden steel incarnation is running out, let me know in time. Su Chen said as he breathed heavily. Dabai nodded. Without saying anything else, when it comes to practice, it knows what to do, almost becoming instinctual. It doesn't matter, treat them as iron balls for practice. Crush them all, one by one. Thinking of this, Dabai's confidence instantly soared. The first to attack was a team of undead knights. However, they only wielded long spears and were not equipped with undead warhorses, a privilege reserved for elites. Moreover, it seems that undead warhorses are not produced here. Perhaps there were once, but they were all wiped out. After all, with the speed of undead warhorses and the killing power of undead knights, they pose a great threat to incoming second-tier beast tamer students. Once provoked, there's nowhere to run. Although the wolf pack at Wolf Slope poses a certain danger, at least it's closer to the camp and easier to call for help. The battle was about to begin. Before the white bone spears could strike, Dabai took the initiative to rise and, like a butterfly through flowers, slapped each undead knight. Then, time seemed to pause as if a pause button was pressed. A team of about a dozen undead knights all stopped moving. Then, like dominoes, they fell apart one by one. Where Dabai had slapped them, they turned into bone powder directly, causing their body structures to be destroyed. However, even when scattered into a pile of bone sticks, they were still not dead. As long as the undead fire in their heads had not been extinguished, they were not considered dead and could still fight. This scene left Dabai stunned. They were this weak? Dabai never thought that it was too strong. After all, in Dabai's memory, it was still a baby, just with inexplicably acquired instinctual training memories at times. According to Dabai's own understanding, getting stronger just by daydreaming. Crack, Dabai stomped his foot, and his skull instantly shattered. At the same time, Su Chen received a prompt to absorb the lifespan of the alien. Crack, crack, Dabai was on a roll, holding back the skeleton swordsmen who were originally planning to charge up from behind. What's this? It's abnormal. The skeleton swordsmen stopped, but the long-range troops behind them did not. Swish, 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 dense bone arrows fell like raindrops, hitting Dabai. Ding, ding, ding. Although it didn't cause much harm, it was quite annoying. Dabai was having a great time stomping on the skull, but being disturbed made him very unhappy. Then, those skeleton archers remained on the distant canyon cliffs. Dabai shielded his eyes, searched around, planning to find stones, and then discovered a large pile of bone sticks and about a dozen white bone spears on the ground. Suddenly, Dabai had an idea. Su Chen, who was behind, also saw Dabai pick up a spear and weigh it in his hand. Dabai, you can still use weapons? That's necessary, let's go. Suddenly, the spear shot out like a dragon, the long spear resembling a crossbow, piercing towards the densely packed area of skeleton archers. Boom, the long spear pierced through the skulls of two skeleton archers, then crashed against the cliff, producing a booming sound. The shattered bone spear fragments scattered onto other skeletons, causing a large rock to come crashing down. Instantly, the skeletons in that area fell and were smashed, a chaotic mess. Holy crap! Even Su Chen was somewhat shocked by this move. The power of this throwing weapon was even more impressive than some long-range skills. Dabai now possessed long-range attack capabilities in an instant. Could this be Dabai's hidden racial talent? If Dabai truly possessed such a talent, Su Chen could help enhance it in this aspect. The only issue was, where did the thrown weapons come from? While Su Chen was contemplating this, Dabai was having a blast on the other side, as if it had truly awakened a racial talent. Boom boom, over a dozen white bone spears gave it the feeling of continuous artillery fire, causing the canyon to tremble every few seconds. Su Chen continuously received kill notifications and harvested life essence. Dabai retaliated against the arrow rain from a distance, and for a moment, with the strength of a beast, it actually overwhelmed the group of skeleton archers over there. After all, you hit me without harm, I hit you and it's an instant kill. How can this be played? Roar! At this moment, from deep within the canyon, a loud roar resounded. Instantly, all the skeletons no longer hesitated and charged straight at Dabai. Dabai, are you really going all out? Can you handle it? Ing. Of course, this is just a warm-up. Saying that, Dabai threw away the last white bone spear and once again faced the enemy with both palms. Its whole body emitted a dark golden glow. Ding ding ding, the white bone sword slashed at Dabai, but not a single hair was shed. Pat pat pat, every strike resulted in a skeleton head bursting. Dabai was like a tiger among sheep. All the extraordinary level skeletons died upon contact. Those that survived were left maimed. Ing. After about 20 minutes, Suchen received a distress call from Dabai. Tired, need a break. Subsequently, Suchen directly summoned Dabai back. Looking at his remaining years of exotic life essence, 3,107 years. Suchen directly used the remainder to accelerate Dabai's recovery, consuming 7 years of life essence, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration does not require additional resources. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast conserves energy, recalling the previous great battles, seemingly just bullying the weak, without any special insights. In the third year, the iron-eating beast's level has risen to extraordinary 5 stars. In the 7th year, during these years, the iron-eating beast's combat strength seemed to have reached a bottleneck, so it decided to delve into long-range throwing abilities. In ancient times, bamboo seemed to have been a weapon rather than food. Iron-eating beast comprehends skilled long spear throw, entry level. Although Su Chen's intention was simply to help Dabai recover some strength. However, the blessing of life essence was real. It was like using the lifespan of an exotic being to cultivate oneself. Su Chen wasn't particularly concerned about Dabai's level, but the fact that it actually comprehended an entry-level long-range ability was a pleasant surprise. While Su Chen was hiding here, he had already sprayed odor-eliminating mist, so unless they saw him, those skeletons wouldn't be able to find him. Dabai's sudden disappearance briefly surprised the skeleton group. Then the remaining skeletons withdrew from the battle and resumed wandering. After the skeletons died, they left behind not only a pile of white bones but also some crystal-like undead crystals, which were not as valuable as demonic beast crystal cores. However, they were supplements for the undead race, and many skeletons had instinctively begun to forage. Dabai, continue. Ing. Just now, the loud roar inside must have come from the third-tier leader inside. Suchen didn't understand the language of the undead, but he could sense a hint of desperation. Heh, it's getting anxious. That makes it easy. Keep surrounding it. Click. The skeleton swordsman who was wandering in place, planning to pick up the undead crystal, was smashed by Dabai's palm, signaling the official start of the second round. As far as the eye could see, apart from the skeleton archers hiding in the back, there weren't many skeletons left. After all, nearly 200 had been eliminated before. In this short canyon, it was already quite dense, and even if they were all killed, they would slowly reappear after some time. Roar. This time, Dabai didn't need to waste too much energy. The elite leader inside was already unable to bear it. At this moment, the ordinary skeletons in the canyon all evaded, not wanting to get involved. Only a skeleton giant wolf over 3 meters tall slowly walked out from the depths of the canyon. Its bones were not pale but had a dark hue, resembling metal. Its body was extremely bright, except for the head wrapped in a skull, with 2 eyes revealing flames of the soul. Dabai, be careful. The opponent was a genuine elite, and Suchen didn't dare to be careless. Moreover, it might not be the only elite inside. Intuition told Su Chen that someone who could accurately command so many skeletons was unlikely to be just a pushover. Ing. Dabai, on the other hand, was confident and fearless. The skeleton giant wolf growled low, then rushed towards Dabai at full speed, intending to bite it and burst it open with its huge wolf mouth. Dabai remained undaunted, not even planning to dodge. Diamond body. Iron head skill. Since you want a bite, I'll let you bite enough. Click. There was no follow-up, as if it had stalled. In fact, it did. The wolf's mouth clamped down on Dabai's head and got stuck. The sharp teeth didn't pierce Dabai's scalp but made a clattering sound. Then, Dabai began to counterattack. He opened his palms and then clapped them together fiercely, directly hitting the wolf's head. The skeleton giant wolf tried to dodge, but with Dabai hanging on it, how could it evade? Bone transformation palm. Bang! The wolf's head didn't shatter like a transcendent-level skeleton's, but it was close. Cracks extended rapidly from where Dabai's hand struck, and the entire skeleton wolf's head could shatter into bone dust at any moment. Killed a 1-star elite skeleton giant wolf, plundered 21 years of alien longevity. With the same star level, does each tier increase by 10 years? So, killing a 9th-tier divine beast would only yield less than 100 years of longevity? Intuition told Suchen it wasn't that simple. Whoosh! Seeing the elite-level skeleton giant wolf being killed instantly, the remaining skeleton horde fell into a clear panic. Roar! At this moment, another angry roar came from deep within the canyon. After this roar, all the skeletons mobilized. The next moment, these skeletons surged towards Dabai like a tide. It seemed they intended to use a swarm tactic, overwhelming him. However, even when the skeleton horde was at its peak, Dabai wasn't afraid, so why would he care about this number? Although he had just killed an elite-level skeleton giant wolf, Dabai hadn't expended much energy. Whether dealing with elite or transcendent levels, it was all done in one move. Dealing with more enemies over a longer period would consume more energy. At this point, Suchen was also more or less at ease. Since Dabai could easily defeat elite levels, he could basically dominate this secret realm. After dealing with these small skeletons, he would go inside to see what treasures were there and what kind of creature the final boss really was. Then, you can even challenge the Black Mist Volcano. When the students who came later for internships enter, they will find that the two most threatening places have actually been subdued. No need to be polite. Suchen was fantasizing, but suddenly realized that the situation seemed different from what he had imagined. These little skeletons seemed not to be planning a desperate fight, but rather trying to escape the canyon? It doesn't matter if ordinary skeletons escape or not, the key is that the largest elite skeleton must not escape. Otherwise, Suchen, even if he gets treasures, would not be at peace in the secret realm, fearing an ambush from somewhere. Then, Suchen quickly focused his attention, staring at the emerging skeletons, looking for anything special among them. And once again, he consumed a year of the life essence of an alien species to restore Dabai's energy and strength, keeping it fully focused. The leader of the skeletons inside, with high intelligence, realized that someone here could deal with elite skeleton direwolves, which could completely devour the skeletons here. So, instead of continuing to fight, he chose to disperse and break through, preserving the spark. Perhaps, preserving the spark was a ruse, and its main goal was to escape opportunistically. Otherwise, while the rest of the skeletons were fighting, if one just ran away, it would be too strange, so they might as well all run together. In this case, it meant that the leader of the skeletons should not differ too much in size from the other skeletons, at least not like skeleton direwolves or undead night mounts. In this way, if the opponent did not show its strength, it would indeed be a bit difficult. Just then, Suchen suddenly noticed a smaller skeleton, holding something in its bony claws. Apart from its strange posture, the color of that item was blood red, quite conspicuous. What was it that it couldn't bear to discard even when fleeing for its life? Dabai, that's it. Suchen quickly reminded. Dabai nodded in understanding, also keeping an eye on that small skeleton. In Dabai's view, this skeleton emitted a faint red light all over, as clear as a light bulb in the dark night. How could it slip through unnoticed? Then, Dabai directly attacked the opponent. Bang! After the small skeleton clashed with Dabai, it retreated with force, and in its hollow eye sockets, anger-filled soul flames flickered. It had been peacefully developing here for over 100 years, so how come such a killing god suddenly appeared? Click roar! The small skeleton let out a low roar, a flash of red light in its eye sockets. Instantly, it summoned two large skeletal swordsmen between itself and Dabai. These two were clearly a size larger than the previous miscellaneous skeleton swordsmen, both elite level. Wasn't the skeleton summoner supposed to be weak? How come this guy was so powerful? If the previous skeleton direwolf was also summoned by it, then one of them was equivalent to 4 elite-level forces. Dabai, leave this little skeleton to me. At least, don't smash its skull. Dabai responded, then activated its golden steel body and charged straight at the small skeleton. Since Suchen said he wanted the opponent's head, Dabai would just go and take it. As for the two big guys in front, only a fool would engage with them. What if the small skeleton ran away? Dabai was smart. Bang bang bang, the skeletal swordsmen swung their heavy bone swords vigorously at Dabai, who didn't even bother to dodge, letting them strike, feeling ticklish. Seeing Dabai so fierce, the small skeleton was almost scared stiff and turned to run. Don't come near me! This script was quite different from what it had imagined. In the wars within the undead plane, it was always a real fight, so why wasn't the opponent playing by the rules? Dabai didn't care. Seeing the opponent about to escape, it directly struck with a bone-disintegrating palm. It didn't hit the opponent's head, but the spine. The opponent's height was not much taller than Dabai's. Looking at the skeleton, it seemed like a woman or a child in life. Whether it was original or pieced together later was unknown. Anyway, the formation of skeletons is varied. The spine of the small skeleton was shattered, and the whole body immediately fell apart, with a skull grabbed by Dabai in hand. As the small skeleton disintegrated, the two skeletal swordsmen seemed to lose the power to exist, instantly disappearing on the spot, returning to the undead plane they came from. As for the other skeletons in the canyon, they had long since disappeared. Dabai ran over to Suchen, wagging his tail, seeking praise. Dabai, well done. Easy, easy. Su Chen watched nervously, afraid that it would crush the small skeleton's head. Ing. Then, Su Chen took the skull, feeling a cold chill from his palm to his forehead, chilling. Fortunately, his physique had improved a lot, feeling no weakness at all. Next, Su Chen, with Dabai, searched among the pile of bones for valuable undead crystals, also collecting the rest of the small skeleton's bones. What's this? Su Chen pried out a red object from the clenched bone claw. It was a blood-red jade block, not large, square-shaped, seemingly containing something inside but completely sealed, impossible to open without smashing it. And the coldness was no less than the skull. Unable to understand, he decided to keep it for later. Then, Su Chen and Dabai headed into the canyon. Strictly speaking, if the canyon continued inward, it would lead to the interior of the Black Mist volcano. There might be some danger, so Su Chen remained cautious. Fortunately, until Su Chen and Dabai entered a cave deep inside, nothing unexpected happened. Not only were there no surprises, but they also didn't come across any treasures. Hey, where are my treasures? Su Chen looked around but found nothing worthy of being called a treasure. However, on the innermost rock wall, he saw a mineral of the same material as the earlier blood-red jade block, with signs of excavation. Obviously, the jade was mined from here, with a much higher purity than the remaining minerals. Dabai, come here and see if you can get it out. Regardless of its value, he decided to extract it first. Ing. Bang, the bone-dissolving palm transformed directly into a mining hand. To Su Chen's delight, Dabai dug out a large piece of blood-red ore. What intrigued Su Chen the most was that the mineral seemed unusually hard, as even Dabai's bone-dissolving palm couldn't crush it, keeping it intact. This meant that the jade block was even more complex and not easy to open. After a busy search, the only thing that could be considered a treasure was this jade stone, or more precisely, this blood-red jade block. However, for Su Chen, his interest lay more in the small skull head he held. Perhaps, these two were originally one entity? Tap tap tap. Su Chen's fingertips kept tapping on the skull head, creating a rhythmic beat. Can you communicate? Skull Summoner. Or, Undead Lord? Su Chen attempted to communicate with the skull head in his hand using his mental power. In a short while, he had figured out the connections, understanding what the blood-red jade stone was and why the small skeleton couldn't abandon it. Despicable humans, we have no quarrel, why attack my lair? A wave of anger echoed in Su Chen's mind. Whether this creature was angry because Su Chen attacked its lair or because Dabai defeated it, it was hard to tell. Either way, it just showed that this creature was somewhat childish and laughable. The beast tamer kills the anomalies, what other reason is needed? Besides, this guy can actually be considered a kind of anomalous beast tamer as well. In the life and death struggle, it's natural to first kill the key figure of the opponent. However, Dabai wasted 2 opportunities to kill elite skeletal swordsman this time. It's no big deal, as long as the main goal is achieved. Submit to me, or never rise again. I know your necromancer's command box is extremely tough. What if I throw it into the lava? Hee. You actually want to contract a necromancer? You're really bold. Don't you know that necromancers are the undead most prone to rebellion? The skull sneered. For beast tamers, rebellion means death, but as long as the command box of a necromancer is intact, they are not afraid of death. What if I directly contract your command box? Su Chen retorted. My command box belongs only to the undead god. With that, the skull fell silent, too lazy to talk to Su Chen. In its view, Su Chen's beast taming lacked martial ethics, and Su Chen was also a despicable human. With the command box in the opponent's hands, sooner or later it would be controlled by the opponent. It's better to seek death now, it's a final solution. There's no good way for the opponent to handle their command box. Perhaps there would be a chance to turn the tables in 1,000 years. Hee. The undead god? Su Chen didn't care about the skull's attitude, what truly mattered was this command box. The skull, or rather the necromancer, was just a body remotely controlled by the command box. The process was extremely complex, but the meaning was more or less the same. Su Chen never expected to encounter a necromancer here, and because they were in a second-order secret realm, this guy had little opportunity to enhance his strength or hide his command box in a more secretive place. Within this secret realm, the safest places were here and the Black Mist volcano. Unexpectedly, this place could be accessed by a single beast tamer. It could only be said that it was fate, as the beckoning cat had been indicating the presence of treasures here. Su Chen was itching to find it and couldn't stop thinking about it. Moreover, he happened to be a bit interested in undead beasts. Later, following a rather obscure book he had read before, Su Chen depicted the contract magic circle as described in the book. However, it only mentioned contracting a necromancer, not the necromancer's command box. After finishing the depiction, Su Chen placed a blood-red jade block in it. After a while, there was no response at all. It wasn't a failure, but a complete lack of response, as if it had no connection at all. If Su Chen had put the skull in, he would at least have felt its resistance. It seems wrong indeed. It seemed that research on contracting necromancers hadn't reached the stage of the command box yet. Then, Su Chen picked up the command box, placed it in his palm, and sensed it with his mental power, consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the self-contracting process. This acceleration consumes 1 second-order soul power potion. Accelerating. First year, no response from the command box. 5th year, you seem to sense a slight mental fluctuation. 10th year, the mental fluctuation inside the command box is stronger, but it seems to be just mocking you in vain. Su Chen was not discouraged. This was just a simple attempt, as long as the contracting process could be accelerated. Even if it took thousands of years, it didn't matter. It was a test of endurance. Little necromancer, I don't know what you're resisting. Haven't you experienced my strength enough? With just one beast at my side, I can sweep all of you. Follow me, I'll take you out, bid farewell to this cage, and stand at the pinnacle of the world. How about it? Su Chen knew that dealing with such stubborn individuals required some verbal firepower. Unfortunately, he didn't know any mental stimulation techniques like soul whipping, otherwise, he would have applied it directly. What have you done? The skull's thoughts were filled with an unmistakable sense of horror. In its memory, 10 years of age marks appeared out of nowhere. But it had been here all along, unchanged, with no difference in the human. How could 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye? It seems you are quite clever, or are you also an anomaly among the undead? Well then, let me demonstrate again. Consuming 100 years of lifespan, accelerating the self-contract process. This acceleration consumes 1 second-order soul power potion. Accelerating. In the first year, the spiritual fluctuations in the soul box seemed stronger, as if actively perceiving. In the 10th year, no matter how the consciousness in the soul box tried to discern or convince itself it was false, the marks of time could not be faked. In the 50th year, the consciousness in the soul box was almost mad, incomprehensible. In the 100th year, it surrendered. Just 100 years, and you surrendered? Su Chen chuckled. Who are you? The skull trembled. It seemed that this kind of acceleration was not pleasant for it. Su Chen found it amusing. Could this be a form of torture? But Big White didn't seem to have such side effects. It was easy to understand. Su Chen's acceleration on Big White was like a river carrying a boat forward, providing propulsion. But when applied to the Lich, it was like a stubborn rock in the river, constantly eroded by time, making no progress itself. Could it not go mad? Moreover, this effect only targeted its spirit, having no impact on its remaining lifespan. It was simply terrified. Who am I? Just a beast tamer who will lead you to the peak. If you don't believe me, I can show you once more. Watch closely. Consuming 3 years of lifespan, accelerating self-cultivation. This acceleration has no additional resource consumption. Accelerating. In these 3 years, you simply practiced normally, without consuming extra resources, keeping your cultivation realm within a reasonable range. Your rank has increased from second order 1 star to second order 3 stars. Lich skull. Mom, come out and see the immortal. This thought was a true reflection of its inner desires. With this ability, why bother cultivating when you can reach 9th order in minutes? However, this human was a beast tamer, so advancing in rank seemed of little use, requiring the help of beasts. Are you a reincarnated deity? No, but I have the ability to lead you to the divine level. Hong Yu is willing to submit. Hong Yu? Is that your name from your past life? No, it just happened that this blood-red jade suitable for a soul box appeared here. After successfully advancing to Lich, I gave myself this name. Sounds sentimental. Well, let's stick with that name. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to come up with a new name. Now, I will renew our contract. However, since I don't want to raise your rank to the 3rd level for now, I'll have to downgrade you. Any issues? None, it will just seal my elite Lich powers, reverting me to a transcendent level skeleton summoner. And I will lose my territory in the undead plane. The elite subordinates will also be automatically dismissed. Are all your 3rd rank skills summoning based? No undead spells? Su Chen asked curiously. If it unleashed some undead spells, perhaps it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. I come from a skeleton summoner background, not very skilled in undead spells, but I can summon bone shields, bone spikes, and the like. Hong Yu said awkwardly. What's the deal with the undead plane? Before making a pact with this Lich, Su Chen needed to fully understand its abilities and all information. For necromancer summoners, summoning undead creatures means forming a summoning contract with the undead plane. After the summoning period ends, they will return to the undead plane to continue their battles and growth. Of course, death is also a possibility, not as peaceful as the beast space. Initially, only undead creatures of lower ranks than oneself would respond to the summons. Later, if these undead creatures do not die, they may grow to the same rank as oneself. In my undead plane territory, I have over 30 elite-level skeletal soldiers, accumulated over the past few decades. However, my mental strength only supports summoning around 2 at a time. It took decades to reach elite level, Suchen couldn't help but comment. One could only say that undead creatures lived quite comfortably. So, if you were to descend to the transcendent level, you could only summon awakening-level skeletal soldiers and then gradually enhance them? Yes, it would take a long time. Time is of no concern. Suchen had an abundance of time. After all, most of these anomalies had just been plucked from skeletal bodies. Alright, let's proceed with the contract now. What I want is unconditional trust and obedience. Do not waste the only chance you have in this lifetime. Yes, I understand. The same contract formation as before? Suchen asked the skeletal head for confirmation. Yes, place the command box on it, and I will completely release all restrictions on the command box. Since Hong Yu had made up her mind, she would not back down. As mentioned earlier, the higher the intelligence among the undead, the easier it was to form a contract. Apart from those with ulterior motives, there were also those genuinely willing to follow the beast tamer wholeheartedly. Whether working alone or with a beast tamer, the undead always had clear goals. In their long and slow lives, they understood persistence the best. Are you sure you want to form a beast contract with the skeletal lich? This was a conscious rather than written form of communication that reached Suchen's mind. Every beast tamer would receive such a mental prompt when forming a contract. It was as if a god of contracts was overseeing the execution of each contract. Naturally, Suchen had no issues. As long as it was a beast contract, he was in. Confirmed. Contract established. In an instant, a magical formation enveloped the lich's command box, which then flew into Suchen's forehead. Suchen initiated internal vision and saw the command box securely entering the second beast space. However, besides an invisible bond with the command box, the connection that was even closer was with the skeletal head outside. At this moment, it had been demoted to 3-star transcendent level, Beast Tamer, Mutated Skeleton Summoner Hong Yu, Accelerated, level, Transcendent 3-star skills, Skeleton Summoning Mastery, can summon up to 2 skeletal soldiers to serve oneself simultaneously. When no specific allegiance is specified, the soldiers are random. Bone Strengthening Mastery Bone Shield Technique, Novice Level Bone Spike Missile, Novice Level Loyalty, 90% Mutated? Perhaps that was why it advanced to a lich, possessing unique potential. Overall, after advancing from elite to transcendent level, the skills remained mostly unchanged, with the biggest loss being the elite skeletal soldiers in the undead plane. It was like Suchen suddenly lost dozens of elite-level henchmen. It was an unavoidable situation, they would have to be nurtured slowly. However, with loyalty not at its maximum, something had to be done to shake it up a bit. So, Suchen first took out the remnants and broken bones left by Hong Yu and placed the undead crystal he had picked up on the ground, consuming 100 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth process of the mutated skeleton summoner. This acceleration consumed a certain amount of undead crystals. Accelerating. In the first year, the mutated skeleton summoner began to try to restore his body. Due to the preservation of most of his limbs and the nourishment of the undead crystals, the recovery was quick. Loyalty increased to 100%. In the 34th year, the mutated skeleton summoner's level rose to extraordinary peak, realizing that all skills were useful. Bone Shield Technique and Bone Spike Missiles were both upgraded to mastery level. In the 76th year, the mutated skeleton summoner focused entirely on practicing skeleton summoning, achieving perfection in the skill, gradually accumulating a mixed team of over 200 extraordinary level skeleton troops, half of which were long-range skeleton archers and skeleton mages. In the 100th year, the skeletons under the mutated skeleton summoner's command gradually established a stable territory in the undead plane. Although war was constant, they finally stood firm. This was closely related to the development strategy you formulated, prioritizing the advancement of cutting-edge long-range forces. Under the mutated skeleton summoner's command, there were already 50 extraordinary peak skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages. Master, this is truly amazing. Hong Yu regained her body, treating Suchen like a deity. Although only a moment seemed to have passed here, her body, cultivation, territory in the undead plane, and subordinates had all genuinely accumulated over 100 years. The rapid development was due to Suchen exhausting all the undead crystals obtained here to create a top-notch long-range force. This is just the beginning. Once I finish my tasks outside, I will promote you to Elite Lich immediately, and your subordinates will also be able to advance. Thank you, Master. The perfect skeleton summoning skill could summon up to 4 types of skeleton troops at a time, depending on the amount of spiritual power Hanyu consumed. If she depleted her spiritual power each time and let Shuchen accelerate her recovery with his lifespan, theoretically, she could keep summoning indefinitely. It was a bit different from Shuchen's imagined skeleton sea, but for now, it would do. In battles of the same rank, while others could have at most 2 extraordinary level beast tamers, Hanyu could summon 4 extraordinary peak skeleton archers right from the start, besides Big White who could instantly kill elite level ones. Not enough with 4? Then keep summoning. How would others play against that? Moreover, Hanyu had not been fully developed yet, so there were still many areas to explore and improve. In any case, Shuchen's previously obsessed group attack tactics had made some progress, alleviating his fear of insufficient firepower. By the way, since you've been here for so long, do you know what's happening on the volcano summit outside? With this place resolved, Shuchen only had 1 target left. However, he wasn't particularly interested in just a 3rd rank elite beast. I haven't been outside since my consciousness was born here, so I'm not very clear. Is this kind of or still useful to you? Saying this, Shuchen took out the ore that seemed to burn like molten lava. This ore seems to contain a special aura that can trigger mutations. It's better for the master not to touch it too much. I suspect that my lich talent comes from this. If it were a pure gemstone, it would be useful to me, but this one has too many impurities, so I only refined the essential part into a command box and left the rest here. Trigger mutations? It's not some kind of radioactive radiation, is it? At this point, Shuchen suddenly brought up science and quickly stored the ore in his storage ring. After going out, he would show it to Shangren. Since it can cause red jade to mutate, it must have some practical value. As for the origin of the ore, red jade is also unclear about it. Ever since memory began, this piece of stone has been embedded in the rock wall. Bit by bit, it was gradually dug out. It may have been squeezed out from the interior of the mountain due to volcanic activity. It was not early, and Shuchen planned to rest on the spot for the night. Camping in this original boss cave, there was no safer place than here. The next day, when Shuchen woke up, many skeleton soldiers appeared in the canyon again. It's unclear if they had escaped earlier or if they had been generated overnight. If it's the latter, this place is truly a very gloomy place. Excessive gloominess will attract undead from the undead plane. With red jade here, all the little skeletons avoided him, not daring to be unruly. Shuchen was too lazy to kill these little skeletons again, leaving them as firewood. Maybe there would be mutant creatures in the future. Today, his goal was to advance towards the Black Mist volcano and see what was going on over there. Last time, the 3 of them deliberately avoided the direction of the Black Mist volcano's peak while treasure hunting. In the school network introduction, black skull heads were used as a warning here. Even senior students who had advanced to the 3rd or 4th rank as beast tamers were deeply taboo about the Black Mist volcano. Obviously, when they were at the 2nd rank, this place was also off limits to them. On the mountain road, there were danger warning signs everywhere, forming a circle. Attention, elite level monsters frequently appear ahead. Warning, teams of fewer than 5 people are prohibited from going up the mountain. Danger warning, a 5-person team at the peak of the 2nd rank was once wiped out here. There were warnings in the canyon before, but not as many as on the volcano. It was almost like someone shouting in your ear, "Danger, get out quickly." However, Shuchen was known for not listening to advice. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. That's how reckless he was. It wasn't because Shuchen was not afraid of death, quite the opposite. In all directions, there were small teams of 10 extraordinary peak skeleton soldiers responsible for danger warnings in each direction. The only cost was a few years of the lifespan of the mutants to help Red Jade recover her mental strength. With such a force configuration, no extraordinary monster dared to come and provoke them. Those who dared to come could only be elite monsters. According to the information already obtained, the monsters here were mainly rock and flame types, including rock giants, lava monsters, lava behemoths, smoke spirits, and so on. The number of monsters was not actually large, but due to the terrain and resources here, it was easy for lava-type monsters to advance to elite levels. Roared boom 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 accompanied by a loud roar and gradually approaching footsteps. Shuchen knew that he had finally entered the territory of an elite monster. A completely black lava behemoth, with magma flowing on its body, was charging towards them. "Master, be careful, it has long-range skills." Shuchen stopped in his tracks. "Kill it for me." "Yes." "Ing." In an instant, the skeleton swordsman in front held his sword forward, blocking the path, while the skeleton archer behind began firing at full force. As for Dabai, he also took the initiative to meet it head-on. Everything else was just a distraction. The real fatal blow would definitely come from Dabai. Bang bang, the lava behemoth swung its rocky fist, knocking the skeleton swordsman blocking its path away. However, its own footsteps also paused for a moment. Ding ding ding, intense bone arrows continuously attacked its body joints, causing minimal damage but extreme humiliation. Roar! Skill lava eruption. In an instant, 2 miniature lava volcanoes emerged amidst the skeleton archer teams on both sides, followed by a violent eruption of magma. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, 4 or 5 skeleton archers couldn't dodge in time and were directly melted by the lava, while the remaining ones were also scorched. Impressive! This skill is almost a one-hit kill for most transcendent beings. With poor formation and positioning, this move could wipe out a second-tier beast tamer team in an instant. No wonder the danger level here is at its peak. The key is, second-tier students don't really need to come here and seek trouble. It can be said that over the years, whether it's the Skeleton Gorge or the Black Mist Volcano, monsters inside have had a stroke of bad luck encountering Su Chen. Dabai. Taking advantage of the lava behemoth's attack gap, Dabai had already approached its body. Facing this little 1/10 of its size in front of it, the lava behemoth didn't even bother to look. Their levels were not as high as the skeleton crew, easily crushed underfoot. Ing. Feeling the contempt from the lava behemoth, Dabai got angry. Steel body. Bone fist. Jump up, little hands hitting your chest. Crack, snap. After a palm strike, Dabai somersaulted in the air, then landed steadily with its back to the lava behemoth, not even bothering to look at it. Slowly walking to Su Chen's side, it displayed the demeanor of a master. Roar! Splash! The lava behemoth roared halfway, then abruptly stopped. Its whole body then crumbled like decayed wood, turning into a pile of rubble. Killed Elite 2-star lava behemoth, plundered 22 years of alien life essence. Unlike skeletons, a lava behemoth couldn't regenerate as long as a single skull remained. With one strike, Dabai directly destroyed its lava heart, instantly killing it, even easier to deal with than the skeleton direwolves. Impressive, Dabai. Ing. Su Chen praised not Dabai's strength, but its self-show-off power. Afterwards, Hongyu reorganized the team, sending the injured skeleton soldiers back to the undead plane for recovery, then summoning a new team. With Su Chen's accelerated recovery, Hongyu could summon almost endlessly without depletion. No undead summoner from the main plane could achieve this. Regardless of level and strength, even the strongest have limited mental strength and cannot ignore the time needed for recovery. While waiting for the pile of rubble to cool down, Su Chen rummaged through it and found valuable loot, a third-tier lava crystal core. Just this one was worth 300 to 400 spirit stones. Onward! Su Chen waved his hand grandly, resembling a bandit entering a village. Today, he wanted to see how many elite creatures had accumulated here over the years. He planned to clear them all out at once, as he had no intention of coming back later. After that so-called probing test, he intended to advance to the third tier, give them a little speed shock, and then explore other difficult mysteries. Soon, Su Chen encountered the second elite creature, the rock giant. However, its route was somewhat similar to Su Chen's mass brawling. The moment they collided, the rock giant activated its skill, puppetry, summoning a group of transcendent rock puppet minions. However, these rock puppets were not summoned from another plane but were locally sourced, condensed from the rocks here. Once their time was up, they turned back into a pile of rubble. The key was, killing these summoned creatures yielded no spoils. Killing the summoned rock puppets yielded no spoils, not even life essence to plunder, which Su Chen couldn't tolerate. Enemies could be strong or weak, but they couldn't be poor. So, as usual, the remaining skeleton soldiers served as support and decoys, while Dabai executed the beheading tactics. This rock giant, besides its puppetry being somewhat interesting, doesn't have any other special skills. It only has skills like rock spike and rock throw, nothing too impressive. After Big White shattered the rocks thrown at it with one palm, the sky clearly hesitated for a moment. Then, Big White went straight up and, once again with one palm, crushed its rock core. Killed a 3-star elite rock giant, plundered 23 years of alien lifespan. Continue. After picking up a third-order earth crystal core, Su Chen ordered to continue advancing. After Su Chen entered the range of the Black Mist volcano, he didn't see much vegetation. Everywhere he looked, it was all dark rocks or volcanic soil. It seems like this is indeed an active volcano. As Su Chen ascended higher, the visibility gradually decreased, as if a layer of black mist had descended. Along the way, Su Chen killed 5 elite monsters. They were all slow-moving big guys like rock giants and lava behemoths, and meeting Big White was like meeting their nemesis. Not to mention their bodies being made of rocks, even if they were made of steel, they wouldn't be effective. He harvested 5 third-order monster crystal cores, worth nearly 2,000 spirit stones, almost the same as last time. Su Chen hadn't expected there would be so many before coming up, and he had only reached halfway up. It's just because these elite monsters have a bit of territorial awareness, they didn't all rush at once. Otherwise, if he were surrounded by a group of elite monsters, Su-chen wouldn't be able to withstand it. As the altitude continued to rise, the visibility decreased even more, making Su-chen a bit nervous. He wasn't afraid of a head-on confrontation, but he was afraid of elite monsters launching sneak attacks. Even Big White could only kill one at a time, and the time in between was a potential danger for Su-chen. However, what surprised Su-chen was that after he went up a bit further, he didn't encounter a single monster. This was obviously abnormal. According to the previous frequency, he should have encountered 2 or 3 by now. Not only did he not encounter elite monsters, but there were no transcendent ones either, as if they had all collectively disappeared. Damn, could they be planning something big? Although Su-chen wanted to see what was happening at the mountaintop, it didn't mean he wanted to die. Master, I think we shouldn't continue, or maybe I should control the skeletons to scout ahead. At this moment, Hanyu communicated with Su-chen through the power of the contract. Alright, you go ahead and investigate. Then, Su-chen found a large rock to rest behind, while Hanyu directed a team of 5 skeleton swordsmen towards the mountaintop. Click, click. After a while, Hanyu suddenly shuddered as if she had a chill. This situation indicated that the skeleton squad connected to her consciousness had encountered something unexpected. Indeed, with a lingering fear, Hanyu reported the results of the investigation. Master, there's a situation up there. There are elite monsters present, more than one. The 5 skeleton swordsmen were instantly killed. Are they clustering together, very close? Yes, the area at the mountaintop is not large, and there's also a volcanic vent. That's strange. Shouldn't they be fighting among themselves first? If they were all lava behemoths, it would be fine, but if they were elite monsters of different races, they wouldn't be so close. No, in any case, it's quite mysterious. Continue investigating, one is enough, focus on what they're up to. Saying this, Su-chen used a year of lifespan to restore some mental strength to Hanyu. Yes. Then, a transcendent skeleton archer was sent over. This type of skeleton had better eyesight and was more agile. After a while, a furious roar echoed from the mountaintop. Obviously, being disturbed continuously by the skeletons had enraged the elite monsters at the mountaintop. Su-chen felt a glimmer of joy in his heart. He wasn't afraid of your anger, he was afraid of you having no reaction at all, then he would be at a loss. Master, I suggest we retreat quickly, at least to halfway down the mountain. What's wrong? Up there are at least 30 elite-level demon beasts. What are they doing? Team building? They should be cultivating, or perhaps absorbing the same aura as the blood-red jade blocks, causing them to undergo some mutations to varying degrees. I sense that the rocks in the crater contain the same scent as that ore. No wonder. So, what would happen if I take out that ore? Su-chen instantly thought of a certain tricky move. I suggest not doing it here, at least. It's safer to go a bit further down. Makes sense, we need to plan this out properly. With that, Su-chen began to retreat towards the mountainside. Now that he was sure of what was going on up there, Su-chen had a plan. Moreover, with 30 elite-level beasts, wiping them all out would yield tens of thousands of spirit stones. Even in a third-order secret realm, such a stroke of luck was not easy to come by. Later, Su-chen retreated to a spot between 2 rock walls on the mountainside. The path here was relatively narrow, allowing only 1 or 2 demon beasts to pass at a time. If the elite-level demon beasts above really came rushing down, Su-chen could judge the quantity by their movements and have enough time to retreat without being surrounded. However, the sky darkened at this moment, so Su-chen decided to rest for the night and wait until daylight to act. The night passed uneventfully. With the red jade, the skeletal summoner, on guard, Su-chen had no worries about outdoor alerts. A spray of insect repellent could be used to set up a tent camp anytime, anywhere. On the Black Mist volcano, apart from the elite-level demon beast group at the mountaintop, the other small fry had long since disappeared. The next day, just as Su-chen was about to take out that ore, he suddenly remembered something. Red Jade, I need to borrow your life box for a moment. With that, he directly summoned the blood-red jade stone life box from the second beast taming space. Will this level of stimulation be too much for them? Before Red Jade could finish speaking, there was a sudden rumble from the mountaintop. Roared boom. Obviously, his words were immediately proven true. Oh no, quickly put it away. Red Jade hurriedly reminded, it was really a matter of life and death. Probably even the witch demon had never thought that the life box had such an effect. Well, send a skeleton to watch the path. Su-chen wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and quickly retracted the life box. Unexpectedly, the effect was a bit too much. If all 30 elite-level beasts were suddenly attracted, he would have to run first. Then, Su-chen took out the ore and threw it on the ground. This thing might be radioactive, and Su-chen didn't want to get too close. However, after 5 minutes passed, nothing happened. It seemed that those elite-level demon beasts were not interested in this impure ore. Damn, were they picky eaters? Red jade, is the difference between these two so significant? In Su Chen's view, they were almost the same, and the ore was much larger than the life box. The life box is the essence of essences, and it was reduced to this size after I refined it. Red jade said somewhat awkwardly. Alright, I don't believe I can't handle them. With that, Su Chen summoned the life box again. Roar! Then, Su Chen retracted it once more. 5 minutes later, Su Chen summoned the life box again. Roar roar! Su Chen retracted it again. Unfortunately, Red Jade was just a skeleton, without a physical body. Otherwise, at this moment, it would surely be struggling to swallow its saliva, rendered speechless by Su Chen's tricky maneuvers. Even at this moment, the fire of its soul in its eyes was wildly flickering, revealing inner unrest. Master, there's movement ahead. Finally, Hong Yu alerted. I see. In Su Chen's eyes, 2 trails of smoke and dust were rapidly approaching their direction. In other directions down the mountain, there were also smoke and dust, but the demonic beasts did not sense any presence and turned back. Only here, the ore Su Chen had thrown aside finally played a role, attracting the attention of those 2 elite demonic beasts. Although the ore couldn't compare to the life box, it was definitely better than the volcanic ash on the mountaintop. Su Chen stepped back again and then threw the ore at Debai's feet. Yip? You're quite the dog. Debai, can you take down one first, then the other? Yip? Debai was speechless, then focused on the enemies approaching. At this moment, Su Chen also saw the forms of the 2 elite demonic beasts, a lava giant and a lava snake. However, they were different from the ones encountered before. The previous lava creatures, although charred on the surface, had magma inside that was fiery red like blood. But these 2, their colors were not quite authentic. The magma they exuded was a dark color, resembling blackened blood. Su Chen had been worried about becoming their target, but they didn't even spare him a glance, heading straight for Debai, or more precisely, for the ore. Han Yu, is this thing's attraction really that strong? Su Chen was puzzled, as the skeletons seemed to have no reaction to the ore. I speculate that this kind of ore has a far greater impact on living beings with flesh and blood consciousness than on undead. At least, I never felt it was indispensable from start to finish. The skeletons in the canyon also had no special reaction. Su Chen pondered while keeping an eye on the battle. Vaguely, he felt that both the ore Hong Yu obtained and the situation on the mountaintop were not quite right. Even with his strength, he had to be cautious. For any other team, even a squad or more, encountering such a situation would leave them no way out. It was as if a time bomb had been installed on the mountaintop, ready to detonate at any moment. On the other side, the battle had already begun. The first to clash with Debai was the lava snake, its speed faster than the following lava giant. Hiss roar! The lava snake swung its tail, intending to knock Debai aside and then enjoy the ore alone. Crack! Debai's palm met the snake's tail with a dull sound. Then, Debai took a few steps back to dissipate the force. As for the lava snake, it writhed on the ground, roaring in anger. Its once extremely hard lava rock tail became soft and limp. Cracks appeared on it, and magma flowed out like blood. Roar! The lava snake suddenly opened its mouth wide, spraying high-temperature magma towards Debai like a water gun. Sizzle sizzle sizzle! Debai dodged repeatedly, but couldn't avoid being affected. The diamond body was fully activated, no harm done, but the high temperature still made Debai uncomfortable. Currently, all its attributes were focused on physical defense, lacking particularly strong defenses against energy and elemental attacks, relying solely on its physique to resist. In terms of heat resistance, Debai's magic resistance attribute was the strongest. After all, in the memories of accelerating the iron sand palm practice, Debai had been able to heat the iron sand to a glowing red. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly accelerated time by a year to help Debai recover. The burns on Debai's body instantly healed as if they were never there. Yip! With its status instantly restored, Debai had no reason to hold back, just charging ahead. Then, Debai, enduring the scorching magma, rushed towards the lava snake. A section of the lava snake's tail was completely shattered, the massive tail becoming a burden that severely hindered its movements. Seeing the little creature fearlessly charging towards it through the magma, a hint of fear flashed through the almost frenzied eyes of the lava snake. No matter how the lava snake writhed, it had to endure what it must. Crack, crack, crack! Big White couldn't find the weak spot of the lava snake, its large head twisting and turning. So, Big White had to move along the snake's body, striking it section by section. Finally, when hitting a certain spot, the wildly dancing lava snake instantly stiffened as if acupunctured, then crumbled into a pile of rubble. Killed the Elite 2. 5-star demonized lava snake, plundered 11 years of alien lifespan. Plundered skill, flame resistance, iron-eating beast, mutant skeleton summoner have automatically comprehended. Su Chen. Demonized? Why is the plundered lifespan halved? No need to ask, it's definitely related to this demonization. However, being able to plunder another skill is quite satisfying. Consumed 10 years of lifespan, accelerated the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration does not require additional resource consumption. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast realized its resistance attributes were insufficient, but with only the flame resistance skill, it could only train its heat resistance for now. In the 5th year, the iron-eating beast's heat resistance reached a new stage. Simply put, getting burned more made it more resilient. Skill, flame resistance, upgraded from basic to mastery level. In the 10th year, the iron-eating beast reached the extraordinary 6-star level. At this stage, flame resistance cannot be further improved solely through willpower, perhaps requiring appropriate resources. Mastery level is sufficient for now. However, with more lava attribute monsters to deal with soon, Su Chen still wanted to enhance it further. As the battle between Big White and the lava snake ended, the lava behemoth caught up, not joining the fight but picking up ore from the ground and stuffing it into its mouth. Roar, ingesting the ore seemed to make it even more ferocious. It then turned its gaze towards Su Chen, then slowly towards the lava snake, specifically towards a blood-red monster crystal within its remains. That thing, purely from its color, resembled a pure blood-red gemstone. Big White, kill it! Su Chen was furious, daring to covet his spoils of war, asking for death. Yip! 10 years of acceleration had restored Big White to its former state and increased its strength. Bang! Big White's bone-crushing palm clashed with the lava behemoth's fist, sending stone chips flying. Subsequently, the lava behemoth's arm was directly severed in half. However, as if feeling no pain, the lava behemoth continued its frenzied attack. Bang, 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 the mountain of rocks was pockmarked from the impacts. Bang! Finally, seizing the opportunity, Big White, following previous experience, directly imprinted a palm on the lava behemoth's chest. Roar! Instantly, a massive hole appeared in the lava behemoth's chest, black magma blood flowing out, revealing a shattered heart. But this guy still wasn't dead. Yip! Even Big White was astonished, encountering for the first time an elite monster that didn't perish from a single blow to its vital spot. Roar! The lava behemoth struggled for a moment, blood running dry, and eventually fell to the ground dead. Killed the elite 2-star demonized lava behemoth, plundered 2 years of alien lifespan. Su Chen originally thought that having the lifespan of the demonized lava snake was already outrageous, but didn't expect there were experts. This elite monster was directly reduced to the same level as an awakening level? Single-digit lifespan, just enough to give to beggars. Although Su Chen's extraordinary lifespan is more than he can use, with over 3,000 years remaining, it doesn't mean he's willing to take this loss lying down. Subsequently, Su Chen picked up the crystal cores dropped by 2 elite-level demonic beasts. From the outside, they looked similar to ordinary demonic beast crystal cores, but their colors were noticeably brighter, like blood. Moreover, they carried a faint sense similar to that of ore. Damn, I hope this thing has some value. Su Chen would be at a loss if it didn't. As for the ore swallowed by the lava behemoth, Su Chen also found it among its remains. The entire piece had shrunk significantly, mainly because many impurities on the outer layer had been digested and dissolved, showing signs of transforming into pure jade. Unexpectedly, the lava behemoth had such a function. If he had known, he would have taken his time killing it, perhaps further purifying the ore. Buzz, buzz, just then, Su Chen's communicator suddenly vibrated. Glancing at it, he saw it was his forgotten superior, Wu Yan. Captain, why are you suddenly looking for me? Is there an urgent mission? Su Chen answered directly. Officially, he was still a member of the city defense army, so if there was a mission, the other party had the right to summon him. There's no urgent mission for a newly promoted second-tier freshman like you. Your task is to focus on your studies. Wu Yan replied. Su Chen, according to his personal information, that level 2 classified secret mission wasn't described like this. Understood, Captain. By the way, how did you know I was promoted to the second tier? Not only do I know you've been promoted, but I also know you're currently in the secret realm of Tianan Academy, and you've even killed demonic beasts. Captain, are you spying on me? Spying my ass? Look at your military merits. I've been getting notifications because of you. What does that mean? Su Chen quickly opened his communicator's personal information. Su Chen, editable, rank, external member military merits, 1592, click to redeem. Su Chen? What's going on? Even with this, it's because you're an external member, so there's a discount. Tell me, what have you been up to? Your military merits have skyrocketed, almost matching what I'd get for resolving an unstable secret realm. Currently, Tianan City was relatively peaceful, so the only way to accumulate military merits was through the school's secret realms. Otherwise, even if the school was invaded, Su Chen wouldn't have the chance to gain merit. Su Chen then checked his military merit records: killing a transcendent level demonic beast, military merit +1, killing a transcendent level demonic beast, military merit +1. During peacetime, military merits for killing beasts in secret realms were scarce. Killing an elite-level demonized demonic beast, military merit +500. Killing a semi-demonized elite-level demonic beast, military merit +500. Reminder: if evidence of the invasion of the Abyss of Calamity is found and reported, additional military merits will be granted at discretion. Invasion of the Abyss of Calamity? Finally, Su Chen understood what the Orin demonized demonic beasts represented. The Abyss of Calamity. A catastrophe shared by all humanity. It might even force the school to relocate. Among all military merits, those related to the Abyss of Calamity were undoubtedly of the highest priority, regardless of peace or war. Captain, before we get to business, can you tell me why you received a notification when I gained military merits? Do you get a cut too? Is it true? Damn, I recommended you. If you achieve something, can't I benefit a bit too? Stop the nonsense and get to the point. It's possible, and it's serious. By the end, Wu Yan's tone had become serious. Here's the thing. I was exploring the secret realm, and I happened to kill 2 elite-level demonic beasts. Oh, and my beast companion has also transcended, so it's reasonable for it to slay elite-level demonic beasts, right? Reasonable. My ass. However, Wu Yan no longer had time to pursue this matter. No, even if it's not in a secret realm but in the city, you wouldn't receive so many military merits just by slaying an elite-level demonic beast. Moreover, you didn't even submit any materials. As Wu Yan spoke, his voice gradually lowered, evidently realizing something. Damn, you're not trying to say that the ones you killed were demonized beasts, right? Wait, don't answer yet. Are there others around you? No, just me. The principal granted me special permission to enter. Good, our communication is encrypted, it can't be monitored. You can speak now. Captain, is it really that serious? Su Chen felt that Wu Yan was more concerned about guarding against certain individuals rather than the invasion of the abyssal abyss. I didn't expect you to gain anything. Studying and minding your own business would have been fine, but unexpectedly, you stumbled upon something significant by chance. You can't just stand by now. Captain, you guessed right. I did indeed slay 2 elite-level demonized beasts. Additionally, I found a piece of ore that seems to be very attractive to those demonized beasts. Since the other party had guessed, Su Chen saw no need to deny it. Abyssal source ore? Wu Yan's tone couldn't hide his astonishment. Then he realized, wait, according to the assessment back then, it's unlikely for this secret realm to evolve into the abyssal abyss. Describe the ore in detail again. It's entirely blood red, and after demonized beasts devour it, their crystal cores also turn as red as blood. That's fine, it's just abyssal blood jade, easily causing demonization in beasts. Wu Yan's tone became incredibly relieved. It seemed like he had prepared for the whole building to collapse, only to find out that it was just a hole in the roof. Abyssal blood jade. Su Chen didn't understand, but just by the name, he could sense the bloody nature of the item. Prolonged contact with it is harmful to the human body, but it can stimulate the potential of demonized beasts by overdrawing their life force. Moreover, this thing only exists in very mature abyssal abysses, formed from the flesh and blood of creatures inside. Guess how abyssal blood jade could appear there? Man-made, to target the students of the academy. The answer wasn't hard to guess. Su Chen felt like he had uncovered a massive conspiracy. If timed well, it could potentially wipe out most of the second-tier students of Tianan Academy. Just attract a few elite-level demonized beasts, block the entrance and exit of the secret realm. From an ordinary difficulty, it instantly turns into a hellish level. Well done, Su Chen, congratulations on your great achievement. I might even level up following your success. However, the mission is only half complete, the other half remains. Captain, you don't want me to catch the mastermind behind this, do you? Su Chen was speechless. He just wanted to study well and make some easy money. He never intended to be a hero. Setting up such a big scheme within the Academy's secret realm couldn't be the work of a simple faction. Perhaps, there were spies from the other side even in his own class. With so many students, teachers, and even guards watching over the secret realm, Su Chen felt like no one was trustworthy anymore. If his role in this was exposed, he figured it would be best to run away early. Don't worry, they are just rats in the gutter. They can't stir up much trouble, only resort to such despicable means. Since the captain arranged for me to enter the academy, there must have been prior intelligence in this regard, right? Yes, on one hand, there are several important figures in Tianan Academy this year that need protection, and on the other hand, we did receive information about someone planning harm against the Academy. However, we can't determine the exact methods or timing of the attack. Once they strike, we will surely be able to investigate and uncover it. The Xia family, the Shang family? Well, the 2 junior members of the second of the 4 major families of the Xia kingdom, are they your classmates too? They were all transferred in. Will anyone fall for such an obvious bait? Even Su Chen could see that this was a bait. Even if it's bait, it's attractive enough, isn't it? So, after all this preparation, they finally managed to lure a big fish. They will definitely make a move this year. As for the specific time, Wu Yan didn't continue. Maybe he wasn't sure either. In that case, I'll just quietly watch the show. When the time comes for the commendation celebration, don't forget to keep my name hidden, just give me material rewards, I don't need empty fame. Su Chen was practically wearing trouble-averse on his face, leaving Wu Yan speechless. You don't need to worry about tracking the mastermind behind the scenes, but you have to help solve the potential dangers in the secret realm. I didn't expect you, kid, to be so fierce, challenging every rank. I really have a good eye for talent. Now, Wu Yan remembered that Su Chen had already managed to kill 2 elite demonized monsters beyond his level. He estimated that there were probably only 5 or 6 left, no more. He was just making a normal estimate. Little did he know that 5 or 6 were just appetizers. Su Chen had already slaughtered them, leaving around 30 demonized monsters gathering for a party on the mountaintop. Don't worry, I came here to hunt anyway, I won't let elite monsters go. But stop being so surprised, it's just 2 elite demonized monsters. Next, Su Chen had to kill another 20 or 30, if he kept startling him every time, giving Su Chen a shock, it would drive Su Chen crazy. Damn, you're amazing. I haven't even seen much blood from you yet. Don't worry, I'll turn off the reminders later, and to avoid alerting the enemy, I'll try to contact you as little as possible. Well, by the way, should I report the situation here to the principal? Su Chen asked. In any case, the principal surely wasn't the mastermind behind the scenes. No need, you just need to ensure the extermination of the demonized monsters inside. This is in order. Alright, okay, that's it for now. Once you complete this task, when you graduate, you might even take over my position. You, kid, didn't even want to join in the first place. With that, Wu Yan hung up. Now, in his eyes, Su Chen was probably the legendary innate military merit saint body. Being a city guard captain or something similar was definitely not of interest to Su Chen. In this lifetime, his only goal was to cultivate each of his spirit beasts to the utmost. Then, form contracts with a variety of spirit beasts. In a sense, his talent in spirit beast cultivation was truly awakened. However, the cultivation method Su Chen used had nothing to do with his innate talent. Putting the communicator back into his inner pocket, Su Chen didn't rush to start luring monsters, but instead went over the whole situation in his mind. Although there were still some questions, based on the known information, the basic logic still made sense. Just the fact that Xiaofeng had the opportunity to obtain a contract with a dragon clan meant his status was not low. The key was that Xiaofeng had already said he would transfer this opportunity to Su Chen. And it was unconditional, he just gave it away. With Shangren as a witness, Su Chen didn't think he was joking. Given Xiaofeng's character, he wasn't someone who joked around. Regardless of whether Su Chen would fulfill this promise by going to the imperial capital later, at least for now, he had to acknowledge this favor. As for that kid Shangren, although he described himself as a pitiful outcast from a prominent family, his status was definitely not low. If this place were to be activated, Xiaofeng might have means to save his life, but Shangren, I'm afraid, wouldn't be able to outrun elite-level demonized beasts. This could be considered saving his life. What should be extorted from Shangren later? No, it's rightful compensation. Su Chen rested for a while, ate something to replenish his strength, and then continued to lure monsters down the mountain. Communicating with the beast space, he took out the witch's box made of red jade. Roar, the box made of abyssal blood jade essence is highly attractive to demonized beasts. I reckon that if the mastermind behind the scenes wants to activate it later, they would use something similar, maybe not even as effective as a box refined with red jade. However, if someone were to be cunning, arranging for this kind of mineral powder to be secretly sprinkled on the target student's body, or on the path of the target, it would almost certainly lead to death. To be more ruthless, one could directly sprinkle the entrance of the secret realm with abyssal blood jade powder, completely sealing it off, rendering the secret realm useless. While contemplating, several figures began to rush down. However, there were too many at once, so Su Chen quickly put away the box and the mineral. Losing the target's scent, the demonized beasts rushing down began to return to the mountaintop. Afterwards, Su-chen repeated his tactics, only attracting and annihilating the opponent when at most 2 elite-level demonized beasts came over. Killed a 2. 5-star elite demonized lava giant, plundered 11 years of unique life force. Killed a 3-star elite demonized volcanic stone ghost, plundered 3 years of unique life force. 4 days later, Su-chen dealt with the last elite demonized creature rushing down from the mountain, unable to help but breathe a sigh of relief. These demonized and semi-demonized beasts, besides being unafraid of death, also had their minds corrupted. Under normal circumstances, how could one possibly defeat them one by one? Counting the 32 third-order crystal cores containing a special aura, it was not much different from what Red Jade had initially explored. However, there were still a few left on the mountaintop, and no matter how Su-chen tempted them, they refused to come down. They just kept roaring madly, seeming to have the will but lacking the strength. Later, Su-chen had Red Jade send out skeleton soldiers to see what was going on. "Master, there are no more beasts on the mountaintop." Red Jade reported the result. These days, this former skeleton which had been quite shocked. Over 30 elite-level demonized creatures, all killed one by the adorable Big White, just like catching chicks in a coop. The whole process was like luring the chicks with bait, then grabbing their necks and snapping them smoothly. The key was that Big White was only at the transcendent level, lower than the skeleton soldiers. This future skeleton king now felt that Big White was even scarier than the undead master. "Go check the volcano." "Yes." After a while, "Master, there is movement inside the volcano. It seems that there are beasts inside the volcano unable to come out." "Inside the volcano? Let's go, take a look." Then, with several teams of skeleton soldiers in the vanguard, Su-chen led Big White and Red Jade cautiously behind, taking caution to the extreme. However, Su-chen was clearly overly cautious this time. The group of elite demonized and semi-demonized beasts on the mountaintop were all lured down and almost completely wiped out. After a casual look around, Su-chen discovered that the concentration of abyssal blood jade aura on the mountaintop was incomparable to the box made of red jade, not in the same league at all. No wonder the other party couldn't refuse. Or rather, there was no genuine abyssal blood jade on the mountaintop, just some volcanic rocks mixed with abyssal blood jade fragments brought out from the volcano. The real abyssal blood jade was probably thrown into the volcano by some unscrupulous person, emphasizing a gradual and steady approach, accompanied by magma and thick smoke, gradually eroding the bodies of these lava monsters. Moreover, according to Wu Yan, this thing is harmful to the body, and if the concentration is too high, it will not have a good effect. Su-chen looked down towards the bottom of the volcano, where there was blood-red magma, accompanied by black smoke obscuring the specific situation, but there must be monsters inside. Moreover, on the surface of that magma, it seems that several large pieces of abyssal blood jade are floating. Although abyssal blood jade is harmful to the human body, it is still a kind of resource. It is a waste to just throw it in like this. The key is that Su-chen seems not to have seen anything else valuable, which means that the abyssal blood jade in the magma is the treasure that the money cat can't forget. Damn, how do I take this? Master, please step back. Absorbing too much of this smoke is also harmful to the human body, Hong Yu reminded. For the undead, there is no harm, right? Master is joking. We are originally lifeless objects, so why fear these? However, while there is no harm, the impact is relatively limited, not as direct as the monsters. The elite you've been dealing with these days should not have had this potential originally, it was forcibly stimulated. That's true. If given enough time, could you make use of the energy here? It's best to absorb it all, leaving nothing behind. I understand the master's intention and will do my best. Go ahead, find a suitable spot. Yes. Consuming 100 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth process of the mutated skeleton summoner. This acceleration consumes a certain amount of rich abyssal blood jade aura. Accelerating. Year 1, due to the previous influence of abyssal blood jade, the mutated skeleton summoner quickly immersed into intensive training, and under the influence of volcanic aura, flame resistance is slowly increasing. Year 10, the flame resistance level of the mutated skeleton summoner has advanced from novice to mastery level. Year 43, the entire body of the mutated skeleton summoner, after being infected by the abyssal blood jade aura, has greatly strengthened. The skill, bone strengthening, has been upgraded from mastery level to perfection level. Year 100, the mutated skeleton summoner has found the direction of transformation, but still needs some time. Acceleration ends. Su-chen focused his gaze and saw that the originally all-white small skeleton had now gradually turned blood-red in many parts. Truly, like a skeleton composed of red jade stones. Hong Yu, how do you feel? Su-chen asked, mainly worried that this guy would also turn into an abyssal creature, then it would be troublesome. Master, I feel very good. The abyssal aura of the abyssal blood jade has no effect on me. On the contrary, the power of the blood energy inside has greatly helped me. Blood energy? Suchin didn't understand what blood energy was. As long as there was improvement, he would continue. It must be said that the growth of the undead tribe is slow, or rather, long, calculated in centuries. Unlike Debai's advancement, several decades are considered long. Of course, the two species are different, and the way of advancement is also different, so there is no comparison. Let Debai immerse in the aura of this abyssal blood jade for 100 years, and he will definitely turn into a monster, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth process of the mutated skeleton summoner. This acceleration consumes a certain amount of rich abyssal blood jade aura. Accelerating. Year 100, the progress of the mutated skeleton summoner reaches 30%, nearly one-third of the body has completely transformed into blood jade bones. Year 152, the progress of the mutated skeleton summoner reaches 40%. However, due to being immersed in training, neglecting the territory of the undead plane for over 100 years, all subordinates have been automatically dispersed. Year 472, the progress of the mutated skeleton summoner reaches 100%, all bones in the body transformed into blood jade bones, and permanently immune to abyssal corruption. The mutated skeleton summoner begins racial evolution. Year 625, the mutated skeleton summoner completes evolution, evolving into the blood skeleton summoner. At the same time, the blood skeleton summoner once again begins to expand its territory in the undead plane. Year 872, due to continuous skill practice, most of the blood skeleton summoner's skills have greatly improved. Blood ignition, blood control, blood burst, blood puppetry, all upgraded from basic level to perfect level. Bone shield, bone spike missiles, flame resistance, all upgraded from mastery level to perfect level. Year 1000, the forces under the blood skeleton summoner have once again secured a territory in the undead plane, gathering over 1,000 elite skeleton troops of the extraordinary level, never betraying, always ready to be summoned. Acceleration complete. Master. I feel like a long time has passed. Even as an undead skeleton, Hongyu felt the sensation of time passing like 1,000 years. It was precisely because it was undead that Suchen did this. If it were Debai, let alone 1,000 years, even 100 years, Suchen wouldn't dare to be so reckless at this stage. Debai just looked silly. Suchen didn't want it to become a real fool. Do you need to rest? Suchen looked at the blood jade-like skeleton and asked. This fellow looked like a piece of art. No need, master, the erosion of time will only make me stronger. Saying this, Hongyu turned to look at the volcano crater. Then, several blood-colored rays of light shot into it. Roar, roar, immediately, one after another, intense roars emanated from inside. It seemed that there were several kinds of monsters hiding on the magma or inside the volcano. Next, Suchen heard the rumbling sound, as if something was churning and striking within the magma. What skill is this? Suchen had already seen that several monsters were no longer hiding, but starting to fight each other. Blood ignition, it can greatly stimulate the energy of blood within a living being, significantly increasing attack speed and mental excitement, reducing pain. In short, it's a buff skill. Buff is buff, but when used on those corrupted monsters with not much brain power, it makes them fight to the death regardless of friend or foe. Then, Suchen saw the main characters of the battle, a lava crocodile, two magma snakes. These are all monsters that can live in magma. For Suchen's ultimate temptation, they couldn't come out even if they wanted to. Moreover, rather than calling it temptation, it was more like a disturbance. In the magma, they could already enjoy the finest abyssal blood jade, no need to covet Suchen's lifebox temptation. Instead, Suchen occasionally teased them, making them restless. It's like showing off a $100 bill in front of a billionaire. They wanted to slap the other party's face, but their hands and feet were tied. But now, they finally had the opportunity to fight desperately. In no time, the three elite monsters fought wildly in the magma. Not sure if it was the magma in the volcano or their own blood. Master, are you satisfied with this performance? Good, good, it can be wrapped up now. Understood. Then, Hongyu extended its blood-red bone claw and clenched the void. Blood burst. Boom boom boom, three elite 9-star corrupted monsters were instantly blown to pieces by the blood flowing out of themselves. Killed the elite 9-star corrupted lava crocodile, plundered 9 years of alien life. Killing the elite 8-star demonized magma snake, plundering 8 years of alien lifespan. Killing the elite 9-star demonized magma snake, plundering 9 years of alien lifespan. Fortunately, these three main bosses are all trapped in the magma. If they had come out at the beginning, Suchen might not have been able to deal with them so easily. However, what truly surprised Suchen was the advancement of Hongyu, whose strength increased exponentially. enhanced skeletal structure, full defense and fire resistance, and invincible attack skills. With a single blood burst technique, he directly killed 3 near-elite peak demonized beasts, achieving a cross-dire instant kill. Not to mention the elite army of undead summoned under its command, battle-hardened elites from the undead plane. The over 1,000 years of alien lifespan truly paid off. Even if it's just a worm, Su Chen will make it evolve into a dragon. And Su Chen's speculation was indeed correct. The acceleration of lifespan and the undead system's beast taming were a perfect match. Theoretically, undead growth has no limits, whether in individual skills or summoning 1,000 troops, as long as there is enough time. And for Su Chen, lifespan time is almost infinite. If Su Chen wishes, specializing in the undead system in the future could undoubtedly make him the most powerful undead beast tamer in history, without a doubt. However, it's unnecessary and too dull. Even if he only contracts with a skeleton undead, Su Chen is confident in making it the strongest. The commotion caused by the explosion of the 3 elite demon beasts gradually subsided, and the magma in the volcano returned to its previous state, as if nothing had happened. Su Chen sensed the atmosphere here, only a faint trace of the Abyss Blood Jade's aura remained, almost negligible compared to before. After 1,000 years of active absorption, the Abyss Blood Jade inside the volcano was completely absorbed. This also confirmed Wu Yan's statement that the abyssal corruption here was not naturally formed but artificially installed as a time bomb. If it were naturally formed, no matter how much Hongyu absorbed, the concentration would not change significantly. Any calamity abyss connects to the abyssal plane, which Hongyu alone cannot dry up. After resolving the hidden dangers here, Su Chen had no reason to stay any longer and turned to walk down the mountain, not intending to linger any longer. Since Wu Yan wants to make a fuss about this secret realm, there will definitely be follow-up action soon. Su Chen estimated it would be soon. Since the greatest benefit has been obtained, Su Chen will just sit back and watch the show. As for titles like hero or model worker, he doesn't care. Doing good deeds without leaving a name, he only needs to receive the corresponding benefits in the end. Checking his military merit points, oh, it's already over 10,000, approaching 20,000. Fortunately, Wu Yan has turned off the reminders, otherwise, the fluctuations would have been alarming. If Su Chen wishes, he can now exchange a military rank equivalent to Wu Yan's captain level, but without real power, enjoying the corresponding treatment and certain privileges. It's completely unnecessary to wait until graduation to take over Wu Yan's position. However, Su Chen naturally won't idle around exchanging military ranks for no reason. With this large sum of military merit, he can exchange for the materials he needs. To be honest, Su Chen doesn't really need resources like accelerated cultivation or spiritual energy absorption. He can completely replace them with alien lifespan. What Su Chen needs are materials to enhance beast taming skills, materials to enhance comprehension, and materials needed for advancement. Especially for advancement, the prices are more than 10 times that of regular materials, and some may even be priceless and extremely rare. Many beast tamers might get stuck at intermediate levels, unable to advance not due to lack of talent but because of the scarcity of advancement materials, that's all. However, Su Chen is not too worried for now, at least before reaching the king level. Dabai should not have trouble with materials as long as there is money to buy them. As for Hongyu, in its own words, time is the best advanced resource for the undead. Master, in other directions of this mountain, there are several elite-level monsters, should we go? On the way down the mountain, Hongyu suddenly reminded. More? Are they demonized? No, they are just ordinary, but they are not on our path. Squeak! At this moment, several blood bats flew down from the sky and landed in front of Hongyu. Obviously, these were the small eyes it casually created to explore the best way. Forget it, let's not waste time on this, let them breed. With that, Su Chen walked straight down the mountain. Along the way, there were traces of battles everywhere, many elite-level monsters rushing down the mountain causing ravines. Moreover, on the corpses of many rock-type monsters, there were already some low-level monsters of extraordinary or even awakening level gnawing on those rocks. For these low-level rock-type monsters, these rocks were as nutritious as flesh and blood. It's just slightly spoiled, nothing serious. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with them, having these helpers to deal with the corpses was better. They would be cleaned up in less than a day, and maybe a few new elite-level monsters would be born. Moreover, the new monsters might have some mutations, but they were not demonized. After all, the most core things had been taken by Su Chen. Before leaving, Su Chen stored Dabai and Hongyu in his beast controlling space. Putting on the mask used to adjust his face, he then walked out of the secret space. The moment he stepped out, he clearly felt the air around him tighten. Looking around, he noticed that the number of guards had significantly increased, and they were all looking at Su Chen. Hurry up and leave, until the ban is lifted, no one is allowed to enter. not even with the principal's special permission. There's no need to come back. After checking Shuchen's points card, a guard urged him to leave once there were no issues. Whether it was his illusion or not, it seemed like one of the guards nodded slightly at him. Shuchen didn't linger or ask for reasons. It was obvious that the military had tightened control. As for the ban and such, it was just a convenient excuse. The city guards were responsible for guarding the city and eliminating unstable factors. Whether it was the Beast Tamer Association or the secret realms in the school, they were responsible for guarding them. If there were any changes in the secret realms, they were the first line of defense. "I'm out. Where are you guys? Let's have a meal together." On the way, Shuchen contacted Shangren, planning to eat something good. These days, he had been eating convenience food while sleeping outdoors. Unfortunately, accelerating his lifespan couldn't solve the problem of hunger. Shuchen would still get hungry. "We're at the training hall. Come over and take a look at your future opponents." Shangren replied. "My future opponents?" The opponents Shangren mentioned were definitely students of the same level. Shuchen rubbed his nose. Even elite level 9-star monsters were easy for him. How strong of a fighter would it take to be his opponent? Probably a 4th level beast tamer, who could come and have a fighting chance. And 4th level students were about to graduate. Most of them were not in school, they were doing internships outside. As long as they reached the 4th level, they could apply for graduation. After graduation, besides receiving subsidies from the Beast Tamer Association, no matter what job they did, the benefits were much higher than those from the school. Following the map, Shuchen unlocked a new landmark, the training hall. It was ridiculous to say that Shuchen had been in school for so long. Besides the dormitory and the cafeteria, he only visited the library, secret realms, occasionally the principal's office, and the exchange center. As for proper classes or training, there were hardly any. As for the training room, he had never even seen it. Anyway, in Shangren's eyes, Shuchen was purely a fighting maniac. And not the kind who stops when the point is made, but a fierce fighter with every move being deadly. The training hall complex is the only place in the school that can rival the comprehensive building. It's also where students gather most of the time. Unlike Shuchen's expectations, this place not only provides a real-time battlefield for beast duels but also allows for network simulation battles. In other words, one can scan their beast into the network to create a virtual one for convenient battles and even cross-school networking. Many students choose this to avoid injuries in real combat and to simulate various battle scenarios repeatedly to identify shortcomings. Of course, the scanning system cannot guarantee a 100% accurate scan of the beast's true strength. It can only provide a rough estimate, matching the basic attributes and skill intensity. Moreover, no one wants their true beast's strength to be fully understood. The one who truly came to train is Xiaofeng. Shangren is just here to observe and gather information. Although he plans to create an upset, it doesn't mean he will only bet against Shuchen. Anyone with strength can be challenged, whether Xiaofeng or others. At this moment, Xiaofeng's opponent on the battle platform is a girl. The opponents of his 2 flying swords are an ice mammoth and an ice flower spirit. Just standing outside, one can feel the bone-chilling cold, indicating that both ice-type beasts are well-trained. The ice mammoth not only has high physical defense but also receives continuous buffs from the ice flower spirit, creating ice shields, healing, and being able to both withstand and attack. Xiaofeng, being a gentleman, doesn't bypass the support beast and directly attacks the girl, solving the problem straightforwardly. Obviously, this is just a friendly match, so there's no need to go all out. Xiaofeng is also testing his training results. Compared to his last match with Su Chen, he has improved a bit. Luo Shui, a year ahead of us, with an A-level ice talent, both of her beasts are at the peak of extraordinary level. Shangren recognized Su Chen and introduced her voluntarily. She should be able to advance at any time, deliberately holding back? Yes, she wants to secure the title of 2nd rank before advancing to the 3rd rank, along with the rewards. Is that possible? Su Chen thought it was just a comparison among the same grade. Of course, students with higher strength and talent have already advanced to the 3rd rank. Even though our year has 2 S-level talents, if their beast mastery is not developed, they are not her match. Well, it seems her wish might not come true. Indeed, this is quite normal. It's just unexpected that this year we have 2 exceptional students like you two. He. Su Chen shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. At this point, the battle on the field has ended. Xiaofeng didn't use his ultimate move, unable to pose a fatal threat to the ice mammoth. Senior, I can't break through your beast's defense from the front, let's end it here. With that, Xiaofeng directly retrieved his 2 flying swords. Su Chen, you, Xiaofeng with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually showed mercy to the girl? Su Chen then turned to Shangren beside her, suspecting it was his idea. Xia junior brother is too modest, it's because of you that I had to respond. It's getting late, how about we go eat something? Luo Shui also put away her beast, smiling lightly. It seems she has some intentions towards Xiaofeng. Let's talk later, I have plans with my roommates. After saying that, Xiaofeng turned and left the platform. Fortunately, he didn't say another day, or perhaps the other party would have agreed. By the way, you mentioned 2S level freshmen, what's the situation? On the way, Su Chen asked casually. One is named Yuan Jiefei, an S-level fire talent, with beasts being Blaze Rabbit and Fire Ant Snake. Ice and fire are mutually exclusive. Although Luo Shui is not currently a match, there is still half a month left, and anything can happen. Another one called Gushuyuan awakened an S-level pure support system. He doesn't have the advantage in solo combat, his spirit beasts are the Book Spirit and Wood Book Boy. A pure support system? This piqued Su Chen's curiosity. He didn't lack attack power at the moment but could use some unique control skills. Yes, a pure support system. It is said that the Imperial Beast Tamer Academy once sent someone to invite him to study there, but he declined. Support spirit beasts like the Book Spirit, if they grow to a high level, can also play a decisive role. Ah, Su Chen nodded in agreement. Support can also turn into output, extreme control can toy with opponents to death. Extreme healing can keep one's side at full health forever, driving the enemy to mental collapse. I feel you have also improved a lot. Shall we have another match? Xiaofeng only unleashes his full strength when battling Su Chen. Moreover, there will be more gains and insights. Su Chen glanced at Xiaofeng, then took out an elite third-order crystal nucleus and handed it to Shangren. Help me exchange these for second-order wind attribute metal ores. Unfortunately, the 30-plus magic-infused crystal nuclei couldn't be brought out temporarily to avoid questions from Shangren. Su Chen took out the 6 normal crystal nuclei. Even so, it was enough to shock both of them. Brother, is this your harvest in the secret realm? Challenging opponents of higher levels once or twice is fine, but you do it every time? How can others survive? Yes, a 3-star elite lava behemoth. Debai only needs 1 palm. The rest of the actions were Debai showing off. The two were speechless. Especially Xiaofeng, before challenging Su Chen, he had to consider whether his flying sword could withstand Debai's palm. By the way, how is your Dark Force training going? With your ultimate move, you should be able to take down that mammoth, right? Su Chen asked Xiaofeng. With a perfect level skill, it's definitely possible. However, I think if Dark Force is used in regular attacks, accumulating momentum and suddenly erupting, it might be strong even without a skill. Ah, not bad. Above Dark Force, there is another layer called Transforming Force. If you're interested, let Debai accompany you in practicing it. Transforming Force. A strong light flashed in Xiaofeng's eyes as he looked at Su Chen seriously, then nodded heavily. Alright. In the following half-month, Su Chen was basically focused on 2 things, the dormitory and the library, cramming various knowledge about this world. Basic knowledge like astronomy, geography, as well as various peculiar species and their bizarre attack methods. Most importantly, it was about the characteristics of the abyss of calamity, demonization, and demonic creatures, so as not to be clueless next time. Some of this knowledge was actually common sense from high school, but since the foundation was basically rotten, almost equivalent to having none. Through understanding, demonized beasts were like small fry compared to true abyssal creatures, not on the same level. Moreover, demonic creatures could also be contracted, but one had to be prepared to be backlashed at any time. Using an inappropriate analogy, Red Jade's current state could be seen as a pure abyssal creature, and a prominent one at that. However, Su Chen would not be backlashed. Another reason for supplementing basic knowledge was to prepare for choosing the 3rd spirit beast. After looking around, whether it was the 5 elements attribute, flying mounts, or sword spirits similar to flying swords, Su Chen wasn't particularly interested. Why don't you consider contracting a book spirit as well? If you're willing, I can introduce you, suggested the old lady in the library. Beside her, there was another student, Gushuyuan, with an S-level auxiliary talent. Su Chen could occasionally run into him when seeking advice from Granny-One. Gushuyuan appeared polite and studious. At this moment, even Gushuyuan couldn't help but curiously gaze at Su Chen. Book spirits are not something that can be cultivated or contracted casually, they are exclusive to the Wen family, one of the 4 major families in Xia country. The Wen family is the leading family of the academy. Gushuyuan's S-level talent was bestowed upon him, equivalent to being cultivated as a direct descendant of the Wen family. Moreover, almost every book spirit, when traced back, has a royal or even overlord level inheritance, equivalent to having a guaranteed royal or overlord level spirit beast, without any surprises. Su Chen, through understanding the power distribution in Xia country, roughly knew that Granny One had a significant background, possibly even coming specifically to teach him because Gushuen didn't want to go to the imperial capital. However, upon seeing Su Chen's somewhat peculiar aptitude, she took a liking to him. Granny 1, what special skills do book spirits have? I'd like to see. Su Chen asked curiously. You, young man, are too utilitarian, it seems you are not quite suitable. Although Granny 1 said this, she did not refuse Su Chen's request to see. Suddenly, an ancient book's phantom, emitting a faint light, unfolded on Granny 1's desk. Following that, Su Chen saw a quiet character fly out of the book. Instantly, the library, which had been somewhat noisy, fell silent as if it were a deserted late night where one could hear a pin drop. It wasn't just a physical silence, but everyone who entered the library felt calm and entered a deep state of reading or studying. Then, the quiet character spun around, shrinking countless times to become a beam of light that entered Su Chen's body. In an instant, Su Chen felt the slightly restless mood of these days calming down, and his whole body relaxed considerably. Don't be too hasty, the road is taken step by step. If you walk too fast, you might miss a lot. Everything is destined by fate, Granny 1 advised. Yes, I have learned from you. By the way, you just mentioned introducing me to contract a book spirit. It's too late, that was a missed opportunity. What did you say? You missed contracting a book spirit? In the evening, Su Chen casually told his 2 roommates about what happened in the library. Unexpectedly, they reacted strongly. Even Xiaofeng, who is usually calm, felt sorry for Su Chen. Is it that serious? Although book spirits seem powerful, do you need to be so surprised? It's not about being powerful or not. My grandfather wanted to exchange a book spirit with the Wen family using the money tree but ended up being kicked out. In this generation of the Xia family, there are a total of 24 direct descendants, and only 3 have entered the Wen family's favor. What about you? I am devoted to the way of the sword. If you weren't chosen, you weren't chosen, why look for excuses? Shangren bluntly exposed. In that case, book spirits are indeed quite precious. Once contracted, it's like being labeled as a direct descendant of the Wen family. That's true, but it's an opportunity that countless people desire. The key is, they are genuinely powerful. Forget it, let's not think about it too much. Let's focus on the assessment competition in 2 days. How prepared are you? There's no such thing as a free lunch. For now, Su Chen didn't want to be too tied to this family or that power. Don't worry, there are bets on you not winning a single match, bets on you not daring to show up at all, but for now, it's all child's play. I just don't know what the specific rules are this time. Take it easy, don't scare the fish away all at once. Obviously, Xiaofeng was also part of Shangren's plan. Rest assured, I guarantee we'll catch them all in one fell swoop. Su Chen was confident in this. According to past experience, the rules of the competition are nothing more than random numbering of each person, followed by paired battles. Alternatively, for greater efficiency, using a simulated battle platform directly yields similar results. Only in special years, there might be variations like team competitions. The next morning, the rules for this year's ranking competition were finally posted on the school's intranet. The competition rules for this year are divided into 2 stages. Stage 1, 5 battle point system, lasting 2 days. Within these 2 days, all 10 public battle platforms in the school will be open for challenges, with each person having 5 opportunities to either challenge or be challenged on stage. A win earns 1 point, while a loss does not deduct any points. After 2 days, preliminary rankings will be determined based on everyone's points, with the top 100 advancing to the second stage. Note, this round is for beast dueling, direct attacks on beast masters are not allowed. Those who do not participate in any battles will not be included in the school's ranking and will be automatically placed below students with 0 points. Stage 2, Secret Realm Battle Royale, lasting 3 days. Students ranking in the top 100 in stages 2 and 3 will enter the school's second and third tier secret realms respectively, engaging in free battles to determine the ultimate victor based on their survival time. If no final victor is determined after 3 days, rankings will be based on the number of kills. Note, within the secret realms, fatal actions against fellow students are prohibited, with teachers and realm guardians monitoring closely. Damn, we're being targeted. Upon seeing the rules, Shangren cursed immediately. The previous selection stages were either uneventful or lacked opportunities to showcase acting skills. If strong opponents were to challenge Su Chen right from the start, his combat power would be insufficient. No matter how hard-fought victory is achieved, a win is a win. Skipping the process of gradually reaching the peak is explosive. Although the 3 of them knew Su Chen would definitely win the battle royale, the lack of interesting topics earlier on would surely reduce the betting interest. Moreover, those with higher points might already be inside the secret realms, leaving no time for betting. Overall, Shangren's previous plans, such as the setup for the top 64 or 32, were now completely ruined. So it's here? Su-chin paid no attention to the competition rules, only focusing on the word secret realm. He probably reported to the higher-ups immediately after ending the call with Wu Yan, deciding to strengthen the blockade of the secret realm, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Then, he communicated with the school, using the top 100 students as bait to force those behind the scenes to seize this rare opportunity. Perhaps, during the discussion of this plan, some suspicious individuals had already revealed themselves. However, this matter had nothing to do with Su-chin anymore. He was the first to discover the conspiracy and had already resolved it completely. There was no reason for him to accompany a group of weaklings playing a game of eagles catching chicks. Shangren, proceed with the plan as usual. I'm not going to challenge all the second-tier students in the school, am I? That's settled. I will win all 5 battles in advance. As for the rest, adjust as you see fit. Su-chin made his decision. Well, that's all we can do now. We'll make as much profit as we can. Shangren could only agree. After all, he couldn't ask Su-chin to participate in fixed matches or anything like that. Rest assured, we won't make any less profit. In the afternoon, a video suddenly circulated on the school's intranet. The protagonist of the video was none other than Su-chin, who had been missing for nearly 2 months. Initially, Su-chin could still be occasionally seen around the school, but ever since the free fall incident, he seemed to have vanished into thin air. Many people privately wondered if Su-chin had dropped out and run away out of fear of getting beaten up. In the video, Su-chin was casually sitting on the bed, the room's layout similar to other dormitories, at least proving he was still on campus. Ahem. Recently, there were rumors spreading that I was going to challenge all second-year students in the school. Now, I officially want to clarify. By this point in the video, barrage comments couldn't help but start pouring in. Damn, I knew this guy wasn't that brave. Yeah, now that the school is conducting assessments, this guy can't hide anymore. Brothers, let's give him a 0 score, we'll all benefit from it. I want to officially clarify. This matter is not a rumor. I am indeed going to challenge all second-year students in the school. Not just those in my year, but also the previous year, and even the gatekeepers who have been stuck at the peak of the second year for years. I challenge them all. It's not that I look down on you all, but I feel that you are all trash. Especially those senior second-year peak students, for the sake of a little reward and reputation, deliberately stagnating, they are simply trash among trash. They are the shame of the Southern Beast Academy. This challenge is forever valid, not just for this assessment. After 5 battles, if there are still dissatisfied ones, they can challenge me conventionally. I'll take them all on. Those so-called second-year firsts, come if you dare. If you avoid the battle, let the school expel me directly. Roar! Su-chin's selfie video exploded across the entire campus network. Whether or not people paid attention to him before, they now knew there was such a madman. Even beyond the second-year student group, including 3rd and 4th years, the news even spread to some alumni exchange groups. Damn, although I'm also called trash, why does this make my blood boil? Upstairs, it's not just boiling blood, it's blood rushing and anger rising. Bullshit, it's just boiling blood, damn it, just because he's so brave, I'm turning into a fan. Brainless, watch and get beaten tomorrow. Damn, who the hell are you? Zhang from the ice department, right? I'm Wang Shui from the fire department, I'll come find you for a one-on-one tomorrow. Can't wait to beat you. Alright, Su-chin hasn't even started yet, but the barrage in comments below have already started a war. Even the highest liked comment was, bro, just blink if you feel threatened. Another one read, I'm sure Young from class 1 of the rock department in my sophomore year, A-level talent at the peak of the second year, challenge you first tomorrow. At the dual platform at the school gate, come if you dare. There were many such challenges. However, the stronger ones naturally received more likes and were more easily noticed. I'm Luo Shui, A-level peak of the second year, count me in. I'm Chi Yunqing, A-level peak of the second year, count me in. Soon, the comments section automatically filtered out the strongest opponents for Su-chin. At least they all had A-level talent, at the peak of the second year. It's not that there were no former students with S-level or even higher talent, but they had all advanced to the 3rd year and were quietly watching. Back in the day, when they had S-level talent, they weren't this arrogant. After all, the strength of a beast tamer was not just about talent, but also about the level of nurturing the beast and the proficiency of skills, all of which were indispensable. Unexpectedly, they, who had never been challenged, were now being challenged by an unknown freshman. Even looking back at the dozen or so previous years, there were rarely such arrogant students. Bro, your fire burns really brightly. Shangren directly gave Su-chin a thumbs up. When it came to attracting hatred, even with so many water armies hired, they couldn't match the impact Su-chin had this time. Ha, I'm going to win anyway, so naturally I have to pick a few heavyweight opponents to make it interesting. So, how's the betting situation now? The odds are soaring, all betting on you losing. You can open more gambling rounds, like how long you can hold on, with a new betting point for each additional minute. Or bet on how many spirit beasts it takes to defeat me, or how many challenges I can endure before surrendering voluntarily. Suchen listed out a dozen different betting methods, leaving Xiangren and Xiaofeng stunned. Brother, you really have a knack for this. With this approach, one match could rake in quite a sum for them, haha. Or maybe you have a way to advance the final match, achieving the same effect. It would be much simpler. Alright, I'll try to make it to the final match tomorrow. Once they catch on, you can start the live betting on the school network in real time. No problem, I'm all set and ready to live stream the whole process for you. Inside the principal's office. This kid is truly audacious, reminiscent of my younger days. Ha ha. Ji Dingyan still admired Suchen to some extent, despite their limited interactions later on. Indeed, it's a pity. Lu Tonqing didn't continue. A pity for what? Maybe his level is a bit low, but he's still young, and the future belongs to the youth. However, this time is quite strange. Old Zhao actually agreed to use the secret realm as the assessment site. Wasn't he always advocating gentle teaching methods? Perhaps he wants those students to see some blood. Indeed they should see some blood, or they won't have any spirit. This kid is not bad, quite gutsy. The next day, a strange scene unfolded. Despite all public challenge platforms being open, most people gathered near the school gate's challenge platform. Simply because Su Chen, with nothing better to do, was replying one by one under the highly praised challenge comments. Wait, I won't let you off. And it didn't matter if it was a man or a woman. He didn't pay attention, just copy-pasting the same reply to all. As a result, a few girls and their supporters were infuriated. They wished they could bypass the rules and give him a brutal beating right then and there. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Su Chen's deeds were likely to go down in history. Around 9 in the morning, Su Chen didn't waste time and headed straight to the challenge platform, hoping to finish quickly and make it in time for lunch. Look over there. He's here, he's really here. Damn, he's actually here for real. He's keeping his word, quite bold. Teach him a lesson, how dare he speak about my goddess like that. Under the escort of Xiaofeng and Shang Ren's team of live broadcasters, he didn't face the offline hostility. Although most people present wanted to teach him a lesson, to show him that big talk doesn't come easy. The storm caused by Su Chen's challenge to Zhang Hao had long passed, and the current conclusion was, Su Chen hadn't used any potions to boost his strength. On the contrary, he had taken some potions to conceal his true level, just to catch his opponents off guard and earn some points. As for Zhang Hao, among the sophomore students, he was only considered average. Defeating him wasn't a big deal. The general consensus now was that Su Chen might have some skill, but he wasn't at the top yet. Did he really think that defeating Zhang Hao gave him the right to vie for the top spot? In any case, this was the best opportunity to test his abilities and make him realize his true potential, instead of sitting around daydreaming. Apart from the second-year students, quite a few third-year students also showed up. They weren't in a hurry to battle, just came to watch the excitement. Fourth-year students and many graduates were also following the live stream online. With thousands of onlookers, Su Chen leisurely walked up to the challenge platform. Let's get started. Following yesterday's order, no cutting in line, I'm on a tight schedule. Su Chen directly summoned Dabai. Damn, I really want to beat him up. Where's Shiyong? Hurry up and deal with him. Too bad we can't directly attack him. Due to Su Chen's harsh mockery, Dabai was also resented, and even the cute act didn't work. Bang! At this moment, on the other end of the platform, Shiyong, who had been waiting for a long time, jumped directly onto the platform. You only summoned one? One is enough. Anyway, you can't attack me directly. I know your iron-eating beast is tricky. I won't be polite with you. With that, Shiyong directly began to summon his own beast. Come out, rock giant. Come out, lava behemoth. Puff. Su Chen almost burst out laughing. Damn, these are all old friends. In Su Chen's storage ring, the elite crystals of these two monsters added up to more than 20. Unexpectedly, now he had to deal with two peak extraordinary beasts. Below the stage, Shangren was also speechless. The elite crystals Su Chen sold to him also included these two types. It's really unbelievable. If it were an unrestricted battle, these two beasts would have been two monster crystals by now. Dabai also looked full of disdain. So weak, what if he accidentally kills someone? Dabai, be careful, think about the training before. Su Chen instructed. Previously, he had Dabai teach Xiaofeng the sword spirit to comprehend dark qi and transforming qi. This was the feeling, afraid that if he exerted too much force, he would break it. Now you're trying to make up for it at the last minute. Too late. Yang's tone was full of disdain, then he commanded the two beasts to attack. Boom boom boom, the two rock-type beasts strode towards Dabai, swinging their huge rock fists at him. Pat, transforming chi. Only to see that the fist of the slightly faster lava behemoth arrived first, being directly blocked by Dabai's small palm. Then, something incredible happened. The extremely fierce fist was actually guided by Dabai's palm towards the rock giant behind it. Bang, with a loud noise, the two beasts collided, and rock chips flew everywhere. In Su Chen's view, Dabai seemed to be using a Tai Chi move, using the opponent's force against them. However, there was no Tai Chi in this world for the time being. Dabai's moves were not just about using the opponent's force while resolving the attacks of the two beasts. His small hands were not clean, and he also infused dark chi into them. Roar roar, the two rock-type beasts were stimulated into a frenzy, attacking Dabai madly. However, Dabai never used his skills to avoid accidentally killing them. One of them retreated to the side of the platform, then, in the gap of avoiding attacks, accidentally made the two beasts fall straight down, crashing below the platform. Boom, the ground shook. At the same time, this sound reverberated in the hearts of every audience. The beasts fell out of the arena. Yang lost. What's going on? I don't know, isn't this too careless, just falling like that? It seems like there's something going on. Not only were the onlookers confused, even Yang looked bewildered. Clearly, his beasts hadn't suffered any harm. How could he inexplicably lose? When Yang asked the two beasts how they felt, there was only one answer: numb. Numb? What do you mean numb? Don't say you're numb, I'm the one who's numb. Originally, Yang wanted to teach this guy who was talking big a lesson, but he didn't expect this kind of outcome. Only to hear Su Chen casually say on the side, well, next one, don't waste time. You. Yang's face turned pale and green alternately, but he didn't say any threatening words, he could only step down. With so many people watching, losing was losing, he could only abide by the rules. Besides, Yang was not a reckless person. Lost one match, there are 4 more to go. I must win them all, or else I'll lose the chance to enter the final battle in the secret realm. That would be truly embarrassing. With this in mind, Yang pushed through the crowd, turned around, and walked away. While the main competitors were waiting to challenge Su Chen, he decided to go to other platforms first and win 4 matches to avoid any more mishaps. After all, not everyone was watching this side. Damn, my points. Yang inexplicably lost, causing all the points that almost everyone had bet to go down the drain. Although each person didn't bet much, with 1 or 2,000 people participating, each losing 5 to 10 points, it added up to a significant amount. Damn, could Yang have colluded to fix the match? There's definitely a possibility. However, before they could criticize Yang, the next round of betting began. The next contestant was Luo Shui, whose strength was not inferior to Yang's. And judging by her frosty expression, it was certain that she wouldn't engage in match fixing. Su Chen was boasting in the comments section, and everyone could see it. Su Chen looked at the girl stepping onto the stage and thought that Shang Ren's words were indeed accurate. He had said that Luo Shui would be his opponent, and now, not long after, they were facing off directly. I am the trash you deliberately hindered. If I win, you will kneel and apologize to me, admitting that you are not even as good as trash. Luo Shui said coldly. Ha, what if you lose? I won't lose. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with her trash talk. It was just a tactic to provoke him, and she fell for it, wearing it like a badge of honor. Let's begin. Although it was a battle of beasts, Big White didn't even consider warming up. On the other side, Luo Shui's Ice Mammoth and Ice Flower Fairy were in battle mode, one after the other. Big White didn't make a move, waiting for the opponent to attack first. I will make you pay. Frost Path. Ice Shield. Ice Encouragement. Fierce Impact. Thud thud thud, the Ice Mammoth took fierce steps towards Big White. And Big White couldn't dodge because Su Chen was behind him. Although it wasn't allowed to deliberately attack the beast tamer, accidental injuries were permitted. If Su Chen was knocked off the stage, it would also count as a defeat. Damn, is someone going to get seriously hurt? Yeah, if they get hit by that, they'll be seriously injured if not dead. Many people sensed something was wrong and quickly dispersed to avoid being accidentally injured. Although the stage was spacious, the Ice Mammoth's huge size and relentless speed still made people retreat. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, indicating that Big White could loosen up a bit. This girl, looking delicate and weak, started with a killer move? But Su Chen didn't see any problem with it. If it were him, he might be even more ruthless. In the end, it would come down to whose fist was harder. For now, let's give her a lesson. Su Chen wouldn't directly kill the Ice Mammoth, it wouldn't benefit him. After all, this was a school. But not dying doesn't mean you won't lose a layer of skin to me. Golden Steel Body. Iron Head Skill. Big White charged forward and delivered a headbutt to the ice mammoth's head. Bang crack, the ice shield shattered, followed by a direct head-on collision between their heads. Roar, the ice mammoth let out a miserable cry, its skull shattered, and brain matter almost spilling out. With a loud thud, it fell to the ground. Blood flowed, leaving a bloody mark. Hurry, start the rescue. At this moment, a rescue team descended from the sky, all school veterinarians, or rather, beast doctors. If Su-chen was seriously injured, they would also fulfill their duty to ensure no lives were lost, including those of the beasts. Hey, is your beast okay? A doctor asked Su-chen. After all, just now their heads collided, and the force was mutual. Did its head bleed? Help me bandage it up. Also, is its head a bit concussed? It looks silly, how could it collide heads like that? Su-chen asked a series of questions, leaving the other party speechless. Finally, when the doctor was bandaging Dabai, he discovered that the blood was all from the other party's ice mammoth. This little thing didn't lose a single hair, unlike himself who was almost bald before 30, all because of these restless students. So, the young doctor haphazardly wrapped a bandage around Dabai's head, tied a bow, and then joined the rescue of the ice mammoth. This ice mammoth, its brain was almost like egg drop soup. It won't really become mentally disabled, right? No matter what, you can't just randomly bump heads. On the other side, Luo Shui was completely in chaos, staring blankly at her mammoth being rescued. However, it wouldn't die, but the next competition, it was better not to participate. There was only one auxiliary ice fairy left, with no combat ability. For a moment, whether on the field or on the sidelines, there was a bit of silence. Su-chen was also speechless. He intended to perform more, but ended up forcing Dabai to exert all its strength right from the start. This scared them. How would they continue the performance? Perhaps, there was no need to continue. After all, this was just an appetizer, nothing substantial. Being able to earn 2 waves of points fiercely was already good. From Shang Ren's secretly joyful expression, it was clear that he had bet a lot on Luo Shui. After all, the appeal of a beautiful woman was still there. Ignoring the murderous glances below, Su-chen spoke up. Who's next? No, who should be next? I've accepted all the challenges from yesterday, none of you can escape. If you dare not come up, I'll make videos every day calling you out by name. With the last sentence, Su-chen struck at the heart. Su-chen's verbal combat power was undeniable. If he targeted you, it would be remembered for eternity. In the meantime, the field was also cleared. Me. At this moment, a boy stepped forward. I'm Chi Yunqing. I was part of yesterday's challenge. Good, I remember you, then let's begin. Wait. Chi Yunqing waved his hands repeatedly. Please, don't remember me, I surrendered directly. Look, the battle records on the points card have been updated, the match is over. After speaking, Chi Yunqing slipped away. Joking aside, his strength was similar to Shi Yong, or even inferior to Luo Shui. How could he fight? Use his head? The recent ice mammoth was a lesson. Now, they had realized. It wasn't Shi Yong's fake match, but Su-chen showing mercy to Shi Yong's beast taming, or simply fishing. Next, although Su-chen was speechless, he had no choice. Finish quickly and get off the stage. I surrender too. At this point, a girl came up on stage and directly surrendered. Since she wasn't the first, with Chi Yunqing setting an example, the rest weren't hard to accept. Moreover, this girl was a solid A-level talent, peak of the second rank. She wouldn't deny what she hadn't said. It's my turn, I'm Tang Qian. If only I hadn't made random comments. Consider it a lesson. Su-chen said to the petite girl on stage. Yes. Tang Qian nodded, then began summoning her beast taming. Come out, 5 elements spirit cat, come out, wind spirit butterfly. It seemed like she was going for speed and agility. What, you're not surrendering? No, I want to see your second beast taming, Tang Qian whispered. It turned out that her wind spirit butterfly was prepared for this. Oh, how did you know I have a second spirit beast? I've only recently enrolled. If not, then it wouldn't count as your win, at best a draw. True, let's do this then. With that, Su-chen directly began summoning Ruby. Soon, a red light flashed, and instantly, the blood skeleton summoner appeared before everyone for the first time. Whoosh, damn, what is this? A skeleton? Although it's a skeleton, it looks beautiful, like a jade sculpture. For most people, after the initial shock, a strange sense of beauty followed. What kind of spirit beast is this? Scary. Tang Qian's voice trembled. Scary? You've seen it, let's get started then. At this moment, Tang Qian perhaps felt she could still salvage the situation. This skeleton doesn't seem to be a long-range or flying unit. Alright then, Ruby, it's your turn to perform. As Su-chen's voice fell, Ruby's blood-red bone claws traced an arc in the air. Then, for summoning formations lit up, whoosh, 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 whoosh instantly, in the center of the arena, 4 extraordinary peak skeleton archers appeared. They were seasoned warriors, not the kind summoned at the beginning. I surrender. The moment the skeleton archers appeared, Tang Qian felt her hair stand on end, as if she could die at any moment. Not only her, but her 2 agile spirit beasts also felt the same, so terrifying. Nowhere to hide, absolutely nowhere to hide. After announcing her surrender, Tang Qian quickly recalled her spirit beasts, curiously eyeing Su Chen and Ruby. Of course, everyone else present did the same. They never expected such a twist in what seemed like a predictable battle. Most importantly, Su Chen's second spirit beast finally appeared, a body as blood-red as jade, seemingly a skeleton summoner. And to come out summoning 4 extraordinary peak skeleton soldiers at once, who could withstand that? While others might have 2 at most, you summon 6 directly. Too bad. Ruby's debut battle didn't even start, the opponents surrendered right away. But it didn't matter, if things got serious, Su Chen might not control it well, as the skeleton archers weren't directly under his command. And bone arrows have no eyes, even if he wanted to hold back, the opponent might panic and run into them. If that wind spirit butterfly got shot into a hedgehog, the little girl in front of him would cry for a long time, right? Ruby, let's withdraw. Yes. Then, the 4 skeleton archers turned around in unison, knelt before Su Chen, bowing their heads in submission. They disappeared in a burst of light. Su Chen rubbed his nose, this act was well done. It was entirely Ruby's own operation, a post-victory exit ceremony. However, in the eyes of the surrounding students, it was different. Awesome. Impressive. Like the kings of those extraordinary peak skeletons. At this moment, Su Chen's reputation took a direct turn for the better. In the face of absolute strength, no one could raise any doubts. Shang Ren's live broadcast room was filled with comments scrolling across the screen. Apart from our school, even students from other schools were paying attention. Especially when Ruby summoned 4 skeleton archers simultaneously, it was a royal flush. Perfect summoning technique. For extraordinary peak ones, do you know what that means? Invincible at the same level? Not just that, it means he directly subdued an undead leader who has been alive for hundreds of years. This leader was at least elite level before, and it seems to have undergone a mutation. As this comment came out, the excitement exploded even more. Many news media outlets plan to use this as the headline for the next issue. Shocking, the story that the undead leader and the youth must tell. Invincible among peers, straightforward group combat tactics. Rise of the undead? What is the real state of being an undead beast tamer? Well, my 5 matches are over, so I won't be using this arena anymore. As I mentioned yesterday, anyone who still wants to challenge me, I'm ready anytime, especially since my points are not that many. Su Chen waited for the crowd to gradually quiet down below before speaking loudly. Everyone was speechless. What's the point of continuing to fight? Aren't you just looking for trouble? It seems that this year's first place in the second tier undoubtedly belongs to Su Chen. Wait a moment. Su Chen was about to step down but was stopped by Tang Qian. What, you want to fight again? No, I just wanted to ask, how did you become so strong? Setting aside the recent Blood Skull Summoner incident, Dabai is also ridiculously strong, instantly killing in battles. Having a Blood Skull Summoner for long-range support fills in the gaps, making one invincible. The way of taming beasts is like rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you retreat. As I said before, I will not stop progressing, nor will I deliberately suppress my own realm for the sake of so-called reputation. After speaking, Su Chen went straight down to the stage. It was as if he had said nothing, yet it felt like he had said everything. Just as everyone was still immersed in Su Chen's words, they suddenly felt Su Chen's aura burst out. Boom, after a big battle, leveling up is quite reasonable. Since Su Chen and Shang Ren are not planning to play the low-level challenge high-level game anymore, Su Chen took the opportunity to advance his cultivation realm, consuming 5 years of lifespan, accelerating self-cultivation growth. This acceleration does not require additional resources. Accelerating. Year 1, you diligently cultivate, and your realm advances rapidly. Your level goes from second tier 3 stars to second tier 6 stars. Year 5, these years, you balance work and rest, not rushing for success, having plenty of time. While cultivating, you start preparing for promotion to the 3rd tier. Your level advances to second tier 9 stars. The difference between a second tier beast tamer and a 1 or 2 star difference is not very noticeable if one does not carefully perceive it. However, Su Chen's exaggerated speed of advancement is quite eye-catching. Damn, why does it feel like he's more exaggerated than when I broke through from the 1st tier to the 2nd tier? Just bullying novices, and he can still break through? Say that again, and you'll get a beating. Almost all the 2nd tier experts in the school are here. although it is indeed just bullying novices. However, there are also many knowledgeable people in the crowd. Have you forgotten his previous actions? Are you saying he deliberately suppressed his level aura? Exactly, I don't think it's a breakthrough, but rather he doesn't want to pretend anymore, so he's laying his cards on the table, tired of playing with us novices. Or maybe he thinks we're not working hard enough and wants to stimulate us. Have you forgotten, he and the principal? Is that so? The principal is really thoughtful. In an instant, Su Chen transformed into the principal, summoned to strengthen the school's academic atmosphere. Why are you all gathered here? Do you think 2 days is too long? How about compressing it into 1 day, and those who haven't completed 5 matches will be scored 0. At this moment, Vice Principal Ji Dingan's stern voice suddenly resounded around. Boom! Subsequently, the gathered students dispersed in a commotion, no longer daring to watch the excitement. After all, they had already seen all the exciting parts, and it was time for their normal human-to-human matches. Next, Su Chen's vision flickered, and he was forcibly teleported to the principal's office. This spatial system is indeed quite convenient. Hello, principal. Next time before you teleport me, could you give me a heads up? In the office, besides Lu Tongxing, Ji Dingan was also present. I'll send you back now and then teleport you again? No need for that. Su Chen, well done, well done. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Keep up the good work, and by the end of the year. Ji Dingan's face was filled with uncontrollable joy, even more so than when he saw his own grandson, old Ji. However, he was interrupted by Lu Tongxing. You step out for a moment. I need to talk to Su Chen alone. Alright, you two take your time. I'll go check out how the other venues are doing. Principal, don't look so serious, it's not good to scare the kids. Who could be more serious than you? You disperse thousands of people with just a few words. Principal, what can I do for you? Su Chen felt that Lu Tongxing was somewhat different from before, lacking a sense of closeness. Normally, I wouldn't inquire about the background of students who enter our school through transfer quotas. After all, we distribute quite a few transfer quotas. It's unavoidable because students from other cities prefer to go to other well-known schools. But getting off track, too many things have happened recently, which has led me to speculate about your identity. However, what I want to know is, you've already done enough, so why use yourself as bait? Do you find that the top 100 second-tier students, including Xiafeng, are not significant enough? Su Chen saw the anger in Lu Tongxing's eyes but didn't know where it came from. Did he do something that bad? Principal, calm down. Let's take it step by step. Don't get yourself worked up. It's not a big deal if you do, but it's a pity for the vacant spirit of the empty shadow to have no successor. Lu Tongxing. Alright, let's take it step by step. Let me ask you, are you from the military, the city defense army? Sort of. Very good. To have such a bright future at such a young age, you are formidable. Let me ask you again, is there a major issue in the second-tier secret realm? You know about it, Principal? I guessed it. Would I not be able to guess when the Marshal of the Tianan military region secretly consulted me about the rules for a routine assessment? I was even almost suspected. Did you discover it through investigation? Stumbled upon it accidentally. I didn't mean to keep it from you, Principal, it was an order. Su Chen felt that the principal's anger might stem from this. I understand. It's not because of this, but using one conspiracy to counter another. What about these students? They didn't die on the battlefield but in the secret realm of their own school. Principal, I think the school's secret realm is also an extension of the battlefield. Your perspective is not wrong. Sacrificing some students to catch spies and masterminds behind the scenes is worth it. It will save many lives in the future. However, we can't even protect the students within the school. As the principal, I can't continue like this. No wonder Su Chen felt that the principal seemed somewhat despondent, like a fading hero. So, this was the reason. Before Su Chen could speak, Lu Tongxing continued, since you are from the city defense army, you are not considered a member of our school. The situation in the secret realm ahead is likely very dangerous, so don't go in. Your task is done. After this matter, you should leave the school early. Although Su Chen hadn't planned to enter that second-tier secret realm again, it certainly wasn't for this reason. Moreover, this old man seemed to want to expel him with just one sentence, which was unacceptable. Su Chen had only explored the lowest difficulty secret realm and gained a lot. There were still 2 more realms waiting for him to explore, not to cause trouble, but to explore. If he were expelled at this point, how could he accept it? That, Principal, do you know what's inside that secret realm? It's nothing more than making a fuss about the Black Mist volcano. In other areas, there's no real threat. Lu Tongxing was quite clear about this. In all these years, hasn't anyone gone up to inspect? The top of the volcano is shrouded in black mist all year round. During the ascent, you would encounter at least a dozen elite-level demonic beasts, not to mention countless extraordinary ones. Just a regular second-order beast tamer wouldn't even think of going up to the mountaintop. Most importantly, there has been peace for over 100 years. Well, that makes sense. If it weren't for wanting to take advantage of the situation, who would go up there looking for trouble? Let alone second-order, even a third-order beast tamer would find it difficult to ascend. Now, can you tell me what's at the mountaintop? It has attracted the attention of the military district marshal, and it could lead to killings at any moment. Alright, since it's like this, it doesn't matter to say it now. By the way, you won't leak this information, will you? Rest assured, the area has long been sealed off. That's good then. With that, Suchen directly took out the remaining abyss blood jade. The impurities in it were now very few, comparable to a whole piece of agate. Abyssal aura! Lu Tongxing exclaimed, then a flash of light filled the room, and another seal was placed. Obviously, it was the work of the spirit of the void shadow. You're asking for trouble, don't touch it directly like this. With that, Lu Tongxing directly took the abyss blood jade away from a distance, suspending it in the air for careful observation. Suchen felt fine, the red jade had been completely immune to demonization, and even he, as the master, could enjoy some demonization resistance. In simple terms, he should not be affected by the abyss blood jade's mutation. Is this what you found on the Black Mist volcano? More or less, and this is just a small part one picked up casually. The real treasure had already been completely absorbed by the red jade. So, there are many demonized beasts at the mountaintop. Their plan is to use this. Instantly, Lu Tongxing's face turned extremely ugly. He had already tried to assess the seriousness of the situation as much as possible, but he didn't expect it to involve the abyss. No wonder the military was taking it so seriously. Whenever the abyss was involved, it meant the safety of the entire city or even the country, belonging to the first priority sequence. Let alone 100 second-order beast tamers, even the entire school might have to be sacrificed if necessary. Fortunately, this time it was just the abyss blood jade. Even if they couldn't handle it, it would at most ruin a second-order secret realm. However, in doing so, the Southern Beast Tamer Academy seemed destined to become a lower-tier affiliate school. For a moment, Lu Tongxing thought of many things and also thought of many suspicious individuals. Teachers, students, even some senior figures in the school. Over the years, anyone who had the opportunity to enter or arrange for personnel to enter had suspicions. Moreover, the abyss blood jade was not easy to come by. It was strictly controlled in Xia country and highly likely to be colluding with other hostile forces. In that case, things would become even more complicated. Perhaps, this incident would become an invisible fuse. Well, there are indeed quite a few demonized beasts. Su Chen nodded, admitting that it took a bit of effort to kill them. How did you get up there? And what's the situation on the mountain? Although he asked this way, Lu Tongxing had already prepared for the worst. Knowing that those students were about to enter the abyss, but could only watch. I killed my way up there. There are probably over 30 elite demonized beasts at the mountaintop. Say it again, how many? Lu Tongxing confirmed with difficulty, not paying attention to Su Chen's previous words. Over 30, elite level ones. Another long silence ensued. Do you think over 100 second-tier individuals can survive in a secret realm where more than 30 elite magical creatures rampage? It's unlikely there will be many survivors, unless they manage to escape. Since you know that, why did you still? The marshal assured me that there might be sacrifices, but not too many. How can it not be too many in this situation? Lu Tongxing exclaimed angrily. Maybe because even the higher-ups are not sure about the exact numbers. What? Are you saying you didn't report the numbers upwards? Only the two of us know about this crucial situation? Lu Tongxing was completely dumbfounded by this revelation. Wait, isn't it that you, Su Chen, are the real undercover agent and traitor? At that moment, Lu Tongxing felt the urge to strangle Su Chen. Suppressing his anger, he prepared to personally find the military marshal with Su Chen to call off this operation. Yeah, since they're all slaughtered anyway, military merits will be credited, so what's there to report? Ha? What did you say? Lu Tongxing was momentarily taken aback, lowering his hand that was about to grab Su Chen to apologize to the military. I said, since they're all slaughtered, there's no need to report. Su Chen never really considered himself a formal military personnel, so he didn't have the habit of reporting every little thing. Besides, Wu Yan also mentioned not to make contact unless necessary. Therefore, after coming out of the secret realm, Su Chen had long forgotten about this matter. How is it possible for you, a second tier, to slaughter them all? Shallow-minded, I knew you wouldn't believe it. Saying this, Su Chen emptied the fruit plate on the coffee table and then casually tossed magical crystal cores into it. Subsequently, more than 30 magical crystal cores, gleaming with a blood-red light, piled up like freshly washed cherries. Didn't I tell you, I killed them and even got 6 ordinary elite crystal cores, which I sold. I'm not sure about the value of these remaining ones. As long as they can purify the magical aura inside, their value might be even higher. Ugh, is this the right time to talk about this? This. The sudden turn of events left Lu Tongxing at a loss for words. Impressed and shocked, words were no longer enough to describe it. A mere second-tier beast tamer single-handedly slaughtered over 30 elite magical beasts. This couldn't be described as just challenging higher levels, it was more like slaughtering them across levels. Did you really kill them all? Yes, all the magical beasts are dead, and I left a few ordinary elite ones because I couldn't be bothered letting them breed. Su Chen said nonchalantly. Is that all? Lu Tongxing couldn't fathom what this old man was so excited about, feeling somewhat provoked by his casual attitude. Well done on the killings, haha, leaving some behind is good too. How can there not be a few elite beasts in a second-tier realm? In the future, let other second-tier students also attempt to challenge them. As you said before, rowing against the current, if you don't advance, you retreat. They have been too complacent, Lu Tongxing said with a pleased expression. Su Chen, is this old man out of his mind? Principal, I think it depends on the individual for such matters. Also, I still have one condition from last time. Having enjoyed a free bungee jump from 10,000 meters, Su Chen hadn't even claimed compensation for mental distress yet. Condition? Go ahead. I'll forget about dropping out, I came here to study seriously. Also, for this upcoming challenge, place me in a third-tier realm, I've had enough of the second-tier ones. Even if Lu Tongxing didn't approach him, Su Chen was prepared to make this request. After beating the weaklings, it's time to move on to the advanced maps. Lu Tongxing, had enough? Isn't it more like sweeping through all the good stuff inside? You definitely can't drop out. Whoever suggests you drop out, I'll have a bone to pick with them. However, you can enter the third-tier realm anytime in the future, so there's no rush for now. Do you not want the shadow spirit anymore? Does the principal have any other shadow spirits now? No. Then it's settled. Su Chen rolled his eyes. He didn't know how long he could stay here. Maybe this incident would escalate, and he wouldn't have the chance to linger. So, it's better to seize the opportunity now rather than have 100 birds in the forest. Besides, if he accidentally defeated all the third-tier beast tamers, the rewards should be even greater. Whether it was from the school or Shangren's betting point, Shangren would definitely make a fortune this time. The third-tier secret realm of the school is of a difficult level. It's not easy for an ordinary third-tier beast tamer team to stay there for 3 full days. The layout inside is completely different from the second-tier secret realm, so don't think it's as simple as the second tier. Will there be as many as 30 elite beasts densely packed inside? Su Chen asked with interest. No, but almost every area has at least one commanding level leader. Commanding level is not the same as elite level, let alone something that can be dealt with by extraordinary level. If Su Chen could challenge 2 tiers higher, then Lu Tongxing would doubt whether his contract was with a beast tamer or a monster. Su Chen didn't know if he could challenge a commanding level beast 2 tiers higher, and he didn't plan to enter the third-tier secret realm as a second-tier beast tamer. If I advance to the third tier, then there shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. Yeah, right. Do you think challenging beyond your level is like eating and drinking? Although Su Chen's strength had indeed surpassed many third-tier beast tamers, his intuition told him that Su Chen would definitely not just immediately deal with elite-level monsters. Can't even use perfect-level skills? Probably. It's not that simple. How about peerless level skills? Peerless level? Are you kidding me? I've lived for over 100 years and have never seen a peerless level skill. As Lu Tongxing spoke, he looked at Su Chen and realized he wasn't joking at all. Peerless level, really? With that, Su Chen directly summoned Dabai. Dabai, show the principal a trick. Then, Dabai extended 2 palm-like hands. Su Chen, did he hit his head or something? Next, Su Chen casually took an apple and gestured for Dabai to pat it. Then, Dabai gently patted it. Principal, please have some apple juice. Su Chen handed over the apple. What's going on? Lu Tongxing took it and before taking a bite, he noticed that the apple, with no damage to its skin, was now completely liquid inside. Some special skills can also do this. Really? Can other beast tamers also, at an extraordinary level, kill an elite-level demonized monster with one pat? Crushing an apple is simple, but destroying the vitality of an elite-level monster is not that simple. Originally, Lu Tongxing thought that after spending some time together, he would discover the secret of Su Chen's perfect level skill, but instead, he went straight to peerless level. Alright, it's settled. With my strength, Going to compete for the first place in the second tier would be bullying, wouldn't it? I think going for the first place in the third tier would also be quite bullying. Lu Tongxing could already imagine the scene where Su Chen made the senior third-tier students cry for mercy. Besides, going to the third-tier secret realm is also a good opportunity to check if there are any situations like in the second-tier secret realm. Just in case of any accidents, I'll have a backup plan. Su Chen said solemnly. It's really not just for the resources inside? Don't worry, there are no dangerous terrains like the Black Mist Volcano or the Abyssal Blood Jade with continuous diffusion inside the third-tier secret realm. If there's any anomaly, it will definitely be discovered immediately. Alright, let's hope so. Honestly, Su Chen just wanted to gather more resources, kill some monsters. What bad intentions could he have? He always felt like trouble was looming. Alright, since you insist, I'll grant your wish. If you can also rank first among the third level, I have a favor to ask of you. Lu Tongxing agreed to Su Chen's request. Oh, the principal's favor? What's in it for me? Su Chen didn't expect his premonition to be so strong. Trouble came as soon as he thought about it. You really can't resist a good deal. Don't rush to use the third contract slot. I'll think of a way for you. Spirit of the empty shadow? No, I don't know what it is either. It's a spirit of heaven and earth. Hard to say, it depends on your luck. So unreliable? Fine, let me secure the first place first. In these 2 days, I will try to advance to the third level, then I will post a video. The school can follow up with an announcement. Are you planning to deceive people again? If I knew, I wouldn't have let you share a dorm with the merchants people. Deceive who? It's called paying for a lesson. Don't judge others with a fixed mindset. Even you, Mr. Principal, can't avoid this flaw. By the way, Mr. Principal, what level of beast tamer are you? Just 7th level. I'll take my leave then. After seeing off Su Chen, Lu Tongxing looked at the apple on the table that had turned into juice. His eyes still couldn't hide his excitement. Unprecedented. Variables, that's what they are. The key is, why would the military send such a talent here? Shouldn't such a person be sent to the Xia family as the main line? Or is it that the military or the Xia family are also dissatisfied with the Wen family's arrangements? It's incomprehensible, really incomprehensible. Little did he know, everything was just a result of Wu Yan's accidental decision. The only thing that can be confirmed is that Su Chen can help the school through this crisis. However, he is not a docile master, he shouldn't let himself be reckless. In this light, the beast tamers with spirit possession really aren't enough. When Su Chen was sent back to the dormitory, Shangran and Xiafeng had not returned yet. The competition should not have ended. Strictly speaking, there were loopholes in such rules. As long as someone had money, they could almost guarantee 5 consecutive wins. Moreover, by the time they reached the 100th position, there would definitely be many with the same points. However, the original purpose of this competition was no longer just about strict ranking. The school didn't care, neither did the hidden hands behind the scenes. Anyway, the most outstanding talents of the school would almost all get in. Whether their goal was to overthrow an entire class of top students, or just Xiafeng, or simply to strike back at the school, this was the best opportunity. Su Chen took out his communicator and saw over 99 unread notifications on the school network, feeling speechless. Fortunately, he only exposed his school network account, without revealing other contact information, otherwise, it would have been a hassle. Su Chen, I want to have a monkey with you. Su Chen casually opened a private message, and it was this message. Not bad, the charm of a brother with nowhere to go. He casually checked this person's profile. Damn, it's really a monkey. Seeing that this person's beast was a golden-haired monkey spirit, covered in fur once possessed, Su Chen was so scared that he immediately blocked all similar private messages, finally feeling relieved. Eyesore, never clicking randomly again. I aspire to be the world's #1 undead beast tamer. Never thought I would meet a like-minded person. I'm very interested in your skeleton summoner, willing to pay a high price for breeding methods. The world's #1 undead beast tamer? What the heck? Block. After scanning through, there was not a single useful message. Among them, there was even one, "You're not Su Chen. Who are you?" Probably an old high school classmate of Su Chen, breaking through the defenses. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with these annoying people and just blocked them all. Then, he took out more than 30 elite-level crystal cores and summoned Hanyu. Can you purify the abyssal demonic aura inside these? Previously, Su Chen had been worried about any potential effects and had not dealt with them. Since the principal said the value would increase, why wait? Su Chen was in urgent need of various resources now. Yes, this is simple. Hanyu said, picking up a blood-red crystal core and holding it in its bone claw. A minute later, the blood-red crystal core's color gradually became more subdued. Master, it's done. Any changes? After the original crystal core structure was eroded by demonic aura and then purified, it turned into pure elemental energy, easier to absorb and digest. Hong Yu estimated. It was not a living being and did not need to absorb these things, only perceive them. Absorb and digest? Then, Suchen directly summoned Dabai. Dabai, there's something delicious for you. Yum! Dabai, who was a bit confused before, instantly perked up. Take it. Suchen then handed it the purification crystal core of the rockfire attribute. Although Dabai was a bit slow, it knew it couldn't eat this directly, only absorb it slowly, consuming 2 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes 1 elite-level rockfire attribute purification crystal core. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast grabbed the crystal core every day, rolling it, continuously rolling it, making the crystal core gradually rounder and smaller. Due to the contamination of the earth element, the iron-eating beast comprehended the skill, petrification resistance, entry level. In the second year, the crystal core was fully absorbed, enhancing the iron-eating beast's fire resistance and petrification resistance. The iron-eating beast advanced to superb 7 stars. 2 years to roll one? Suchen didn't know how long it would normally take to digest an elite-level crystal core. Perhaps there were more efficient ways. However, Suchen only had time, and time was all he needed. Since most of these crystal cores were of rock and fire attributes, there was no rush to sell them. Self-improvement was the top priority. If there were extras, then he would consider selling them. A minute later, Hong Yu purified another one. This time, it was purely of the rock attribute, consuming 2 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes 1 elite-level rock attribute purification crystal core. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast's adaptation to the rock element gradually strengthened, and absorption efficiency improved. In the first year, it was fully absorbed. The iron-eating beast's skill, petrification resistance, upgraded from entry level to mastery level. In the second year, the iron-eating beast focused on realm cultivation, reaching the peak of superb level. It seemed that only the first time took 2 years. With experience, it could be faster. However, it wasn't a waste. Dabai's level had already been raised to the peak of the superb level, ready for advancement. The second-order wind attribute metal needed for Dabai's advancement had already been exchanged by Shangren for Suchen. Compared to ordinary second-order mysterious iron essence, the price had increased by a level. Just those few pieces of second-order wind spirit iron cost nearly 2,000 spirit stones, which should be enough. According to Andwin's words, besides the advancement, after reaching the elite level, continuous supplementation was needed. For the future command level, thunder attributes were required. It was like an endless pit. So, Suchen's only thought now was to make money. The reason for choosing the wind attribute first was that Suchen felt Dabai's most obvious weakness was, besides not being able to fly, its speed was not fast enough. By supplementing the wind attribute, it should be able to comprehend some wind or speed-related skills. Of course, this was only theoretical. The specifics would depend on Dabai's fate. If things don't work out, killing more different types of demonic beasts in the future might plunder some useful skills. Right now, Suchen has probably figured out the rules of plundering skills through the limited few demonic beasts he has killed. The primary thing is that the beast must possess the basic conditions to learn and release such skills. For example, Hong Yu cannot learn skills like tough skin because it doesn't have skin at all. Dabai won't learn skills like lava jet because it lacks the necessary conditions. Therefore, some resistances or defensive skills, which are more common, can be learned. Next, after Suchen and Hong Yu have purified all the demonized crystal cores, they will select some good ones with sufficient energy for Dabai to absorb. Finally, after consuming 10 high-level elite purified crystal cores, Dabai's fire resistance and petrification resistance have been raised to a perfect level. Perfect level resistance skills can additionally reduce around 60% of attribute damage and effects. Coupled with its inherent physique and resistance, it's enough to directly nullify the attribute skills of beasts with higher ranks. As for peerless level skills, it's not that Suchen doesn't want them, but solely absorbing elite-level purified crystal cores won't bring any improvement. Not even a slight increase in resistance, let alone leveling up. It's unclear if this method has reached the limit of resistance it can provide or if higher-level crystal cores are needed. With over 20 slightly inferior purified crystal cores left, Suchen plans to hand them over to Shangren to deal with. However, it's best to wait until after the Secret Realm event is over to discuss it further. It wasn't until evening that Xiaofeng and Shangren returned together. Xiaofeng's competition had actually ended long ago, with 5 clean and decisive victories, even defeating an A-level second-tier peak student, becoming another dark horse after Suchen. However, compared to Su Chen, he was slightly inferior. Su Chen's performance during the day had already established his position as the number one in the second tier. As for why Xiaofeng returned so late, he was definitely dragged by Shangren to act as a bodyguard again. Shangren's betting activities probably offended all the second-tier students in the entire school. It was almost like casting a wide net, catching anyone with greedy thoughts. Brother, we made a profit. Exchange all my share for metal with wind or thunder attributes. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to him count how many points he had earned, as he wasn't worried about missing his share. Alright, I'll try to buy it for you at a slightly lower price than the school's exchange center, and if it's not enough, I'll just exchange it for you at the school. Okay, that works. Also, help me exchange for a Tier 3 promotion potion. The Tier 3 promotion potion is the highest potion the school can provide. Anything higher would have to be purchased at a high price on the market. After reaching Tier 4, most students are about to graduate, so there's no point in taking advantage of the school anymore. Tier 3 promotion potion? Am I hearing this right? You're not even at Tier 3 yet, just Tier 2, right? Wait, didn't you already exchange for a Tier 2 promotion potion before? Do you really want a Tier 3 potion? Yes, I exchanged it before just in case. With a potion, reaching Tier 5 or 6 is just a matter of minutes. It's just that I'll be seen as a monster. And high-level promotion potions are almost regulated, so I'll have to go through legal channels. Alright. Although Su Chen's tone made it sound like he could reach Tier 4 by tomorrow, Shangren still nodded in agreement. It's a pity that even though we made a good profit this time, it was a one-time deal. I heard that if I hadn't set up bets for your final match, those people almost didn't let me come back. Shangren's actions were no different from winning money at the poker table and running away. However, if he had set up bets, everyone would have surely bet on Su Chen winning the championship, and the house would have suffered a loss. Unless Su Chen cheats in the match, with Su Chen's current momentum, there is simply no need. My suggestion is, we can go for it, Su Chen said leisurely while eating the food brought back by Shangren. What? Really going for it? Although you can make more money by letting Xiaofeng win at that time than now. But, there's no need for that. Shangren still had some bottom line. Moreover, if he really did that, it wouldn't be good for Su Chen's future, earning a reputation for being greedy for small gains. When I say go for it, it's certainly not about the second tier odds. It's third tier? Shangren's eyes gradually widened, instantly understanding Su Chen's meaning. Well, I've decided to advance to the third tier in these 2 days, then go play in the third tier secret realm, not hanging out with you guys anymore. Su Chen's tone was like a genius teenager who had just started high school for a month and was ready to go to college. Bye, classmates, I'm going to college. Damn, brother, you're awesome. I've never heard of anyone younger than you being so awesome. Even those pretentious guys in the capital are not your match, whether it's strength or the ability to show off. Su Chen was speechless. Just tell me if there's any potential. Anyway, I plan to post another video tomorrow. And then, there's potential, of course, there's potential. Now, not only second and third tier students, but even fourth tier and postgraduates could pay attention. Unfortunately, time is running out. No, if we only earn points, the scope is too small. If we're going to do it, let's do it big, earn points, and earn spirit stones too. Well, I'll leave that to you. I'll only be responsible for driving out all those third-tier students from the secret realm. Great, awesome. Shangren gave a thumbs up. During the day, he didn't even participate in a match to deal with follow-up matters, and he didn't care about rankings at all. His ambition was not here. As long as he followed Su Chen, there were business opportunities everywhere, which he couldn't finish. Oh, feel it. Su Chen took out the Abyss Blood Jade ore. What's this? It doesn't look very auspicious. It seemed that this rich guy had relatively little contact with dangerous things, only recognizing most valuable treasures. Even Xiaofeng, at this stage, had not come into contact with such things. This was normal. Why would an ordinary person have anything to do with this stuff? Moreover, with just a touch, one could sense that it was harmful to the body. This is Abyss Blood Jade, capable of inducing the mutation and demonization of demonic beasts, consuming life force, and stimulating potential. For humans, prolonged contact can be quite harmful. So dangerous? Shangren quickly took a few steps back. This guy was quite protective of his life. However, Xiaofeng took the initiative to approach, even reaching out his palm to touch and sense it. Indeed very strange, I've only come into contact with a few types of abyss materials, none as intense as this. Remember this aura, if you encounter it in the secret realm, stay away. If you find someone spreading it actively, just get rid of them, don't hesitate, just leave them with a mouth to speak. It's easy to dodge a spear from the front but hard to guard against a hidden arrow, so Su Chen gave this guy a warning in advance to prevent any accidents. Su Chen had done everything he could. He couldn't let him go in as a personal bodyguard. Even if Su Chen was willing, Xia Feng wouldn't accept this kind of protection. Well, I understand. Xia Feng didn't ask much and just nodded. Satisfied in full, Su Chen returned to his room. As usual, he took out a second-tier promotion potion and a second-tier soul power potion. After carefully reading the instructions for the second-tier promotion potion, well, the side effects still existed. However, the overall success rate of promotion had decreased by 10%, now only at 85%. According to this ratio, the higher you go, the price doubles while the probability decreases. Ultimately, in any world, whether it's wealth, power, or strength, it's all a pyramid structure. With an 85% chance, rounding up, that's basically 100%. Consuming 1 year of lifespan to accelerate self-cultivation. This acceleration requires an additional second-rank promotion Elixir X1 and second-rank soul power Elixir X1. Accelerating. During this year, in the first 3 days of promotion, after much contemplation, you still felt uneasy. After 3 days of incense burning and bathing to clear your mind, you finally began the promotion. Perhaps it was effective, as luck was on your side, leading to a direct success. Your level has advanced to 3rd rank 1 star. It took 3 to 4 days to completely overcome the side effects and fully adapt to the new power in the newly opened beast controlling space. The rest of the time, you were envisioning the 3rd beast you would control, contemplating what kind of contract to make. Su Chen. Su Chen felt powerless to comment. It doesn't matter, what's important is the successful advancement. Moreover, there's no need to spend time adapting to the new power after the promotion, as it seamlessly integrates. After reaching the 3rd rank, all aspects of your physical qualities have once again reached a new level, allowing you to enjoy more benefits from controlling beasts, increasing your lifespan by several decades. Beast Controller, Su Chen level, 3rd rank 1 star, acceleratable, talent, C-top cultivation, increases beast cultivation efficiency by 60%, acceleratable, hidden talent, got infinite plunder, killing other species allows you to plunder lifespan, skills, etc. Other species lifespan, 2,315 years, can consume other species lifespan to accelerate the growth of pets or beast controllers. When lacking other species lifespan, your own lifespan can be used instead. Currently, you have 65 years of lifespan remaining, and when it drops below 1 year, it can no longer be substituted. At least for now, there's no need to worry about dying of old age. With several decades ahead, Su Chen has enough time to advance to higher levels. After Su Chen's upgrade is complete, the next step is naturally to deal with them. Dabai, come out for some delicious food. Ing. At this point, Dabai hardly believes Su Chen's opening lines anymore. It's either iron blocks or crystal cores every time. Either it's about to burst its stomach or its body. Sure enough, seeing Su Chen pulling out iron blocks again, Dabai couldn't help but roll its eyes. This is wind spirit iron, quite expensive. I could have bought you tens of thousands of the sweetest and crispiest bamboo shoots instead. Ing? I want bamboo shoots, not iron blocks. Consuming 10 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration requires an additional 6th rank wind spirit iron. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast was immersed in sorrow as the bamboo shoots turned into iron blocks. However, considering the considerable value of the wind spirit iron, it had to turn sorrow into appetite. Surprisingly, the wind spirit iron tasted quite good. The wind spirit iron, compatible with the iron-eating beast's physique, automatically integrated into various acupoints in its body, advancing. In the second year, the iron-eating beast's acupoints were nourished by wind attribute energy, gaining wind affinity, and its speed continued to increase. The iron-eating beast comprehended the skill Wind Affinity, introductory level. In the third year, the iron-eating beast completely mastered the rhythm of the wind, successfully advancing to elite level 1 star. The iron-eating beast learned the skill Swift Wind Step, introductory level. In the 10th year, after the promotion, the iron-eating beast diligently practiced the use of skills, mainly focusing on not colliding with trees when accelerating suddenly. However, more wind attribute resources are needed for faster advancement. The iron-eating beast's level has been raised to elite level 4 stars. Skill Swift Wind Step has been upgraded from introductory level to proficiency level. Su Chen's speculation was indeed correct. The wind attribute metal provided speed enhancement, while the thunder attribute unsurprisingly offered attack power. However, Dabai was not lacking in attack power at the moment. Spirit Beast, Iron-Eating Beast, Dabai, Speed Boost, Level, Elite 4 Star Skills. Cute selling technique, perfect level bone transformation palm, peerless level iron head skill, perfect level copper skin iron bone, perfect level golden steel body, perfect level flame resistance, perfect level petrification resistance, perfect level swift wind step, mastery level wind affinity, beginner level bone strengthening, beginner level long spear throwing, beginner level loyalty, 100% just. The number of skills alone was 3 to 4 times that of an average elite level, not to mention that most levels were perfect, with one peerless skill, truly luxurious. Lastly, the big spender in terms of lifespan consumption, Hongyu. However, almost every year spent on Hongyu could be converted into immediate combat power, which was the most terrifying aspect. After reaching the limit of one's own realm, one could still control the undead plane under their command, expand territories, or reserve more subordinate skeleton soldiers. In any case, every single moment would not be wasted. Definitely not like Su Chen, who spent a whole year fantasizing about a spirit beast. Hongyu. Putting away Dubai, Su Chen summoned Hongyu and its witch demon casket. These days, the witch demon casket was almost in a sealed state, and Hongyu couldn't enjoy the benefits of the casket. However, that was all in the past, as it could now be unsealed again. Congratulations, Master, on your advancement. I've said before that advancement is not difficult for me. Now, I will let you return to your peak. Since meeting the Master, every moment has been a new peak for me. Indeed, that's the truth. Consuming 1,000 years of lifespan to accelerate the blood skeleton summoner's growth process. This acceleration does not consume additional resources. In progress. In the 3rd year, the blood skeleton summoner re-unsealed and refined the witch demon casket, the life item. Due to the perfect compatibility between the blood skeleton summoner and the abyss blood jade made casket, the advancement was very smooth and resulted in a certain mutation. The blood skeleton summoner advanced to become Blood Witch, Elite Level 1 star. Mastered skills, Blood Escape Technique, Beginner Level, Skeleton Creation Technique, Beginner Level. In the 252nd year, due to the extreme lack of cold undead aura in this area, the Blood Witch's advancement was not very fast. It took over 200 years to grow to the elite level peak. Most of the time was spent exploring the mysteries of skills and commanding the undead plane under their control. Skills, Blood Escape Technique upgraded from beginner level to perfect level. Skeleton Creation Technique upgraded from beginner level to mastery level. In the 456th year, the Blood Witch's power in the undead plane had approached that of a general leading undead lord. The number of elite level peak skeleton soldiers under their command reached 1,000, with nearly 20,000 other level soldiers. This quantity seemed to be a limit. Any more would attract the attention of the undead monarch. The Skeleton Creation Technique could create and modify skeleton soldiers. After stagnating for 100 years, the Blood Witch combined it with blood puppetry to comprehend a new skill, Blood Skeleton Reconstruction Technique, perfect level, Skeleton Creation Technique upgraded to perfect level. In the 625th year, due to the insufficient blood energy in this area, after reconstructing 100 elite level skeleton soldiers, the Blood Witch switched to researching other directions. Skill, Blood Burst Technique, perfect level, upgraded to Blood Burst Nova, perfect level. In the 801st year, the skill, Skeleton Summoning Technique, perfect level, underwent a mutation, reducing consumption to 1/3 when summoning skeleton soldiers modified by the Blood Witch's blood energy. In the 1000th year, the remaining time was spent exploring the method for the next stage of advancement. Currently, there are 2 ideas. One is the skeleton of high-level undead creatures, and the other is to continue on the path of Abyss Blood Jade. Acceleration complete. Master, your greatness rivals that of the gods. The advanced red jade, with its body's bones becoming more shiny, emits a faint red glow. From a distance, it looks like a person draped in a red robe. After consuming 1,000 years of the lifespan of other species, Su Chen still had over 1,000 years left. Not that it would be completely used up, but if not squandered, it would definitely be enough for the time being. Moreover, Su Chen still had to go to the 3rd level secret realm next, where he could once again dominate and reap rewards. Only on Red Jade did Su Chen dare to use 1,000 years as a unit without restraint. The consumption was significant, but the gains were not small. Beast Tamer, Blood Witch Red Jade, Accelerated, Level, Elite 9-star Peak Skills, Skeleton Summoning Art, Perfect Level, can summon up to 4 skeleton troops to serve oneself simultaneously. When not specifying clear allegiance, troops are random. Mutant Summoning, when summoning modified blood skeletons, up to 12 can be summoned simultaneously. Skeleton Creation Art, Perfect Level, can transform the bones of 1 or more skeleton troops into other forms of skeleton troops. Currently mastered, Skeleton Direwolf, Bone Spur Bird, Skeletal Bat, Skeletal Swordsman. Blood Skeleton Transformation Art, Perfect Level, perfectly transforms skeleton troops into blood skeleton troops, greatly enhancing strength. Bone strengthening, perfect level bone shield art, perfect level bone spike missile, perfect level blood burning art, perfect level blood control art, perfect level blood burst nova, perfect level detonates blood energy within a creature's body, or releases a blood energy mass towards a target to detonate. Blood puppet art, perfect level blood escape art, perfect level loyalty, 100% perfect. After seeing Red Jade's attributes panel, Su-Chen could only describe it with 2 words, perfect. If encountering such an opponent in the wild, Su-Chen wouldn't know how to deal with it even with only Dabai by his side. Even if Su-Chen had 10 third-level teammates, it would be of no use. Most importantly, Red Jade is immortal. Or rather, as long as the witch's life box is not shattered, the witch will not die. And Red Jade's witch's life box has always been in Su-Chen's beast taming space. As long as Su-Chen doesn't die, the blood witch will not die. Even if it takes thousands or tens of thousands of years for the witch to resurrect after death, for Su-Chen, it's not a difficult task. Su-Chen's inexhaustible lifespan of other species, combined with the witch's long growth process, has created such a perfect beast. With the modified skeleton summoning art, ordinary skeleton summoning can almost retire, occasionally serving as a supplement to Red Jade's forces. After all, the premise of summoning undead skeleton troops from the undead plane is to first summon some skeleton troops to sign summoning contracts, then send them back to the undead plane for training. The skeleton troops recruited from battles in the undead plane cannot be used directly. However, it doesn't matter much, as there are thousands of elite-level star-ranked troops that have signed summoning contracts with Red Jade and can be used. Among them, the most important are the 100 transformed blood skeletons. Whether it's the melee skeletal swordsman, the ranged skeleton archer, the agile skeletal direwolf, or the skeleton knight with a warhorse, or even the flying unit skeletal bat, achieving a perfect configuration of one-man army. Although they are all elite level, for a third-level beast tamer, having over 10 top elite-level combat powers at once is absolutely overwhelming at the same level. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so cold? At this moment, Shangren suddenly called from outside. Su-Chen, are you okay? I'm fine, I just found it too hot, so I summoned my skeletons to cool down. You're amazing, but I never thought you really contracted an undead. By the way, that undead of yours isn't simple, right? Just average. Didn't you see during the day? Alright then, you prepare for the advancement, leave the rest to me. Shangren outside the door said and then went back to his room. Little did he know that in just a few minutes, Su-Chen and his spirit beast had already advanced. Even Hong Yu had reached the limit of this stage. Next, Su-Chen's main task was to find the bones of higher-level undead or blood energy ores higher than the Abyss Blood Jade. After all, Hong Yu had spent over 100 years deducing 2 routes, just needing to verify one. As for Dabai, he had no worries, just one word, money. The iron-eating beast, after all, had to ingest wind and thunder attribute metals as food additives. Even ordinary profound iron couldn't be stopped. After advancing, Dabai's size increased slightly, and after the golden steel transformation, the original profound iron in his body was somewhat insufficient. Moreover, after supplementing with third-level profound iron, his strength could definitely continue to increase after the golden steel transformation. In the end, it was about the gold-swallowing beast. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Su-Chen deliberately waited until this time when most people were most alert, and released the morning recorded video. Now, his account only had 2 videos, one was the debunking video from last time, and the other was today's release. In the video, Su-Chen looked like he had just woken up. To all you second-level weaklings, I just used a second-level advancement potion and accidentally jumped straight to the 3rd level. So, I won't play with you guys anymore. As for testing and such, why bother? Just give me the 1st place reward directly. You guys, go compete for 2nd place. The video ended. As a prominent figure at the Tianan Beast Academy, his dynamic post naturally attracted the attention of most people. Damn, Beast. I used 3 second-level advancement potions in a row and still can't level up. Damn. Hello, noob. He's invincible at the 2nd level. What can you compare with? Wait, he's at the 3rd level now. If he's at the 3rd level, can't enter the 2nd level secret realm, why should he get the 2nd level 1st place reward? This comment instantly received a surge of likes. Now, everyone understood. The students who originally thought it was reasonable to give Su-Chen the 1st place reward instantly realized, right, he's at the 3rd level, so he's going to dominate the 2nd level secret realm, giving everyone else a chance. Ha ha. This guy probably regrets it so much, deliberately making this video. He looks relaxed, but he's probably panicking inside. Yeah, he hasn't even secured the 2nd level 1st place yet, and he's already at the 3rd level. I'd be dumbfounded too. I bet he never thought he could succeed in one go. Judging by his appearance, he's probably still dealing with the side effects. Lucky, but tragic. The comments section was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, mostly second-level students gloating. Of course, more were hoping the school wouldn't actually award the first place to Su Chen. Although his second-level first place was undeniable, rules were rules, the competition wasn't over, how could they directly award it? As long as Su Chen didn't participate in the second-level competition, those second-level peak students he had defeated before all had a chance. The second-level first place, whether in honor or rewards, was quite substantial. Many second-level peak students even stalled their levels for half a year just to wait for such an opportunity. There were those who rushed forward and those who weighed the pros and cons to maximize their benefits. Everything was just a matter of personal choice. Then let him participate in the third-level Secret Realm competition. At this moment, a light barrage floated by. However, its intentions were extremely malicious. Sending a beast tamer who had just advanced to the third rank today into a third-rank difficult-level Secret Realm, isn't that sending him to his death? Even if he teamed up with a group of teammates, it wouldn't necessarily guarantee the safety of this rookie. Moreover, this was in a free-for-all battle royale mode. The best outcome would be to surrender immediately upon entering to avoid suffering. Originally ranked first in the second rank, he instantly became the bottom of the third rank. With a stark contrast in both honor and rewards, the gap was indeed too significant. A beast tamer newly entering the third rank, with the effects of potions not yet subsided, would have to wait at least a week before being able to advance their beasts. Naturally, no one believed that Su Chen's warlock was already preparing for promotion to the commanding level. In fact, he had been preparing for hundreds of years. Of course, besides those who took pleasure in others' misfortune, there were also some fans of Su Chen who opposed this. Strong individuals never lack admirers. They were impressed by Su Chen's previous powerful performances. Naturally, they didn't want to see Su Chen, who had just risen to fame, fade away like this. So, in less than an hour, the comments section below this video became a heated battlefield. However, most of the comments urging Su Chen to enter the third-rank Secret Realm were actually arranged by Shang Ren's water army. Otherwise, such a strong fervor wouldn't have been generated. After all, they were all students from the same school, mostly still quite naive, not wanting to make things too difficult for Su Chen. As long as Su Chen withdrew from the competition for second-rank rankings and rewards, the rest was none of their concern. Principal, about this Su Chen. At a high-level school meeting, after confirming the specific preparations for the Secret Realm assessment, someone finally brought up Su Chen's situation. Originally, just a new student in the second rank, not worth discussing, but Su Chen's recent limelight was too strong, exuding the aura of a new generation leader, attracting the attention of many teachers and leaders. However, Su Chen's sudden temporary breakthrough made some teachers feel a bit uneasy. Logically, such a genius seedling should be nurtured well, advancing proudly with honor and invincibility. These teachers naturally didn't want to see a genius who had just emerged fall. I've heard about it. Lu Tongxing's tone was calm, but his mind was not as calm as his face. It wasn't surprising that Su Chen could advance to the third rank. What shocked him was that the other party could say and do it, advancing overnight without needing any preparation. And it seemed that he had also incidentally resolved the aftermath's effects. Although Su Chen appeared groggy in the video, experienced individuals could see at a glance that there were no signs of the aftermath's effects in the details. Even Lu Tongxing dared not think, could this kid have already reached the third rank with his beasts too? Since he can't enter the second rank Secret Realm, let him enter the third rank Secret Realm, consider it a lesson for him, so he won't be so reckless next time. Lu Tongxing made a decision offhandedly. As soon as these words were spoken, many deans and leaders had a slight change in their expressions. Principal, I object. Lao Ji, then what's your solution? He is undoubtedly the first in the second rank. I think giving him the first place reward directly is not a problem. As for the third rank Secret Realm, it's extremely dangerous for him who has just advanced. It's not advisable for him to enter. As soon as this was said, deans from other departments came out to oppose it. Dean Ji, this is too unfair. Yes, since the rules have been set, we should act according to the rules. Are rules more important, or is a genius more important, especially at the end of the year? Forget it, Lao Ji, I have already decided on this matter, let's not discuss it further. A lesson is more cost-effective than stumbling again in the future. In the third-tier Secret Realm, we have sufficient protective measures in place, so there won't be any danger. He could even just go through the motions without delving deep into it. If something unexpected really happens, it's his fate. How many prodigies have fallen midway over the years that we have seen? Finally, Lu Tongxing made a decisive statement and did not accept any objections. With this, the farce that Su Chen was supposed to cooperate in was concluded. Soon, in the afternoon, the school's temporary notice regarding Su Chen was released. The gist of it was that the school's assessments are always fair and transparent, with no predetermined first place. Considering Su Chen's situation, he would not participate in the next stage of the second-tier Secret Realm trial but would enter the third-tier Secret Realm instead. This means that Su Chen would directly enter the top 100 of the third tier without going through the first round of trials, which could be considered a form of compensation. However, compared to the title of first place in the second tier that Su Chen lost, this small compensation was barely worth mentioning. After the notice, it immediately caused a sensation. Previously, it was all just talk, but no one expected the school to actually adopt such a handling method. Many students were waiting for Su Chen to release another video. Whether it was to resentfully accuse the school of unfairness or to boast again and conquer the third tier, they all hoped for some response from Su Chen. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Until the evening, Su Chen seemed to have disappeared without a trace, not responding to anything or replying to any comments. Su Chen stayed in the dormitory all day, not going out. After posting the video, he didn't pay attention to public opinion at all. Apart from discussing the details of the third-tier secret realm with Shang Run, he only checked the information inside this dangerous third-tier secret realm. The publicly available information in the school showed that the terrain inside this third-tier dangerous secret realm was relatively simple. It was mainly a large piece of land surrounded by mist, divided into two main areas, the Eagle Forest and the Frost Plateau. As for the entrance to the secret realm, it was hidden at the junction of the two areas. According to the known species of monsters, the elite level and above were considered, including the unicorn eagle, windblade sparrow, hundred-vine treant, frost saber-tooth tiger, tundra wolf, snowstorm bear, snowfield sandworm, and so on. Almost all of these races had at least one commanding leader, each ruling over a small area. In the past, third-tier students who entered here for internships would be lucky to stay for 3 days, and they were not there to hunt. Their main goal was to find valuable materials in the monster-infested dense forest. After all, behind every elite-level monster was a large population, and sometimes even a commanding leader overseeing them. Even though there were some protective measures in the third-tier secret realm, they did not want to seek death deliberately. The terrain of the forest and the snowy plateau, no wonder it won't have the same situation as the second-tier secret realm. Su Chen pondered. If abyssal blood jade were to be placed here, it probably wouldn't even bubble up. The abyssal aura was the #1 enemy of all living beings, and the commanding level monsters were intelligent and would not easily approach it, choosing to avoid it actively. As for the black mist volcano, it only had the advantage of geographical conditions. Although Su Chen was not worried about the presence of abyssal creatures inside, he did not take it lightly and made sure to understand all the necessary information. Since there were conspiracies in the second-tier secret realm, who could guarantee that there would be no issues in the third-tier secret realm? Moreover, for Su Chen, the danger might not necessarily come from the monsters in the secret realm but rather from the beastmasters who were also human. In a dim room, a person was communicating remotely. "Elder, everything is ready, ensuring nothing will go wrong." "Good, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't waste our preparations." Being able to bring down a genius from the Xia family and cut off a whole generation from the Tianan Academy, settling all the new and old grudges of these years together. By the way, that new rising genius, Su Chen, has been promoted to the 3rd rank, but unfortunately he escaped this disaster. No matter, there will naturally be others to deal with him. Yes, the next batch of suppressing demon pills will be delivered to you on time. Keep silent and do not initiate contact for the next period. Yes, thank you, Elder. The next day, at 9 in the morning, the top 100 from each rank list went to different secret halls to gather. However, the actual number was not exactly 100. Some with the same points were simply all thrown in. There might even be some city guard spies planted in there, it was all a mix. Moreover, at the entrance to the 3rd rank secret realm, there was a list jumper. Su Chen arrived neither early nor late, standing alone at the back, with many senior students from the 3rd rank eyeing him curiously. Their gazes were obvious, looking at Su Chen as if he were a husky among wolves. Although they were all 3rd rank, most of the students here had already cultivated 3 elite-level spirit beasts. Those who could break into the top 100 out of over 2,000 third-rank students were not easy to bully. The total number of third-rank students was also the highest in the school. At this rank, they were no longer divided by grade, most were sophomores challenging juniors or even seniors. As for freshmen, obviously, there was only Su Chen. However, Su Chen clearly did not consider himself a husky, he stood out from the crowd. "Time's up, the secret realm is opening, enter in order." At that moment, a teacher announced loudly at the front. "ZZZ, the secret realm guards activated the device." Then, a faint blue entrance to the secret realm slowly opened. Su Chen had never been inside, but just by the momentum, it was much larger than a second-rank secret realm. Moreover, the difficulty level was also on another scale. Although the secret realms were dangerous, each one was obtained through great efforts by predecessors, very precious. It could be said that they were the school's most important assets. Soon, everyone entered the secret realm. Su Chen's surroundings changed, finding himself in a spacious cave. There were many students and secret realm guards around him. Everyone, come over to receive a one-time directional teleportation stone. In case of emergency, you can teleport back here directly, considered as elimination. A teacher stationed at the secret realm said, "A one-time teleportation stone? I didn't expect the school to be so generous, giving one to each person directly. Yeah, usually it costs 300 points to exchange. Keep quiet, let's begin." Soon, everyone had received their stones. Su Chen held the unremarkable stone in his hand, feeling a familiar power. It seemed that when the spirit of the void passed it back and forth before, it was this feeling, the power of space. This thing was only useful in secret realms of the third rank and above. Lower rank secret realms couldn't withstand the power of spatial teleportation. No wonder, even if the conspirators behind wanted to cause trouble, they had no way with third rank secret realms. Instead, the relatively safer second rank secret realms became their target. No fighting within a 3-kilometer radius of this place. Anyone who stays within the 3-kilometer radius for half an hour or voluntarily enters this range afterward will be considered eliminated. Now, you can each choose a direction to set off. After saying that, the teacher fell silent. Subsequently, most students began to depart quickly according to their planned routes. Many of them still moved in pairs or groups. Obviously, they were already very familiar with this place. Su Chen looked around, seeing over 10 different exits. "Teacher, which exit leads to the Eagle's Roost?" Su Chen approached and inquired, "Is this your first time here?" The other person glanced at Su Chen and casually asked, seeming unaware of Su Chen's status. "Yes, I just advanced to the third rank yesterday." The other person fell silent, then pointed in a direction. "Over there is where it all is, and on the other side is the path to the Frost Plateau." "Thank you, teacher." After speaking, Su Chen intended to leave. Don't venture too deep. In some places, even the teleportation stones might not work. Su Chen was speechless. Was it really this tricky? He had only checked the basic information here, and such unsavory details naturally wouldn't be found online. The teacher had to remind each one individually. "By the way, teacher, since only beastmasters below the third rank can enter here, what if a commanding level monster attacks?" Su Chen humbly inquired. And this was crucial. "Guess what rank I am?" "Fourth rank?" Since the other person asked like that, Su Chen naturally guessed the answer. A third rank realm didn't mean one couldn't advance to the fourth rank. It's just that after leaving, coming back in wouldn't be possible. "Yes, peak of the fourth rank. I see, there should be more than just you at the fourth rank, right? There are a few guards as well. Alright, then I can rest assured." "Ha ha. I didn't expect you to be quite afraid of death. If you're scared, why bother showing off? Just leave directly." I'm afraid of too much commotion here, which might provoke the monsters. Rest assured, no matter what you do, those beasts won't dare to cause trouble here. The teacher is mighty." After saying that, Su Chen took his leave directly and headed towards the direction of the Eagle Forest. As Su Chen walked out of the cave, he was met with an endless expanse of green forest. On this side, there was only an inconspicuous rocky hill. Behind him stood the towering Frost Plateau. The 3-kilometer range happened to be the distance to enter either the Eagle Forest or the foothills of the Frost Plateau. Obviously, this was also a safe zone opened up by these people. "Come out, White and Ruby." Su Chen directly summoned his beasts. Yip! White, upon seeing the forest, seemed quite excited, as if it held many delicious treats inside. As they neared the forest, Su Chen halted his steps. "Ruby, send some scouts to check the situation first." Being the last one to come out, Su Chen naturally couldn't rule out the possibility of someone hiding ahead as a sixth man. "Understood." Ruby responded with her thoughts. Then, extending her bone claws, a mass of blood-red energy condensed in the air before bursting open. Blood puppetry, perfect level, using blood energy to create some servant puppets for reconnaissance or combat. The number, strength, and duration depend on the amount of blood energy consumed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In an instant, over a dozen blood bat puppets formed in the air and flew towards the forest. Following that, a large summoning array appeared in front of Ruby. Skeleton summoning art. 3 blood skeleton wolf heads and 9 blood skeleton bone sparrow were summoned simultaneously. Click, click, click. Soon, the skeleton wolf ran directly towards the forest, while the bone sparrows circled in the air before dispersing and flying into the woods. This feels much safer now, let's go." Saying that, Su Chen entered the forest directly. To Su Chen's slight surprise, after being in the forest for over 10 minutes, there was still no sign of anyone, let alone being ambushed by the sixth man. It made sense, this was a battle royale, not a one-on-one fight. The focus wasn't on defeating how many opponents but on surviving until the end. At the beginning, most probably wanted to conserve energy. Even on the outskirts of the Eagle Forest, it was unlikely anyone wanted to start a fight and cause a commotion so early. Very well, let's play hide and seek for now. After all, Su Chen didn't want to reveal his strength too early. The result of his discussion with Shangrun was to hold back on the first day and wait until Shangrun attracted enough bets before making a move. As they entered the secret realm, real-time rankings of each person were displayed on the school network, with all surviving students ranked by the number of defeats. Among the third order, those who could rank in the top 10 were all peak third order, and the 3 contracted mythical beasts were all elite peak level. The acknowledged favorites usually had odds of only around 1:1, 2 to 1, 4. In order to attract bets, Shangrun directly increased the odds of everyone by more than 50%. The effect was immediate, and the number of people betting with spirit stones or points surged. In the eyes of their peers, it was simply losing money to attract business. As for the bets on the second order side, Shangrun no longer cared, as anyone knowledgeable could see the strength of Xiaofeng, with odds directly lowered to 1. Killed the awakened level 6-star man-eating grass, plundered 6 years of life from the alien species. Killed the extraordinary level 8-star green bone snake, plundered 18 years of life from the alien species. Plundered skill poison resistance, automatically comprehended by the iron-eating beast and blood witch. Su Chen strolled leisurely all the way, heading straight into the depths of the forest, continuously receiving notifications of kills. These were all skeletons summoned by Hongyu and easily killed. Only kills caused here allowed Su Chen to plunder life from alien species. Otherwise, in the undead plane, they had been fighting in all directions and had long given Su Chen tens of millions of years of alien life. Even in the third order secret realm, awakened and extraordinary level monsters still made up the majority. Or rather, except for particularly special secret realms, any ecosystem was like this. Lower level creatures formed the base of the pyramid, always occupying the largest number. Along the way, there were instances where Su Chen detected other students through bloodbat puppets, but he chose not to engage, opting to take a slightly different route. These students were not worth killing, as there was no need for combat. At night, Su Chen casually found a large tree to rest under, guarded by third-order peak-bone thornbirds all around, with skeleton archers and bone swordsmen by the tree, making it very safe. Shangrun, how's it going? A few rank 6 guys are blocking my way, I can't hold back much longer. It's fine. Only a few bet on you to win, are they your diehard fans? But it doesn't matter, it's just a few extra spirit stones. Shangrun replied with a smile. It was clear that this guy was feeling great now, not even caring about thousands of spirit stones, conservatively estimating he had at least tens of thousands. But, brother, you must not mess up, my fortune and life are all on the line here. Is it that serious? Isn't your family the richest in the country? It's a long story, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, we have to earn our own money, my fortune and life depend on you. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Just split the earnings with me. That's a given. Even the wealthiest merchant scions in the entire Xiao were working hard to make money, so what right did ordinary people have not to strive? Stop slacking off. So, Su Chen had Hongyu send a few bone thorn birds to harass a few large trees 3 kilometers ahead. According to previous reconnaissance results, there was a 3-person team hiding there. Hongyu, focus on harassment, don't actually get them killed. Understood. No one should be coming over, you guys rest first, I'll keep watch for 3 hours before we switch. On a thick branch, Zhang Cheng said to his 2 teammates. Zhang Cheng, third order peak, ranking 4 points, 5. This meant he had defeated and eliminated 5 people. Or rather, this team had eliminated 5 people. Okay, Changge, I'll have my shadow wolf come out to stand guard. My 3-eyed night owl can also. Okay. Under the trunk, a large green striped snake was coiled up, pretending to be asleep. This was Zhang Cheng's summoned beast. The rest were resting in the beast space. Half an hour later. Hiss, in the forest at night, a sudden urgent howl echoed. It was the cry of the 3-eyed night owl. Enemy attack. The one who shouted was not Zhang Cheng, but the owner of the 3-eyed night owl. Even though he was in a deep sleep, the 3-eyed night owl could still give him a warning, waking him up. Not to mention, they had only rested for 30 minutes. In the sky. What kind of monster is it? Not sure for now, but there's more than one. As they spoke, the 3 quickly summoned all their beasts. Click, click, click. Soon, they saw 6 faintly flickering ghostly flames floating in the air. These are undead. By the dim light, the three finally vaguely distinguished the appearance of the opponents, skinless and fleshless, covered with fierce bone spurs all over. Moreover, the flickering soul fire made them shudder. Ale, can you handle them? Among the three, only Ale had a flying beast. Chang, these three seem to be elite peak level. Ale replied with a mournful face. Moreover, the three-eyed night owl was not skilled in combat but mainly in support and reconnaissance. Alright, let's not rest tonight, stay alert at all times. Zhang Chang made the decision. The sudden appearance of three elite peak undead gave him a bad feeling. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Three blood skeleton bone birds kept flying around the tree where the three were hiding, not attacking but constantly circling, occasionally making annoying cracking sounds. Another half an hour passed. Chang, they don't seem to pose much of a threat. Before the words could finish. Howl, what's wrong? Chang, my shadow wolf has been heavily injured. How could it be heavily injured in such a short time? They can shoot bone spurs, hitting the backside of the shadow wolf. After saying that, all three felt a chill down their spines. Back against the tree, use life-saving skills, stay vigilant. Hold on until dawn, then we'll kill them. In the Night Eagle forest at night, they dared not make too much noise. In the end, even if they could drive away the three bone birds, they had to retreat. However, they couldn't figure out where the flying undead in the Night Eagle forest came from. The key was, these undead were too annoying. Soon, there were even more annoying things waiting for them. Every half an hour, they would be attacked by bone spurs from the bone birds. Not fatal, but very disgusting. These undead birds didn't need to sleep, just tirelessly harassing them, making them stay on high alert at all times. They had ventured into the Night Eagle forest at least 10 times, but never felt so frustrated. Finally, at dawn, the three undead birds suddenly disappeared as if they had never appeared. Damn, I know now, these are the summoned creatures of someone else's beast. Zhang Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, clearly on the verge of losing control. The other two were no better, sporting panda eyes, looking exhausted. For a third-level beast tamer, staying up for 1 or 2 nights was nothing. But this kind of highly tense and vigilant state throughout consumed several times more energy than usual, which they couldn't bear. Chang, what kind of beast can summon 3 elite peak-level creatures at the same time? Stay alert, the opponent will show up soon. Even if we're eliminated, I need to know who they are. On the other side, Su Chen had a good night's rest, full of energy, ready to make a big move today. Hong Yu, let's begin, summon with all your might. Yes. Then, one summoning formation after another lit up in succession. After 3 waves, Hong Yu's spiritual power was depleted. Su Chen directly consumed a year of his lifespan to accelerate her recovery. Originally, she could have recovered in just a few days of rest at most. However, the smallest unit for acceleration was a year, so Su Chen had to be extravagant. Nevertheless, it wouldn't be wasted. The extra time was used for the spiritual cultivation of the blood, which are studying various skills. After a few rounds, Hong Yu's reserve of 100 elite blood skeletons all made their appearance. As for the ordinary skeletons, they were not needed for the time being. Let's go! Su Chen instructed Hong Yu to command the army to advance, while he followed with Dabai from behind. Shangge, it seems there's some movement ahead. I sense it. It sounds like there's more than one person. I see it. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, over a dozen bone arrows shot from a distance. Be careful. Ding, ding, ding. Ale transformed into a violent bear form, surrounded by earth shields, shielding the two of them. This was his possession-type beast, the earth bear spirit. Soon after, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. In the forest below, a large number of blood-red skeleton soldiers appeared. There were various types of soldiers, melee, ranged, and even cavalry. The bone arrows just now were clearly their attack. Is this an undead invasion? These skeletons look familiar. Blood-red skeletons, aren't they the newly risen ones? Damn, are you telling me that a transcendent-level skeleton summoner can summon so many elite peak-level troops? Click, click, click. Apart from the skeleton army below, the annoying bone spur birds returned. And this time, it was no joke. They unleashed their full firepower, dense bone spurs raining down towards them like a storm. The reason they weren't dealt with by the bone spur birds yesterday was that Su Chen hadn't entered the scoring card's judgment range. If they surrendered directly, the points would be wasted. As for now, they were already in battle mode, and even if they used a teleport stone now, those points would belong to Su Chen. Su Chen aimed for first place and couldn't allow any accidents. Changgu, should we fight? Fight? Fight my foot, let's retreat quickly. After speaking, Zhang Cheng directly crushed a one-time teleport stone. A white light flashed, and they left the original location directly. Subsequently, the other two also followed him. In the end, they didn't see Su Chen's shadow. Although they had some guesses, they couldn't believe it. This kind of thing far exceeded their understanding. If an undead beast tamer was so powerful, they might as well contract with an undead summoner directly and summon an army alone, calling forth thousands of troops. The problem was, even if you lived for hundreds or thousands of years, it was futile against the undead's long cultivation cycle. Moreover, without Su Chen's powerful recovery ability, Hong Yu couldn't currently achieve the absurd feat of facing 100 enemies alone. Su Chen, 3rd rank 1 star, ranking 2 points 8. The sudden change in the points ranking instantly attracted the attention of all those watching the competition. How did Zhang Cheng get eliminated? What's going on with Su Chen? Why ask? Su Chen wiped out Zhang Cheng's team. With a little analysis, the facts were clear, but why was it so unbelievable? This guy had just been promoted to the 3rd rank not long ago, right? After barely making it through the night with 0 points, he must have been shivering somewhere. How did he manage to get a triple kill in the blink of an eye? Soon, someone contacted Zhang Cheng directly, intending to conduct a post-match interview. After all, he was considered one of the favorites for the championship. Zhang Cheng, how did you get defeated by this newcomer Su Chen? Su Chen, was it him? Yes, all your points were taken by him. Could it be that you lost without even meeting him in person? No, what I mean is, our squad fought against a group of monsters all night long. By the next day, we were exhausted and didn't know who ambushed us. Zhang Chen quickly realized. Damn it, can't let myself suffer alone, must drag more people down with me. Is that so? The interviewer clearly didn't believe it. Don't believe it, let me show you what we look like. After speaking, Zhang Cheng directly pulled 2 teammates and took a group selfie to send over. In the picture, the 3 of them had bloodshot eyes, more severe than someone who had pulled an all-nighter. Obviously, it was a sign of immense energy depletion. This situation could be explained by fighting all night. It looks like you really went through a tough battle. Yeah, that guy is in the central area of the Angle Eagle Forest. Whoever is interested can go and take his points. The interview ended there. Soon, the interview content was also posted on the campus network. I didn't expect Su Chen to be quite courageous, actually sneaking into the central area of the Angle Eagle Forest alone. Yeah, he seized the opportunity. Next, all he needs to do is find a place to hide. Maybe he'll have a chance to enter the top 10. He better hide well, many of those ranked lower will probably go after this fat sheep. As for Su Chen, he also saw this content. Didn't expect this guy to be so good at praising himself. However, Su Chen wouldn't argue against it. With this guy's endorsement, he went from a big bad wolf to a little white sheep, attracting more students looking for a fight, which would help him score some points without having to search for them himself. With this in mind, Su Chen could adjust his strategy slightly. Have the team advance dispersed 2 kilometers ahead, will follow slowly behind. Also, keep an eye out for human activity within a 5-kilometer radius. Su Chen instructed Hong Yu as he collected the core and materials from a 3rd-tier monster, leaving the flesh and blood to be refined into blood energy for the reconstruction of the blood skeleton. Wherever the skeleton team went, all monsters were harvested. To have enough storage space, Su Chen specifically asked Shangrun for a large space ring. Unfortunately, Shang Bao didn't come in, so the money cat couldn't work its magic. Otherwise, Su Chen would have turned the place upside down to search for valuable items. As of now, his lifespan had increased by nearly 1,000 years. Combining cores and materials of various ranks, over 100 pieces, could fetch quite a few spirit stones. Master, someone is coming. Hong Yu suddenly alerted him. So soon? In the sky. Summon a few archers over. Su Chen, it seems you don't know that in this competition, within a 1-kilometer range, 2 scorecards will interact and enter a battle state. A male voice came from above. You think I'm hiding? Su Chen emerged from behind a large tree and also saw the opponent's flying beast, an elite peak-level single-horned eagle. No wonder he was so confident flying over the Angle Eagle Forest, seems like they were all family here? Just don't know if the single-horned eagles here recognize this relative. It is said that in such situations, the hatred of monster leaders is even greater. Isn't that so? You don't really think that a few lousy skeleton archers can hit my single-horned eagle, do you? The male student said disdainfully. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he finished speaking, several bone arrows flew towards the single-horned eagle. The bone arrows rapidly closed in, blocking all escape routes. The single-horned eagle flapped its wings, shooting out several wind blades in an attempt to defend itself. However, the archer's attack was too sudden, and one arrow hit the single-horned eagle's abdomen. Suddenly, blood splattered. Your skeleton isn't transcendent level, it's elite level? The boy exclaimed in shock and anger, quickly ascending in height. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, planning to let the bone spur bird in front chase. Suddenly, Su Chen received a message from Hong Yu. Master, there's something wrong with this blood. What do you mean? I sense a taint of magic in it. However, it's not as strong as the previous monsters. And, ordinary people can hardly perceive it. Oh, no wonder it's so eager. Seems like it's directly targeting me, not for points. The level of my beast doesn't matter. What matters is, buddy, you've been exposed. Suchin said loudly. What are you saying? The boy, who was preparing to find a place to heal his Angle Eagle, asked cautiously. I'm saying, your Angle Eagle is infected with the Abyss aura. Obviously, you're one of them, right? As for who they were, Suchin had no idea, but there was definitely a hidden organization. You're talking nonsense. The boy was visibly flustered, forcing himself to remain calm. Suchin didn't need evidence, even just reporting it would do. Some things might escape the perception of ordinary people, but they wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. I'm saying, you're colluding with the Abyss, is that clear enough? You rushed over here so urgently, to come kill me? Suchin didn't hold back, laying it all out for him. The boy's face turned red and then pale, looking a bit lost. He was only at the 3rd level, probably just a peripheral member of the organization. By saying this, Suchin cut off his retreat, setting up a life and death situation. Demon Temple. At this moment, Lu Tongxing's voice came through Suchen's communicator. Suchen, the 6th senior, had already dialed the principal's number. Principal, did you hear that? This guy can't refute it, he must have agreed. Ningxua, peak of the 3rd level, B-class flying type. Local from Tianan City, I will inform the city guard to investigate. No, I'm innocent. When I contracted this Angle Eagle beast egg, it was already contaminated, and I was infected with the demonic aura. If I don't obey them, I'll become a waste of a person. Ningxua in the air looked frantic, constantly trying to explain. Come out and accept the investigation. If you resist, you can be killed on the spot. Lu Tongxing's words plunged Ningxua into despair. Although he claimed to be forced, some things, once done, were done. Now, it was hard to say if it was forced or voluntary. Hey, buddy, you heard the principal, you better find a cool place to stay. And, leave your points behind, hee hee. Su Chen's voice sounded sly and untimely. It's you, it's all your fault. Saying this, Ningxua summoned another flying beast to replace the Angle Eagle. As for the Angle Eagle, he ordered it to swoop towards Su Chen, intending to make a hole in him. You're asking for it. The principal had spoken, allowing for lethal force, so Su Chen naturally wouldn't hold back. Hong Yu released a long thread of blood chi that extended all the way to the Angle Eagle's body. Blood control technique. Subsequently, the Angle Eagle, like a puppet on a string, was manipulated by Hong Yu in the air. Turning its head, it flew towards Ningxua. Angle Eagle, snap out of it. Another flying beast extended its claws to cut the blood thread, but to no avail. As long as the opponent was injured and bleeding, they could be controlled. Or, if the opponent attacked Hong Yu's main body. Just then, the Angle Eagle let out a miserable cry. Following that, its body suddenly swelled violently. Boom! A loud noise reverberated through the sky. The Angle Eagle exploded. The force of the explosion directly injured Ningxua and the other flying beast, causing them to crash to the ground. I can't die. With the last bit of will to survive, Ningxua crushed the teleportation stone. However, what awaited him was surely the inspection of the city guards. Killed the elite 9-star lone horned eagle, plundered 29 years of life from the alien species. It seems that this lone horned eagle's level of demonization is not very high, hence the full reward. Perhaps, it really is as he said, caught in the conspiracy of that so-called demon temple. With a B-level talent, he already had above-average qualifications, but unfortunately, he was targeted. Principal, it's done, Su Chen reported while putting away the lone horned eagle's crystal core. Got it. What kind of commotion is happening on your end? This doesn't seem like something an elite beast could cause. Don't worry, it's definitely an elite level. It's just that it's the power of the entire elite level lone horned eagle's blood exploding. By the way, what's the deal with that demon temple? Is it related to the Abyss? More or less, they worship the world-destroying demon dragon, advocating for the Abyss to cover the entire world. Moreover, most of their beasts tend to have a bit of demonization. They might even directly contract with abyssal creatures. I've been targeted by them. Should I be okay? No worries, their temple master is at most peak 8th rank. Principal, aren't you only at the 7th rank yourself? Yes, but if he dares to enter the city, I dare to die to show him, and then drag him down with me. Principal, you're awesome. It's not me, it's the ancestors of the human race who are awesome. You mean the Flame Emperor, Sword Emperor, and the others? Exactly, if an 8th rank powerhouse dares to enter Daxia and slaughter wantonly, the sword spirit of the immortal execution sword still has some power left. I guess, is it like releasing it once and then sleeping for 1,000 years? More or less, it's a recognized fact, it just depends on who dares to try. Rest assured, the Demon Temple has been playing tricks for thousands of years, only daring to use small means. By the way, they use beast eggs to spread abyssal contamination. Isn't there any way to prevent it? If they continue unchecked, won't everyone be in danger? Hee. First of all, these beast eggs are relatively precious to the Demon Temple, not something they casually throw on the ground for others to pick up. Secondly, even if they contract with contaminated beasts, it's not as serious as Ninja said. If he is willing to pay a price, there is hope for recovery, but unfortunately. In any case, be careful, don't casually contract with beasts of unknown origin. Alright, after saying that, Suchen hung up. Checking his own score, he had already reached 12 points. Apart from his own point, Ningxua had also gained an additional 3 points, which now belonged to Suchen. However, even so, Suchen was still not in first place. First place was Fangya, at the peak of the third rank with 15 points. Suchen had vaguely heard Shangren analyze this girl, who was recognized as the top in the third rank and seemed to have the strength to challenge commanding-level monsters across ranks. Ningxua's exit did not attract much attention. However, Suchen's points increased again, causing many people to be puzzled. What's up with this kid? Is it just luck every time? However, there were still a few who didn't believe in superstition and were rushing over, even forming temporary teams. Rather than becoming someone else's stepping stone for no reason, it's better to give it a shot. As for Fangya, they didn't dare to challenge her at all. This Suchen, no matter how mysterious, was just a newly promoted third rank. He couldn't be that amazing, right? So, they really saw Suchen rise. They saw Suchen stepping directly on the back of an undead bone bird, actively welcoming their arrival. This undead creature was created by Hongyu according to Suchen's idea, covered all over with densely packed bones, not at all like other undead creatures that looked emaciated. There was no way around it, those bone spurs all over the other undead birds were too uncomfortable for Suchen. This skeletal creation, Suchen tentatively called it the Bonepeng bird, had almost no combat power, just the ability to fly. Moreover, its chest was hollow, capable of transporting other skeletal species. Are you here to find me? Stepping on the Bonepeng bird, Suchen stood in the air looking down at them. What is this thing? Dude, you're up to some shady business. Some people chatted with Suchen, while others had already taken out their phones to start filming. Some were preparing to attack. Enough chit-chat, do you want to fight one-on-one or in a group? Suchen didn't want to waste time. I don't think one-on-one is very hopeful. We've formed a temporary team, so it's definitely a group fight. Wait, you guys go first, I'll film it. Regardless of who wins, I'll surrender directly, okay? The person with the phone quickly stepped back. Damn! Forget it, it doesn't matter if we're one short. One less, leaving 4. Alright, since you want a group fight, I won't hold back. With that, the chest of the Bonepeng bird opened, and like dumplings, elite-level skeletons were dropped down one by one. All 30 of them were elite peak-level skeletons. However, they were all ordinary white skeletons. That's all for now, if it's not enough, we'll add more. Let's begin. Suchen's tone made it seem as if these were really just dumplings to be eaten before more were served. What's going on? A student, who hadn't even started summoning their beasts, was already staring blankly. I don't believe it, this must be an illusion. Another, stubbornly, directly summoned their beasts and began to attack. Come forth, prison smoke tiger, jade unicorn snake, bone-eating giant lizard. The remaining few, whether they believed it or not, also summoned their own beasts. Together, the 4 of them had a total of 12 elite-level beasts. Although the number was more than halved, these were beasts, enjoying the innate talents of their summoners, so they were not to be underestimated. However, they quickly realized, this was a futile effort, they couldn't even land a hit. In the sky, the red jade beside Suchen didn't use any violent bloodline skills, just waved her hand to put bone shields on the skeletal soldiers, which was enough to make those beasts feel helpless. Bang, 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 every blow landed on the beasts. As for the skeletal sticks, they felt no pain at all. The battle was completely one-sided, with over a dozen beasts being beaten to a pulp, eventually being withdrawn into their beast spaces. Then, several people admitted defeat and retreated in white light, including the photography enthusiast. Judging by his expression, being able to capture such footage, he definitely felt he got his money's worth. 5 people gave Suchen 6 points, but it was unclear who had the remaining 2 points. Anyway, for now, Suchen was temporarily leading over Fangya in points. So, Suchen wasn't in a hurry to collect points for the time being. After this battle, it was unlikely that anyone would voluntarily come to give away points. At this moment, just over half the time had passed, and the number of people had dwindled to less than 30. The remaining people had all experienced battles to some extent, earning extra points. The longer they survived, the higher their ranking would be, and the more rewards they would receive. Delaying the collection of points for a while, Su Chen planned to continue his monster killing spree. Soon, a video about Su Chen spread again. Do you want to fight one-on-one or in a group? From here on, the style gradually became eerie. Is this a skeletal summoner? Damn, I've decided, my next beast will be undead. Brother, think twice, I have a friend who contracted a female ghost, and now he's weak. Damn, the guy upstairs is an undead knight? My apologies, my apologies. I told you, I have a friend. I understand. It's not that the comment section style easily became eerie, but that no one could analyze the reason for this. In theory, unless Su Chen has a large number of items that can restore the spiritual power of skeleton summoners, it is simply impossible to achieve. Note that it is items, not soul power potions. After all, how can a skeleton drink a potion? And such items, even the lowest ranked bone spirit flower, are quite valuable, even usable for repairing the soul of a beast tamer. Higher ranked ones can be used for repairing the beast tamer's space. Who would be willing to spend money on such items to restore the spiritual power of skeleton summoners just to summon a few more skeleton soldiers to show off? It's incomprehensible. Everything is incomprehensible. There are too many mysteries surrounding Su Chen, each one beyond the understanding of ordinary people. In the end, everyone might as well summarize him with the most ordinary word, genius. The competition in the third-tier secret realm is in full swing, while the second tier is already without suspense. Moreover, Xiaofeng is leading by a wide margin with twice the score of the second place. The area of the second-tier secret realm is much smaller than the third tier, and the main safety measures rely on manual rescue rather than teleportation stones. Therefore, after entering the secret realm, most students try to find a secluded place to hide, and if they can't, they just fight casually. Xiaofeng did not delve too deep because the moment he entered the secret realm, he smelled a familiar scent, the scent of the abyssal ore that Su Chen had once taken out, and it seemed even purer. However, he did not see who released that substance. Such a thing can be easily concealed by grinding it into powder and discreetly releasing it. In an instant, Xiaofeng understood that there must be some people with ulterior motives here. So, Xiaofeng did not venture deep into the secret realm. Instead, he systematically searched around the camp like laying out a carpet. Before long, he found a boy lingering nearby. The boy occasionally looked into the distance with an anxious expression. What are you waiting for? I surrender, okay? You're a genius, yet so timid? The boy forced composure and did not directly answer the question. After speaking, he intended to return to the camp directly. As he passed by Xiaofeng, seemingly inadvertently, a puff of dust was flicked out by him. In the moment it landed on Xiaofeng's pants, he twisted his body to avoid it. Clang, the heavy sword instantly struck out, directly cracking the boy's legs. Ah! The boy rolled on the ground in agony. At this moment, he didn't even summon a beast to counterattack. Soon, his screams attracted two guards responsible for rescue. Seeing the person on the ground with bone spurs sticking out of his legs, they were also shocked. What deep-seated grudge led to such a heavy hand? Contact your superior officer, this person intends to spread abyssal material and has ulterior motives. Saying this, Xiaofeng took out a token engraved with the character Xia. Xia. Abyss. The two guards did not dare to delay and quickly reported. As soon as Xiaofeng finished speaking, the person rolling on the ground stopped screaming instantly and instead stared at him with a pale face. The way he spoke so confidently clearly indicated that he had anticipated this. Damn it, wasn't it just a very simple task? Just sprinkle some ashes at the entrance of the secret realm to succeed, and if sprinkled on Xiaofeng, it would be a great success. But in the end, after sprinkling for so long, nothing happened. After handing over this little troublemaker to the others, Xiaofeng continued his systematic search. This led to his points steadily rising, like a secret realm boss. Others only needed to hide well. While the secret realm assessment was ongoing, the investigation into the demon temple was also proceeding simultaneously. Supervised personally by Marshal Xiao Wushang of the Southern Army, the city guards and the Southern Vanguard Army acted simultaneously, with one side responsible for the city, including the Southern Academy and internal investigations of the city guards. The other side was responsible for the outskirts, tracing out several secret strongholds of the demon temple. Lao Zhang, Lao Zhao, you've been at the academy for decades, why don't you come to me for a chat when you have the chance? Lu Tongqing poured a cup of tea for each of them. If the principal has something to discuss with us, just say it. After that, I have matters to attend to in my department. President Zhao is truly dedicated to the students, so I'll be direct. Why conspire with the demon temple to harm your own students? What is the principal talking about? Conspiring with the demon temple? Ridiculous. Once you leave here, you will face Marshal Xiao Wushang's personal interrogation. At this point, What is there left to hide? You. President Zhao's face turned red, seemingly genuinely feeling wronged. What about you, Lao Zhang? Don't you have anything to say? Success and failure are part of life. Since you've outsmarted us, I have nothing to say. Over the years, so many students have passed through my hands. How many have been corrupted? You can investigate for yourselves. Ha! Lao Zhang, if I remember correctly, your family perished in the Demon Temple's orchestrated monster uprising, right? They just went to the abyssal plane. As long as this place turns into the abyss, they will return. As he spoke, a surge of abyssal magic gradually enveloped Lao Zhang, causing him to mumble incoherently. Lu Tongxing's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. Lao Zhang, are you actually a lackey of the Demon Temple? At this moment, President Zhao realized the situation. His surprise seemed genuine as he quickly distanced himself from Lao Zhang. So, you really aren't? I'm not, I was just used by them, Lao Zhang hurriedly denied. Joking aside, the Demon Temple is like rats in the gutter, who would conspire with them? Well, it seems you're just a fool who sided with the imperial capital, Lu Tongxing said. Without waiting for their response, he directly detained the two and handed them over to the military for interrogation. This is just the tip of the iceberg uncovered by the school's investigation. Next, everyone involved will face strict scrutiny. Although the Demon Temple may cause trouble in neighboring countries of Xia, within Xia's borders, they are like cockroaches in the gutter, unable to withstand the light. On the surface, everything seems calm, but beneath the surface, turbulent currents are at play. As for the secret realm, it is truly chaotic and tumultuous. Su Chen sat on the skeletal Pangbird, with Dabai and Hong Yu by his side, and below were over 1,000 elite skeletal soldiers led by 200 blood skeletons. Surrounding them were dozens of bone spike birds and skeletal bats as guards. In just one day, Su Chen swept through like a locust, causing the local monster tribes to cry out in distress. Even the commanding level monsters could only retreat, leading their tribes to relocate. Su Chen's lifespan as an anomaly skyrocketed to 10,000 years, with countless materials at his disposal. Meanwhile, Hong Yu took the opportunity to absorb blood energy and further enhanced 100 blood skeleton soldiers. However, Su Chen also realized that the skeletal soldiers' movement speed was still too slow, especially in forest terrain, greatly limiting their effectiveness. He had planned to raid the nest of the Unicorn Eagle leader here, but the opponent escaped too quickly, leaving only a few elite subordinates shot down by the skeletal archers before ordering the entire tribe to migrate swiftly. The same was true for the Windblade Sparrow tribe, whose speed was even faster than the Unicorn Eagle. Individual strength was impressive, but ultimately, the decisive factor lay in elite combat power. Su Chen's understanding of this fact remained unchanged. Upon returning, it was time to enhance Dabai's abilities. During this period, besides extending his lifespan, Su Chen also plundered various skills such as restraint resistance, wood resistance, and swamp resistance. In any case, it was better than nothing. Now they were all at the beginner level. Buzz, Su Chen swept through the entire eagle forest from one end to the other, clearing it directly, and was about to head back home when he suddenly received a call from Shangren. Brother, there's only half a day left, stop fooling around. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Fang Ye, right? I'll go get her now. That's good, I thought you were a womanizer. How is that possible? I have no women in my heart. That's good. However, it's fine to have no women in your heart, but you can't be without them by your side. When you're out, let's have some fun together. Before Shangren could finish, Su Chen hung up directly. Later, he glanced at the latest news. Fang Ye had been staying on the Frost Plateau, hardly moving at all. The key point was that some bootlickers were willing to go there just to catch a glimpse of the goddess, sacrificing themselves for nothing in the end. Su Chen sneered at this. Now, let me show you how I conquer your goddess. Outstanding women need to be conquered with strength. Su Chen wasn't interested in conquering Fang Ye, just in her points. Otherwise, if Shangren really went bankrupt, Su Chen would feel guilty. Confirming the direction, Su Chen had Hong Yu send the skeleton army back to the undead plain while he flew towards the Frost Plateau with his flying troops. Fortunately, this was the deepest part of the Eagle Forest, and no other students saw the skeleton army, or they would have gone insane. Finding someone on the Frost Plateau was much easier than in the Eagle Forest. As long as they weren't deliberately hiding in the rock crevices underground, they could be seen. Moreover, even if they were hiding underground, their approximate location could be determined using a points card. As for Fang Ye, as the proud goddess of most male students, she naturally wouldn't deign to hide. Currently, her points had reached over 30, twice as many as Su Chen's. Soon, Su Chen found Fang Ye resting with crossed legs at a place where ice and snow met yellow soil. She wore a thin shirt and jeans, seemingly unaffected by the cold. On the other hand, Su Chen had added an extra layer of clothing. You're here. Were you waiting for me? Not really, I just thought you'd come to challenge me. Unfortunately, I'm too lazy to wander in the woods, or I would have come to find you. So, do you choose a one-on-one or a group fight? Fangya fell silent. She had also seen that inappropriate video of Su Chen. If she chose a group fight, she would definitely summon 30 big men, no, skeletons, to brutally attack him. One-on-one. With that, Fangya stood up. She wasn't very tall, exuding a delicate aura. I am an S-level Ice Rock dual talent, with combat power comparable to a commanding level monster. Be careful. Perhaps to avoid taking advantage of Su Chen, Fangya spoke up proactively. Alright, let's begin. With that, Su Chen threw Dabai down from the sky. Dabai bounced a couple of times on the ground before steadying himself. So cute! A moment of heart-shaped eyes flashed in Fangya's eyes, but she quickly refocused on the battle. Come out, Frost Dragon Lion. Roar, aren't you going to use your other spirit beasts? There was also a white-as jade spider on Fangya's shoulder. No, didn't we agree on a one-on-one? Fine. Su Chen's intention was actually for Dabai to challenge her group. But since she had said that, Su Chen didn't need to explain further. It was fair this way. The battle began. The Frost Dragon Lion's fur was as white as frost, with only 2 twisted earth-yellow horns. With a roar, a thick layer of ice covered the ground in front of it instantly. It moved effortlessly. Dabai, be gentle, don't go too hard. Dabai nodded in understanding. Golden steel body. Swift wind steps, iron head technique. In an instant, Dabai transformed into a shadow as swift as the wind, charging towards the Dragon Horn Ice Lion. Such incredible speed. Fangya was astonished. According to previous intelligence, this iron-eating beast shouldn't possess such speed. The opponent reacted swiftly as well. Ice Shield. Ice Dragon Twister. Ice Breath Storm. However, Dabai had an affinity with the wind element, so even moving against the wind didn't slow it down much. Yet, the icy terrain and environment did affect its speed. Bang, the ice shield shattered, and Dabai and the Dragon Horn Ice Lion each retreated several meters. Mud Swamp Art. Rock Spike. At this moment, a yellowish-brown light flashed on the horn of the Dragon Horn Ice Lion. Since ice attacks were ineffective, they switched to rock attacks. Apart from flying beasts, in past confrontations, this Dragon Horn Ice Lion alone could take on 3 opponents. It excelled in attack, defense, terrain control, and had dual elemental talents. However, when facing Dabai, even this formidable opponent met its match. Dabai excelled in defense and resistance, focusing on enduring and striking back. The rock spike sent Dabai flying into the air, but it suffered no significant damage and retaliated with a powerful strike from above. Whoosh! Despite having both an ice shield and rock armor, the Dragon Horn Ice Lion couldn't withstand the blow, let out a mournful cry, and collapsed unconscious. You win! Fangya recalled the Dragon Horn Ice Lion, gave Su Chen a deep look, then crushed a teleportation stone and left directly. As Fangya withdrew, Su Chen's points skyrocketed several times, surpassing all the others combined. Chaos erupted outside. What the hell? What's going on, my goddess Fangya? There must be a conspiracy, absolutely. Screw you, can you withstand an onslaught from over 30 peak 3rd rank opponents? Regardless of the commotion outside, with a little time left until the assessment's end, Su Chen began sweeping through the Frost Plateau, killed elite 3-star Icefield Wolves, plundered 23 years of unique life essence, plundered skill Ice Resistance, Iron-Eating Beast, Blood Skeleton automatically comprehended, killed elite 5-star Snowstorm Bears, plundered 25 years of unique life essence, plundered skill Severe Cold Resistance, Iron-Eating Beast, Blood Skeleton automatically comprehended, killed Transcendent 8-star Frost Snow Rabbits, plundered 18 years of unique life essence. Su Chen targeted high-level foes, and with a group of blood skeleton archers on the back of the skeleton pengbird, they swiftly took down elite monsters in a single volley. Thus, the same scene as in the Eaglehorn Forest played out again, with countless snow mountain monsters being driven towards the base of the mountain. With just 1 hour remaining, the teacher Su Chen had encountered before flew over on a unicorn eagle. Looking at Su Chen with a complex expression, he said, "Stop now." Finally, he remembered what Su Chen had been worried about earlier. Without a 4th-rank guardian here, just the high-ranking monsters Su Chen had driven around would have caused chaos at the entrance to the sanctuary. "Teacher, why are you here? Could it be that you were sent by some force to deal with me? Technically, the teacher shouldn't interfere with the assessment. Are you suffering from persecution delusions? The entire sanctuary is in chaos because of you. Except for you, all the other students have been forced to retreat by the monsters. The assessment is over, you can leave now." Really? Su Chen was a bit incredulous. More so, he felt a bit unsatisfied. If only he had come to sweep the Frost Plateau earlier. The monsters here were surprisingly docile, unable to fight back or curse, quite amiable. However, who knows, if he had come here first, maybe the assessment would have ended early just like now. Alright, stop dawdling. Damn it, my home is about to be demolished. In half a year, my targeted employment contract will expire, and I can go out freely. Don't come in and cause trouble for me again. The usually mild-tempered teacher was directly broken through by Su Chen. Alright then. With things having come to this point, Su Chen could only bid farewell to these lovely monster cores, fur, and skins. The only regret was not being able to slay a commanding level monster. Those things were as cunning as humans, slipping away at the first chance. Glancing at the leaderboard and seeing only himself left, Su Chen reluctantly left. He even saved a teleportation stone. However, this thing was only useful here, but he could sell it later for money. There was no choice, he was just too poor, mainly because of Dubai, this gold-devouring beast, which required more spirit stones than he could afford. Selling all these materials should fetch him tens of thousands of spirit stones. Coupled with the dividends from Shangren, he estimated he could buy a batch of third-tier attribute metals. Looking at it from another angle, Dubai's advancement only required sufficient materials, which was indeed a very convenient advantage. As for why other beast tamers cultivating iron-eating beasts couldn't do it, Su Chen probably summed it up as the order being reversed. Dubai first consumed decades of exotic life essence, embedding the mysterious iron stone into his body to thoroughly adapt to metal before officially starting to eat iron. Other iron-eating beasts couldn't achieve this. If they started eating iron from the awakening stage, it might cause irreversible damage to the iron-eating beasts, as described in some previous reports. So, for now, they could only eat bamboo. As for how the ancient iron-eating beasts advanced in the first place, there was no reference material available now, and Su Chen couldn't be bothered to look for it. After all, his greatest advantage was his willingness to spend money. Whoever tried to stop Su Chen from spending money, he would confront them. Even in his future beast-taming plans, he would undoubtedly focus on this aspect, needing to maximize the advantages of his enhancements. For example, Hongyu, the mutated skeleton summoner, was its first stroke of luck, but it would take Su Chen to magnify it infinitely. Otherwise, it would forever remain just an elite boss in the second-tier secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, Su Chen didn't see many students but noticed the number of guards had doubled. Even outside the secret realm hall, the school atmosphere seemed a bit tense, with many city guards patrolling. It seemed like they were starting the final inspection. He didn't know what specific gains there would be. Su Chen didn't want to get into trouble, substantial benefits would suffice for him. So, he took out his communicator to check his military merits. He had never included military merits in his calculations because deep down, Su Chen never considered himself part of the military. At most, he was an informant. Rewards could be claimed, but he preferred not to be tied down by other obligations. He didn't want to be stationed in one place or be on call all the time. Su Chen, editable, rank, Lieutenant, Reserve, Southern Military Region, Military Merits, 51241, click to redeem, level, first tier 8 stars, editable, talent, F grade, editable, beast taming, iron-eating beast, awakening peak, editable, mission status, level 1 confidential. The above information can only be viewed by marshals and above. Being in reserve meant he was still on a secret mission and could receive his certificate and so on at any time. Su Chen, how did this happen? Wasn't I an external personnel? How did I bypass soldiers and sergeants to become a full-fledged officer? Moreover, the confidentiality level of the mission status has increased. As for other information, Su Chen had not updated it. Only a marshal could view it. What's going on? He had a feeling that bigger troubles would find him. As for military achievements, they mainly include exposing the conspiracy of the Heavenly Demon Temple, assisting in capturing the senior member XXX of the Heavenly Demon Temple Organization, assisting in capturing the junior member XXX of the Heavenly Demon Temple Organization. A series of capture information, but the names are kept confidential. It's like Su Chen acting as an intermediary, and these scattered military achievements are his commission, with the source coming from him anyway. The military has been wanting to root out the tail of the Heavenly Demon Temple here, and it seems they've found an opportunity. If Su Chen exposes this information, he will definitely be on the Heavenly Demon Temple's hit list. Walking on the campus, Su Chen feels unsafe around him and decides to quickly return to the dormitory. Is this the feeling of doing too many guilty things? Bah, he is eradicating evil for the people, can't he do good deeds without leaving a name? Sent. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Su Chen saw Shangren laughing foolishly. After this incident, Shangren became famous in the circle. However, everyone wanted to beat him up. This business probably won't continue at the Southern Heavenly Beast Academy in the future. But they made enough money. Shangren almost cleaned out everyone who would spare money to bet, and even many former graduates joined in the fun. Each person didn't lose much, but if Shangren, as the house, takes it all, it adds up. I mean, you're at least a rich man of N generations. Is it necessary to get so excited over tens of thousands of spirit stones? Su Chen asked casually while quenching his thirst with a bottle of drink. Don't tell me you're working hard to prove you're qualified to inherit the billion-dollar family business? This cliché plot made Su Chen almost sick. Well, not exactly, but close. Let me tell you, brother. Didn't we say before that the ancestors of the Shang family left many money-making trees for their descendants? These money-making trees are secretly protected in the Shang family's private realm, forming a forest of money-making trees. At some point, a spirit of wealth was born inside. Spirit of wealth? A spirit of heaven and earth? You could say that. Anyway, now all the descendants of the Shang family are striving for this. Are you making money for this? More or less. Based on many years of experience, there's a speculation: the more property someone earns through their own abilities, the more favor they receive from the spirit of wealth. However, no one has succeeded so far. And there's no shortcut. Asking others to give it to you or relying on external forces to steal it won't work either. No wonder. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen couldn't figure it out and just felt that the various beasts between heaven and earth were quite magical. Then, he took out Shangren's large spatial ring. Take it, give me the elemental crystals inside, and sell the rest. Looks like you've gained a lot. Shangren took the spatial ring, didn't finish his sentence, and just stared blankly. I miscalculated, I should have gotten you a bigger storage ring. Feeling around, he muttered. I've almost looted all the low-level ones, but unfortunately, the commanding level ones ran too fast, otherwise, I could have gotten some. Same old rules, help me exchange them for 3rd grade wind attribute metal and 3rd grade mysterious jade iron ore. Take your share too, don't be polite. Don't worry, I understand. By the way, where's Xiaofeng? He seems to have helped the city guard capture some spies from the Heavenly Demon Temple and is assisting in the investigation. Seems to have cracked a big case. Didn't you see when you arrived? The school is on lockdown, all because of this. I see. Su Chen nodded. Xiaofeng, a descendant of the Xia family, should be able to handle this big mess. Click, the door was twisted open. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xiaofeng's expression seemed quite relaxed, with a hint of pride. Xiaofeng, heard you made a merit, not bad. It's fine, thanks to you for letting me sense that aura beforehand. Once we entered the secret realm, it was clear that something fishy was going on. Ha ha. No need to thank me, members of the Demon Temple deserve to be exterminated, but I didn't expect them to meddle in the secret realm. Yes, it seems like they were searching for something inside the secret realm, but they ended up getting crippled by me before finding it. Impressive, haha. What else could they be looking for? Probably those demonized monsters. The crystal cores have long been purified and devoured by Dabai, and the rest were handed over to Shangren in exchange for money to buy iron. Truly a gold-devouring beast. Next, the three of them had a simple toast to celebrate and then went back to rest. Normally, according to past experiences, right after the assessment, it would be a time for heated discussions. However, this year was different. Many people discovered that their roommates, whom they interacted with day and night, might actually be peripheral members of the Demon Temple, keeping a low profile. Moreover, some teachers and even the dean were called in for investigations, indicating the seriousness of the situation. The Southern Imperial Beast Academy, the city of Tianan, and the entire southern military region are always at the forefront of resisting foreign races, in opposition to the Demon Temple. To be infiltrated to this extent, not to mention other cities that have relatively lenient attitudes towards the Demon Temple, is quite alarming. In previous years, some cities even openly promoted the idea that contracting demonized monsters could greatly enhance one's strength, but that was quickly suppressed. It goes to show that time can erode everything, including the fear of the abyss. The next day, Su Chen was checking some information on campus when he heard Shangren knocking on the door. Here are the things you asked for last time, and since you've accumulated too many points this time, I've exchanged all of yours for the medal you wanted at school. There's still some left, along with the materials you gave me yesterday. I've sorted them out and will give you all the crystal cores you need, and I'll handle the rest. Shangren truly lived up to his merchant family background, always organized in his dealings. Anyway, Su Chen was so overwhelmed by the various materials that he wished he could just sell them by weight. Whether it was calculating the maximum value or bargaining, it was all very taxing. It's best to leave professional matters to professionals. Thanks, my Dabai would starve if it didn't eat iron. Now I truly believe that you feed it iron as if it were food. Impressive. After the exchange, Shangren left, as he still had to deal with the batch of goods from Su Chen, hoping to make a small profit if things went well. In any case, he wasn't interested in anything else but doing business. Moreover, relying on his own abilities, he was gradually gaining recognition in the business community. Su-Chen stored the temporarily and used 5 pieces of Thunder attribute metal 3rd order Thunder Light Silver in his small storage ring. He also stored a 2000-point 3rd order promotion potion. The remaining items, whether elemental crystal cores or 3rd order metals, were all resources for Dabai. Dabai, it's time for dinner. Yum. Dabai looked utterly disheartened, knowing what was coming. However, every time after eating, it felt like it hadn't eaten at all. Dabai, digest and absorb properly, and as a reward, I'll give you some jade bamboo shoots. Learning from the last time, Su-Chen decided to promise a big reward first. Yum! Consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration will additionally consume various crystal cores and 13 pieces of 3rd order wind meteor gold. Accelerating. Year 1, the iron-eating beast is full of energy, putting all its efforts into absorbing the wind meteor gold. Year 4, all the wind meteor gold has been fully absorbed. Skills, Wind Affinity upgraded from entry level to perfect level. Skills, Swift Wind Steps upgraded from proficient level to perfect level. In the 10th year, the remaining time, the iron-eating beast focused on absorbing various attribute crystals. Skills, Wood Resistance upgraded from entry level to proficient level. Skills, Water Resistance upgraded from entry level to proficient level. Skills, Ice Resistance upgraded from entry level to proficient level. The iron-eating beast's level rose from Elite 4-star to Elite 5-star. The proficient Swift Wind Steps had already been experienced by the previous Frost Dragon Lion, unable to even touch Big White's shadow. As for the perfect level, who knows who the next victim will be. Attack, defense, speed, all perfect level. Still, it's a pity there's no commanding level monster for Big White to test its skills against. In a one-on-one situation, Hong Yu couldn't withstand a single blow from Big White. It could be said that they complemented each other with their respective advantages. Hong Yu's abilities were more comprehensive. As for Big White, it excelled in single target output. For any enemy, one strike was all it needed. The 3rd summoned beast had to be contracted for Su-Chen's own safety and protection, otherwise, Big White wouldn't dare to unleash its full power, fearing it might be stolen by Lao Lu. 3 days later, the turmoil caused by the Demon Temple gradually subsided, at least allowing normal access to the campus and classes. Students didn't dare discuss such matters casually. Currently, the hottest topic was still about Su-Chen. Especially after openly defeating the 1st and the 3rd rank, the goddess of countless male students, Fangya, admitted that Su-Chen openly defeated her, boosting Su-Chen's reputation once again. Su-Chen, however, made no response to this matter. If there was no benefit in it, why bother? Another thing was the biggest contributor to exposing the conspiracy of the Demon Temple, rumored to be Xiaofeng. Without him, many would probably have died. For a while, Xiaofeng's reputation also reached its peak. Several traitors who attempted to harm Xiaofeng were strictly dealt with according to Su-Chen's instructions, leaving them limbless and shocked by the ruthless punishment. Many students witnessed that scene. It was unlikely that Xiaofeng had no connection to this matter. Besides, Xiaofeng was already a target of the Demon Temple, so there was nothing to say if he retaliated. Anyway, Su-Chen was quite satisfied with the current situation. Of course, he would be even more satisfied if his military identity hadn't been forcibly assigned to the southern military region. I'll take you to see Marshal Xia, stop sulking. Lu Tongxing couldn't help but scold. Even now, Lu Tongxing still believed that Su-Chen was sent by the Xia family. Such a genius, and a military man, who else but the Xia family would send him here? Principal, is Marshal Xia related to Xiaofeng? Do you even need to ask? But, they are separated by many generations. Beastmasters could live for several hundred years, becoming ancestors. Regardless of whether Su-Chen wanted it or not, he was the person designated to meet the marshal of the southern military region. In a flash of light, Su-Chen found himself standing on a city wall. The wall was embedded with densely packed crystal cannons. In the beast world, there were no firearms, only crystal cannons like these, capable of vaporizing a commanding level monster with a single shot. Not far away stood a figure dressed in black formal attire, gazing at the wilderness and forest outside the city. Marshal Xia. Xiaolu, I will speak with him alone. I will send him back when we're done. Understood. With that, Lu Tongxing gestured to Su-Chen and then disappeared instantly. Xiaolu? Su-Chen glanced at the middle-aged Marshal Xia, then thought of the white-haired appearance of the principal. Once you reach the 8th rank, you can also rejuvenate. 8 ranks. 8 ranks correspond to the position of Beast Tamer, a demigod level. Marshal Xia, for promotions to the 7th and 8th ranks, what conditions are required? It can't just be potions, right? Ha ha. You dare to think. But now, thinking about it won't help. Let's focus on staying alive for now. Do you know what was the first thing that crossed my mind when I noticed you? And when did you notice me? After your skeleton manifested in this world. I guess you probably thought of killing me, thinking I was also from the demon temple. Correct, having been in contact with the abyss for so long, I know all too well the creatures with such eerie characteristics. So, what now? You are not from the demon temple, nor from the Xia family, and definitely not from the Southern Beast Taming Academy. So, who are you really? Su Chen remained silent for a moment, then said, I am, of course, a native of Tianan City, currently serving in the Tianan military district with the rank of lieutenant. Isn't that right? At that moment, Su Chen felt sincere. Ha ha. Indeed, you are indeed part of my Tianan military district. I thought you would resist this identity. Su Chen did want to resist, but rejecting this identity would lead to a dead end. Don't worry, I won't pry too much. A genius without secrets and adventures is not a genius. Back in the day, when I was at the second rank, I found an ancient black dragon egg in hibernation. I suppose your feelings must be similar to mine back then, quite nostalgic. So, Marshal Xia, do you have any orders for me, a mere third-rank rookie? Su Chen, sensing that this guy was not currently after his life, asked directly. Nothing much, just wanted to chat with a young person like you. If I do have any orders, it would be to hope that you continue to shine and show your genius. And then? Guess. You wouldn't want me to infiltrate the demon temple, would you? Su Chen could only make a wild guess. Damn, really? Su Chen cursed in front of the 8th rank marshal. Damn, he couldn't handle that. It's even more dangerous than infiltrating the demon temple. I suspect that there are spies from the demon temple among the military district marshals. Xia Wushang replied directly. So, if that's the case, when I come into contact with the demon temple, it will be when I expose myself, just to verify your suspicion? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more unreliable this seemed. Not to mention, he had already left plenty of clues linking him to the military, which wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. More or less, that's the idea. Whether those clues are exposed or not doesn't matter. Anyway, just continue to act boldly. The military marshals dare to lure others into trouble, so they won't care about your military identity. Even if you openly say you are one of my soldiers, it doesn't matter. From Xiao Wushang's tone, it seemed quite certain that there were spies from the demon temple among the military district marshals. It was even possible that he had already guessed who it was, but lacked evidence. So, can I act freely? Su Chen asked tentatively. This mission seemed ambiguous, with no apparent restrictions, yet he felt like a sword was hanging over his head. Yes, as I said, just continue as you are now. Don't feel pressured, consider everything I just said as a joke. A joke? That wouldn't do. How could he casually play with his life? Marshal Xia, for such a dangerous mission, there must be some funding, right? Just give me a couple of million military merits to spend. After all, whether one is a genius or not, it all depends on the resources. Xiao Wushang was left speechless by Su Chen's words. A couple of million military merits? How about I just give you the position of marshal directly? Military merits need to be earned by yourself and cannot be given casually. How about giving you a chance to form a contract with the Dragon Clan? Su Chen. I won't hide it from the marshal, Xiaofeng has already offered me a chance. Can one person form contracts with 2 dragons? You brat, dreaming big. Although you may not necessarily succeed, you probably wouldn't want another chance either. Since you have an undead, or even a fully abyssal undead, then I'll give this to you. With that, Xiao Wushang directly took out a book emitting a black light. A book spirit? Su Chen felt a familiar sensation from it. Yes, but it's a dead book spirit, or you can call it a death book. Initially, a young man from a literary family had a whimsical idea to combine the power of book spirits and death spirits, and ended up driving himself crazy. I killed him, and this death book has been in my hands ever since. Only the undead can use it. The people from the literary family have always wanted to get it back from me, but I've always told them to scram. What a treasure! Su Chen knew without touching it that this item was valuable. Just as he was about to reach for it, the other party pulled it back. If an ordinary person touches this, they'll be dead or in a coma for 3 months. Then, Su Chen directly summoned the ruby. Xiao Wushang looked at the ruby up and down before handing over the death book to it. Not bad. This unscattered abyssal aura, some would believe it's a direct bloodline relative of a demon dragon. You might even be able to become a high-ranking member of the demon temple. As Su Chen inquired about Ruby's feelings towards the death book, he replied, "Are you not afraid that I am from the demon temple? Perhaps you think this matter is simple, but without you, Xiaofeng might really have died in that secret realm. Although it's very slim, He is the most hopeful person in the past 1,000 years to truly awaken the sword spirit of the immortal slayer. Once successful, everything related to the demon temple and the demon abyss will be nothing. Do you think the people from the demon temple would willingly expose such an arrangement? Besides, your talent is even stronger than Xiaofeng's. If I were the lord of the demon temple, I would directly bring you back as a successor and train you. Why take such a big risk? Alright, master, there is a strong death spirit aura inside, enough for me to advance to a higher rank. Moreover, this is an equipment that nurtures the undead. At this point, Su Chen also received feedback from Ruby. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt relieved. Marshal Xia was quite generous and didn't make empty promises. He didn't hesitate to give what was due. Originally, Su Chen was still debating whether to strengthen Ruby with skeletons or advance with blood energy, but now he didn't need to choose. Advancing with the Death Book wouldn't be inferior to any other path. Alright, I just wanted to see the younger generation, but ended up giving away a quasi-7th grade treasure. I'm at a loss, so I'll send you back. What if the literary family comes looking for me? Tell them to scram. Impressive. Su Chen could see that this was a reward specifically for him. However, a quasi-7th grade treasure was indeed generous. 7th grade, even a single hair or bone fragment, was a rare material. And sometimes, it could be used to pull Xiao Wushang's banner. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. In sight was a huge black dragon head, facing towards the city wall, with an eye several times larger than Su Chen's. Let's go! With that, Xiao Wushang grabbed Su Chen and the next moment they landed on the back of the black dragon. The black dragon soared into the sky, reaching tens of thousands of meters in an instant. The people below had no idea that a black dragon was soaring above their heads. As they got closer to the academy, Su Chen had a bad feeling creeping up on him. Finally, the black dragon stopped at 10,000 meters high, and Su Chen could already see the buildings of the Southern Beast Academy. We're here, you can go down by yourself, I won't go down. Su Chen, I knew it would be like this. Later, Su Chen jumped directly from the back of the black dragon. This time, he was much calmer, with his eyes open, watching as the ground approached closer and closer. Soon, many students below saw Su Chen descending from the sky. Hey, principal, can you stop waiting until the last second every time? In the principal's office, Su Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he knew he wouldn't die, he still felt a bit frightened. Oh, weren't you having fun? From the way you speak, it sounds like you want to play more? Hee. I'll make a contract with a flying spirit beast in the future. Su Chen gritted his teeth. In that case, you won't have that kind of thrill anymore, it will take away a lot of fun. Just like me, even though I can instantly go anywhere, I've lost the desire to travel around. Alright, what you said makes sense. So, principal, can I have my reward for being first in Tier 3 now? Due to the turmoil at the Demon Temple, there was naturally no award ceremony, and Su Chen didn't care. You won't miss out, either 20,000 points or an equivalent item. It seems what you want is not on the exchange list. Well, then a Tier 4 promotion potion. Su Chen said casually. You're only Tier 3 1-star, and you're already thinking about Tier 5? Are you mistaken? What you need is a Tier 3 promotion potion. I have the Tier 3 one. How many? Just one. Su Chen answered matter-of-factly. The success rate for a one-time Tier 3 promotion is only 50% to 60%. You better not expect to succeed every time. It's okay, Tier 3 is easier to obtain, Tier 4 is not that easy. Su Chen had already decided and wouldn't change his mind. Alright, I'll exchange one for you. Lu Tongxing didn't insist, as it wasn't something important. By the way, principal, you mentioned you needed my help last time, what was it about? It's rare that you remember. Of course, your business is my business, principal. Su Chen naturally wouldn't forget, especially since Lu Tongxing hinted at something related to the spirits of the heavens and earth, which Su Chen had to remember. It was all things he could hear but not touch. Lu Tongxing didn't bother to expose Su Chen and said directly, at the end of the year, there will be the 5 schools grand competition in the imperial capital, and I hope you can participate. Participate isn't enough, I have to win, right? Usually, they arrange individual matches for Tier 3 and Tier 4, then a team match. The scores from individual and team matches each account for half, and the ranking is based on the total score. Our goal is to enter the top 3 in total score. Is the goal that low? Low? You don't know what kind of monsters they are. Each one has an S-level talent to start with, and they all have records of challenging higher tiers. If Fangya were to go, she would probably rank last in the Tier 3 individual match, let alone the team match. So, you want me to participate in the Tier 3 competition? Yes, your senior brother will be the one for Tier 4. With both of you, we won't zero out in any match, and we have a good chance of entering the top 3. What if we don't make it? Then I can finally retire, and this school will become the top-ranked affiliated institution. Is it that serious? Su-Chen also had some understanding of the situation of the Beast Tamer academies in the whole Xia country. The so-called 5 schools, besides the Southern Heaven and Imperial Capital Beast Tamer academies named after cities, also included the 100 Battles Academy, the Elemental Academy, and the Vast Sea Academy. You could tell their specific characteristics just from their names. As for the smaller colleges, there are quite a few, but the gap compared to the Big 5 is significant. Tianan College managed to make a name for itself solely through the strength of its predecessors. If Tianan College were to be demoted to a vassal, no one would accept it willingly. The specific situation is very complicated, involving calculations from higher-ups and issues within the Tianan Beast Taming College itself. In any case, I don't want this school to be disgraced under my watch. Understood. After pondering for a moment, Su-Chen nodded in response. He was quite confident in the individual matches at the 3rd level. As for the 4th level, without a contract with the 3rd beast, he didn't dare to guarantee anything. After all, in the subsequent battles, the beast tamer's own skills were also a crucial factor in victory or defeat. No matter how powerful your beast was, if someone took it out directly, wouldn't you end up losing? Moreover, according to the principle, participants could only compete in either the 3rd or 4th level, and winning in either would yield the same score. Then came the team matches. Su-Chen naturally didn't ask the foolish question of what use it would be to team up at the 3rd and 4th levels. Not to mention that those at the 3rd level all had S-level talents and could challenge higher levels to some extent. Sometimes, a good support beast could double the combat power of an attacking beast. Alright, I'll take on this task. After speaking, Su-Chen gazed intently at Lu Tongxing. Rest assured, I won't go back on my word. As for whether you can find it, it depends on your luck. With that, Lu Tongxing grabbed Su-Chen's arm. Then, the two of them disappeared simultaneously from the spot. The sky was gray-white, the earth dark red. Rivers, mountains, grasslands, rocks, clouds. Everything followed this color scheme. For a moment, Su-Chen thought he had entered hell. However, looking around, apart from Lu Tongxing beside him, there were no other creatures. There wasn't even a sound. The dark red river flowed silently. Principal, where are we? This is the school's 3rd secret realm. Isn't the school's 3rd secret realm a level 4 difficulty? Su-Chen remembered checking the information specifically to go explore it. Yes, that information is from 20 years ago, but if it's a level 4 secret realm, how did you get in? That's what I'm about to tell you. This is a genuine abyss of calamity. After the calamity fully erupted, all living beings inside perished, so there are no level restrictions. Abyss of calamity. Su-Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Looking around again, was the purpose of the demon temple to turn the outside world into this? 20 years ago, when there were signs of a calamity erupting here, I directly used immense spatial power to move the entire secret realm to the heart of the earth. All demonized creatures were burned to death outside. Even if they weren't burned, they would eventually exhaust their vitality and couldn't escape. Marshal Xia knew about this and didn't pursue the matter. The heart of the earth. In a sense, this place was indeed no different from hell. If Lu Tongxing left Su-Chen here, he would be trapped and die here. Principal, are there spiritual beings here? This was what Su-Chen was most concerned about. According to Shang Ren, their wealth spirit was born in the Forest of Fortune. This was the abyss of calamity, so it couldn't possibly give birth to a calamity spirit, right? Do you remember how I told you about how my void shadow spirit came to be? You mentioned entering a spatial crack. Could it be? Exactly, and add to that, it was a spatial crack within the abyss of calamity. Su-Chen. Damn, this is not something you casually spring on someone. If Su-Chen were a bit more stubborn, he might actually go through the spatial cracks in the future. The abyss of calamity, all vitality extinguished, rules in chaos. However, it is slowly reshaping itself, and in a few thousand or tens of thousands of years, there might be a chance for true revival. In this sense, the purpose of the Demon Temple, to destroy the world first and then reboot, might actually be achievable. Principal, don't joke around. The world is fine as it is now, why reboot it? Will it be better after the reboot? That's the point, which is why the Demon Temple has become a gathering place for lunatics. Going off track, so I speculate that here, perhaps some spiritual beings of heaven and earth might be born. It's all a matter of luck. This seems a bit unreliable. Then do you think the task of the merchants, accumulating wealth to obtain the spirit of fortune, is reliable? It's a bit mystical. Well, there you have it. I have successful examples at least. You can take your time, there's still over 2 months. If it doesn't work out, I'll compensate you with a beast spirit possession, how about that? Alright, forget about the beast spirit, I can always make a contract with the Dragon Clan. As long as you're clear about it, I'm leaving. It's safe here, I'll come to check on you every 3 days. Okay, next time, ask Shangren how my material procurement is going. I'll focus on seclusion cultivation during this time. Very well, that's the demeanor of a genius. Your achievements are not obtained easily. Lu Tongxing praised before leaving. Su Chen touched his nose, feeling slightly awkward even though there was no one around. Cultivation? What a joke. Inside the marshal's camp of the Southern Army, Xiao Wushang sat behind the desk working, while Xiaofeng stood in front, waiting quietly. After a while, Xiao Wushang finished his official duties. No need to be formal, please have a seat. Thank you, Marshal. This was a military camp, so Xiaofeng couldn't address him as Uncle Ancestor. Allowing you to enter Tianan Academy was not only to get you away from the turmoil in the capital. There was also a purpose in using you as bait. I hope you don't blame me. I don't, I understand. Besides, I've gained quite a bit here in Tianan. Friends? Yes, I can feel that Su Chen doesn't care about my identity or background, he treats me sincerely. And this time, it's because of him that I see, since you're friends, cherish it. Those who can be friends with the Xia family are few. As for the rest, it's your merit, so accept it. Su Chen will receive the rewards he deserves, and I will be fair in that. Understood. Xiaofeng felt that Xiao Wushang's words carried a deeper meaning, but it wasn't something he could inquire about. The following conversation was mostly Xiao Wushang imparting teachings, and Xiaofeng had to listen attentively. Even so, it was an opportunity that many generations of the Xia family had sought but couldn't obtain. Being able to show his face in front of the ancestors would elevate his status within the family. After chatting for a while, Xiao Wushang sent Xiaofeng back. In front of him was a top-secret file from Su Chen, an orphan left behind in Tianan City before the previous saintess of the Demon Temple fell. To some extent immune to the influence of the abyss, and able to perfectly contract demonized monsters. If Su Chen knew, he would definitely be furious. Damn, such a dangerous task, a quasi-7th rank treasure is simply not enough. Unfortunately, Su Chen was unaware. At the moment, he was leisurely wandering around. No, he was riding on a skeletal pangbird, roaming around. Han Yu, is there anything useful for you in here? Su Chen asked the blood which shall beside him. Hong Yu, after equipping the necromantic book, exuded a chilling aura all over her body, an uncontrollable dense aura of death. Darker than the darkest place. Although due to Su Chen's reasons, Hong Yu cannot advance for the time being, her overall strength is constantly improving under the nourishment of this deathly aura. The blood here is relatively thin, the abyssal aura is also weak and diminishing. If we spend time absorbing it, it might not be worth it. However, the power of death is quite concentrated here. Master, you could search for the bones of higher-level creatures. Oh, what's the use? Su Chen hadn't had the chance to inquire about the specific abilities of the necromancy book. The necromancy book can currently grant me 2 skills. One is Awakening of the Dead, which calls back the recently deceased souls for communication. The other is Undead Enslavement, where based on the user's race, 2 undead can be enslaved and stored in the necromancy book. Currently, it can store up to king-level skeletal beings. However, due to my rank limitation, controlling a monarch level is currently the limit. A monarch level beast tamer corresponds to a 5th rank beast tamer. However, if only able to enslave subordinates, it's not very meaningful. What would Su Chen need a toy that Big White could crush with one palm for? Very well, finally something to do, can't return empty-handed. With that, Su Chen instructed the skeletal pangbird to lower its altitude for Hong Yu to sense the corpses underground. Honestly, Su Chen didn't hold much hope for finding any spiritual treasures here. Isn't this like finding a needle in a haystack? At least with a needle in a haystack, you know there's a needle, but Su Chen wasn't even sure if what he wanted was here, so he could only wander around aimlessly. At least now, there was a bit of purpose. 2 days later, Su Chen had thoroughly explored the entire ruins of the secret realm. The terrain of this secret realm was a vast plain divided by a long river, with the source of the river originally supposed to be a white snow mountain, but now it was all dark red. Returning to the original spot, there wasn't a trace of any spiritual treasures, but he did find quite a few skeletal remains of demonic beasts. The color of these bones was a dark red, as if poisoned. However, Su Chen knew this was a sign of corruption. At least 10 of these corpses were of subordinates or higher-ranking demonic beasts. Hong Yu couldn't be bothered to guide him to dig up anything below the subordinate level. Among them, the most powerful were the 2 monarch-level skeletons. Their bodies were entwined, as if they had been trapped here in a fierce battle and perished together. The fierceness of the battle was evident from the cracks and fragments on the bones. If it weren't for being able to distinguish them by the skulls, Su Chen wouldn't have known what kind of demonic beasts these bone fragments belonged to. Without a doubt, these two monarch-level skeletons were the main course. The others were just used to repair them. Let's begin. If he could add two more monarch-level forces, it would undoubtedly be a powerful trump card. Hong Yu walked to the center of the pile of corpses, holding the necromancy book in her hand, silently reciting. Then, the previously silent surroundings suddenly filled with howling winds, and faint cries of the undead could be heard. Undead enslavement. In an instant, a gray mist emerged from the necromancy book and landed on the pile of skeletons. It was as if an invisible giant hand was meticulously selecting and categorizing the bones, not missing even the smallest bone fragments, quickly finding all the bones of the same origin. Finally, all the selected bone fragments floated in the air and began to assemble freely. Soon, a skeletal mammoth about 6 to 7 meters high and 20 meters long was assembled. However, its tusks were broken, and its body was covered in cracks, some parts already crushed, pitted and uneven, making it impossible to collect bone dust. Nevertheless, the cold soul fire flickering in its hollow eye sockets still indicated that this fellow was an alive undead creature. With such a large size, only monarch-level beings can achieve it, and it is among the best of the monarchs. When it was alive, it could probably crush those commanding level beings with just one step. It truly deserves the title of a monarch in its territory. Hong Yu did not rush to repair the cracks and holes in its bones but once again used the power of enslaving undead creatures. Enslaving two monarch-level undead beings with elite-level strength is absolutely impossible without the help of the Book of the Dead. Even so, by the end of the spell, Hong Yu's mental power was on the verge of exhaustion. Xu Chen directly consumed a year of an alien's lifespan to restore it. The other monarch-level undead being was a skeletal giant eagle, slightly smaller in size compared to a skeletal mammoth. If its wings were fully spread out, they would be equally impressive. In short, it was also a monarch who dominated in its lifetime. Moreover, if not for the influence of the abyss, these two would not have fought to the death. Fighting a mammoth elephant in close combat, the giant eagle clearly gave up its greatest advantage. Master, the current strength of these two may only reach the commanding level, far from their peak. They need to be nurtured with the Book of the Dead in time to repair them. Can they reach their peak from their lifetime? Not necessarily. They cannot use their skills from their lifetime, but they possess the undead race's immortality, each with its own strengths. However, given enough time, they can both reach the peak of the monarch level. Well, that's fine. It's just a matter of time, and time is what I have the most. Get ready. Yes. Consuming 100 years of lifespan, accelerating the Blood Witch's growth. This acceleration, supported by the treasure, the Book of the Dead, consumes several commanding level skeletal remains. Accelerating. In the 20th year, the Blood Witch spent 20 years, with the help of the Book of the Dead, turning the commanding level monster bones into bone powder essence to repair two monarch level skeletal undead beings. During the process, the Blood Witch slightly improved her understanding of skeleton creation, mastering the creation of skeletal mammoths and skeletal giant eagles. The combat power of the skeletal mammoths and skeletal giant eagles has preliminarily reached the top monarch level. In the 100th year, the remaining time, the Blood Witch guided the undead aura in the Book of the Dead to nurture the two monarch-level skeletal undead beings. The combat power of the two monarch-level skeletal undead beings reached 3 stars of the monarch level. During this process, the Blood Witch's mental power limit was increased. The acceleration ends. Xu Chen did not continue immediately but frowned slightly, carefully transmitting his thoughts to Hong Yu. Hong Yu, have you sensed any feeling of being spied on? Just as he was accelerating Hong Yu, Xu Chen seemed to feel the gaze of someone. However, it was fleeting. Master, I didn't pay much attention. Well, it's nothing, pay attention later. Xu Chen took out a communicator and checked it, surprised to find a signal inside. Remember, this is the Earth's core. Perhaps it's related to the secret realm. Hey, Principal, are my things ready? Just a reminder not to forget. You brat, I've lived for over 100 years, and it's the first time a student has bossed me around like this. Wait, I'll finish up school matters and bring them to you. Alright, these are all resources for my Iron Eater's cultivation. Whether it can reach the 3rd rank depends on these. Understood, you can rest assured, kid. After that, Lutongxing hung up. There was a commotion on the other end, as if they were having a meeting or something. Although Xu Chen believed it was highly unlikely that the principal was secretly observing something, it was still better to confirm. If there was really only Xu Chen here, then what other creatures could it be? The only clue was that Xu Chen vaguely felt like he was being watched, perhaps just an illusion. Hong Yu, pay attention at the end. Okay. Consuming 100 years of lifespan, accelerating the Blood Witch's growth. This acceleration was blessed by the treasure, the Necromancer's Book. Accelerating. In the past 100 years, the Blood Witch focused on nurturing 2 sovereign-level skeletal undead, deepening her understanding of the power of the undead. The levels of the skeletal mammoth and the skeletal giant eagle have both reached sovereign level 5 stars. Acceleration complete. Master, I sense it. Before Su Chen could ask, Hong Yu answered proactively. I can confirm it too, it's not an illusion, there really is something. Su Chen's heart rate quickened a few beats. If there are no other miscellaneous creatures here, then it's most likely the spirit of heaven and earth. Damn, the principal is actually reliable. Impressive, he truly is a man who dares to enter spatial rifts. However, he still needs to consult Lu Tongxing again for specifics. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you shall be victorious in 100 battles. Next, Su Chen did nothing else, sitting on the undead peng bird once again, carefully exploring the entire secret realm. It can be confirmed that there are truly no traces of living beings. That feeling of being watched did not reappear. It seems that it only happens when Su Chen accelerates his lifespan. The next day, Lu Tongxing finally delivered the medal Su Chen requested. Principal, tell me more about the characteristics of the spirit of heaven and earth. I feel like there might be something here. Really? Lu Tongxing's expression was even more shocked than Su Chen's. Ahem. What I mean is, this thing is unpredictable, varies from person to person. For example, when I entered the abyss of calamity by chance, there were spatial distortions and rifts everywhere. It indicates that the spatial rules inside were being reshaped, leading to the birth of the shadow spirit. Another example is the Xia family's sword spirit of extermination, also considered a spirit of heaven and earth, but born above the sword tomb. The spirit of heaven and earth is rare to be born, and forming a contract is even more difficult. And it's possible that a contract may not even be possible. Even if contracted, it may not necessarily bring about a fundamental change. Don't force it. I understand. Rules? Lu Tongxing laughed, and Su Chen muttered softly to himself. Vaguely, he felt like he had grasped the key points in essence. Space, sword intent, fortune. So, what is it on Su Chen that naturally attracts the attention of the spirit of heaven and earth? Naturally, it's time. Su Chen had a vague guess before, but now he dared to further confirm it. The abyss of calamity, the ruins of the secret realm, everything was being reshaped. The most easily overlooked point among them was time. Because time is intangible, even if the flow of time here is a few minutes faster or slower than the outside world, it's not easily noticeable. And who could have imagined that there would be a spirit of heaven and earth related to time here? Throughout history, time has always been the greatest mystery. So now, there is a question, can the other party perceive the time acceleration happening to Hong Yu? This is Su Chen's biggest cheat, and also his biggest secret. If he can successfully contract, that's good, but if he can't contract, for example, if the principal hadn't contracted the shadow spirit back then, but instead offended it or something, I guess the principal would be bungee jumping without protection at 10,000 meters every day now. Su Chen originally thought that no matter what mythical beast he contracted next, he would have the ability to accelerate its growth to the maximum using his lifespan acceleration cheat. But he never expected his most core secret to be exposed before the contract. It's not too late to stop now, or should he continue? Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Finally, Su Chen made a decision. Opportunities like this may not come once in a lifetime, and missing it would lead to a lifetime of regret. Hong Yu, continue. Su Chen summoned Hong Yu. Now he had no other way, he could only rely on his previous experience. Consuming 200 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the Blood Witch. This acceleration is supported by the artifact Necromancy Book. Accelerating. During these 200 years, the Blood Witch focused on nurturing 2 sovereign-level skeletal undead, greatly enhancing his understanding of the power of the undead. The Blood Witch mastered the skill Awakening of the Dead, basic level, which can be performed without the help of the Necromancy Book. The levels of the skeletal mammoth and the skeletal giant eagle have both reached sovereign level 8 stars. Acceleration complete. At this moment, Su Chen faintly heard a faint cry around him, accompanied by a slight sense of satisfaction. Unfortunately, the other party still did not show up. It doesn't matter, let's try again. After all, Su Chen still had plenty of remaining lifespan of the exotic kind. The hundreds of years spent were just a drop in the bucket. However, Su Chen did experience firsthand the slow speed of undead upgrading. It took hundreds of years to reach sovereign level 8 stars. Not to mention a 5th-order beast tamer, even a 6th-order one would probably have died of old age. Consuming 200 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the Blood Witch. This acceleration is supported by the artifact Necromancy Book. Accelerating. In the 83rd year, the levels of the skeletal mammoth and the skeletal giant eagle have both reached sovereign level 9 stars. However, due to some of their bone gaps being replaced by commanding level skeletal bones, there were still some shortcomings affecting their potential. In the 200th year, with the help of the necromancy book, the 2 skeletal undead finally reached the peak of the sovereign level, but there was no hope of further advancement. At the moment of the acceleration ending, Suchen felt a flash of light and something flew past in front of him. However, he never caught sight of it. Master, it's a pity that the potential of these 2 skeletal undead has been exhausted, and they can only reach the sovereign level in the end. It doesn't matter, we can always find some king-level skeletal bones in the future. Suchun was now definitely focused on his contracted beast, with not much energy to spare on other creatures. These 2 sovereign-level skeletal undead were just for temporary use. When Hongyu reached the sovereign level, they wouldn't even compare to one of Hongyu's fingernails. What do you think about that unknown creature? I can sense that it holds curiosity and exploration towards us, perhaps related to my undead identity, making it hesitant to approach. Is that so? Hongyu's speculation was not unreasonable. Besides being a skeleton undead, it also exuded an abyssal aura. Combined with the rich deathly aura of the necromancy book, it was truly a toxic combination. The spirits of heaven and earth are born of the natural order, acting according to their instincts of likes and dislikes. It was only natural for it not to want to approach Hongyu. Alright, you go rest in the beast space first, I'll summon Dabai. Saying this, Suchen summoned Dabai. As soon as Dabai appeared, it showed disdain for the environment here. It would rather be comfortable in the beast space. Dabai, endure a bit and see what this is. Suchen directly conjured 3 or 4 pieces of emerald bamboo shoots in his hand. These were specially purchased by Shangrenshun on Suchen's instructions. After all, promises made to Dabai couldn't be broken. Dabai's eyes instantly lit up and pounced towards Suchen. Then, it vigorously gnawed on the bamboo shoots. At this moment, around Dabai, the light suddenly distorted, and a completely light-formed shadow appeared beside it. A creature that looked like a cat but not quite, like a fox but not quite, flew around Dabai, watching it eat with great interest, as if it also wanted to have some. Suchen. Wow, is the effect so obvious? Dabai just came out to eat, without doing anything else, and it can attract the other party to show up? It seems that the perfect level of selling cuteness is not to be underestimated. Dabai also noticed the other party, hesitated for a moment, and handed over his favorite bamboo shoot tip to the other. However, the bamboo shoot pierced through the creature's body. Yikes! This startled Dabai, thinking it had killed the other so easily. But seeing the creature unharmed, Dabai relaxed. Since the other couldn't eat it, Dabai enjoyed it alone. Soon, it was all eaten. Then, Dabai looked towards Suchen, indicating he wasn't full. Dabai, these are snacks, don't overeat. Just have some every day, you haven't had your main meal yet. Dabai. It's the first time I've heard that bamboo shoots are snacks for iron-eating beasts. Dabai had no choice but to turn around and seek comfort from his new friend. Yikes! Dabai, who was nibbling on the emerald bamboo shoot, suddenly felt confused, stopped, and looked around blankly. Dabai, what's wrong, don't you like it? Suchen was puzzled. Dabai, who had just been eating voraciously, suddenly stopped after a few bites. Yikes! 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 Dabai gestured randomly towards Suchen, clearly speaking incoherently. What's going on? I don't understand the language of beasts either. Suchen tried to communicate with Dabai through their contract using thoughts. Then, Suchen's expression changed slightly. Through Dabai's confused description, Suchen could roughly understand its meaning. It had clearly eaten the bamboo shoot, and now it had reverted back, with a small thing. Time reversal. Except for Dabai, during this period, the experiences and memories of all other creatures regressed to that moment, including Suchen. Isn't this a bit horrifying? Maybe in these past few days, he might have actually seen that creature, but due to the memory regression, he had forgotten. In Dabai's recent description, he must have been present and seen it, but now, he had no relevant memories. It's okay, Dabai, this is a gift from your good friend, eat first. Look, now you can enjoy the delicious food again, isn't that nice? Suchen hurriedly comforted, to prevent Dabai from reacting too strongly and scaring the other party. Yikes! Dabai was slightly puzzled. It seemed to make sense, but also not quite right, scratching his head trying to figure it out. However, he couldn't resist the temptation of food and started eating again. Although he ate twice, in the end, only those 3 sticks went into his stomach. Soon, Dabai finished eating again. Unfortunately, this time the creature did not reappear. I'll give you 3 more, after eating, you have to cultivate. Yikes! Dabai jumped up excitedly, melting on the spot. At this moment, the light around Dabai flickered, and the creature began to dance around Dabai, seemingly happy together. Suchin just watched quietly, without any action. To prevent the other from being stimulated and causing another time reversal, that would be a disaster. After a while, Dabai finished eating the 3 emerald bamboo shoots. This time, he didn't ask for more, but instead walked over on his own, indicating he was full and wanted to cultivate. As for the creature, it stayed in place, watching this side. Well, Dabai, you have to work hard too. Let me tell you secretly, Red Jade can now crush monarch-level demon beasts, and at least 2 of them. Yikes! Dabai's fighting spirit instantly soared, unwilling to be outdone. Remember, back when it was still transcendent, it kicked around the head of the elite Red Jade like a ball. Now, it was being surpassed. Take it! This time's materials, apart from some thunder-based metal, were all 3rd-grade mysterious jade iron, used to strengthen Dabai's physique. Moreover, this metal supplement was crucial for the growth of iron-eating beasts. Elite-level Dabai, compared to when it was extraordinary, has increased in size by about 50%, naturally lacking in Xian iron essence. Moreover, its quality is not as good as the 3rd-order Xian jade iron. Dabai took the Xian jade iron block and habitually tried to pinch it. As a result, it remained motionless. Now, Dabai's determination surged again. It had to do it. Consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes 15 blocks of 3rd-order Xian jade iron. Accelerating. Year 1, the iron-eating beast, using brute force, could only leave a shallow fingerprint on the Xian jade iron block. Year 2, the iron-eating beast attempted to strike the Xian jade iron block with bone-transforming palms, but the block only broke into 2 pieces, failing to achieve the desired goal. This made it realize that it still had a lot of room for improvement. Year 7, in the following time, the iron-eating beast hammered the Xian jade iron block day and night with its flesh palms, not stopping even when the block turned red from the heat of the hammering. Year 10, the iron-eating beast hammered the Xian jade iron block into molten iron, then directly cupped it in its palms and drank it, feeling extremely satisfied. Skills, copper skin iron bones and skills, golden steel body began to merge, advancing. After the acceleration ended, Dabai still sat there asleep. Su Chen, drinking molten iron directly from the palms? Dabai, you're quite fierce. At this moment, the creature circled around Dabai, seeming a bit anxious. Hey, it's advancing, don't interrupt it. Su Chen quickly shouted. This creature, resembling a cat or a fox, looked at Su Chen with intense curiosity and quieted down. It understood that the time power it sensed was all because of the human in front of it. Moreover, just a brief moment of help from him was more than staying in this secret realm for 20 years. To prevent any accidents, Su Chen accelerated Dabai once again. There was no such thing as seclusion cultivation in his place. Consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration does not require any additional resources. Accelerating. Year 3, the iron-eating beast finally absorbed all the Xian jade iron, merging the skills, copper skin iron bones and golden steel body perfectly. The skill, golden steel body upgraded from perfect level to peerless level. Year 10, the iron-eating beast's level rose to the pinnacle of elite level. Dabai was amazing, giving birth to a second peerless skill. Hongyu spent nearly 3,000 years but still didn't comprehend a peerless skill. Each had its own focus. Hongyu was more comprehensive, while Dabai was destined to become an invincible war god who would single-handedly take the enemy's head. Dabai waved its fist, feeling that it now had the strength to fight even against a monarch-level opponent. Then, seeing its good friend beside it, it began to chirp incessantly, communicating something unknown. Su Chen ignored it, letting them cultivate their relationship first. This spirit beast was a must-have for Su Chen. Unfortunately, Su Chen didn't know how to gain the other's approval at the moment, so he could only rely on Dabai's charm. For the first time, Su Chen felt that Dabai's cute act was truly a divine skill. Dabai, I'll give you a few days off, we'll leave here in 3 days. Su Chen said loudly. He didn't assign any KPI tasks that must be completed in 3 days to Dabai, letting it freely express itself. With Dabai's personality, sincerity was its killer move. If the other party agreed, 3 days would be enough. If not, there's always next time. Su Chen didn't say he wouldn't come back. According to the principle, these creatures were born with the rules and had been here for at least a dozen or 20 years, so they shouldn't suddenly disappear. 2 days later, Su Chen took out the communicator and messaged Lu Tongxing, Principal, don't come in suddenly, wait for my message. Okay. Lu Tongxing didn't ask anything. 3 exclamation marks were enough to indicate that the other party had guessed something. The nature of fate is unpredictable. When he formed a contract with the spirit of the empty shadow, it didn't take 3 days. Legend has it that the Sword Emperor formed a contract with the Sword of Slaying Immortals in an instant. Or rather, the Sword of Slaying Immortals was born for him. Su Chen put down the communicator, leaned against a rock, and continued sleeping. As for Dabai and the others, who knows where they went to play. Dabai rarely had a friend, and as for Hong Yu, they couldn't play together. Dabai probably found the Blood Witch demon too cold, and the Blood Witch demon found Dabai too childish. Su Chen searched online and found no information about such creatures, not even in mythical legends. It makes sense, if the other party doesn't want to be in the present world, why not just turn back time directly, then no one can force it. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen arrived at the return point he mentioned. Dabai finally came back, with dust on its fur, obviously having had a good time playing. As for that creature, it stayed on Dabai's head. Dabai, let's go, time to go back and take a bath. Dabai seemed a bit embarrassed. Then, it realized it was time to part ways with its good friend and felt a bit sentimental. Finally, it came to Su Chen's side. As for that creature, it stayed about 3 to 4 meters away from Su Chen. Let's go. Saying that, Su Chen turned around and walked towards the place where Le Tongxing had brought him in, without looking back. That place was both the starting point and the end point. Was it necessary to walk this segment? Definitely not. Le Tongxing could teleport to any location instantly. Su Chen was just testing Dabai's progress over these few days. If it didn't work out, there would be a next time. Suddenly, Su Chen felt the surrounding light and shadows reversing, not just in space, but in time. In an instant, Su Chen found himself back at the time point where he asked Dabai to go take a bath. This time, Dabai was still feeling sentimental, while Su Chen retained his memories. What's wrong? Don't want us to leave? Su Chen looked at the other party and asked softly. The other party flew up and down, forming a figure 8 in the air, resembling an hourglass. It seemed to be conveying something continuously. Then, Su Chen sensed a vague consciousness. Want to experience the power of time again? Then, come. Saying that, Su Chen reached out his hand directly. The other party didn't hesitate and jumped onto Su Chen's hand. However, this was just a visual effect. Su Chen didn't actually feel anything touching his hand. Consuming 1 year of lifespan, accelerating self-cultivation. This acceleration does not require additional resources. In progress. In the first year, control your cultivation precisely to only increase by 1 star. Level up to the 3rd rank, 2 stars. This little thing seemed somewhat dissatisfied, a bit reluctant to leave Su Chen's palm. Not enough? Then let me demonstrate again, after that, I'll leave. Consuming 2 years of lifespan, accelerating self-cultivation. This acceleration does not require additional resources. In progress. In these 2 years, control your cultivation precisely to only increase by 1 star. Level up to the 3rd rank, 3 stars. Is this enough? If I want, I can upgrade to the 4th or 5th rank at any time. Time is not valuable to me. Of course, this was a bit boastful, as Su Chen couldn't guarantee success with every potion. The success rate of the 4th rank promotion potion was less than 50%, worth 10,000 spirit stones. A few failures would lead to bankruptcy. The little creature fell silent. Time is not valuable to him? Even a god wouldn't say such words. Otherwise, where have all those gods gone from ancient times to the present? Can you make a contract with me? I am running out of time. This time, Su Chen clearly felt the other party's thoughts. Running out of time? What do you mean? Su Chen replied with his thoughts. It means, I don't have much time left. Even in slumber, my life is consumed faster than normal, relying on the slightly unbalanced time rules here to barely sustain the consumption. So, you really are pushing yourself to the limit these 3 days? According to the other party, staying awake consumes time 100 times faster. If you leave, I won't have the extra time power to replenish, and I might fall into eternal slumber, which is also the fate of the time spirit. Accelerating the flow of time is your replenishment? As long as it's different from normal time, speeding up or slowing down is a time paradox, a manifestation of time power. Su Chen was speechless. The spirit of the void was born in spatial crevices, while the time spirit was born in the paradox of time. Anyway, it had to be a bug in the real world, right? In a sense, wandering through time and space was indeed quite buggy. I only have 10,000 years now, is that enough? If not, I can go out and get some more. The time spirit was at a loss for words. Not enough? Then wait a few days for me. Su Chen almost wanted to punch himself. He was so close to the goal, but he didn't expect things to go wrong here. That's enough, that's enough. The time spirit was afraid Su Chen would cancel the deal, and by the time he returned, things would probably have gone cold. Is it really enough? Don't force yourself. By the way, I only know the most basic contract formation, is that okay? It's fine, but it will take 100 years. It would take 100 years to make a contract, and even if contracted, it couldn't be sustained. No wonder no one contracted with the time spirit. Then let's do it. Su Chen began to sketch the contract formation directly, which was much simpler than a necromancy formation. The contract began, consuming 100 years of lifespan, accelerating the contract process. This acceleration does not require additional resources. Accelerating. Year 1, you feel as if time has come to a standstill, very slow. Year 50, only half of the spiritual power on the contract formation has been consumed. Year 100, contract established. Indeed, the time spirit was true to its word. 100 years meant 100 years, without a fraction missing. Beast Tamer, time spirit, accelerated, level, awakening 2-star skill, time hourglass, beginner level, condense the power of time into sands of time, used to return to a specific point in the past. Loyalty, 90% at the moment the contract was successful. The time spirit was brought into the Beast Tamer's space. In the third Beast Tamer space, besides the time spirit, there was a small hourglass. However, there was very little sand left inside. Perhaps, when the sands of time were depleted, it would be its time of death. I'll call you time spirit. Okay. How can I help you level up? By directly accelerating time. Yes, for now, I only need the power of time. The greater the difference in time flow between me and reality, the faster I will advance. Time difference? Su Chen was very familiar with this. In an instant of real time, he could accelerate for thousands of years, making full use of it. Alright, let me show you that your choice was right. Consuming 1,000 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the time spirit. This acceleration does not require additional resources. Accelerating. Year 100, the time spirit advances to supernatural level 1 star. Time spirit learns skill, transcendent acceleration, beginner level, skilled time hourglass, upgraded from beginner level to mastery level. Year 1000, the time spirit advances to the peak of supernatural level. Skill, transcendent acceleration, upgraded from beginner level to mastery level. Time hourglass, the stored time sand can be used to go back 10 hours in time. Acceleration ends. Transcendent acceleration, master level accelerate all effects on the opponent, attack speed, movement speed, recovery speed, reaction speed, and so on. Su Chen, 10 hours. Awesome. No need for more words. At this moment, everything like teleportation, possession of beasts, all take a back seat. What else is safer than going back in time? Before the crisis arrives, find a way to avoid or solve it directly, even kill the enemy in secret. However, 10 hours are far from enough. Originally, Su Chen thought his 10,000 years of unique life expectancy was enough for him to squander. Now it seems that he is still too young, too easily content. It must be intensified, more killings, plundering of unique life expectancy is necessary. Moreover, 10 hours cannot be entirely used for time reversal, as that is the lifespan of the time spirit itself. Time spirit, how long can you live with this time sand? 10 years. The time spirit seems to still be in a state of shock, not yet coming back to its senses. And, it's a completely free and conscious 10 years. Perhaps the most indulgent and happiest time it has spent since its birth is these few days with Dabai. Originally, it was ready to embrace death. Every day in the past, it was either sleeping or counting the time sand. How could there be such arrogant times? Of course, from now on, you don't need to fall into slumber, play however you want. What I lack the least is time. The loyalty of the time spirit has increased to 100%. Consuming 1,000 years of unique life expectancy, accelerating the growth of the time spirit. This acceleration does not require additional resources. Accelerating. In the 100th year, the time spirit has advanced to elite level 1. The time spirit comprehends the skill delay field, entry level. In the 1000th year, the skill delay field has advanced from entry level to master level. Time hourglass, the stored time sand can be used to go back 20 hours in time. Acceleration ends. Delay field, master level slows down the attack speed, movement speed, recovery speed of all targets within a certain range, and so on. Although Su Chen still has plenty of time, he couldn't help but exclaim, finally, I've seen a race that grows slower than the undead clan. Moreover, it's probably unique, with no others like it. Besides Su Chen, no one else can afford it. It's not about living long or not. Even if you can live for 100,000 years, you may not be able to find so much paradoxical time power for the time spirit. Ancient legend, a day in the sky, a year on earth. Perhaps the time spirit must live in the sky. For now, that's enough. I'll upgrade you after I reach the 4th rank. Okay, it's already enough. By the way, what changes when the level of the time hourglass rises? Su Chen originally thought that the efficiency of converting time sand would increase, but there was no change. The change is in size, that is, capacity. Time spirit replied. Capacity? At first, it seemed not very useful, but thinking carefully, the utility is immense. This is not just capacity, it's error tolerance. Su-chen glanced at it, still far from being filled. No, he had to work twice as hard to fill it for a sense of security. Principal, you can come pick me up now. Su-chen dialed Lu Tongxing's number, pretending to be calm. The next second, Lu Tongxing appeared in front of Su-chen, looking at him intently. Is it done? Let's talk outside. Let's go outside. You still don't trust me. Lu Tongxing laughed and scolded, then grabbed Su-chen's shoulder. The light and shadow flickered, and the two of them appeared directly in Lu Tongxing's office. Okay, can you tell me now, is it done? Yes. What type of? It's more of an auxiliary type, for acceleration and deceleration, Su-chen casually remarked. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Let me tell you, once you leave the campus, you'll face an even more dangerous society. Even schools are not necessarily safe. Since your third contracted beast is not for survival, you'll have to be extra careful. Lu Tongxing had previously instructed Su-chen to contract beasts that prioritize survival. However, spiritual creatures are elusive, and not everything goes as planned. Being able to contract one is already a stroke of great fortune. I'll remember that. Su-chen could still sense Lu Tongxing's deep concern. Just remember it. Lu Tongxing was about to say more when he suddenly noticed Su-chen playing with a bonsai that he cherished dearly. Just look, don't you dare pluck any leaves. Before he could finish his sentence, Su-chen carelessly broke off a twig. Principal, I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush me. Seeing Lu Tongxing's anger about to explode, Su-chen hurriedly spoke. Go on, it's been 3 days since you last hit someone, you must be itching. Judging by his expression, if Su-chen couldn't explain himself, Lu Tongxing would send him bungee jumping from a height of 20,000 meters. The next moment, Lu Tongxing felt a moment of dizziness and saw the bonsai in Su-chen's hand intact. It was as if the scene of Su-chen carelessly breaking it was all just his illusion. Lu Tongxing's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. This expression was exactly the same as when Su-chen first became aware of his abilities. Principal, that's all I can tell you. Su-chen put on a show and then said calmly, well, if you can trust me, I'm already content. The ability of this beast is your core trump card for survival, so don't reveal it easily. I understand. Alright, go back and rest. I need some time to digest this. After speaking, Lu Tongxing directly sent Su-chen back to the dormitory. Teleportation skills sure come in handy. Su-chen was not satisfied. If he could contract a spirit of empty shadows, he would definitely not refuse. Bro, you're awesome. The principal has appointed you as a full-time driver. Back in the dormitory, Shangren and Xiaofeng were both there. Keep your voice down, you might be the next one bungee jumping from 10,000 meters. He. Shangren shrank his neck, looked around, and only then relaxed. Is your special training over so soon? Yes, the goal is achieved, so there's no need to continue. That's good, it seems we won't be the last batch. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel right. The last batch? You also know about the secrets of the 5 schools grand competition? I only know that if our school's performance is not ideal this year, it will cease to exist. Maybe old Xia knows more about it. Shangren pointed at Xiaofeng. You guys know enough about this matter. It should be related to the current head of the Wen family. It is said that his promotion to the 9th rank and the promotion of his semi-divine book spirit to a divine level are related to a single word. A semi-divine book spirit promoted to a divine level. What word? Su-chen couldn't help but hold his breath, listening intently to Xiaofeng's explanation. Harmony. The word harmony that emphasizes harmony and peace. Xiaofeng slowly revealed the answer. Harmony? Peace? Harmony is precious? Something like that. Damn, I've been wondering why there are so many Wogwa monkeys in the imperial capital in recent years, and there have been fewer conflicts. So, it's because of them. Shangren's voice grew quieter as he spoke, eventually trailing off. So, the Wen family is the peace faction, and Tianan Academy is the hawk faction? So, our school is a thorn in their side? It's well known that those from Tianan are not ones to back down, no matter who you are. This is the culture and geographical environment of Tianan City. Almost, but the contradiction hasn't escalated to a critical point yet. Tianan Beast Academy isn't significant enough to require the Wen family's direct involvement. The key lies in the military stance, or rather, the Xia family? Su-chen guessed the crux directly. The Xia family is one aspect, and their stance isn't unified either. The focus is on the demonic beasts and other forces. Truly resolving it completely is extremely difficult. Xiaofeng revealing this information was already a sign of great trust. Involving demigods and god-level powers was beyond their current stage. Why bother with all that? In my opinion, just eliminate all dissenters, and there will be peace. Su-chan was undoubtedly a hawkish figure. Impressive. With that, the topic came to an end. So, you're heading to the imperial capital at the year's end. Have you formed your third beast contract? Do you want to accompany me to Dragon Island? Xiaofeng looked at Su-chan. Of course, I've formed the contract, but no rush. After the competition, I'll make time to advance to the 4th rank before going with you. Making time to advance to the 4th rank. In the end, Su-chan received 2 middle fingers. Over the next week, Su-chan behaved more obediently. On one hand, he rested, and on the other, he went to the library to brush up on some knowledge. The more he learned, the more doubts arose. There was truth in that statement. During his previous visits, Su-chan only needed to look up information related to the iron-eating beast. Now, he had to cram knowledge about various undead creatures. He learned that besides common skills, to have Red Jade acquire more useful skills, he needed to rely on killing undead creatures. After all, one couldn't expect a skeleton to spit water or breathe fire. As for Dabai, perhaps various bear or other animal types would suffice. Dabai's current skills were quite straightforward. If one slap didn't kill, then 2 would. However, it was almost sufficient. As for Shiling, Su-chan was truly in the dark. It was up to its own comprehension or luck. Besides these, Su-chan also casually searched for information about the dragon race. The dragons here weren't winged lizards but creatures like Xiao Wushang's black dragon, tracing back to the ancient azure dragon. However, true dragons like that hadn't appeared for a long time. The ones recently appearing were descendants of diluted bloodline dragons. To be honest, Su-chan didn't hold these lesser dragons in high regard at the moment, not because they were weak. On the contrary, they were naturally powerful beasts, almost crushing those of the same rank. But they lacked uniqueness, especially since advancing their bloodline required true dragon blood. It wouldn't make sense to go hunting true dragons just for that, would it? However, Su-chan certainly wouldn't refuse this opportunity. Even if he didn't form a contract, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Who knows, with luck, he might stumble upon something. After all, if Xiao Wushang could find an ancient black dragon egg, there was no reason Su-chan couldn't. No, attempting to venture into the wilderness at just the 3rd rank is out of the question. I won't approve it no matter what. Inside the principal's office, Lu Tongxing was exasperated. Su-chan had behaved for a week, and now he was causing trouble. So you want me to go to the 3rd rank secret realm to kill demonic beasts? That's also not possible. Last time, you nearly wiped out the lower rank demonic beasts, and they haven't recovered yet. There are only a few commanding level ones left, and even if you finish them off, it won't compare to the 2nd rank secret realm. Principal, I'm not here to ask for your approval to go into the wilderness. I'm asking for your help to send me there, so I don't waste time traveling. If you don't agree, I'll go on my own, and if I get lost. Su-chan had prepared all his supplies, including a large spatial ring. His plan for wilderness exploration wouldn't be thwarted by Lu Tongxing. Honestly, Su-chan was already tired of the secret realms. Now, he was eager to venture into the wild. Out in the wild, the outskirts may not matter much, but you're talking about the territory of monarch-level demonic beasts. Do you think the wilderness is just a tiny secret place? A slightly larger group of demonic beasts, numbering in the tens of thousands, and a monarch-level being might command several groups. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Su-chan's eyes sparkled. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts, even if they are extraordinary, have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. If you can't fill the hourglass of time, what's the point of increasing its capacity? Tens of thousands of years of extraordinary lifespan, when filled, only amount to a little over 1,000 hours of time sand. It's not much. Lu Tongxing was speechless. This is a real blood feud with demonic beasts. But then, thinking about it, in the entire Tianan city, whose family doesn't have blood debts with demonic beasts? Does it have to be a monarch level? Even 5th-tier beast tamers dare not easily enter the territory of monarch-level demonic beasts in the wild, and you're only 3rd tier. Well, what's the point of being a commander level? It's simply not enough to handle them. Besides having a life-saving trump card, I also have treasures bestowed by Marshal Xia to deal with monarch-level beings effortlessly. Su-chan brought up Xiao Wushang directly. Alright, the monarch-level territories relatively close by include the Bone Dry Forest, the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, the Golden Eagle Peak, and the Blackwater River. Which one do you want to go to? I must remind you, except for the Golden Eagle Peak, the other areas have 2 or 3 monarch-level demonic beasts, and occasionally even king-level ones. Let's go to the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. The terrain there is too complex. Damn, the way you talk, it's like you're planning to wipe it out. There are no less than 100,000 snakes in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. If they weren't all hiding in snake dens, I could help you take down the monarch-level ones. Let it go, I said I have the strength to deal with monarch-level beings, and I'm not joking. Besides, I just acquired an auxiliary beast tamer, so it's a good opportunity to train their coordination. Even if there's danger, I'll have enough time to ask for your help, so don't worry. If that's what you say, what else can I say? If it weren't for the 5 schools grand competition, would you have already planned to graduate? Principal, rest assured, I will definitely fulfill the promises I made to you and come back with a first place. Third tier first place, I have more confidence in you. Even though Suchen claimed to have the strength to deal with monarch-level beings, Lu Tongxing didn't dare to expect Suchen to win in the team competition, which shows the abnormality of the 4th tier first place in other schools. I've got your back. Suchen would definitely not keep a low profile, especially with Xiao Wushang's mission. He would act as high profile as possible. With the life-saving method of the time spirit, unlimited room for error, Suchen also wanted to experience a bigger stage. We're here, this is the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. With a flicker of light and shadow, Lu Tongxing brought Suchen to a hilltop. Where are the snakes? Where's the valley? Suchen looked ahead at the vast wilderness, puzzled. This didn't look like a valley, it could be called a vast grassland. At a glance, you couldn't see the end. Hee. Do you think the wilderness is like those mountain gullies in secret realms, like the Skull Gorge? Let me tell you, the Valley of 10,000 Snakes can fit 5 Tianan cities and stretches for 200 kilometers. Lu Tongxing lectured. Alright, it's indeed quite large. Suchen had never been outside Tianan City, or rather, he had always been teleported around, never really experiencing this world firsthand. Compared to the original world, it was many times larger. So, it was necessary to come out and see for himself. Generally, even 5th tier adventure teams dare not venture deep. If it weren't for your abilities, I wouldn't have brought you here no matter what. Don't worry, Principal, I know what I'm doing. No one treasures their life more than I do. Am I the kind of person who seeks death? I won't talk too much then. You have a month. I hope you'll truly gain something. I'll come back for you in a month. If you're in danger, call me anytime. Hee. I'm sure I'll gain a lot, Suchen said with a meaningful smile. Also, compared to the demonic beasts, you should be more careful with other beast tamers. I don't need to say more, you should understand, he added. Yeah, anyone who dares to come looking for trouble, I'll take care of them. Seeing Suchen's fierce demeanor, Lu Tongxing knew he didn't need to say more and teleported away. If he stayed, Suchen might have turned his blade on the old man for being too talkative. Suchen took a deep breath of the cool autumn breeze and let out a loud shout. Leaving the city and being alone in the wilderness brought him a sense of freedom and tranquility. Well, not entirely alone, as he had Bai and Hongyu by his side. Shiling was also present, lingering around Suchen. As long as it didn't show itself, not even Lu Tongxing could sense its presence. With Shiling around, Suchen felt more confident. Whatever demon temple, secret missions, or conspiracies, anyone who dared to provoke him would be dealt with. Those he couldn't deal with immediately would be noted down for later. After expressing his boldness, Suchen returned to reality. Alright, the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, where are the snakes? Originally, Suchen envisioned thousands of snakes of various sizes twisted together, forming a ball with all sorts of secretions and inducing fear. Then, Suchen would have Hongyu release a sovereign-level mammoth skeleton for a charge and trample. In an instant, he would gain tens of thousands of years of life essence. Now, it seemed things weren't that simple, mainly because the wilderness was vast. In comparison, the density of demonic beasts in the secret realm was much higher. It wasn't so easy to take on the role of a free beast hunter. Most adventure teams carefully selected their targets before acting. Based on his previous experience of slaughtering in the secret realm, Suchen was a bit presumptuous. But it didn't matter, Suchen had plenty of time. Besides, he didn't need to act himself, he could rest on the back of the skeletal rockbird while the skeleton legion under Hongyu took care of the killing. Hongyu, as usual, scout the situation first and see where the demonic beasts are more concentrated. Yes, I sense that this is just the periphery. Along this direction, there are several strong auras, likely sovereign-level beasts. As Hongyu replied, it created dozens of bloodbat puppets and flew off into the distance. Its mental power had greatly increased during the nurturing of the sovereign-level skeleton undead earlier. The power of all its skills and endurance had significantly improved. Even without summoning its skeleton subordinates, its bloodline skills could easily kill ordinary commanding-level beings. Alright, let's set off too. After speaking, Suchen waved his hand, commanding the skeletal rockbird to fly towards the interior of the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. This thing had zero combat power, its only use was as Suchen's mount. Speaking of which, Suchen was also its half-direct designer. Suchen made the demands, and Hongyu implemented them. Therefore, even without direct control from Hongyu, Suchen could command this fellow. As for other types of skeletal soldiers, Suchen couldn't command them directly, as he had a contract with Hongyu. A normal beast tamer could have at most 9 contract slots. Some beast tamers contracted with beasts like ant queens, achieving similar effects, even numbering in the thousands. However, they had to be constantly bred in fixed nests, which consumed a lot. It wasn't as convenient as Su Chen's method, being able to deploy them to any battlefield at any time. Overall, apart from some major forces nurturing valuable insect tribes, individuals playing this kind of absolute loss have no family fortune left. It's better to go with the undead, which doesn't require any cost, just time and lifespan. Master, 5 kilometers to the left front, there is a snake nest, the highest commanding level. After flying for a while, Hongyu reported the enemy situation. Okay, let's go take a look. Along the way, they also saw many scattered small snake groups, but Shuchen couldn't be bothered to stop. As they delved deeper, Shuchen realized that the reputation of the Valley of 10,000 Snakes was well deserved, with snakes disguised in holes or grass every 2 to 3 meters. Here, there was no need for other types of monsters. Big snakes ate small snakes, and small snakes ate insects. Soon, Shuchen flew to the location reported by Hongyu. Here, the terrain seemed lower, like a basin, yet also like a recently dried-up lake. The cold and damp environment was very suitable for snakes to thrive. On the slightly moist ground, there were countless burrows. Listening carefully, one could hear the rustling crawling sounds, as if snakes were hissing. Let's begin, try the blade here first. Shuchen asked the skeletal pangbird to stay back to avoid getting blood splattered later. As for Hongyu, she jumped off the skeletal pangbird's back and approached the edge of the basin. With a blood-red, slender skeletal body, she dragged the Book of the Dead with one hand and swiftly sketched a formation in the air. Skeleton summoning spell. Variant summoning. Click, click, click. Instantly, 12 elite peak blood skeleton archers appeared in front of Hongyu, kneeling on one knee. After saluting, they stood in line on the side. Next, another summoning spell. 12 elite peak blood skeleton knights appeared with their undead warhorses. This was followed by 3 more in succession. At this moment, Hongyu had summoned 60 elite blood skeleton units in a row before her mental strength was depleted. Compared to before, it was a multiple increase. The skeletal sea battle tactics Shuchen had envisioned were beginning to take shape. Shuchen accelerated Hongyu's recovery a bit but didn't let her continue summoning. Let's stop here for now, see how the combat power is, don't summon too many to avoid scaring them off. The low-level snake species wouldn't run away. Shuchen naturally referred to the commanding level snake monsters. The scene in the Eaglehorn Forest from before was still vivid in his mind, where the majestic commanding level flying monsters were chased around by a group of elite skeleton warriors, flying around like sparrows, completely undignified. Shuchen only hoped that these monster snakes would fight for their pride, resist to the end, annihilate all living beings. With a wave of Hongyu's bone claw, she gave the command. Immediately, the 60 elite skeleton units, with fiery eyes, surged with battle intent. These were all battle-hardened elites on the undead plane, the best of the best. Click, click, click. The 60 skeleton soldiers also exuded the momentum of a mighty army and charged towards the center of the basin. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Soon, the foremost skeleton swordsman was attacked by the snake group with several fully red monstrous snakes bearing their fangs and attacking them. However, the snake group soon became confused. Damn, their teeth shattered, and they couldn't even bite. Hoo chirp. With a swing of the skeleton swordsman's bone sword, several monstrous snakes were directly cut into pieces, instantly meeting their demise. Blood sprayed several meters away, staining the ground red. Killed the 5-star red blood snake of the awakening level, plundered 5 years of alien lifespan. Killed the 4-star extraordinary red blood snake, plundered 14 years of alien lifespan. Plundered skill red blood poison resistance, automatically comprehended by Iron Eater and Blood Witch. Killed the 5-star extraordinary red blood snake, plundered 15 years of alien lifespan. Killed the 8-star awakening level red blood snake, plundered 8 years of alien lifespan. Instantly, the kill notifications refreshed before Shuchen's eyes like flowing water. As long as he didn't deliberately focus on it, it would automatically disappear. Red blood snake, resistance to red blood poison. Suchen was speechless. Wasn't this demon snake supposed to be taken care of right from the start? However, upon careful consideration, neither Debai nor Hongyu were necessary or needed at all. As for Shiling, it didn't even need to be learned properly. The only thing that could kill the spirit of time was time itself. Next, it was a one-sided slaughter. Even elite-level red blood snakes couldn't withstand a few strikes. As for those in the distance, as soon as they showed themselves, they would be instantly killed by the blood skeleton archers behind them. As for the damage to the blood skeleton soldiers, it was almost negligible, but the red blood snake blood splattered on them gradually seeped into their bones, making them even more formidable. In the undead plane, they couldn't enjoy such a killing feast. In the current expansion battle of Honyu's territory, it was just battles between skeleton soldiers, which was meaningless. As undead beings, harvesting living beings and blood was their nature. Suchen watched for a few minutes and then lost interest. What puzzled him was, with such a commotion here, why couldn't a commanding level red blood snake be lured out? Looking down on me, Su? Honyu, come up here, let's go check out the middle. Yes. Honyu absorbed all the scattered blood energy around her, then summoned a few blood puppet crows to collect the red blood snake crystals. Only then did she jump onto the back of the skeleton rock. It seems that this place used to be a lake. Suchen looked around at the terrain, feeling somewhat strange. As they moved towards the center, the surrounding soil became increasingly damp, with shallow watermarks appearing, and the red blood snakes were nowhere to be seen. These snakes weren't suited to living in water, just damp environments. The key question was how the water in this lake suddenly disappeared, especially when it wasn't a drought. Hiss! Roar! At this moment, Suchen suddenly heard a hissing and roaring coming from a protruding small hill ahead. Command level! Buzz! Just as Suchen was stealthily approaching with the skeleton rock, the communicator on his chest buzzed. Who could be contacting me at this time? Suchen took it out and glanced at it, seeing several messages in a row. Warning, unstable secret realm detected. Coordinates have been reported. Coordinates are over 2,000 kilometers from Tiannan City. Alert cancelled, handle it yourself. Mission status changed, reconnaissance outside the city, act at your discretion. Not bad, quite intelligent. Suchen praised the functionality of the communicator. He glanced at his military record, discovered a low-level unstable secret realm outside the city, military merit plus 100, killed a transcendent level red blood snake outside the city, military merit plus 2, special mission status, military merit doubled, killed an elite level red blood snake outside the city, military merit plus 20, special mission status, military merit doubled. The numbers kept jumping, and in a short while, Suchen's military merit had increased by several hundred again. Obviously, the skeleton team behind him was still continuously killing red blood snakes. However, if they were just killing monsters without turning in materials, the military merit would be much less. It was also based on their own levels. At Suchen's level, killing an awakened level monster would yield no military merit at all. Killing an elite level monster of the same rank would only give 10 points, similar to when he was at the first rank and killed an awakened level monster. Compared to Suchen's current military merit of over 50,000, these double-digit military merits were naturally insignificant, but the quantity was the advantage. It was estimated that others didn't have the time or ability to run into the wilderness alone to kill monsters. A normal person would be lucky to find a dozen monsters of the same rank to kill in a day. How could they possibly solo a group of monsters 1 or 2 ranks higher than themselves? If in a team, the military merit would have to be shared with teammates. Suchen put away his communicator, no longer paying attention to military merits. At the moment, there was no shortage of materials, so he would see what good things were available when the need arose for exchange. If all else failed, he could exchange for a general's rank just for fun. Swish! At that moment, 2 beams of light flashed from the small mountain and headed straight for Suchen. More precisely, it was the skeletal peng bird beneath Suchen's feet. Crack! The skeletal peng bird was directly scrapped. Suchen, along with Hanyu and the others, naturally plummeted from the sky. Damn, ambushed! Suchen was too engrossed in reading messages to notice below. Shirling. Een. A grain of time sand dissipated. The light and shadows flowed, and Suchen returned to the moment he received the message. Gain altitude, let's go around from the side. Suchen couldn't be bothered to read the message and directly commanded the skeletal peng bird beneath his feet. Although this thing wasn't very valuable, it still had some use, and it would take time for Hanyu to make another one. As for that monarch-level skeletal eagle, to be honest, sitting on it was not as comfortable as the skeletal peng bird, which was quite uncomfortable. As Suchen circled around to the front of the small mountain, he finally saw the current situation clearly. Below, 3 10-meter-long commanding-level serpent demons were facing off. One of them was the familiar crimson blood snake to Suchen, with a body of crimson red and black spotted patterns. The other 2, slightly smaller in size compared to the commanding-level crimson blood snake, had bodies of light green, resembling jade. Azure water serpents? Damn, it was you 2 who ambushed me? Suchen roared in the air. Azure water serpent leader? Are you crazy? We did plan to ambush, but this old 6 suddenly changed direction, and the distance wasn't enough. Azure water serpents were relatively common water attribute serpent demons, and it was their long-range water-based skill that had just ambushed Suchen. It seemed that the entire water area should have belonged to this group. In the middle of the 3 commanding-level serpent demons, there should have been a deep pool connected to this lake. At this moment, a white light sphere was slowly rotating, the entrance to the secret realm. This was the unstable secret realm that had just been discovered. Moreover, it was because of this secret realm entrance that the water level of the entire lake was rapidly decreasing. Without the cover of the water area, even the crimson blood snake dared to invade the territory of the azure water serpents. No wonder the commanding level crimson blood snake was indifferent to the slaughter of the peripheral snake offspring. There were more important matters here.
Hongyu, deal with them. Just a few commanding level demons were not worth wasting time on, nor did they serve any training purpose.
Hongyu walked to the edge of the skeletal peng bird's wing and, with a wave of her hand, gathered dozens of sharp bone spikes the size of fingers. Bone spike missile, perfect grade, fire. Instantly, the bone spikes rained down like a storm, aiming high and striking low, heading towards the 3 commanding level serpent demons.
Crackling.
Initially, they perceived them as just a few elite level Carlamus and didn't take them seriously. But then, they were wrong. These bone spikes did cause real harm when they hit. The 2 azure water serpent leaders raised a water shield around them for defense. As for the crimson blood snake leader, a layer of blood mist enveloped its body, and upon the impact of the bone spikes, a significant portion was dissolved, greatly reducing their power. Hiss roar, the 3 commanding level serpent demons simultaneously let out angry roars. If they were facing flying demon beasts of the same level, they would have accepted it, turned around, and fled without any hesitation, as it was a natural restraint. However, there was only a 3rd-tier beast tamer above them causing trouble. They were infuriated that someone dared to provoke 3 commanding level demons with just a lousy skeletal bird without even the same rank.
Hee, now you decide to defend, isn't it a bit too late?
Suchen saw the faintly visible small wounds on the 3 of them, still slightly bleeding,
and knew what Hongyu was going to do next. Blood-bursting nova.
Boom! Clusters of blood-red energy exploded at the wounds on their bodies. The 3 snakes gathered together, their powers stacking up, undoubtedly fatal. They also realized this and were planning to take the risk of diving into the unstable secret realm or into the water. Suddenly, they felt their bodies becoming extremely slow, and everything around them started to move in slow motion, except for the power of the explosion. Boom boom boom! After a loud noise, the 3 commanding level demon snakes were completely annihilated, killed the commanding level 8-star crimson blood snake, plundered 180 years of life from the exotic species, killed the commanding level 5-star azure water profound snake, plundered 150 years of life from the exotic species, killed the commanding level 6-star azure water profound snake, plundered 160 years of life from the exotic species.
Over 100 years.
Suchen did not expect that the plundered lifespan would directly increase from over 20 years to over 100 years.
However, it was reasonable.
Commanding level demon beasts were already considered to have entered a new level. According to the classification of 3, 6, and 9 ranks, commanding level, monarch level, and king level belonged to the middle 3 ranks. Presumably, when it came to overlord level and demigod level, it would be another level. In addition to the exotic lifespan, each commanding level demon beast also contributed 200 military merits to Suchen.
Challenging beyond one's level would reward 10 times the elite level. This is really promising.
If Suchen could slaughter thousands of commanding level beings, he might really have a chance to strive for 1,000,000 military merits, showing them what an innate military merit saint body is.
But, how should I deal with this?
After dealing with the 3 commanding level demon snakes, Suchen muttered to himself as he collected useful materials.
Hey, Captain. Suchen contacted Wu Yan directly. It's you, kid. Why do you have the time to contact me? Aren't I your team member? Isn't it normal to contact you? You can forget it. I already know, you are now Marshal Xiao's person. I won't say much more about the rest, we are all brothers, speak your mind. Also, thanks to you, I am already a big captain now, hee. Although Wu Yan was somewhat regretful about not keeping Suchen in the team, he now knew that such a person could not be retained. With just a casual move, the revealed credit would elevate him by 1 level. No wonder, back then, he half pushed and half followed my arrangements. It turned out that it was really unnecessary. Luckily, I have thick skin. Suchen, everyone knows that I am Xiao Wushan's person? How can I be expected to go undercover in the demon temple?
However, now is not the time to dwell on this.
Brother Wu, I found an unstable secret realm in the wilderness, how should I handle it?
Just leave it there. If it's confirmed safe, you can also explore it. However, most unstable secret realms do not last more than 3 days, and they are not large in scale. If the light inside starts to dim, it's a sign that the entrance is about to close, so don't get trapped inside. Otherwise, next time, you might not know where you'll end up, or you might be trapped and die inside forever.
Okay, I got it. Suchen was not worried about being trapped inside.
The only concern was whether there was any kill upon entry. At the moment Su Chen entered the secret realm, if there was any danger waiting for him, even the timely reversal of time by the time spirit might not save him in time, then he would be in big trouble. Time spirit, if something unexpected happens to me, you should be able to make it in time, right? Yes, when facing a life-threatening situation, I will automatically trigger time reversal. The only way to kill me is when the sands of time are exhausted. Good, good. See, this is what professionalism looks like. At that moment, Su Chen felt an unprecedented sense of peace. With this layer of protection, there is nothing to worry about. In case of a crisis, even if Su Chen is in the beast space and not summoned, there is still time to use the sands of time to rescue him. As for why Hongyu is not allowed to summon puppets to explore, it is because once inside the secret realm, this mental connection will be instantly severed and they must be in the same space. Even Su Chen's own beast cannot enter. Let's go in and take a look. With that, Su Chen jumped directly into the entrance of the secret realm. At that moment, Su Chen was extremely brave. The next second, Su Chen was back where he started. Phew! Phew! Su Chen gasped heavily, sweating profusely. Damn it, the moment he entered, Su Chen felt a darkness in front of him, as if a mountain was crashing towards him. Then, he was back outside the secret realm. Obviously, this was when the sands of time triggered a time reversal. In that instant, Su Chen was possibly just a breath away from death. However, Su Chen didn't have time to feel the pain as he was brought back. Otherwise, that near-death experience probably wouldn't have been very pleasant. There was still a gain, at least proving that time reversal could indeed be automatically triggered. Time spirit, do you know what that was? I didn't see, but we can try again. When we enter, just summon both of us out directly. Okay. Then, Su Chen had Dabai and Hongyu prepare themselves. Enter again. Light and shadow changed. Instant summoning. At the same time, Su Chen noticed that the light around him was slowing down. It was as if he was experiencing what they call bullet time. The next moment, Su Chen felt his body being moved aside. Bang! Then, a loud noise rang out. Su Chen turned to look and saw a Kong over 10 meters high, fiercely smashing the ground. Dabai, an elite peak, was just over a meter tall, relatively small among elite beasts, not emphasizing size. After all, it was a cute beast. And this big gorilla, could it be a monarch level? It seemed that it was the one that had knocked him out on his first attempt. Moreover, the 3 leading level snake demons before didn't dare to come in, obviously aware of the danger inside. Roar! The gorilla saw that it had missed its target, that an outsider had slipped in, and became even angrier, charging towards Su Chen. Dabai, take it down. This was a job best suited for Dabai as an opponent. Yip! Dabai's fighting spirit was also very strong, unwilling to fall behind Hongyu. Steel body transformation. Swift wind steps. Then, it was a direct confrontation between Dabai and the gorilla. However, under the dual effects of the transcendent acceleration of the time spirit and the slowing force field, the gorilla was the one who could only take the beating. Apart from having a strong physical constitution and being able to withstand several bone-breaking blows, there was nothing much to say about it. If a few blows didn't kill it, then bring on a few more. Killed the leading level peak Kong bursting ape, plundered 190 years of life from the alien species. Plundered skill, giant transformation, iron-eating beast has automatically comprehended. Giant transformation? Su Chen looked at the corpse of the Kong bursting ape and saw that it was deflating like a balloon, shrinking continuously. In the realm of leading-level demon beasts, it could only be considered average. Normally, the size of a leading-level beast ranged from 4 to 7 meters, excluding special species like snakes, insects, and so on. However, the size of this Kong bursting ape had expanded by more than twice, clearly due to the giant transformation skill. Currently, Dabai's giant transformation skill was only at the entry level, temporarily doubling his size. Moreover, this increase in size indeed brought with it a certain increase in strength and attack power, but correspondingly reduced agility and speed. After increasing in size, it becomes easier to be attacked, which can be seen as both an advantage and a disadvantage. After collecting the body of the diamond burst ape, Su Chen began to observe the surroundings. As Wu Yan said, the space here was indeed pitifully small, with only an area the size of a small hill, surrounded by mist. Logically, this secret realm should have been flooded with water from a whole lake. However, that was not the case upon entering. The lake water seemed to have been swallowed by the mist. Moreover, apart from the diamond burst ape, there seemed to be no other demonic beasts around. However, the advantage was that Su Chen quickly found the reason why the diamond burst ape was guarding the exit. At the mountaintop, there were several large fruit trees with pink fruits hanging from them. Beneath the fruit trees lay several demonic beast eggs or beast-taming eggs.
If hatched in the wild, they would become demonic beasts. If contracted by someone, they would become tamed beasts. Beast taming eggs, good stuff.
In addition to hunting demonic beasts for materials, beast taming eggs were also a very important source of income during wilderness hunts. Sometimes, a single beast taming egg could be worth more than the entire body materials of a commanding level demonic beast. Su Chen had made thorough preparations before coming, including a large capacity spatial ring and a beast catching cage that could hold living creatures or beast taming eggs. Speaking of which, this kind of beast catching cage was inspired by the principles of these small or even more miniature secret realms. If one could control such an unstable secret realm through special means and create items like spatial rings, it would be equivalent to a large beast cage. The environment here was much better than a simple spatial ring, capable of storing living creatures. Su Chen collected all the beast taming eggs under the fruit trees. Looking at the black patterns on them, they were similar to the diamond burst ape in subtle ways, indicating that they could all hatch into diamond burst apes. Su Chen didn't know why the diamond burst ape was also oviparous, but that was the rule of the beast taming world, just like By being an iron-eating beast. If it weren't for the information obtained through killing, Su Chen wouldn't know the specific species of this kind of demonic beast. At least it wasn't a particularly common tamed beast and should be worth some money. Next were the fruits on these trees, which had already made Bai drool. Hongyu had summoned a blood bat puppet to pick all the dozens of fruits and pile them aside. Bai, try one, not poisoned, I promise you can have the first bite. Yep. Bai hesitated for a second, then disregarded everything else. It grabbed a pink fruit and started munching, juice splattering everywhere. Yip. Burp. Bai burped contentedly, giving a thumbs up. And judging by its appetite, one fruit wasn't enough to fill the gaps in its teeth. But looking at its current state, it seemed a bit drunk. Obviously, it had been overfed and was now feeling stuffed. After a few more minutes passed without Bai showing any discomfort, Su Chen relaxed. He collected all the fruits and then headed towards the exit of the secret realm. As for the fruit trees, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to fish in troubled waters. Even if he dug them up, he couldn't take them away. Not long after Su Chen had taken all the fruits, the light inside the secret realm noticeably dimmed, as if it had lost some support. After Su Chen exited the secret realm, he also noticed that the entrance light sphere outside was beginning to look illusory, indicating it was about to dissipate. This led Su Chen to speculate, destroying the treasures or creatures inside the secret realm, reducing the spiritual density, was a way to accelerate the dissolution of an unstable secret realm. Of course, this had to be done with strength. In that kind of environment just now, even a tamer of the 4th or 5th rank might not fare well. Hongyu, you can increase the intensity and try to kill as many nearby demon snakes as possible. Rest for the night, and we'll continue tomorrow. As the sky darkened, Su Chen decided to rest on this small hill. Understood. Hongyu responded with a sound, summoning a skeletal bat and leaping up, intending to finish it herself. The next day, Su Chen collected nearly 1,000 demon snake crystal cores collected by Hongyu. By the way, he glanced at the lifespan of the different species, 20,519 years. Eradicating a commanding level group increased the lifespan of the different species by over 10,000 years. Moreover, he also gained thousands of military merits. It is worth mentioning that when the unstable secret realm dissipated prematurely, Su Chen was also rewarded with 500 military merits, consuming 10,000 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the spirit of time. This acceleration does not require any additional resources. Accelerating. In the 9,000th year, the Spirit of Time's level rose to Elite level 9 stars. Skills, Transcendent Acceleration upgraded from Mastery level to Perfection level. Skills, Retardation Force Field upgraded from Mastery level to Perfection level. In the 10,000th year, the Spirit of Time advanced to the peak of Elite level. The Hourglass of Time currently stores enough time sand to go back in time for 119 hours, 47 minutes, 12 seconds. The Spirit of Time let out a satisfied cry, seeming a bit full. The advancement of the Spirit of Time was so straightforward and brutal. And if following the current consumption pattern, the next step would be 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Even Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. It's okay, just kill more demon beasts. Su Chen kept encouraging himself. Well, no wonder no one has ever contracted with the Spirit of Time from ancient times to the present. Even gods probably can't afford it. Consuming 9 years, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration does not require any additional resources. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast attempted to use the giant transformation. However, the sudden change in size made it uncomfortable. Progress was slow. In the 5th year, the iron-eating beast mastered the skill giant transformation skillfully and could adjust the enlargement range from 1 to 2 times at will. The giant transformation skill upgraded from novice level to mastery level. In the 9th year, the iron-eating beast encountered a problem. After increasing in size, the defense of the diamond transformation would decrease overall. Perhaps, more Xian iron metal should be added for reinforcement. Got it, iron-eating beast. No, it's the gold-swallowing beast. Shuchen felt that choosing to contract with Hanyu in the spirit of time was simply too wise. Whether spending money or time, you have to choose one. If you don't want to invest in either, then what's the point of playing? Fortunately, Shuchen didn't have much else, and his lifespan could be plundered indefinitely. As for other resources, they could be concentrated on Dubai. Moreover, all the resources spent were worth it. After Dubai's defense and speed improved, even in a one-on-one battle with Hanyu's skeleton army, there was no hint of weakness, trending towards becoming an invincible boss. Let's go, continue. While Shuchen silently brushed monsters, discussions about the 5 schools' grand competition in Xia country gradually heated up. After all, this was an event that occurred once every 5 years. Although the number of participants was not large, each one was among the top among the young people of the current generation. It's embarrassing to not be able to challenge beyond one's rank, let alone surpass a star level. On the surface, it was a competition between the 3rd and 4th ranks, but in reality, the intensity and high-quality level of the battles had already reached the 5th rank. The 5th rank corresponds to the monarch-level beast tamer, one step away from becoming a king. Such battles were not something ordinary people could often witness. Moreover, this grand event was broadcast nationwide, whether in the battle arena or the secret realm, it was all broadcast live. Very exciting and highly entertaining. In addition, this was a great opportunity for each school to enhance its reputation, especially for the other 4 schools besides the Imperial Capital Academy. Every year, half of the top talents entered the Imperial Capital Academy, leaving them to compete for the remaining half. This has also led to the fact that the Imperial Academy has been the first for several consecutive sessions. Many people feel that the Imperial Academy should have its own category, called the Super School. 1 super and 4 strong are almost the same, collectively known as the 5 schools, which somewhat lowers the standard. However, those who know the inside story secretly sneer. Indeed, having too many of the 5 schools is not due to the Imperial Academy being promoted, but rather some schools are being demoted. As the rankings for the new year of each school continue to emerge, some battle videos have started circulating online. Shocking. By Zhan Academy, a Tier 3 beast tamer tears apart a commanding level lion scorpion barehanded. Invincible. Goddess Nangong Feishue annihilates 300 wolf demons with one move. Outrageous. Fish flying in the sky? It seems like Hanhai Academy may have contracted the legendary Kunping. Compared to the above, some of Su Chen's previous videos seem much more normal. The only thing that can still attract attention is the appearance of the blood skeleton summoner for the first time. However, with time passing by, the hype has also diminished. As for Su Chen winning the first place in Tier 3, without direct video evidence and lacking a topic for dissemination, it naturally didn't cause much of a stir. After all, who isn't the first in their tier at school? It can be said that for the participants in the 5 schools' major competition, being the first in their tier is just a threshold and doesn't really count as a prestigious achievement. On the contrary, the Imperial Beast Taming Academy remains unmoved, without any deliberate promotion. It just stands there quietly, as if it has already secured the first place this year. Moreover, surprisingly, no one doubts this. Simply because the list of participants from the Imperial Beast Taming Academy for this year has long been confirmed, one surnamed Xia, one surnamed One. Just these 2 surnames, representing 2 families, are enough to extinguish the fighting spirit of most beast tamers. Half a month later. Hey, Principal. Oh, you actually picked up immediately. Are you waiting for my call all the time? I'm quite touched. You brat, judging by your tone, there's no danger, right? Can't handle it and want to come back? Lu Tongxing didn't deny it. No, I'm asking you to be a courier for me, help me deliver something. Su Chen's storage ring was full of various materials, crystals, and the bodies of commanding level monsters. Damn! You want me, the principal, to be your courier? Can you afford the shipping fee? After saying that, Lu Tongxing hung up. A few minutes later, Lu Tongxing appeared behind Su Chen. You brat, why did you run so far? It was hard for me to find you. You really went to the territory of a monarch-level snake. I came here to deal with a monarch level 1, otherwise, I wouldn't have come for nothing. Saying that, Su Chen handed his large storage ring and beast-catching cage to Lu Tongxing. Please ask Principal to hand these to Shangren for me, to exchange for Tier 3 or higher Xiantai metal. As for the shipping fee, Principal can decide. You brat, I might really take your stuff. Saying that, Lu Tongxing took the ring and glanced at it.
then fell silent. Damn, did you really wipe out the 10,000 Snakes Valley? You must have more than 10,000 monster crystal cores in there, right? Lu Tongxing felt a wave of relief. Luckily he brought him out to the wilderness. Otherwise, a small tier 3 secret realm of the school wouldn't be enough for his trouble. Principal, I'm broke. Look at the resources I exchanged, all consumed by the iron-eating beast. How about this? Let me sponsor you a bit. Forget it, I'm used to relying on myself. Besides, you helping me contract with the spirit of heaven and earth is already the greatest help. Suchen said this sincerely, without exaggeration. Alright, just let me know if you need anything. If the school doesn't have it, I'll help you personally. Well, how about next time you come, bring me a live monarch-level monster. I need it to practice. The snakes here are too slippery and not suitable. Lu Tongxing was first shocked by reflex, then remembered the bodies of various high-level demon beasts in the ring. Not bad, reminiscent of my old style. Rest assured, wait for my good news. With that, Lu Tongxing left. Sovereign-level demon snakes, Suchen had seen them in these days, but this thing was very cunning, and what was even more outrageous was that the snake had wings. The double-winged flying snake, this was the species Suchen learned about by killing low-level demon snakes. Dealing with this thing, Suchen could only rely on the skeletal giant eagle, but after seeing the sovereign-level peak skeletal giant eagle, it just slipped away. Playing hide-and-seek all the time, Suchen temporarily had no way to deal with it, so he could only vent his anger on other snakes in the territory. Although he didn't kill the sovereign-level double-winged flying snake, he killed most of its subordinates in its territory, and the cave below was its original lair. However, now all the demon snake guards inside had been wiped out. Lu Tongxing wouldn't be back for a while, and Suchen wasn't in a hurry to find other snake groups to slaughter. After killing continuously for half a month, he felt like the air he was breathing was filled with the smell of snakes. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe there's some treasure. Unable to kill the sovereign-level demon beast for now, he could at least enter the nest of the sovereign-level demon beast for a visit. After entering the cave, Suchen discovered a hidden world inside. It was much larger and more spacious than he had imagined, with seemingly passages leading to other places. Apart from the entrance being stained red with blood, the inside was getting cleaner. Originally, there were more than 10 high-level guards inside, all of whom had been wiped out by the red jade sex skeletal giant eagle, unable to escape. After walking down diagonally for a few kilometers, Suchen finally reached the bottom of the cave. This was an underground deep pool, where the double-winged flying snake nested, on a huge rock at the edge of the pool. In the center of the deep pool, there was a patch of deep green lotus. Suchen walked to the edge of the pool, looked up, and there was a hidden small hole above, with the light shining directly on the lotus. This beast really knows how to choose a place. Not only was there a spiritual plant accompanying it, but there was also a hidden escape route. As he approached, Suchen could feel the vigorous aura emanating from the lotus. Although not as intense as sucking on a spiritual stone, the concentration of aura here was much higher than in ordinary places. Following the principle of not wasting, Suchen slightly accelerated himself, consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating self-cultivation. This acceleration, additionally consuming the aura of the Night Lotus. In the influence of the Night Lotus, you seem to enter the state of cultivation more easily, and your cultivation speed doubles. In the 6th year, even with low aura concentration, you still progress rapidly. Level up to the peak of the 3rd rank. In the 10th year, with the remaining time, you are considering what type of 4th beast contract to make. Suchen. With this extra time, what should I do instead of daydreaming all the time? However, Suchen's abnormal lifespan still had tens of thousands of years left, so he could afford to waste it. Feeling his own state, Suchen nodded in satisfaction. This Night Lotus was a good thing. Without its support, Suchen might not have reached the peak of the 3rd rank even after spending 10 years without consuming additional spiritual stones. Hongyu, see if there are any lotus seeds inside. Although the possibility was slim, Suchen still wanted to try. As for transplanting the lotus leaves or other things, he didn't know if it was possible, or if the principal had any way. Then, Hongyu summoned several bone sparrow birds to fly into the night lotus leaves. After a moment, the bone sparrow birds seemed to have discovered something and started squawking. Is it true? Following that, 2 bone sparrow birds were seen diving into the water, grabbing something with their sharp claws and flying back. However, it definitely wasn't a lotus seed pod. Before Suchen could see clearly what it was, the 2 bone sparrow birds made a creaking sound and fell directly to the ground, turning into a pile of bones. What's wrong? Master, be careful, the water beneath the lotus leaf seems to be highly toxic. Highly toxic? Enough to poison even elite undead skeletons. Suchen, upon seeing the brought-up item, was not surprised. It was a corpse. It was a male corpse with a deep wound on the chest. However, what was truly fatal was probably being poisoned after falling into the water. Moreover, he was holding a ripe black lotus seed pod in his hand. Without this, those bone sparrow birds might have ignored the corpse. Su Chen. Wow, can this lotus seed still be eaten? It seems this guy also had his eyes on this midnight lotus seed, only to be killed by the Serpent King. It's unknown how long he's been dead, although the body is relatively intact. Judging by the toxicity of the pool, not even microorganisms can survive in it. Swish, swish, swish. Su Chen took out several large bottles of water and rinsed the corpse's hands several times. Then, he had Hanyu summon a low-level skeleton to remove the midnight lotus seed and storage ring from the corpse's hands. If this guy was fine, it meant the poison water had been washed off. Fortunately, everything was fine. Su Chen washed the midnight lotus seed several times before storing it in his small storage ring. Next, he focused on the newly acquired spatial ring. Fortunately, it wasn't anything high-grade, there were no restrictions set. Su Chen tried once and opened it directly. The space wasn't very large, just over 100 cubic units. There wasn't much valuable stuff inside, otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to stealing from the lair of a monarch-level monster. The only things worth Su Chen's attention were a communicator, an identification card from the Beast Tamer Association, and a token-like item. In addition to daily necessities and some miscellaneous items, there were also some materials of unknown use. Su Lin, a 9-star Tier 4 Beast Tamer, with a B-level talent. As for the communicator, it naturally had a password and couldn't be opened. The metal token didn't seem particularly special, with one side bearing the character and the other side engraved with several coiling giant pythons. It matched quite well with the 10,000 Snake Valley. What's this? Nowadays, without a secret identity, one would be embarrassed to show their face, right? This token clearly belonged to some secret power. Ding, ding, ding. Su Chen rhythmically tapped Su Lin's communicator with the token, considering how to handle it. Master, I can try using the resurrection of the undead. If the other party hasn't been dead for long, we might obtain some information. At this moment, Hanyu offered a suggestion. Well, let's give it a try. Subsequently, Hanyu placed the bone claw on the corpse's head, and the other bone claw, with the Book of the Dead, emitted a burst of gray mist. Huff, huff, huff. Su Lin's corpse, who had been dead for an unknown period, surprisingly made gasping sounds due to being well preserved. Where is this? Why? Judging by the tone, it seemed like the person was trapped in a pitch-black environment and hadn't figured out the situation yet. Moreover, they still maintained clear rationality, indicating that the time of death was indeed recent. What's the password for your communicator? Su Chen asked directly. Su Lin instantly fell silent. Can't tell me? Su Chen thought the person would be more forthcoming. Master, I can use undead enslavement on him, turning him into a zombie that will obey my commands completely. However, I need to dismiss one undead skeleton from the Book of the Dead. The current limit of the Book of the Dead was only able to enslave 2 undead. Well, let's deal with him first and get all the information out. Yes. In the Book of the Dead, the skeletal mammoth turned into a pile of bones. Then, a gray mist entered Su Lin's body through the bone claws of the red jade. A painful howl emanated from Su Lin's body, clearly indicating immense torment of the soul. After a moment, the contorted body, barely human in shape, staggered and stood up on its own. Who are you? Su Lin. Detailed identity. Alliance of 10,000 races, under the command of the Snake Sovereign, southern branch of the Xia Kingdom, yellow level member. Su Chen's guess was indeed correct. It was another new force. If he were to directly hand over this token to the principal, he might also obtain information about the alliance of 10,000 races. However, unraveling the mystery layer by layer on his own was more interesting. Besides, merely knowing about the alliance of 10,000 races was meaningless. It was more efficient to interrogate the person directly. Tell me about the alliance of 10,000 races. The alliance of 10,000 races has influence across the 2 continents, East and West, as well as dozens of islands. It has tens of thousands of members. Enough, I don't want to hear this brainwashing rhetoric. Tell me about their top combat forces. The main leaders of the alliance of 10,000 races are 7 elders, namely the Saint Elder, Phoenix Elder, Tiger Elder, Gu Elder, Snake Elder, Mermaid Elder, and Flower Elder. It is said that each of them is a peak 8th Order Beast Tamer. The 8th Order represents the pinnacle of combat power for various factions at present. Whoever first masters divine level power can dominate the world. In terms of cutting-edge strength, it seems that the alliance of 10,000 races is not inferior to the Great Xia Kingdom. The 4 Grand Marshals of the Great Xia Kingdom are also only at the peak of the 8th Order. Coupled with some ancestral figures from the 4 major families, the numbers are about the same. However, the gap between the peak of the demigod level and the divine level, though seemingly small, is like the difference between heaven and earth. What are you doing here?
My main task is to maintain several hidden formations within the Snake Valley. Those unknown materials are used to maintain the formations.
Formations? What are they used for? I'm not sure.
Usually, there are no issues, we just need to prevent the demon snakes from intruding. This guy is just an ordinary member at the 4th order level, so he doesn't know much. No wonder he had the leisure to come to the monarch level nest to steal things.
What were you thinking? Coming here to die?
Seeking wealth amidst danger, the rare Night Lotus not only enhances comprehension and increases the success rate of advancement but also offers the opportunity to improve innate talent. After I led the Lord of the Twin-Winged Flying Serpents away, I didn't expect it to return from another direction.
Alright, tell me all your passwords and secrets. Also, how should you respond if other members of the Alliance of 10,000 Races contact you?
Yes. For the next half hour, Su Lin recounted some details about the Alliance of 10,000 Races.
There were not only secret codes but also internal communication forums.
Moreover, their communication network covered the entire globe since their influence spanned the world, allowing contact with the Western continent from here. However, each member's identity was kept confidential, with communication being single-lined. While it might be considered an evil organization, it was not as universally condemned as the Temple of Demons. As long as they did not openly commit evil deeds, the Xia Kingdom did not make a deliberate effort to eradicate this organization. It operated in a gray area, perhaps with some conspiracies and tricks, but not as overtly extreme as the Temple of Demons. Members like Su Lin, apart from maintaining the formations, had lived almost the same life as ordinary adventurers in other beast tamer associations over the years and could easily live under the sun. Within the internal network of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, there were indeed many high-difficulty tasks, but he was too weak to accomplish them. However, Su Lin's internal network account was of no use to Su Chen. Each account was fingerprint-bound, and Su Chen could not carry his body around all the time. Su Chen recalled and organized all the information, making sure nothing was missed. Ling, rewind to before Hongyu enslaved him.
Chant.
Then, the light and shadow flowed. Master, I can use necromancy to enslave him, turning him into a zombie that will completely obey my commands. However, I need to disperse a skeletal undead from the Book of Dead Spirits.
Time reversed back to when Hongyu made the suggestion. No need.
Su Chen had already gathered all the information, so there was no need to repeat it.
Besides, how could the body of a mere 4th order beast tamer compare to a monarch-level skeletal undead? Su Chen took out Su Lin's communicator and started entering the password 77649.
As Su Chen muttered, Su Lin, trapped in the body, collapsed. How is this possible? How do you know the password?
What don't I know?
I even know about you peeking at the next-door elder sister bathing when you were 13.
Su Chen casually replied as he operated the communicator.
This was a civilian version, unlike Su Chen's military-grade one with pupil and brainwave encryption. Skillfully logging into the internal network of the 10,000 Clans Alliance, he needed his fingerprint to unlock it at this point.
Su Chen directly pressed his finger on it.
Login successful. Su Chen glanced and saw that many sections were not open to Su Lin, this intermediate steward.
Some important information required contributions to access.
However, Su Chen temporarily didn't have time to focus on those. His goal was the usefulness of this guy, recruitment. That is, he had an invitation quota and authority to register peripheral members. An intermediate steward was somewhat of an official after all. Soon, through Su Lin's invitation on his communicator, Su Chen successfully registered.
Red Snake 66666. This was Su Chen's initial account ID.
The internal ranks were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, from low to high, accumulating contributions to upgrade.
Snake represented being under the Snake Sovereign, unchangeable.
Really 6. Then, Su Chen changed his ID name to Lao Lu according to Su Lin's suggestion. According to Su Lin, if each sovereign had tens of thousands of people under them, there were indeed hundreds of thousands of members in total. However, most were probably just peripheral members. The 10,000 Clans Alliance's purpose seemed noble, promoting harmony among all clans, equality, and freedom.
Su Chen knew it was all just to deceive fools.
If someone truly gained supreme and unrestricted power, their first act would probably be, I don't eat beef.
Beep beep beep. At this moment, Su Lin's communicator showed someone contacting him on the internal network of the 10,000 Clans Alliance. You invited a newcomer?
What's been going on these days? Why no response? This message was from Su Lin's superior. The ID was Greensnake Comufengchen, at least a 5th order beast tamer, possibly even 6th.
Being chased by a monarch-level double-winged flying snake. Su Chen replied directly. You're really lucky.
Hang in there a bit longer, I'll assign you a different task by the end of the year.
Hang in there? Wasn't it 3 years, then another 3 years after that?
I promise, within a month, you bring a newcomer to the imperial capital, I'll assess and then assign new tasks to you. Fine, I have to pass through the snake group again, do not disturb mode. Su Chen's reply on behalf of Su Lin was quite reasonable, considering being stationed in such remote areas, it would be strange not to have any complaints. Only interests were the foundation that held the entire organization together.
The 10,000 Clans Alliance would issue tasks based on each person's rank, covering various aspects.
Upon completion, there would be rewards, much more generous than those of the Beast Tamer Association.
Correspondingly, the difficulty of the tasks was also a notch higher. Su Chen's account was still in the probation period, with no authority to take on tasks, only able to browse some public forums. However, he could still gather information that was not accessible within the Xia Kingdom, especially regarding the Western continent and the influences of some neighboring countries of the Xia Kingdom. Even the Tianma Temple, considered a street rat, had its own separate communication forum, emphasizing freedom of speech. In a way, was this considered breaking through the wall?
Taking one of Su Lin's fingers to occasionally reply to messages, Su Chen tossed Su Lin's body back into the pool. Not throwing it into the abyssal lotus, it would probably be eaten by the fish in the water soon. After the 5 schools competition, Su Chen planned to figure out the probation assessment online, so that he could officially join the alliance of 10,000 races and start causing trouble.
This finger wouldn't last long, it would probably rot after a few uses.
Next, Su Chen scrolled through the alliance of 10,000 races forum while waiting for Lu Tongxing to arrive.
Wow, they actually have contract angel sisters popular in the Western continent? That's interesting.
This snake demon country openly holds abyssal sacrifices. It's practically the headquarters of the Tianma Temple.
The witch country is causing friction at the Xia Kingdom's border.
How bold. There seems to be no reports within the Xia Kingdom. A day later, Lu Tongxing returned once again.
Principal, so soon?
Yes,
the kid from the merchant family has quite the connections now.
Of course, more importantly, your stuff is in high demand. Saying this, Lu Tongxing tossed a ring to Su Chen. Don't rush to look at those materials yet. The monster you caught is about to wake up. That small cage won't hold it, are you ready?
Yes, release it.
Immediately after, Lu Tongxing waved his hand, and a saber-toothed tiger with distinctive stripes appeared on the nearby open ground. Roar, the saber-toothed tiger let out a low growl, slowly regaining consciousness. It hadn't suffered any injuries, just knocked unconscious by Lu Tongxing and brought over in a cage.
Dabai, deal with it.
Yip.
Dabai's fighting spirit sword. Lu Tongxing? Are you referring to its monarch-level combat power, or to it? Of course not. I'm just properly training Dabai now. What's the point of using that thing? What's the meaning? Is that so?
Lu Tongxing swallowed. If this iron-eating beast could advance 2 ranks and defeat a monarch at the elite level, then securing the first place in the 3rd rank was a sure thing. Perhaps, there was a real chance to claim a spot in the top 3 of the group. Even now, Lu Tongxing only dared to think about the top 3 in the group. As for the overall first place, he didn't dare to think about it at all. Dabai walked up to the saber-toothed tiger, who seemed not to have understood the situation yet. Ignoring Dabai, it stared at Lu Tongxing's direction. Defeat it, and I'll let you go. Roar, the saber-toothed tiger roared in anger, feeling greatly insulted. Meanwhile, Dabai had already started stacking buffs. Diamond body, peerless level. Swift steps, perfect level. Giant transformation, mastery level. Suddenly, a golden iron-eating beast over 2 meters tall appeared in front of the saber-toothed tiger monarch. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger finally took notice. However, based on intuition alone, it still felt that the opponent's strength was not on par with its own. The 2-rank difference was no longer something that could be compensated for by mere attack or defense skill levels. Roar, 2 blood-red light blades flew directly towards Dabai. Dabai could have dodged, but instead of avoiding, it directly withstood the attack with its fist. Clang clang, after 2 sounds of metal clashing, Dabai took a slight step back. There were only faint marks on its fist, with no real damage. However, there was still a gap in absolute strength.
Is this defense really based on eating iron? Lu Tongxing's eyes couldn't hide his astonishment.
Hee,
it's as good as it gets. It's not Dabai who's eaten it, could it be me?
Su Chen chuckled, quite satisfied with the situation. Now is not yet the limit for Big White. After all, the new batch of medals has not been used by Big White. After some initial probing between Big White and the saber-toothed tiger, what followed was the most primitive fight. Bang, clang, clang, ding, ding, ding. Big White's fist smashed into the saber-toothed tiger, causing a surge of blood. Although not fatal, it was quite painful. And this was without using the bone-shaping palm. Big White was just exerting all its strength, requiring such a battle at the limit. Despite the decrease in agility due to the giant transformation, the visible increase in strength was undeniable. The saber-toothed tiger's sharp teeth and claws struck Big White, making a clanging sound but not breaking through the defense. Subsequently, the saber-toothed tiger also became clever, not expecting to cause internal injuries to Big White, instead using its tiger paws and tail to strike in an attempt to inflict internal damage. Bang, 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 such moves indeed had an effect on Big White, making it numb all over. After all, the opponent was a monarch level, 2 ranks higher, and the strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, as the opponent began to maneuver and deliberately dodge attacks, Big White gradually found it difficult to hit the opponent. Big White was a little angry. This elite-level iron-eating beast of yours, in terms of attack and defense alone, is definitely the strongest I've ever seen. Even the commanding level of the Dragon Clan may not be as formidable as it. Lu Tongxing did not hesitate to praise. Having lived for most of his life, he had never seen such a powerful beast. Was it because of the beast itself? Or was it because of the beast tamer? Ha ha. Principal, your tone seems to be praising while belittling. Are you going to say but next? Su Chen said with a smile. Well, compared to the monarch level, there is still a gap. However, it's not a big problem. As long as it advances to the commanding level, it can definitely kill across levels. Alright, if that's the case, then I'll have to use a cheat. Use what cheat? Lu Tongxing was speechless. Your iron-eating beast that rivals a monarch level is already like using a cheat, isn't it? Time Ling. In an instant, a distorted light flashed by. The saber-toothed tiger, which had been toying with Big White, suddenly froze, as if being pressed down by a huge stone, greatly reducing its speed. Compared to before, it slowed down several times, as if in slow motion. Moreover, its movements, which were previously continuous, became jerky, making it very uncomfortable. On the other hand, a light white glow enveloped Big White's body. Instantly, its movement and attack speed increased several times. It was not just a simple increase in speed but affected the time around Big White. With one increase and one decrease, the speed difference instantly became tenfold. This way, the saber-toothed tiger became an easy target for Big White. I'm competing with you in attack and defense, who's competing with you in speed? Su Chen chuckled. Big White, stop playing around and finish it quickly. Big White wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Bone-shaping palm. Bang, 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 one palm after another, continuously. 2 minutes later. Crack roar, the saber-toothed tiger whimpered and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Killed a 3-star bloodthirsty saber-toothed tiger at the monarch level, plundered 230 years of the creature's lifespan. The cracking sound just now was Big White crushing the opponent's skull. Above the tiger's head, there was a palm-shaped depression left by Big White. Blood flowed from its 7 orifices, dying with eyes wide open. Lu Tongxing. He remembered that Su Chen had mentioned earlier that his third beast was an auxiliary type, related to acceleration and deceleration. He never expected it to be this powerful. Where was the acceleration and deceleration? It was more like the god of death, whoever it pointed at would die. Principal, this monarch-level tiger. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for it. I'll sell it and give you the money later. Alright, seeing how strong you are, I can relax completely too, huh? Damn, those old guys are probably waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Let's see how they can laugh then. Lu Tongxing was in high spirits, already planning how to set up those old friends. Principal, there's a patch of night lotus in the cave below, can it be sold? Lu Tongxing was speechless. This guy really knows how to take advantage of others, but luckily, the school's secret realm is no longer suitable for him. Night lotus has a very strict growth environment, temperature, and light must be perfectly matched. It's probably impossible to transplant, and ordinary people can't keep it alive. I'll remember this location, come by every year to check, and if there are night lotus seeds, I'll give you a share. Alright then. Su Chen didn't mind, since he had already picked up a lotus seed pod for free. I'm leaving, I'll come back in 10 days to take you back, then we'll head straight to the imperial capital. Okay. Through the cooperation of Debai and Shiling, Su Chen probably had some idea. Even monarch-level beings are nothing but trash, just deal with them. Su Chen was actually looking forward to the trip to the imperial capital. A genius? What he does is pure genius. These days, Su Chen occasionally watched some online videos about the 5 schools' grand competition, mainly because Shangren would occasionally send him some so-called secret intelligence. By Zhan Beast Control Academy, Zhongli Kuang 3rd rank, Tuzhan 4th rank, both excel in beast control and are keen on personally engaging as beast masters. Among them, Zhongli Kuang tears apart commanding-level beings, while Tuzhan has killed a 1-star monarch-level being across ranks. Elemental Academy, the girls are quite something. They cry for a long time after being punched. As for his goal, it goes without saying. He definitely wants to make a big profit during this opportunity. However, he wasn't sure about Su Chen's grasp, so he had been testing the waters all along. As long as Su Chen loosened up, Xiangren would definitely dare to invest all his wealth. There's nothing more to say, I'm only aiming for first place, Su Chen replied to Xiangren when he had a moment. So confident? The third-ranked player from the Imperial Capital Academy should be Xia Zhong from the Xia family, Xia heir. This guy's contract with the Dragon Clan bloodline is quite impressive, enough to crush all commanding level beast controls. What I mean is, first in the third rank, first in total points, I want it all. It's not that I don't trust you, but that woman from the Wen family is really strong. Trust me, it's all or nothing. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll risk it all with you. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll make a killing. Since the conversation had reached this point, it was up to him whether to follow through or not. With 10 days left, Su Chen planned to visit the remaining monarch-level territories, not wanting to waste time in the commanding-level serpent territory. In addition, according to Su Lin's records, several arrays he was responsible for maintaining were actually hidden in monarch-level territories. Faintly, Su Chen sensed a hint of conspiracy. However, he definitely wouldn't do anything to disrupt it now. If he did, Su Lin's death would be hard to conceal. Besides, a task entrusted to a fourth-rank beast master shouldn't be a crucial part. At least, he had to wait until his position in the alliance of 10,000 tribes was secure. How could he not infiltrate a secret force that could rival the Xia kingdom? Su Chen checked the spatial ring that Lu Tongxing had sent over. The materials that were once abundant were now gone, replaced by 2 piles of metal blocks. One pile was 3rd-rank Xianyu iron, and the other was 4th-rank Xin Ci meteorite iron. The quantity was considerable, indicating Su Chen's immense gains. Perhaps this was also why Xiangren dared to go all in with Su Chen. One person, more badass than the entire adventure team. He felt that whether he could contract the spirit of wealth depended crucially on Su Chen. Dabai, start with the 3rd-tier Xianyu iron to stimulate your appetite, Su Chen said as he tossed a pile of 3rd-tier Xianyu iron to Dabai. As for the 4th tier, Su Chen felt that Dabai would only need it at the 4th tier, vaguely needing to match it with the thunder attribute to achieve the maximum effect. Now, Dabai no longer resisted eating iron, perhaps realizing his own shortcomings. Even a mere monarch level cannot be easily killed, his abilities are still insufficient. Consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes a certain amount of 3rd-tier Xianyu iron. Accelerating. Year 1, the iron-eating beast did not rush to devour all the Xianyu iron, but adjusted slowly according to its giant form. Year 3, the iron-eating beast has fully adapted to its giant form, and the golden steel body can function at 100% capacity. Year 5, the iron-eating beast continues to improve its proficiency in the giant form. Year 6, with its robust physical qualities, the iron-eating beast's progress in the giant form is rapid. Skill, giant form has been upgraded from mastery level to perfect level. At the same time, when the giant form is at its maximum effectiveness, the strength of the golden steel body bonus is halved, reducing to a perfect level state, requiring more replenishment of Xianyu iron. Year 10, all the Xianyu iron has been consumed, allowing the iron-eating beast to perfectly utilize the giant form and golden steel body. When the giant form reaches the peerless level, there may be unexpected effects. Giant form perfect level can enlarge its body size up to 4 times the current size. Now, when Dabai expands to his maximum size, he can already rival the limit of a ruler-level body size. Not only does his size increase, but there are also strength enhancements and overall bonuses from the golden steel body. So many 3rd-tier Xianyu iron are not consumed in vain. The only drawback may be a slight decrease in speed. However, Su Chen has already tested it. As long as he casually uses 2 skills, any enemy becomes a punching bag. Dabai doesn't need to worry about speed, he just needs to smash the enemies with all his might. Killed the elite 9-star Crimson Eye Scorpion Snake, plundering 29 years of alien lifespan. Plundered skill, Crimson Eye Scorpion Snake Resistance, Iron-Eating Beast, Mutant Skeleton Summoner have automatically comprehended. Killed the elite 1-star Moonlight Snake, plundering 21 years of alien lifespan. Killed the ruler level 4-star Abyssal Demon Black Snake, plundering 140 years of alien lifespan. In the following days, Su Chen led Dabai and Hongyu to sweep the ruler-level serpent territory. It had existed peacefully for hundreds of years. High-level beastmasters disdained to intervene here, considering it a breeding ground for some snake-type beasts. Who would have thought that a disaster suddenly struck these days? Not fearing rulers being too strong or initiates being too weak, the focus was on ruthless efficiency. One ruler-level serpent leader sensed the danger and fled without hesitation. Su Chen checked and found it was called the Ghost Shadow Snake, skilled in speed and illusionary clones, with average combat power, mainly focused on survival. For such a beast in the wilderness, Su Chen had no better way to intercept it, so he could only vent his anger on its subordinates in the territory. However, Su Chen finally caught a ruler-level serpent that couldn't escape, the ruler-level Crimson Ice Scorpion Snake Leader. This guy had no wings or super speed, but in terms of sheer strength, he was definitely a tyrant in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. With a body full of poison mist, he could definitely crush the other serpent rulers. However, for Dabai, the effect of the toxin was greatly reduced. When Su Chen spent several years of alien lifespan and accelerated Dabai's adaptation to this toxin, raising his resistance to a perfect level, Dabai would no longer be affected by ruler-level toxins. The martial arts of the monarch-level red-eyed scorpion snake were directly disabled by more than half, and in the end, it was easily killed by Dabai, killed the monarch-level 8-star red-eyed scorpion snake, plundered 280 years of the lifespan of the different species. After sweeping several nests of monarch-level snake demons, no valuable treasures were found again, only a lot of snake eggs of monarch-level snake demons, which should also fetch a good price. At this point, Su Chen's first wilderness adventure, robbery, can be considered officially concluded. Coincidentally, the spatial ring was full again. When Lu Tongxing returned once again, he surprisingly had no psychological fluctuations about Su Chen lying in the nest of the monarch-level snake demon leader sleeping soundly. Obviously, he had become numb to it. Maybe there was a chance to compete for the first place? At this moment, Lu Tongxing couldn't help but have a bit more expectation. After instructing Su Chen not to run around, Lu Tongxing directly threw Su Chen back to the dormitory. Now, his biggest task as the principal was to be Su Chen's driver and bodyguard, ensuring that nothing unexpected happened. "Guys, I'm back." As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Su Chen shouted, then hurried straight to the bathroom. Having been in the wilderness for nearly a month, he had only washed in the river casually, and there was a strange smell on his body. "Stop yelling, if you don't come back, I'll go back to the capital too." At this moment, Shang Ren's voice came from outside the door. "Also? Xia Feng went back?" "Yeah, he had to make arrangements in advance to go to Dragon Island. But I think it's more because his family arranged a blind date for him." "Su Chen, what about you? Why are you going back early? Are you also going on a blind date?" "Ah, my family has arranged a marriage for me a long time ago." "What blind date? Have you ever seen a rich guy like me who was so clean and focused on making money?" "Oh, so your fiancé must be amazing, right? Life is tough. By the way, do you really have the confidence to defeat the strongest combination of the Xia and Wen families of the current generation?" It seemed that Shangren stayed here just to confirm this matter with Su Chen face to face. Otherwise, he couldn't sleep well. If he decided to do it, he would not only invest all his own, but also borrow a large sum of money. Making money for oneself is one thing, but making one's competitors lose money is also important. Win-win, win twice. Su Chen did not answer directly, but continued to wash himself. After finishing his grooming, Su Chen, under Shang Ren's eager gaze, once again handed him a spatial ring. "It's full again, next time get me a bigger space." Shang Ren was speechless, then his expression gradually turned shocked. A commanding level beast is several times stronger than last time. And there's even a monarch level. Could a third-level beast tamer really achieve such a harvest? Even a hunting team led by a fifth-level beast tamer might not be able to do this. Those are all beasts, not chickens waiting to be slaughtered. Yeah, but unfortunately, 2 monarch-level ones were too slippery, they ran too fast, I couldn't be bothered to chase them, so I could only slaughter all these commanding level ones. If the space were bigger, the harvest could have been doubled. Awesome! What else could Shangren say? All doubts vanished, and from now on, it's all in, no one can stop me. Here, have some local specialties. Saying this, Su Chen took out some fruits picked from the secret realm and handed them to Shangren. "This tastes good, I didn't sell it, I kept it for myself. This one would sell for 500 spirit stones in the capital." Shangren took a bite and couldn't help but say, "So expensive?" "Yeah, full of spiritual energy, a luxury item that only upper-class people can enjoy." "You talk as if you're not an upper-class person." Hearing Shangren say this, Su Chen was glad he didn't sell it. The best things should be enjoyed by oneself first. "My money is all clean and earned by myself. You can testify to that." "Sure, it doesn't matter. In my eyes, there are only friends or enemies. Everything else is not important." With that, Su Chen took out a few more items, including some night lotus seeds. "Perfect, take these back to Xia Feng and see if they are useful." "Great stuff." Shangren was knowledgeable and recognized them at a glance. "Alright, I'm not too focused on cultivation, so give all the lotus seeds to Xia Feng. Can I have a couple more fruits?" "Sure." With this batch of materials, what kind of metal are you planning to acquire? Shangren could already guess Su Chen's needs without asking. The method of cultivating the iron-eating beast for battle was not a particularly secret one, nor had it gone untested. However, no one had succeeded in cultivating it to the extent Su Chen had. Not even the predecessors who wrote the cultivation method could compare to Su Chen. Shang Ren could only explain it as genius, with no other reason. No rush, if you need funds, you can use this as a cushion for now. After I finish my competition, help me acquire 4th tier Thunder attribute medals.
Moving on to Thunder attributes already. No problem.
I have my ways in the capital, so I won't be short on money.
But I can help you make some, provided you come in first. We'll meet again after you go to the capital.
Okay. The next day, Shang Ren returned to the capital. Apart from him, all the other young heirs of the merchant families had also returned to the capital early, eagerly anticipating the upcoming inter-school competition. In their eyes, with 5 schools and 10 participants, anyone could be a betting target. The strong had their ways, and the weak had theirs.
As merchants and bookmakers, they always found ways to maximize profits.
Such events were perfect for risk-free business. In 2 days, Su Chen would also head to the capital with Lu Tongxing. Right now, the only thing Su Chen felt urgent about was his own talent.
According to current mainstream beliefs, a person's talent directly determined their future limits.
While others might reach the 7th or 8th tier, you might only reach the 4th tier, which was your talent limit. Besides, success rates in promotion and cultivation speed were also influenced by talent.
Intuitively, Su Chen felt that his first talent was quite important for his growth.
Currently, he was at C-level, top cultivation.
Su Chen wasn't too concerned about cultivation speed or promotion success rate.
As long as the success rate wasn't 0, even 1% was acceptable. The fear was that 0, that was when a clever woman couldn't cook without rice. With a C-level talent, the general limit was around the 4th tier, at most the 5th tier. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry now, but that didn't stop him from making some preparations. The Night Lotus seeds he obtained this time served as a wake-up call for him to pay more attention to these kinds of resources in the future.
However, Night Lotus seeds were only considered moderately rare resources, not top tier.
If he could get his hands on top-tier treasures to enhance his talent, Su Chen had plenty of ideas to implement. Consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating self-talent growth.
This acceleration, in addition to consuming 10 Night Lotus seeds and 8 second-tier soul power elixirs. Accelerating. Year 1, your mind is blank.
Although you have consumed a Night Lotus seed and soul power elixir, your mind is clear, but you still can't figure out how to break through your current talent limitations.
Year 2, still the same.
Year 7, following the pace of consuming a lotus seed each year, you no longer force it, just maintaining a contemplative state. With years of persistence, your mental strength and limits have significantly improved. In the 10th year, it seems like you have gained some insight, no longer insisting on the development of a certain aspect of so-called talent. Perhaps, endlessly expanding the space of spiritual power itself is a way to enhance talent.
Acceleration complete.
Su Chen's talent did not improve, but he found a little bit of a clue. Improving talent is not difficult if you have enough time, but breaking through the limits of talent levels is as difficult as reaching the sky. For example, nurturing a C-level talent to upgrade to a B-level fire talent or any other talent is just wishful thinking.
Su Chen's current idea is to increase the upper limit of spiritual power and see what qualitative changes it may trigger.
However, this method requires time and resources. Time is not a problem, but as for resources, they are usually things like the Night Lotus, treasures of heaven and earth. Many of you are using the teleportation array for the first time. You may feel a bit uncomfortable, but don't worry, you will recover soon.
Understood.
The distance between the imperial capital and Tianan requires the use of a teleportation array.
It is both fast and safe.
This time to the imperial capital, besides the principal and the contestants, there are also some top students going to broaden their horizons and act as cheerleaders. Anyway, a group of dozens of people stood on the teleportation array at the same time. The next moment, with a flicker of light and shadow, they appeared in a strange hall.
Ugh! Nearly a dozen students almost vomited on the spot.
Su Chen felt it, not sure if it was because of a significant increase in spiritual power, but he felt no discomfort. Let's go, let's head to the hotel first. Your senior brother Lang has already made arrangements. Lang Wenyi, peak of the 4th rank, is Su Chen's teammate this time.
He is also recognized as the top 4th rank of this generation at Tianan Beastmaster Academy.
There is no need for a competition, he is simply the dominant first. Although they are teammates, Su Chen has never met him in person, let alone trained together. In the words of Lu Tongxing, there is no suitable combination in the entire Tianan Beastmaster Academy to spar with the two of them, nor can anything be trained out of it. As long as they perform normally in the individual matches, they are sure to be in the top 3 overall. It's unclear whether they have confidence in Su-chan or in Langwenny.
Principal, teachers, and junior brothers and sisters, welcome.
At the hotel entrance, a refined young man was standing there waiting.
Senior brother Lang, so handsome and powerful.
Winnie, thank you for your hard work.
No problem, I have been interning in the imperial capital, so I'll go up first. Inadvertently, Su-chan seemed to feel Langwenny glance at him. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Besides, Su-chan didn't want to discuss any additional competition matters.
Anyway, with his extraordinary talent, it doesn't matter who his teammate is. The imperial capital of the Xia Kingdom. The level of prosperity in all aspects here is beyond what Tianan City can compare to. Even a chef in a restaurant could possibly be a 6th-rank beastmaster. For example, Quanwei Restaurant. Although Shangren said that this was just his family's business and he had no say in it. However, the day after Su-chen arrived, he arranged a private room. Xiafeng was naturally there too.
Su-chen, have you read the information I found for you? Your opponent is basically confirmed. Yes, a girl from the Elemental Academy. Her looks are indeed decent, but she seems a bit aloof.
Hearing Su-chen's words, Shangren knew he had wasted his efforts.
But it didn't matter. If Su-chen really looked like he was facing a formidable enemy, then he would worry. Xiafeng, what about you? Which family's girl are you picking this time?
Xiafeng glanced at Shangren without saying a word.
From the Shang family?
Damn, you better be careful with my cousins, don't get sold out, I can't even outplay them.
Don't worry, I'm not interested in women.
As Xiafeng's words fell, the other two felt speechless.
However, Xiafeng was too lazy to explain further.
After taking a sip of wine, he said to Su-chen, I've already made arrangements with Long Island.
On January 10th next year, there will be the Triennial Dragon Selection Conference. You'll have a chance then. Dragon Selection Conference? Sounds like selecting beast masters for mythical beasts. Shouldn't it be a dragon selection conference? Su-chen remarked casually.
Cough. It doesn't matter what you say now, but when you get to Long Island, don't say that, or you might be kicked out. Worse, it might upset the demigod dragon clan.
All right.
Su-chen, you can ignore the others, but you must be careful with this one family.
Wen Xin. Yes, she has contracted 2 book spirits, which shows how much the Wen family values her.
And her talent justifies this investment. 2 book spirits can perform combination techniques, very powerful.
2 of them?
Su-chen had seen a bit of this girl's battle video, and basically, she could crush opponents of the same level with just 1 book spirit. He didn't expect her to have 2 and be able to perform combination techniques. She was truly remarkable. However, the more challenging it seemed, the more excited Su-chen became.
It was not easy to come here, so how could he not encounter something interesting?
Don't worry, I'll make her cry in front of you.
Su-chen raised his glass boldly and said.
If Su-chen dared to say such things at the Imperial Academy, he would probably be beaten up. I placed a bet on you to win at other betting tables with your share of spirit stones.
You better perform well. Otherwise, I won't take responsibility. How much can I earn? In the 3rd-tier match, you could earn 5 to 6 times the amount if you win. But if such an underdog situation occurs in the team match, all my brothers and sisters will definitely go bankrupt. Clearly, Shangren was planning something big. All right. It seems I need to keep a few tricks up my sleeve before the team match. 2 tricks meant 10 hidden cards. As long as I win. Don't worry.
On the 3rd day, all preparations were completed, and Su-chen followed the large group to the competition venue. The battlefield was a very spacious outdoor area. Huge screens hung in all 4 directions, allowing every spectator a clear view.
Slow-motion instant replays were supported to ensure nationwide live broadcasts.
Dozens of top healing teams were on standby, ensuring no life-threatening situations and quick recovery to not affect the subsequent matches. Otherwise, if everyone went all out in the individual matches, there would be no need for the team matches.
The individual matches would start first. According to the rules of previous years, the winner of the previous edition automatically entered the top 3.
Therefore, the remaining 4 schools had to draw lots to determine the matchups to decide the top 3 schools. The losers would compete for the 4th place. Then, the top 3 would compete against each other to determine the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places.
Soon, the opening ceremony ended, and the draw was completed.
On the first day, Tianan Academy faced 100 Battles Academy, and Elemental Academy faced Hanhai Academy. The 3rd-tier matches began. Now, with your applause, let's welcome Su-chan from Tianan Academy against Junli Quan from 100 Battles Academy. As the host announced, amidst applause, both of them entered the stage simultaneously. In terms of popularity, Su-chen was currently not as popular as Junli Quan. The violent scenes of him tearing apart mythical beasts indeed had a strong impact. You better surrender quickly, or I might not be able to hold back, Zhong Li Kwang taunted.
In the familiar trash-talking segment, Zhong Li Kwang was truly fierce. Bring it on, I'll show you how to handle a mythical beast, Su Chen retorted without backing down.
In this situation, he felt like he had entered a scene from an anime he had watched before, aspiring to become a Pokemon master.
Oops, wrong scene. Such confidence. Come out, rampage wolf spirit, possess me. Come out, bloodthirsty leopard. Come out, Tauren shaman.
In an instant, Zhong Li Kwang exuded a bloodthirsty aura, emitting waves of bloodthirsty energy. Apart from the berserk wolf spirit possession, there was also the bullhead shaman bestowing him with the bloodthirst ritual and auxiliary skills like the acceleration totem. In an instant, Zhong Li Kwang and the bloodthirsty panther, transformed into two blood-colored shadows, dashed towards Shuchen.
Dabai, play with them, just don't kill them.
Soon after, Shuchen felt as light as a feather, able to cover dozens of meters in a single step. Obviously, Shi Ling had cast the acceleration spell on him, making it easier for him to watch the show. Initially, Zhong Li Kwang didn't pay much attention to Dabai, but seeing it blocking the way, he planned to team up with the bloodthirsty panther to take it down in an instant.
Ding ding ding, in an instant, a continuous series of clinking sounds echoed through the arena.
Moments later, Zhong Li Kwang saw his hands dripping with blood, feeling bewildered. As for the bloodthirsty panther, it was in a worse state, with all four claws turned outward, and most of its teeth knocked out by Dabai.
Tear apart a commanding level demon beast?
I'll let you tear me apart right here.
How is this possible?
Roared Zhong Li Kwang's eyes were filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend why his hands, capable of cutting through steel, couldn't break through the opponent's defense. Looking up, he saw his opponent keeping a safe distance, and in a fit of rage, he was about to chase after Shuchen, the beast tamer, when Dabai delivered a simple punch, sending him flying.
Zhong Li Kwang, defeated. Shuchen, victorious.
Cheers erupted around the arena, sparking a wave of discussions.
What's up with Zhong Li Kwang? He was hyped up so much online, and this is the result?
Yeah, didn't even get a good look before his hands were bleeding.
Seems pretty weak. It's not that he's weak, it's just that the iron-eating beast's defense is too strong.
Yeah, too bad he was targeted. He's just dumb, should have gone straight for the beast tamer. The audience at the scene and online viewers had mixed opinions, while Shuchen quietly returned to his position. The showdown between experts was a moment of life and death, not dragging on for too long but enough to leave the audience reminiscing for a long time. Even after the competition ended, the videos would continue to generate buzz for several months.
The second round quickly commenced without the need for repairing the arena.
Let's welcome with applause, Zhuan Yu from Hanhai Academy, against Niawan from the Elemental Academy. Subsequently, a slender boy and a girl stepped onto the stage simultaneously. Zhuan Yu seemed less robust than the girl, with a slightly pale complexion.
Come out, little Koan. Whoosh, suddenly, a blue giant fish appeared in the air. Koan Pang. Just a drop of bloodline. Can't fit in one pot.
Hoof. At this moment, Niawan also refused to be outdone and began summoning. Come out, wind spirit.
Come out, swift wind beast. Come out, cloud mist rainbow bird.
It seemed she was a pure wind-type beast tamer.
Cough. You guys have fun with little Koan, I'll take a break.
Saying this, Zhuan Yu summoned a large seashell once again. Then, he directly hid inside the shell. All the spectators. They thought Zhuan Yu would ride on the back of the giant fish. Hoop continuous wind blades struck the shell, but to no avail. If Niawan were a fire type, she might have been able to force him out directly. Now, she could only deal with his Kuan beast first. Whoosh, the Kuan beast let out a roar, absorbing all the attacks directed at it with a burst of light. Niawan immediately felt a sense of impending danger. She had experienced this move before.
Xiao Yun, release the mist quickly.
Chirp, just then, Niawan suddenly felt a palpitation, as if she would die the next second. Swish swish swish, several powerful wind blades suddenly appeared out of thin air near Niawan's neck, almost cutting it, but they were stopped by the arena's security personnel.
Zhuan Yu wins,
the judge hurriedly announced, wiping a thin layer of sweat in secret. It was a close call. The first accidental death of this competition almost happened.
However, no one criticized Zhuan Yu for anything.
Being able to stop the reflected attacks was already showing mercy.
More people were marveling at the power of the Kuan beast and the bloodline of the Kuanping.
Su Chen also observed all this, pondering which trump card to reveal when the time came. Or perhaps, if the opponent dared to hide in a shell in front of him, Dabai could just slap him out directly. Ultimately, it was the wind element's insufficient attack power against this defense, so losing was only natural. 2 matches determined the top 2 schools to enter the top 3, with another round tomorrow. The remaining Zhong Li Kwang and Niawan would compete for 4th place. No one wanted to end up at the bottom.
This match lasted a full half hour before concluding.
In the end, Nyewon used the misty environment created by the cloud mist Xianyou and the acceleration provided by the wind spirit to engage in a delaying tactic against Zhong Liquan, who was buffed with frenzy. She kept him at bay until his buff wore off, then easily defeated him. This tactic was also her secret to past victories. However, when facing Zhuang Yu's Kuan beast, there was no room for delay, only a direct confrontation, or one would be easily defeated.
Su Chen did well. We'll see how your senior brother does this afternoon. As long as you can make it to the top 3. At this moment, Lu Tongxing walked over, unable to contain his excitement. Su Chen responded casually. This old man still didn't believe in his own strength. The individual competition rankings ranged from 1st place to 5th place, 10 points, 8 points, 5 points, 2 points, 0 points. As long as Lang Wenin made it to the top 3 of the 4th tier, Su Chen was confident he could secure 1st place in the 3rd tier. That would already guarantee him 15 points. The team competition scores were double those of the individual competition, 20 points, 16 points, 10 points, 4 points, 0 points. As long as the team competition didn't score 0, they were almost guaranteed to make it to the top 3. After all, the Imperial Beast Academy had almost secured 1st place in the 4th tier and the team competition. Everyone else could only vie for 2nd or 3rd place. If the team competition also made it to the top 3, the Tianan Academy might even secure 2nd place this time. In the afternoon, it was the battle for the top 3 in the 4th tier. Although it was a competition among 5 schools, the consensus was that it was just the other schools vying for the chance to challenge the Imperial Academy. If the morning's 3rd tier battles had already surprised many, the 4th tier battles were even more anticipated. With one more beast tamer, more diverse tactics could be derived, making it more entertaining. As for the 5th tier and beyond, most beast tamers' tactics and development paths were already determined. Regardless of how many contracted beasts they had, they would definitely focus on the one with the strongest potential and develop the others around the main one. If you asked whether high-tier beast tamers were fierce, they definitely were, but in terms of the entertainment value of battles, it might not be as appealing as the 3rd and 4th tiers. Most of the audience might not even have a clear view before the battle ended. Lang Wenin from the Tianan Academy versus Tu Zhan from the 100 Battles Academy. Begin! After the referee's announcement, he quickly left the field. Even from a distance, one could feel the powerful aura and determination emanating from Tu Zhan. Everyone from the 100 Battles Academy was a battle maniac. Tu Zhan didn't hold back and immediately began summoning. Come forth, the furious eagle beast. Come forth, the dragon scale crocodile. Roared Chirp. In an instant, a fierce dust storm swept through the field. The 2 peak commanding level beasts exuded overwhelming power. Tu Zhan's summoning ended, and although it seemed like there were only 2 beasts, in reality, his own aura was even stronger than the 2 beasts. Upon closer inspection, 2 different streams of light circulated around him, the hallmark of a possession-type beast. According to public information, Tu Zhan contracted 2 possessed spirit beasts, the Mole Beast Spirit and the Frost Ghost Beast Spirit. At this moment, a faint layer of frost gradually formed under Tu Zhan's feet, his legs emitting a light black mist. Obviously, he had gained a significant boost. On the other hand, there was no movement from the cold Wenyan side. According to the rules, Tu Zhan could now attack. What's going on? Doubts arose in everyone's hearts. What do you mean? Tu Zhan didn't attack directly but inquired. He disdained such direct actions. Of course, he wouldn't be polite if the opponent played any tricks or schemes. However, he could sense that the other party had not summoned any spirit beasts. They hadn't even summoned a life-saving possessed spirit beast. 1 yen. At this moment, Su Chen saw Lu Tongxing beside him, his face pale. The dignified 7th-rank spirit master seemed to have aged significantly, as if he understood Cold Wenyan's intentions. I also wanted to have a good fight, but then, Cold Wenyan declared loudly, I concede. The whole arena, including all the viewers watching the live broadcast, erupted in astonishment. For many years, there had never been a case of surrender without a fight in the 5 schools' grand competition. Surrendering without even summoning a spirit beast was unimaginable. Are you sure? Surrendering without a fight will be directly judged as the last place. Your school's 4th rank points will be 0, and you won't be able to participate in the team competition again. Even the referee couldn't help but reiterate a rule that hadn't been mentioned in years. Surrendering without a fight was the greatest shame. I'm sure. After saying that, Cold Wenyan turned and left, leaving Tu Zhan striking poses. Winning without a fight left Tu Zhan puzzled as well. It wasn't until the referee announced his victory that he scratched his head, returned to his school's area. As for Cold Wenyan, he just passed by the Tianan Academy area, apologized to Lu Tongxing, and headed towards another area.
There, the Wen family's seats were located.
Principal? Do you want me to? Su Chen, eating melon seeds, was afraid the old man couldn't handle the blow. However, it seemed that even turning back time wouldn't change anything.
Even if they changed players, they couldn't find anyone to replace Cold Wenyan. Sending someone up would just be a loss. No need, I didn't expect the Wen family to use such despicable tactics. Alas, the 5 schools' grand competition has been tainted by these means. It was evident that Lu Tongxing was somewhat disheartened. The Wen family's goal was not only to prevent Tianan Academy from entering the top 3 but also to psychologically break the resistance of stubborn people like Lu Tongxing. This time, they were determined to first bring Tianan Academy under their control, then gradually expand their influence throughout Tianan City and even the military district. It was well known that the Tianan military district was the largest faction. Some even suggested abandoning Tianan City as a bridgehead and retracting the overall strategy. However, after being decisively killed by Xiao Wushang, no one dared to mention it again. So, they had to resort to the gradual approach. Principal, don't look like that. The more they want to see you like this, the more you need to pull yourself together. You brat, I don't need you to lecture me. Just focus on your own match. If they don't want me to be the principal, I'll just step down. I'll go to the front lines myself and take down a couple of overlord-level demon kings to make a profit. Su Chen was speechless. He had worried for nothing. It seemed the old man wasn't affected by the setback. However, from his tone, it seemed that he didn't have more than 2 overlord-level spirit beasts himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something like taking down 2 to make a profit. The higher the level, the more difficult it was to improve spirit beasts, and the more resources it consumed. It is almost impossible to elevate all 7 or 8 royal beasts to the level of overlord or demigod. It would be considered good if 2 or 3 of the main battle-grade beasts could reach that level. The priority is to cultivate the main battle royal beasts to the utmost, and then the others will have their turn. Don't worry, I'll make sure to bring you a first place no matter what, Su Chen promised solemnly. This time, he was determined. With your words, my trip here wasn't in vain. By the way, have you ever considered becoming my disciple? After 100 years, I'll find a way to pass on the spirit of the empty shadow to you. Generally, after a beast tamer dies, the beasts in their space will directly transform into new beast eggs, born within the clan or the place of origin, with their aptitude receiving a certain improvement. However, whether they can be contracted as royal beasts again is uncertain. For some high-ranking beast tamers, it is possible to pay a huge price to forcibly release the contract just to keep the beasts. This situation usually only occurs when the bond with the beasts is particularly strong, and the beast tamer wishes for the beasts to continue protecting their family before their death. Headmaster, how long can you live if you don't reach the 8th rank? If I don't reach the 8th rank, I can probably live for another 200 years. Then live well, I'm not in a hurry. Although Lang Wenyu surrendered without a fight, it was still within the rules, at most drawing criticism from netizens and viewers. It wouldn't be dignified to have Lu Tongxing go and kill him directly. The competition must go on. Next, South Palace Feishue from the Elemental Academy will battle against Sang Miao from the Hanhai Academy. Begin! South Palace Feishue and Zhuanyu were both popular topics of discussion before, and their strength was formidable. However, Sang Miao was very mysterious and had rarely appeared in the public eye before. This time, she was directly put forward by the Hanhai Academy, clearly a secret weapon. As the battle began, the 2 girls didn't play any tricks and started summoning their beasts. South Palace Feishue's royal beasts were well known: Main Force, Frosty Phoenix, Icebird, a peak leader in the ice-flying royal beasts category. Speed, control, and killing power were all top-notch. Against some clumsy land-based monarch-level monsters that couldn't fly, they could definitely play to a deadly advantage. In addition, there was a Blood Ice Spirit as support, and a possession-type monster, Snow Princess, for defense. South Palace Feishue sat on the back of the Frosty Phoenix, resembling a goddess of snow high above. Regardless of strength, her presence alone was impressive. On the other side, Sang Miao wore a green floral skirt, with shoulder-length hair, looking like a girl picking flowers in the mountains in spring. It was only a few degrees at the moment. At the same time, green grass actually began to grow around her. Suddenly, a towering tree sprouted beside her. The lush green leaves swayed, and Sang Miao jumped onto a tree trunk, swinging her legs. It seemed as if she had transitioned from winter to spring in an instant. What kind of royal beast is this? Is it a plant-based royal beast? It looks quite ordinary. The large tree was no different from the trees in a typical forest. However, Su Chen noticed that there was a circle of black vines coiling around the trunk, slowly crawling like thin pythons. Heavenly mulberry ancient tree and ink soul grass. At this moment, Su Chen heard Lu Tongxing beside him exclaim in surprise,
recognizing Sang Miao's two royal beasts. Unexpectedly, the green grassland was also a type of royal beast. Su Chen had thought it was a skill that changed the environmental terrain. Whether it was the tree or the grassland, they both appeared so ordinary. Headmaster, what are the characteristics of these two royal beasts? Are they powerful? Very strong, but also easy to target. However, facing a single ice attribute beast tamer in a one-on-one battle shouldn't be difficult. No wonder the Hanhai Academy has been keeping it under wraps, never expected this move. The tone seemed to have already determined the outcome. Oh, what is it afraid of? Naturally, it's afraid of fire. Fire overcomes wood, it makes sense. Moreover, this Sang Miao's beast seems to be of the plant type, making it quite easy to target. The battle begins. Although Nangong Feishue didn't know what kind of beast the opponent had, she didn't hesitate and directly unleashed her ultimate move. Even if it's a tree, freeze it into an ice stick for me. Blizzard. Frosty Ice Blade. Snowstorm Slash. Frost Breath. Frozen Light. For a moment, Sang Miao's Tiansang ancient tree seemed like a live target, allowing the invasion of ice and snow. Except for the green area under the tree, the rest of the area was already covered in ice and snow. It looked like a lone tree on a snowy plain, being ravaged by a blizzard. That green area looked like the only remaining island in the sea. However, over 10 minutes passed, and this scene continued. The Tiansang ancient tree was surrounded by a layer of emerald green light, keeping all the snow and wind at bay. The discerning eye could already see that something was amiss. What's going on? The attacks are completely ineffective. Yeah, even I'm freezing outside, and Sang Miao is still dressed so lightly. Bro, your focus is a bit off. Do you think Nangong Feishue sitting on the back of the Frosty Phoenix will catch a cold? Such unbeatable defense? Isn't it invincible? Su Chen frowned and asked. The Tiansang ancient tree stood unmoving like a mountain, the extreme cold and wind blades outside having no effect on it. This kind of defense, especially in group battles, was simply invincible. The Tiansang ancient tree seems to have a connection with the ancient Fusang tree, with significant cultivation restrictions, the most essential condition being the ink soul grass. Without the ink soul grass, it can't exhibit such effects. Lu Tongxing explained to Su Chen. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw that the ink green grass emitted a faint light, seemingly providing some kind of energy support to the Tiansang ancient tree. The two types of plant-based beasts seem to have a symbiotic relationship. Apart from fire attributes, other energy attacks will be converted by the ink soul grass into its own energy and transferred to the Tiansang ancient tree. However, once the bloodline of the Tiansang ancient tree develops to a certain extent, it will awaken its fire attribute in turn, eliminating this flaw. At this stage, rather than saying the Tiansang ancient tree is rare, it's more accurate to say that the conditions for contracting the ink soul grass are more stringent. Never expected Hanhai to keep quiet and do something big. Envy was evident in Lu Tongxing's eyes. If they had such a player, they could definitely make it to the top 2. On the other side, the battle continued. Nangong Feishue couldn't break through after a long time, her expression becoming even more stern. The attacks were also showing signs of impatience. As time passed, the Tiansang ancient tree surprisingly grew taller and covered a larger area. Sister, how about you surrender? Sang Miao called out playfully. I won't surrender. If you have any attacking moves, go ahead and use them. Alright then. Before Sang Miao could finish speaking, suddenly, more than 10 black vines shot out from the canopy of the Tiansang ancient tree, instantly binding Nangong Feishue's ice phoenix. At such a height, flying beasts were rendered useless. Chirp, the ice phoenix let out a miserable cry, being dragged into the canopy. Instantly, it fell silent. I surrender. Nangong Feishue suddenly felt a strong will to survive, as the ice phoenix was facing a life-threatening situation. Even if she retrieved the Lingbing bird back into the beast containment space, it was of no use. The Lingbing bird's body turned green all over, seemingly poisoned. Without immediate treatment, it would hang on here. The audience didn't understand what was happening, only seeing the Lingbing bird being dragged in, and Nangong Feishue conceding. Immediately after, both sides recalled their beasts. Then, Nangong Feishue summoned the Lingbing bird again. Teacher, save it. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized. In just a few seconds, the Lingbing bird was almost at its last breath. Such a fierce toxin. Let me do it. Saying that, Sang Miao took the initiative to step forward, reaching out to touch the Lingbing bird's head. Soon after, the toxins on the Lingbing bird's body dissipated at a visible speed. However, the Lingbing bird was weakened for a while. Since Lang Wenyu surrendered directly, Nangong Feishue directly became the 4th place, so there was no need for another battle. Next, they just needed to prepare for the team competition.
The hot favorite player before the match, Nangong Feishua, was sent away by the sudden appearance of Sang Miao, not even making it to the top 3, greatly surprising many people. At the same time, it reignited the heat of the competition. Everyone was looking forward to the top 3 battle tomorrow. After leaving the venue, Lu Tongxing had someone rearrange the accommodation. As for Lang Wenyu, he was publicly expelled from Tianan Academy. The competition was not over yet, and Lu Tongxing couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Lu Tongxing's current plan was somewhat like waiting for Su Chen to win first place in the 3rd rank, then pack up and go home. That way, at least he could return with honor. Otherwise, letting Su Chen, a 3rd rank, represent the school in the team competition? As the principal, he couldn't afford to lose face like that. Although he had seen Debai's attack power, the team competition was not just about offense or defense. Take Nangong Feishue, for example. Lu Tongxing didn't think Su Chen had a way to deal with her. Not to mention the other abnormal combinations from several other schools. If Lang Wenyu could cooperate, there might still be a chance. But, Principal, you don't plan on leaving right after I finish tomorrow, do you? You still want to participate in the team competition? I just want to ask, if I advance to the 4th rank before the team competition, would that be considered a violation? After much consideration, Lu Tongxing answered truthfully. He already knew Su Chen's plan. Could there be another miracle this time? Don't worry, Principal, you forgot. I have a trump card. Su Chen blinked, holding the winning ticket. I'm old, can't handle too much excitement. Can you give me a hint first? Principal, you're joking, you can live for over 100 years. So you're deliberately stimulating me, right? Hee. You'll get used to it slowly. A dignified 7th rank beast tamer, not calm at all. Let me show you a little something first. Let's go, find a place in the wilderness. The next moment, the two appeared hundreds of kilometers outside the imperial city. Let me see your trump card. You mentioned before, given by General Xia? Sort of. Then, Su Chen summoned Han Yu. Lu Tongxing had seen Han Yu before and was instantly attracted to the necromancy book it held. The corpse of the book spirit. This is no joke. Where did you get it from? Obviously, Lu Tongxing also knew that the Wen family attached great importance to the whereabouts of each book spirit, including the corpse. Didn't you say it was from General Xia? Han Yu, show them. Immediately, Han Yu opened the necromancy book. In an instant, 2 clusters of grey mist appeared, transforming into 2 sovereign-level peak undead creatures. The mammoth skeleton acted like a giant war chariot, capable of sweeping the ground. The giant eagle skeleton was used to dominate the sky. 2 monarch-level peaks. Lu Tongxing's eyes lost focus for a moment, then returned to normal. Not to mention monarch-level peaks, even king-level peaks were nothing to him. However, such combat power in the hands of a 3rd-order beast tamer was like a supermodel facing a downgrade attack. Alright, when others can challenge beyond their level, you just want to cheat, huh? At this moment, Lu Tongxing's gaze towards Su Chen was off. Nevertheless, he quickly grasped the main point. Be careful with this thing, watch out for the Wen family. If it's not necessary, don't bring it out. Marshal Xia said to make them leave. Well, this student had a bigger backer than the principal himself, so what was there to fear? In an instant, Lu Tongxing felt no pain or discomfort, just waiting to see the expressions of those from the Wen family. However, he quickly adjusted his mood, regained his composure, and even pretended to be more listless. Wait, Principal, I've met Granny Wen in the library, and I think she's a nice person. Seeing that the Wen family seemed to be the main villains, Su Chen suddenly remembered this fact. Granny Wen is not involved in the Wen family's affairs now, she's just mentoring the younger students. If you have doubts, feel free to seek her advice, she won't hide anything. As for the Wen family's plans, it's a complex matter, there's no absolute right or wrong, just different perspectives. Although he had been betrayed by the Wen family, Lu Tongxing didn't hold deep grudges, having lived long enough to see through it all. I understand. Back at his residence, Su Chen finally had time to check the message sent by Shangren. Fortune favors me, this time I'm really going to make a profit. Among all the students of Tianan Academy, the happiest after seeing Cold Wen Yen surrender was Shangren, because the odds of Tianan Beast Taming Academy winning skyrocketed. The condition was that Su Chen could lead Tianan Academy to victory. Su Chen, can you handle it alone? Remove the can, I've never considered the existence of teammates. Awesome. However, there's a very crucial issue with this approach. I know, the Imperial Beast Taming Academy must not place second in the team competition, otherwise, even if I come first in the team competition, I won't be able to achieve the top overall score. Su Chen could only help Tianan Academy earn a maximum of 30 points. However, if the Imperial Academy placed second in the team competition, they would get 16 points, and with the individual competitions, Xiaozhong and Wen Xin could easily surpass 30 points. Not to mention, both of them were favorites to win. Well, according to the rules, the team competition will be a free-for-all battle in the secret realm. So, let's give the Imperial Academy a big fat 0. Watch me perform, daring to play dirty with me. Awesome. Originally, Xiangrun thought Su Chen would at most threaten the opponents to not make it to the top 3, but he didn't expect the grudge to be so deep. The next day, the third-order matches were in the morning, followed by the fourth-order matches in the afternoon. After yesterday's preliminaries, no one doubted the quality of the top 3 contestants. Even Su Chen's iron-eating beast, Dabai, sparked a discussion frenzy about the adorable nature of iron-eating beasts compared to other combat-type beast tamers. First match, Tianan Academy's Su Chen against Hanhai Academy's Zhuangyu. Begin! Yesterday, Su Chen had already seen Zhuangyu's Kuan beast in the turtle shell, the shell. He didn't know what the third beast was. Su Chen remained calm, which impressed many. They had thought Su Chen would be affected by cold when Yan's surrender. If the opponent's Kuan beast could fly, Su Chen wouldn't let Dabai fight alone. Dabai and Hongyu were summoned directly into the arena. However, this time the opponent did not hide inside a shell but actually sat on the back of the Kuan beast. It seemed that they had also studied Dabai's attacks and knew not to confront them head-on. Rapid water arrows. Hongyu did not summon skeleton archers to shoot at him but instead let the opponent take the high ground and shoot towards her. Dabai didn't need Su Chen to worry, he could act freely. Blood escape. A flash of bloodlight, and Hongyu grabbed Su Chen's body, instantly disappearing from the original spot and reappearing on the other side of the battlefield. Isn't he a skeleton summoner? How can he also have teleportation skills? Just by looking at the color, you can tell it's a mutated species. Later, the opponent's water arrows followed closely, seemingly intent on carrying out this tactic to the end. Since the Iron Eater's attacks were powerful, they simply dodged them. Bullying me because I don't have flying units? Hongyu, show him. After bringing Su Chen to a safe spot again, Hongyu waved her hand, and a summoning formation instantly took shape. Creak, squeak, 6 blood skeleton thorn birds and 6 blood skeleton bats appeared simultaneously, heading towards the airborne Zhuangyu. Don't use long-range skills, just scratch him with your claws. Su Chen had known yesterday that this guy seemed to be able to transfer skills. Zhuangyu. Seeing the undead units flying quickly towards him, his heart was in turmoil. What was all this? Suddenly, 12 elite peak mutated undead soldiers appeared. Was this even real? Ding ding ding. At this moment, he had no time to harass Su Chen, continuously shooting water arrows at the approaching skeleton birds and bats, but with little effect. A water shield shimmered around the Kuan beast, blocking the attacks of the skeleton thorn birds and bats. Damn! What kind of undead species is this? It has the same color as that skeleton summoner. Are they related? Shouldn't you be focusing on the absurd quantity and level? Undead beast tamer, there's something to it. Undead knight, even more so. Hongyu casually revealed a hand, igniting the emotions of all the spectators. Every year, various mutated or new beast species appear, which is the most interesting topic for every beast tamer. Even a seemingly trashy skeleton summoner could be so powerful, why couldn't I? Speaking of which, each of Su Chen's beasts seemed a bit absurd and unscientific. At this moment, when people shifted their focus to Su Chen, they suddenly realized that this beast tamer seemed to be the most absurd one. Without him, where would these absurd skeleton summoners and iron eaters come from? You brat, I thought you were going to use your trump card now, but it turns out you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Lu Tongxing remained calm, but he was already feeling more at ease. The battle continued on the field. No matter how powerful the Kuan beast was, it was currently just an elite peak beast, able to soar in the sky and dive into the sea. With the ability to transfer energy attacks in a water shield, it was already in an unbeatable position against ordinary third-tier beast tamers. Now, facing the siege of undead flying units, it seemed a bit out of options. Finally, the water shield was torn apart by the claws of the thorn birds, just as they were about to attack the Kuan beast in Zhuangyu's main body. Misty illusion. In an instant, Zhuangyu, along with the entire Kuan beast, disappeared without a trace. Su Chen was speechless. Was this guy really a Kuan beast or a slippery eel? The opponent didn't engage in a direct confrontation with Dabai, and Su Chen didn't release long-range skills either, indicating that both sides had neutralized each other's cards. However, the advantage was now with Su Chen, and the opponent dared not show themselves. If you don't come out, my skeleton summoner's mental strength will recover, and I'll summon another round. You might as well surrender now and save your energy. The recovery of mental strength was obviously a bluff. The ultimate move would be saved for the team match. For now, it was best to reveal as little as possible. 5 minutes. If I can't figure out a way to defeat you within 5 minutes, I'll surrender, Zhuangyu replied from his invisible state. However, his location couldn't be determined by his voice. Alright, Su Chen's voice had just fallen when he felt his body being bound by a layer of energy. Next, he saw a huge fish head coming towards him from the side. This Lao Lu had somehow sneaked onto the ground without Su Chen noticing. Taking advantage of Su Chen's distraction, he planned to knock Su Chen out of the arena directly and take the victory. He even preemptively prevented Su Chen from escaping again with Hongyu, releasing a control skill. This was another trump card. There's something, but not much. Su Chen looked calmly at the rapidly approaching fish head. Millions of spectators held their breath, waiting for his elimination. Sands of time reversal. Time rewound back to the moment when the opponent said 5 minutes. Alright. At the same time, Dabai, who had been idly standing on the field, suddenly moved. Adamantite body. Swift steps. Iron head skill. Dabai turned into a blur, and before anyone could react, he dashed towards an empty space. Throughout, Su Chen never looked in that direction. Bang! Only a dull thud was heard as Zhuang Yu, along with the fish, flew out. Indeed, strength is unbeatable. Zhuang Yu collected all his spirit beasts, clearly admitting defeat. How did you know I was there? Guessed. With that, Su Chen left directly. Awesome, this iron-eating beast can even locate by sound. Zhuang Yu was too careless, such a good opportunity wasted. Su Chen is quite cunning, luring the opponent into talking. Audiences had various opinions, but all agreed it was a thrilling match. Perhaps only Lu Tongxing could guess what had happened. This ability is truly invincible. After a half-hour break, the medical team confirmed no need for treatment, and the competition continued. Coincidentally, it was Su Chen's turn again. This felt like advancing through levels and facing a boss. Su Chen thought somewhat self-deprecatingly. However, for him, this was also the finals of the individual competition. Next, Su Chen will battle Xia Zhong from the Imperial Capital Academy. Begin! There was a resemblance between Xia Zhong's features and Xia Feng's, but Xia Zhong lacked Xia Feng's sharp edges. A flash of green light, and a green dragon about 10 meters long appeared in front of him. This size was larger than the usual commanding level. You're only summoning one? My other two are for self-preservation. If you can defeat the Blood Jade Dragon, you win. Su Chen had heard about this from Shangren. This guy might become the future successor of the Xia family, safety first. Moreover, the Blood Jade Dragon was highly likely to evolve into true dragon bloodline. Alright, suits me just fine, Dabai. Ing. Dabai's fighting spirit surged, seeing no difference between the dragon and a monarch-level serpent on the opposite side. If the Blood Jade Dragon knew Dabai was comparing it to a monarch-level serpent, it would be unsure whether to be happy or angry. Compared to the Blood Jade Dragon, Dabai was less than a tenth of its size. In the upcoming group battle, there might not be much room for Dabai to shine, so Su Chen decided not to let Dabai stay low-key anymore. Dabai, give it your all. Ing. Giant transformation. Adamantite body. Boom boom! Suddenly, the small black and white creature turned into a towering beast, emitting a golden light all over. With just a few steps, it seemed to weigh thousands of tons. Blood Jade Dragon? Xia Zhong? All the spectators? What? What's going on? Everyone couldn't connect this colossal creature with the cute little one from before. Big White didn't give the other party much time to think, and charged straight towards the Azure Blood Jiao. Thud 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 roar, the Azure Blood Jiao opened its mouth and spewed a breath of frost directly at Big White. Big White stood firm without dodging. Azure Blood Jiao? After countless battles, this was the first time encountering such a situation. Then, hundreds of icy flying knives shot towards Big White. Ding ding ding, Big White still stood strong, not losing a single hair. Roar! After a muffled roar, a green light shot out from the eyes of the Azure Blood Jiao. At this moment, a hint of fear surged in Big White's heart, causing it to temporarily halt its steps. Dragon's might? Intimidation? Su Chen understood. If Big White had any obvious weakness, it might be mental control skills. However, did a mere elite-level Jiao Dragon think it could intimidate Big White with Dragon's might? Big White, it stole your emerald bamboo shoot. Kill it. Su Chen spoke directly. Ing. Instantly, Big White was consumed by immense anger. Is it easy for me to eat an emerald bamboo shoot? How dare it steal from me? Then, Big White saw a jade green long tail lashing towards it. Emerald bamboo shoot? Pat! Big White reached out and grabbed the long tail. Its body, unmoving like a mountain. This move left Xia Zhong dumbfounded. Even a commanding level monster would have its skin split open by this strike from the Azure Blood Jiao. Is this iron-eating beast really made of iron all over? What kind of defense is this? And it didn't end there. Xia Zhong witnessed an even more astonishing scene. The iron-eating beast firmly held onto the Azure Blood Jiao's tail, ignoring its struggles or any skills it tried to use. Finally, Big White confirmed that this fellow was not an emerald bamboo shoot and refrained from stuffing it into its mouth. Seeing the green snake still daring to resist, Big White taught it a lesson in being a snake, grabbing its tail and unleashing a series of lightning-fast strikes in the arena. Pat pat pat, each strike felt like a blow to everyone's heart. Stop, stop, if you keep hitting it, it will die. At this moment, rescue personnel finally reacted and hurriedly intervened. Big White, stop, I'll buy you emerald bamboo shoots to eat. Only when Su-chen spoke did Big White stop. Everyone. Afterwards, Big White's figure gradually shrank back to its cute appearance. So, this was the ultimate secret cultivated by the iron-eating beast? Indeed, the potential of a foodie knows no bounds. Tianan Academy, Su-chen, wins. At this moment, the referee announced loudly. This victory not only represented this match but also meant that Su-chen had secured the first place in the third tier. On the battlefield, the medical team was still trying to save the Azure Blood Jiao. Meanwhile, Su-chen returned to his seat and sat down calmly. At this moment, the atmosphere at the Tianan Beast Taming Academy was lifted, dispelling the gloom from the previous day. If Senior Lang hadn't surrendered, many students secretly thought, perhaps a miracle could have happened. Now, no one would think that with only Su-chen at the third tier, the Tianan Beast Taming Academy would require him to participate in the team competition. Skills are blind, it's better to nurture such a genius properly than to act recklessly. Half an hour later, the rescue team announced that the injuries of the Azure Blood Jiao were too severe, needing more time to recover for battle. Zhuang Yu directly secured the second place. Rubbing his ribs still feeling sore, Zhuang Yu secretly rejoiced that he and the Kuan beast did not resist stubbornly, or they would have been turned into fishballs. For Xia Zhong, if he couldn't get first place, second or third didn't matter, as he had the fourth tier Wenzhen as a backup. After the competition, it was time to advance to the fourth tier early and form a contract with an even more powerful beast. Soon, the name of Su-chen quickly spread throughout the Xia Kingdom, becoming the subject of discussion among numerous beast tamers. Of course, most of the talk revolved around his two powerful beasts that had already made an appearance. One was an extraordinary iron-eating beast, and the other a mutated skeleton summoner. Each of them could serve as a new research topic and project. If Su-chen were willing to share some insights on raising the iron-eating beast, he could make a fortune. However, he was naturally unwilling to make that effort. He knew the reason behind Debai's immense power was not just the usual resources and materials but more importantly, time, and not just any time, but years of relentless training, day and night, for decades or even centuries. How many could afford such a price? It was not merely a matter of perseverance. If Su-chen were to reveal the entire process of Debai's cultivation, it would definitely mislead others. As for the other mutated skeleton, there were even more people interested. Who wouldn't want to have a powerful companion? Who would choose to fight alone when they could fight together? Moreover, some knowledgeable individuals had already noticed the unusual blood color on Hongyu. It seemed to resemble the color of the abyss. However, their initial reaction was disbelief. How could someone openly display something that everyone avoided like the abyss? Besides, it was well known that beasts enchanted by the abyss through contracts tended to exhibit some abnormalities. With so many influential figures in the imperial capital, it was impossible to conceal such matters. But it really did seem like. In the afternoon, the fourth-tier competition began. However, based on the previous performances, the outcome seemed predictable. Tujan's fighting style was straightforward and lacked many countermeasures compared to Sang Miao's. As expected, in the first match between Tujan and Sang Miao, Tujan couldn't even break through Sang Gutree's defense and was incapacitated. Su-chen also discovered Sang Miao's method of poisoning, her fourth beast, a green phantom snake. Illusory in form, immune to physical attacks, and extremely venomous, it effectively subdued Tujan. Defense, support, control, and poison. This was Sang Miao's combination of beasts, much more rational than Tujan's straightforward brute force approach. In the second match, Sang Miao faced 1xin. Judging by Tujan's condition as he was carried off the field, it seemed unlikely for him to continue to the second match. Therefore, this became the final match of the fourth tier. Even if Tujan had been in his prime, no one believed he could be a match for 1xin. Being spared from further humiliation due to his injuries was somewhat of a blessing in disguise, and no one underestimated him for it. Begin! In the arena, the two girls had already taken their positions. Sang Miao remained as composed as ever, sitting on the trunk of the Sangu tree, seemingly prepared to defend rather than attack. As for 1xin, she sat atop a blue bird-like beast. Judging by its attributes, it was likely wind-based. Extremely agile, with a whirlwind shield surrounding her. Su-chen also kept a close eye on 1xin's battle, as she was expected to be his toughest opponent. Hovering in the air, 1xin did not rush to attack, glancing down at Su-chen before addressing Sang Miao on the Sangu tree. "I'm going to attack now."
Bring it on.
Immediately, 2 spirit books appeared on either side of one Xin, floating around her. Subsequently, a fire character flew out from one of the books. Instantly, several flames appeared and drifted towards the Sangu tree. What can such small flames achieve?
Many in the audience thought.
At that moment, another character, C, emerged from the other book.
Normally, this would indicate the appearance of a maritime terrain below. However, the fire and sea gradually merged in the air. Roar, in an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in raging flames.
Yesterday was still a world of ice and snow, but today it has turned into a scorching summer day. The audience around, even with the energy shield protecting the area, was sweating profusely from the heat. Principal, this doesn't seem like a fear of fire.
Su Chen asked Lu Tongxing.
Just then, the Tianseng ancient tree was roasted in the sea of fire for a few minutes, yet it showed no signs of weakness. In fact, it seemed even more verdant. There is only one reason for this: the other party has tapped into a bit of the Fusang divine tree's bloodline, awakening the fire element. I wonder if it's just fire resistance or... Lu Tongxing didn't finish his sentence before witnessing a sudden change in the situation. The Tianseng ancient tree in the sea of fire, its once emerald green leaves gradually turned fiery red, blending into the flames. Then, swish, 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 countless fiery red leaves detached from the Tianseng ancient tree, forming a burning flame giant bird in the air, resembling the sun.
What is this?
Such momentum is definitely beyond what a leader level can achieve.
The audience was instantly stirred up.
Just this scene alone was worth the ticket price.
Indeed, the Sun Golden Crow.
Lu Tongxing finished his previous statement.
The Sun Golden Crow has been summoned? How impressive is that?
Yes, it is said that the Fusang divine tree is the dwelling place of the sun. However, this is just a shadow formed by the fire mulberry leaves. Even so, it has already reached the pinnacle of the monarch level. These old folks really know how to hide their tricks.
I see.
No wonder, upon seeing his 2 monarch-level beasts, the principal only gained a slight boost in confidence and didn't dare to aim for first place. The first places from these other schools are really not simple at all. The competition on the field continued. The shadow of the Sun Golden Crow directly retaliated in kind, sending a long flame whip towards Wenxin, with a temperature even higher than the sea of fire below. It could be said that the sea of fire below was actually enhancing its power. At this moment, the situation reversed. It seemed like Wenxin would be engulfed by the flames the next second. However, Wenxin did not sit idly by. In the moment the flames approached, a golden light shield suddenly descended from the sky, completely blocking the scorching flames. The shield guardian spirit appeared. This was Wenxin's final beast. Behind the golden shield, there was also a huge golden armored giant shadow, firmly resisting the flame attacks. In a sense, this shield guardian spirit was also a type of undead beast, or rather, an heroic spirit. The renowned warrior spirits of ancient times, inspired and reincarnated, bound by a beast tamer's contract.
Such heroic spirits had much more prestige than ordinary undead beasts.
Only beast tamers with exceptional talent would earn the recognition of heroic spirits, and their strength was also extremely formidable. Only the pinnacle leader-level shield guardian spirit temporarily withstood a wave of fiery blasts from the Sun Golden Crow, exuding an aura of holding the line against all odds. However, that was all it could do. Without stronger skills, mere defense would not be able to defeat the Sun Golden Crow. It was evident that Sang Miao had also gone all out for this battle. This Sun Golden Crow was formed after the Tianseng tree leaves absorbed enough fire energy. Once the battle ended, these leaves would not return to the Tianseng ancient tree unscathed, at least weakened for a period. In other words, such a powerful move could not be continuously unleashed. In other words, as long as Wenxin could withstand this wave of attacks undefeated, once the duration passed, Sang Miao would naturally be defeated. It seemed like the battle had shifted from offense to defense, turning into a war of attrition. However, as the top contender for the championship, Wenxin would not just have these 2 moves. Throughout, she had only released a wave of sea of fire. For her, it was merely a test. As for Sang Miao's counterattack, it indeed caught her off guard. However, it's okay, she has plenty of skills. Suddenly, 2 beams of light flew out from 2 book spirits, merged into one, and then entered the body of the shield guardian spirit. Battle, the shield guardian spirit roared loudly, and then, its momentum gradually soared. It actually erupted with the aura of a peak sovereign level on the spot. The Sun Golden Crow was just a shadow, while the shield guardian spirit was a real beast entity.
Strength and weakness were self-evident.
Just as the shield guardian spirit resisted the flames, it reached out and a towering spear fell into its hand, then fiercely threw it towards the Sun Golden Crow. Swish, the long spear, like a piercing arrow through the sun, directly pierced the shadow of the Sun Golden Crow. Boom, a violent explosion sounded, a huge fireball appeared in the sky, fiercer than the real sun at that moment.
After a moment, the flames gradually dispersed.
On the field, only Wenqin sitting on the back of the Qingfeng bird remained, and Sang Miao had already admitted defeat and left the stage.
Wenqin wins.
After the referee announced the result, the field erupted into enthusiastic applause. Many students were witnessing such a battle for the first time, and the battle between the fourth ranks was no less intense than any between the fifth ranks. And this might not even be Wenqin's limit. No wonder this girl could make all the same level 4th rank beastmasters unable to hold their heads up. Her strength was indeed remarkable. Even if she temporarily raised the Qingfeng bird under her to the sovereign level, Su Chen would not be surprised in the least.
Combining two book spirits directly raised the rank of other beastmasters temporarily. How could same-level beastmasters compete with that? Always challenging beyond their ranks?
Let's go. The team competition will take place in 3 days, also here.
Here, isn't it within the secret realm? Su Chen asked in confusion.
It is within the secret realm, but this secret realm is quite special. Not only can its location be easily moved, but it has also been fully developed to automatically capture and broadcast the battle scenes. The rules inside are controlled, allowing one to act without any restraint, and before encountering fatal danger, the Beastmaster will be teleported out of the field.
Lu Tongxing explained. That's not bad. Since you are confident, I won't stop you. 3 days should be enough, right? No problem. By the way, if I can advance to the 4th rank, are they allowed to advance to the 5th rank as well?
However, it's generally not very useful. The level of the Beastmaster is not important, what matters is the rank of the beast.
Moreover, with their strength, commanding level peak and 1-star sovereign level, the advancement is not significant.
Simply advancing in rank does not bring much benefit. What's more important is the level of skills and proficient use. There are no shortcuts for these. Lu Tongxing's words made sense. Under normal circumstances, the advancement of Beastmasters is about letting it happen naturally, rather than forcing it within 3 days, otherwise it might have the opposite effect. When they walked out of the Imperial Academy, there were surprisingly many reporters outside. Whether they were official or just seeking attention, they had completely blocked the entrance. The two newly promoted contemporary 3rd and 4th ranks were undoubtedly going to be the center of attention for everyone. Even Su Chen was more of a topic. In short, he was the biggest dark horse in this inter-school competition, a common yet extraordinary beast, a super strong force that defeated the genius of the Xia family. Additionally, there was a touch of tragedy. The 4th-ranked teammate surrendered without a fight, leaving only himself to salvage some dignity for the school. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold the situation. The current scores were Hanhai Academy, 16 points Imperial Academy, 15 points Tiannan Academy, 10 points Baijian Academy, 5 points Elemental Academy, 4 points next. Without any surprises, the Tiannan Academy team would definitely score 0 points.
In that case, Tiannan Academy's ranking could at most be 4th. If Lang Wenyu doesn't withdraw from the competition, any casual move could give him a chance to compete for the top 3. Su Chen, are you planning to return to Tiannan City tonight?
Right from the start, someone boldly approached, hoping to witness a breakthrough and capture some exciting moments. After all, the usual questions like "How do you feel about winning first place?" were simply not engaging. It did have an effect. The students behind him were practically shooting daggers at him with their eyes, ready to pounce if not for Lu Tongxing holding them back.
Go back? The competition isn't over yet. Why would we go back? Su Chen looked at this internet sensation as if he were looking at a fool.
However, the internet sensation didn't care at all. Instead, he was excited. As long as you responded, no matter what the response was, it would generate a huge amount of traffic. So, you plan to participate in the team competition alone.
What's so strange about that? I am from the Tiannan Imperial Beast Academy and a resident of Tiannan City.
In Tiannan City, there are the living and the dead, but there has never been a coward who surrenders without a fight.
But, you want to ask about that former senior who surrendered?
As far as I know, he is not a native of Tiannan. Even his surname may have been fabricated and added later.
Su Chen casually remarked.
As for the truth, who cares?
Is that so? The internet sensation forced a smile, feeling a bit uneasy.
He didn't expect Su Chen to be so bold, almost calling him out directly.
He didn't dare to ride on this kind of traffic. Would it backfire on him?
However, he was at the forefront, live streaming, surrounded by people inside and out, unable to leave even if he wanted to.
Of course it's true. Tiannan City is attacked by demonic beasts over 100 times a year. My parents died in a demonic beast attack.
Every year, over 100 graduates of the Tiannan Imperial Beast Academy sacrifice themselves in the line of duty to repel attacks from foreign races.
Not a single one of us fears battle. Would we surrender without a fight? No!
The students behind him flushed red, shouting with all their might. I don't know why someone would surrender without a fight. I only know that the area around Xia country is far from peaceful, with battles at any time. Once a demonic beast or enemy country attacks, I don't know if you would truly entrust your back to such people. Or perhaps, has someone already decided to surrender to the demonic beasts? Or to hand over Xia country's territory to enemy countries? He. Su Chen chuckled lightly, scanning the crowd. No one dared to meet Su Chen's gaze. They never expected that a simple request for post-match thoughts would lead to such a bold statement. Unfortunately, no one dared to argue on this topic. These hot-blooded youths speak without thinking, and as a result, they will never be accepted by the literary family. Or worse, they will be suppressed. Su Chen didn't care, he just wanted to vent a bit, knowing that once he brought out the necromancy book, he would surely offend the literary family. So, don't ask me why I'm so strong or anything like that. I only know that all anomalies are enemies and should be killed. Only dead anomalies are good anomalies, understand? Whether it's demonic beasts, enemies, or some spies, they should all die. I see one, I kill one. With that, Su Chen seemed to return to the time when he swept through the Snake Valley, his body exuding a murderous aura. Under his feet, mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Su Chen then walked straight ahead, and the crowd automatically made way for him, not daring to obstruct him in the slightest. Su Chen had not yet returned to the hotel when his speech filled with killing intent spread throughout Xia country. Especially, it resonated with many young beastmasters. People die, the nation lives on. Surrender without a fight is simply a disgrace to Xia. Most of the support for Su Chen's speech was limited to criticizing Lang Wenyu personally, as no one wanted to invite trouble upon themselves. Those who knew a bit of the inside story didn't dare to mention the Wen family by name. The Wen family practically controlled most of the educational resources for beast taming in the Xia kingdom, and within the family, there were also leaders in various fields. Additionally, there were many 7th and 8th level ancestral beast tamers. From any perspective, going against them would not lead to a good outcome. The young man has spirit, not bad. This was the assessment of a prominent figure from the Wen family. Although it was praise, it wasn't a good thing. It indicated that Su Chen had truly entered the Wen family's radar, and he shouldn't expect to be involved with them in the future. However, there were also those who applauded. Several military bigwigs specifically requested to recruit Su Chen. Su Chen naturally had no time to pay attention to the outside turmoil. He was currently busy advancing to the 4th level, consuming 1 year of lifespan, accelerating personal cultivation growth. This acceleration requires an additional 3rd level advancement elixir X1. In progress. This year, your luck is not good, the advancement to the 4th level has failed. Damn, failed again? Su Chen cursed inwardly. He had tried 3 times, and each time began with failure. If it weren't for the different insights he gained from each failure, he would have doubted if the time reversal card bug he used had any effect at all. It seemed that the influence of talent on the success rate of advancement was beginning to show. If advancing to the 4th level was so difficult, he didn't dare to think about the 5th level. Even beast tamers with B or A level talents went bankrupt trying to advance to the 5th level. Therefore, every beast tamer chose the timing of advancement very carefully, never rushing or deciding on a whim. However, Su Chen occasionally used the time reversal card, trying every few minutes to find that feeling. The only cost was a year of abnormal lifespan. Currently, Su Chen still had over 400,000 years left, so he was temporarily very wealthy. Therefore, when encountering abnormal demonic beasts, killing one upon sight was no joke. Su Chen's strength relied on them for sustenance. Time reversal, come again. The light and shadow flickered, and the 3rd level advancement elixir that Su Chen had consumed returned to his hand. However, the abnormal lifespan would not be returned. There was nothing more to say, so he continued directly. Consuming 1 year of lifespan, accelerating personal cultivation growth. This acceleration requires an additional 3rd level advancement elixir X1. In progress. In the first half of the year, you did not directly choose to advance, but instead organized the chaotic thoughts in your mind. Although it was your first attempt to advance to the 3rd level, it felt like you had experienced it a dozen times. In the second half of the year, you finally sorted out all your thoughts and began advancing to the 4th level. Luckily, you succeeded on your first try, and the remaining time was spent adapting to the new power you gained. Rank upgraded to 4-star at the 4th level. Su Chen, damn, idiotic. The damn first time, and he succeeded directly. Even with his eyes closed, all he could taste was the bitterness of the elixir. However, the result was good. He had succeeded after all. Moreover, the discomfort and side effects brought by the advancement were also eliminated, and half a year was enough time. Time reversal, well done. Su Chen praised.
If time reversal didn't communicate with thoughts, this was the kind of sound it made. However, Shuchen could roughly discern the emotions it expressed and was very pleased. Then let's start with you. Can you withstand 100,000 years? Yes. This was a telepathic message. Very good. Consuming 100,000 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the time sequence spirit. This acceleration does not require any additional resources. In progress. In the 10,000th year, the time sequence spirit broke through the bottleneck and advanced to the commanding level with 1 star. Skill acquired, Time Anchor, Introductory level. In the 50,000th year, the time sequence spirit advanced to the commanding level with 5 stars. Skills, Hourglass of Time, upgraded from Mastery level to Perfection level. Skills, Temporal Anchor, upgraded from Novice level to Perfection level. In the 100,000th year, the Spirit of Time ascended to the pinnacle of the Sovereign level. Skill, Transcendent Acceleration, upgraded from Perfection level to Peerless level. Skill, Temporal Stasis Field, upgraded from Perfection level to Peerless level. The Hourglass of Time currently stores sands of time that can be used to go back in time for 1,119 hours, 13 minutes, 11 seconds. Temporal Anchor, Perfection level, using an object as a medium, the observer can go back to any time within the related 10,000 years from the perspective of the observer. The observer's perspective means you can't change the future, right? Suchen temporarily had no chance to try out the temporal anchor, but it seemed quite interesting. Suchen was naturally quite satisfied with the acceleration of time spirit. It didn't require any additional resources, just needed to stack lifespan. However, thinking about the millions of years of lifespan needed next time, Suchen still felt a bit of pressure. Well, how about going to the territory of a king-level monster to get it? Next, Suchen decided to accelerate Hanyu. Even without summoning Hanyu, it could be done within the beast control space. Hanyu, are you ready? For the next troops, focus on developing aerial power for me. Suchen ordered. The previous skeleton archers and skeleton swordsmen were gradually falling behind. After much consideration, it was more cost-effective to directly develop aerial power. As long as there was Dabai on the ground, if the opponent dared to bully people with aerial power, then Suchen wouldn't be blamed. Consuming 10,000 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth process of the Blood Witch Demon. This acceleration consumes a certain amount of undead death chi. Accelerating. In the first year, the Blood Witch Demon began to focus on advancing ranks. Since the undead death chi in the body had already accumulated to a limit, all that was left was to slowly absorb and transform it. In the 145th year, the Blood Witch Demon completely digested the undead death chi, evolving into the Death Curse Blood Witch Demon, advancing to the Sovereign level 1 star. Skill acquired, Death Decay, Novice level. In the 376th year, the Death Curse Blood Witch Demon focused on the transformation of flying undead troops. After dismantling numerous flying undead, the Death Curse Blood Witch Demon began to grasp the method of creating skeletal wyverns. In the 1328th year, the followers of the Death Curse Blood Witch Demon clashed with a Sovereign-level Frostbone Dragon in the undead plane. At the cost of most of the followers of the Death Curse Blood Witch Demon killed the Frostbone Dragon Sovereign. In the 4222nd year, the Death Curse Blood Witch Demon completely mastered the creation method of the Frostbone Dragon. Skill, Skeleton Creation Art, upgraded from Perfection level to Peerless level. Blood Skeleton Transformation Art, upgraded from Perfection level to Peerless level. The level of the Death Curse Blood Witch Demon ascended to the pinnacle of the Sovereign level. In the 10,000th year, during these years, the Death Curse Blood Witch Demon focused on creating and transforming Frostbone Dragons and Skeletal Wyverns. The number of blood skeleton transformations for both troops exceeded 100, and there were countless other undead followers. After the transformation, the Frostbone Dragons and Skeletal Wyverns, at the peak of the Sovereign level 9 stars, already possessed the strength of a junior sovereign. Moreover, they all had the potential to ascend to the Sovereign level. The forces under the Death Curse Blood Witch Demon had firmly established themselves in the undead plane, comparable to a typical undead king. Skilled Death Decay, upgraded to Perfection level. Death Decay, Perfection level, using the power of death, continuously contaminates a large area of land, subjecting all living beings on it to the erosion of great deathly power. Su Chen. Frostbone Dragons and Skeletal Wyverns with the strength of a sovereign, each with over 100? Does that guy still have a Sovereign-level skeletal giant eagle left? It seems like the necromancy book is unnecessary to make an appearance, right? Afterwards, Su Chen realized, on the contrary, the necromancy book must be shown off in a grand way. As long as he didn't say it, who would know that this crappy book can only summon 2 creatures? Han Yu, when the time comes. I understand. Both the big spenders of lifespan had been promoted,
and finally it was Big White's turn.
Compared to Shirling and Han Yu's straightforward methods, Big White was much more refined.
However, since Big White was Su Chen's first beast, he naturally received a bit more favor. Big White, take this to eat.
In a plastic box were several pieces of third-grade thunder element metal, Thunder Light Silver. Big White?
Glancing casually, the inside shook with flashes of fire and lightning.
Can this thing be eaten? Won't it cause stomach perforation from being electrocuted? Don't worry, it's absolutely delicious. Show the courage you had when eating Wind Spirit Iron. Ing.
Big White, with a skeptical attitude, reached into the plastic box.
At that moment, as if attracted by some kind of force, those pieces of Thunder Light Silver flew directly into Big White's palm as if glued. Ing.
Before Big White could figure out what was happening, the Thunder Light Silver dispersed like mercury, flowing from his arm to all over his body. Great, Big White, you don't need to do anything, you're on the fast track to success?
Su Chen couldn't help but praise.
He could feel that as long as these Thunderlight Silvers circulated to the right positions and were absorbed, Big White could directly advance to the level of a commander.
However, acceleration was still necessary,
consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth process of the iron-eating beast.
This acceleration consumes a certain amount of third-grade Thunderlight Silver. Accelerating.
Year 1, the iron-eating beast's foundation is extremely solid, with a body built like mysterious iron, eagerly waiting to be nurtured, only lacking the addition of thunder element metal. The promotion is very smooth. The iron-eating beast's level has been raised to commander level 1 star.
Skill acquired, Thunderous Body, introductory level.
Year 5, the iron-eating beast focused on developing the skill Thunderous Body, but due to insufficient thunder element metal, it could only be used preliminarily. The iron-eating beast acquired skill Thunderous Palm, introductory level. Swift Footwork, perfect level, upgraded to Wine Thunder Step, perfect level. Year 10, while practicing the enlargement of the body, steelization, and Thunderous Body, the iron-eating beast seemed to have some insights.
Perhaps it needs more high-grade metals. Su Chen. Understood, Gold-Eating Beast.
Thunderous Body is a passive skill that can imbue all of Big White's previous skills with a thunder attribute. As for Thunderous Palm, combining the characteristics of agility and thunderous piercing, it's purely because Big White is accustomed to attacking with his palms. Moreover, with a natural thunder attribute, it can definitely make opponents numb all over. After advancing to the commander level, Big White's size increased by another circle, towering even taller than Su Chen, truly living up to the name Big White.
From now on, Big White couldn't be summoned casually indoors. As for Han Yu, she didn't have this worry at all.
As long as she didn't actively replace her bones, she could maintain her size indefinitely. After the acceleration ended, Big White still hadn't opened his eyes, seemingly still in the process of comprehension. So, Su Chen took out all the metals that Shangren had helped him purchase before. 2 boxes, one containing 4th grade Profound Magnetic Meteorite Iron, and the other containing 4th grade Thunderflame Gold. Consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth process of the iron-eating beast.
This acceleration consumes a certain amount of 4th grade Thunderflame Gold and 4th grade Profound Magnetic Meteorite Iron. Accelerating.
Year 1, the iron-eating beast's body was eagerly waiting to be nurtured. Fortunately, the metals were added in time, not interrupting the iron-eating beast's enlightenment. Year 5, the iron-eating beast completely digested all the 4th grade metals. Skills, Thunder Infusion, upgraded from entry level to perfect level. Skill, Thunderous Palm, upgraded from entry level to perfect level. Skill, Gigantic Transformation, perfect level, promoted to Thunderous Gigantic Transformation, perfect level.
In the 10th year, more metal is needed.
The iron-eating beast level has been upgraded to commanding level 3 stars. It was not surprising to Su Chen that Debai needed more metal. Apart from the thunder metal, there was also the magnetic profound iron. After all, when Debai's body expanded, the profound iron needed for the steel transformation was not enough. No wonder, Granny One had mentioned before that the consumption of profound iron was a crucial part of the iron-eating beast's entire nurturing process. Moreover, Su Chen's Debai had also learned the gigantic transformation skill, which suddenly increased the consumption of metal several times over. Of course, not a single piece of metal would be wasted, all would be converted into Debai's strength. As for Debai's level, it took 20 years to rise to commanding level 3 stars. Su Chen was quite stingy when it came to improving his cultivation. He had never used a single spirit stone. Almost all the spirit stones had been used to purchase metal and potions. As the saying goes, when speeding up being able to absorb the rare spiritual energy in the air for free, why bother with spirit stones? Sooner or later, they would reach their peak. They were able to challenge beasts 2 levels above, so there was no need to worry about the star rating. After confirming that nothing was overlooked, Su Chen finally rested and went to sleep. Buzzing, the next day, While Su Chen was casually browsing the forum of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, he unexpectedly found a bounty about himself. Investigate all information about Su Chen's beast taming. Detailed information on the iron-eating beast, reward contribution points 50,000. Detailed information on the skeleton summoner, reward contribution points 200,000. The third beast tamed by Su Chen, reward contribution points 50,000. Negotiable. So far, Su Chen's third beast had not officially appeared. According to the purchasing power here, one contribution point was equivalent to one spirit stone, and it could unlock a lot of information that could not be bought with spirit stones. It seemed they were really willing to spend a lot. However, their interest in the red jade was obviously greater. The cultivation path of the iron-eating beast was traceable, but when it came to the red jade, it seemed like an unknown territory. Many enthusiasts who impulsively followed the trend of contracting the skeleton summoner's beasts had come out to complain. It's a scam, all lies in the videos. This trashy skeleton staff, whoever wants it can have it. If I had known, I would have contracted the ghost sister instead. Looking at the contribution points balance with a big zero in their account, Su Chen felt like selling themselves. However, even if they wanted to sell now, there was still one last hurdle to overcome. Just then, Su Chen suddenly received a message from an unknown sender. Where are you? Su Chen glanced at the ID of the sender, green snake withered wood in spring. Couldn't resist in the end, huh? Su Chen chuckled inwardly, then replied, Tiannan City. Before being taken back by Lu Tongxing, Su Chen used Su Lin's account to send the message changes in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes to the other party, and then directly hid Su Lin's communicator. If the other party could resist contacting Su Chen would have to think of another way. After all, Su Lin would never come to the imperial capital, so they had to find a way to make him log off. It seemed to be somewhat effective now. Do you know about the Valley of 10,000 Snakes? I don't know, I just successfully advanced to the 4th tier 1 star recently and am busy consolidating my state. How is Qilin doing? Yellow Snake Qilin was Su Lin's ID. We haven't been in touch for half a month. This was followed by more than 10 minutes of silence. However, the other party did not log off. Then, another message came through. Come to the imperial capital in 7 days. No delays. After sending this message, the other party went offline. With 7 days left, there was time to make some preparations. Later, Su Chen sent a message to Shangren. Do you have any high-quality masks like the one you gave me? Are you scared now? Don't worry, in the imperial capital, no one will lay a hand on you. What am I scared of? I've always been the one to strike first. Let's talk. Do you have it or not? Yes. When you're away from home, who doesn't have multiple identities? Not only can it change your appearance, but it can also adjust your physique. However, the most advanced can only deceive up to a 6th order spiritual probe. Selling for 30,000 spirit stones requires pre-order, delivery within 3 days. Do you want it? In the end, Su Chen still placed an order. Buying this toy wasn't just to deal with the formal review of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. After the 5 schools grand competition, Su Chen would definitely stand at the highest point of the storm. Being high profile doesn't mean Su Chen is willing to be watched at all times. As for the spirit stones, Shangren naturally paid first. Su Chen's spirit stone count had never exceeded 3 digits. However, it seemed that this time's secret realm after the grand competition was a 5th order normal difficulty secret realm, also nurturing many demon beast populations. Maybe he could harvest some and replenish his strength. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Even though Su Chen hadn't made much noise these days, discussions about him in the outside world remained intense. For many years, no one had publicly uttered such a murderous statement, especially since these recent years had been focused on peaceful defense. Many resource secret realms appearing in the border wilderness were covertly occupied and developed by neighboring countries, but it was just a verbal reprimand without any real action. As for the effect, naturally, there was none. Instead, it allowed them to take advantage. The small country of Suaer, fearing power but lacking virtue, would never behave unless they were completely eradicated. Unfortunately, under various constraints, everything was reduced to minor issues. The rules for team battles are as follows. Your teams will be simultaneously transported to 5 different directions in the secret realm, ranked based on survival time. As long as one person remains in the secret realm, they are not considered out. In addition to the original demon beast populations inside, every hour, a wild sovereign level demon beast will be released inside. Su Chen's expression shook. Huh? Such a good thing exists? However, in the eyes of others, this guy seemed to be intimidated. Alas, even if temporarily promoted to the 4th order, it's still useless. Yes, but daring to persist in the competition alone is commendable. In the center of the arena, 9 people with different expressions awaited the opening of the secret realm. Especially the 8 people from the other 4 schools always glanced over at Su Chen with ambiguous eyes. First in the 3rd order, he couldn't wait to advance to the 4th order after just a few days. Those who had a bit of understanding of Su Chen's deeds felt a strange sense of familiarity with this plot.
Could it be that this time he would stage a comeback against all odds? Su student, I actually admire you. How about we team up?
At this moment, Zhuang Yu, who had been riding a fish, approached and whispered. Although it was quiet, everyone heard it.
Zhuang Yu, don't meddle, I won't protect him. Do you want us to miss the top 3? Sang Miao directly refused.
Bringing Su Chen along meant attracting the full force of the Imperial Capital Academy, possibly being the first one eliminated.
Meow meow, I decided to team up with him myself, not with you. You do your own thing, I can't help anyway. If you call me that again, I'll kick you out first.
Sang Miao gritted her teeth and said, I can't be bothered with you, just don't show up in front of me. Before the competition even started, the Hanhai Academy, currently leading in points, was already in internal conflict.
Su Chen found it quite amusing. Why do you want to team up with me? Su Chen was a little curious.
It seemed that this guy had been hit by a time reversal when he was used by himself.
I said I admire you.
My 3rd spirit beast, the illusion butterfly, you haven't seen it, but you have seen its skill, which is invisibility. Although it doesn't have much combat power, it should be able to survive for a while and try to help you not be the first one to be eliminated.
Hearing Zhuang Yu say this, the 2 groups of players from the Elemental Academy and the 100 Battles Academy were definitely not happy. What does he mean? If he's not the first to be eliminated, does he want us to be the first? That would be too embarrassing.
Suddenly, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. As for Wen Xin from the Imperial Capital Academy, she remained expressionless.
In any case, the instructions from her family were to eliminate the Tiannan Spirit Academy first. Coincidentally, Su Chen also wanted to be the first to eliminate her, a mutual pursuit indeed. Don't be shy, let's just say that.
You try to hide as much as possible, and I'll come find you later.
Zhuang Yu took Su Chen's silence as embarrassment and continued speaking to himself.
At this moment, all preparations were complete, and a pale green entrance to the secret realm slowly opened.
Go in.
With the referee's command, the 9 players in 5 groups entered the secret realm one after another. With a flicker of light and shadow, Su Chen found himself standing on a high hill. The terrain of this secret realm was also simple, with rolling hills as far as the eye could see. Moreover, there were no dense thickets, only a green grassland. Howl in the distance, the howling of a wolf pack could be heard, as if sensing the presence of intruders. It seemed that there was a population of monarch-level wolf demons being raised here.
However, Su Chen didn't have time to hunt for now.
Instead, he had Red Jade summon his skeletal pangbird mount and fly towards the center of the secret realm.
What is he doing? Seeking battle proactively? Seeking death would be more accurate.
If he hides, there might still be a chance to compete for points, but to take the initiative to attack.
Haven't you heard his words?
He would rather die standing than live kneeling. Admirable. For screens alternately displayed the situation of each player, capturing their summoning of spirit beasts or entering combat mode in real time.
Like Su Chen, the only other group daring to ascend directly was Wen Xin's group.
While the other players were still hesitating, these 2 sides were about to meet. No one had anticipated that it would be a direct clash from the start.
Are you continuing to compete just to challenge me?
Wen Xin sat on the green winged bird and asked softly, looking at Su Chen sitting on the tattered skeletal pangbird without launching a direct attack.
Challenge you? Since you are also actively seeking my trail, doesn't that mean you are challenging me as well? Please enlighten me. Wen Xin did not continue to argue with him but gave him a fair chance to fight.
As for Xia Zhong, he had already entered spectator mode, as his relationship with them was not significant.
Then I won't be polite, Red Jade.
Subsequently, under the gaze of the crowd, a brilliant blood-red light bloomed in the hand of the blood-colored skeleton. Under the blood-red light, a book emitting a strong deathly gray mist slowly opened.
This is... Wen Xin's eyes suddenly narrowed. As a member of the Wen family, she instantly knew what this was. The corpse of the book spirit. Actually, to refine the corpse of the book spirit into such a thing, and to use it in front of the Wen family members in public. This is simply no different from defecating and urinating on the Wen family's head. In an instant, a strong killing intent erupted in Wen Xin's eyes. Outside, the temperature suddenly dropped in the Imperial Capital Academy. The principal of the Imperial Capital Academy, as well as many department heads, were from the Wen family. Some who knew the inside story had already guessed the origin of that deathly book. Anger surged as Su Chen publicly brought it out and used it, directly slapping the face of the Wen family. It started with insinuating words, then publicly taking out the necromancy book,
completely offending the Wen family.
Interesting. Some big shots who were not originally paying attention to the competition were also drawn in.
Experts watched the doorway, while laymen watched the excitement. The majority of onlookers who were unaware of the necromancy book just felt that this thing was extraordinary, as if Su-chun was brewing up something big.
They didn't have to wait long.
2 clusters of necromantic gray mist flew out from the necromancy book, instantly transforming into 2 skeletal undead in the air. Roar screech, a monarch-level skeletal mammoth and a monarch-level skeletal giant eagle appeared on the scene in an instant.
What's going on?
Xiaozhong, who was present, suddenly saw a monarch-level skeletal undead falling in front of him, leaving him dumbfounded.
Damn, he was just minding his own business. Why was he worth being targeted with a monarch-level skeletal undead? They were really overestimating him. Bro, I'm just an audience member, is this necessary? Leaving would be the same. Senior Sister 1, should I leave first?
Su-chun came out with a big move, and Xiaozhong had no role to play in the presence of 2 monarch-level combatants.
His Azure Blood Dragon had no support skills and couldn't fly. More importantly, he didn't want to interfere in such a battle.
Xiaozhong didn't care about rankings or victories.
You go, I'll personally eliminate him. Wen Xian's tone was cold, devoid of the previous calmness. Alright then. With that, Xiaozhong directly shouted withdraw.
Immediately, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the spot.
Outside, after a brief calm, chaos erupted. What the hell is this? Instantly summoning 2 monarch-level combatants, is this really a 4th-tier competition? So, he's a genius. The reputation of the Wen family cannot be trampled upon by you. I will shatter your undead. Regardless of where your book spirit comes from, the Wen family will reclaim it. The Wen family's reputation is reputation. Isn't the reputation of Tianan not reputation?
Fair competition isn't enough, you have to resort to despicable means.
Since that's the case, don't blame me. Wen Xin was speechless, as this was not something she could decide. Want to take back the necromancy book? Ha ha. Ask if Marshal Xia of Tianan agrees. He says, make all of you scram. Su-chun sneered. Put. Xiao Wushang in Tianan directly spurted out a mouthful of tea. Damn, brat, you sure know how to make a scene. I didn't ask you to publicly humiliate the Wen family.
However, Xiao Wushang quite liked Su-chen's style. It could be said that Su-chen was executing his mission perfectly. In that case, I wouldn't feel guilty about using you as bait and throwing you out. For a moment, Xiao Wushang wondered if he should add some other identity to Su-chen's top-secret information.
Inside the secret realm, the battle was about to begin. 2 book spirits surrounded Wen Xin. The next moment, the Qingfeng bird beneath Wen Xin directly ascended to the monarch-level peak. It seemed that the key to victory in this battle lay in the 2 monarch-level flying beasts. However, in a one-on-one situation, with 2 book spirits assisting, the Qingfeng bird might not be a match for the skeletal giant eagle.
Whoosh, wind blades occasionally swept towards the skeletal giant eagle. The skeletal giant eagle didn't use any skills, just engaging in physical combat with the Qingfeng bird. More importantly, it occasionally used its sharp claws to strike at Wen Xin on the back of the Qingfeng bird. One careless move could lead to a bloody outcome. All the spectators were on edge. Su-chen really showed no mercy, targeting the soft spots of others. Su-chen could only sigh at the injustice, as he wasn't the one controlling the skeletal giant eagle, it acted purely on instinct. Or, Huang Yu simply issued the simplest command to end the battle. The easiest way, of course, was to first cut down the beast tamer. Wen Xin also had plans to deal with Su-chen, but this guy used a monarch-level skeletal mammoth as a shield, leaving no chance.
Su, I didn't expect you to be this strong.
Turns out, you didn't need my help at all. At that moment, a mysterious voice came from behind Su-chen.
It was Zhuang Yu.
However, he did not reveal himself. It seemed that he genuinely wanted to team up with Su-chen, or else he could have launched a surprise attack earlier. Although Su-chen was not in danger, at least it proved that this guy had no ill intentions. Let's watch the show together. Sure. Soon after, Zhuang Yu, riding a giant fish, revealed himself. Su, with your strength, you could easily send the other 2 teams away first, securing a spot in the top 3 without the need to compete head-on with Wen Xin.
Zhuang Yu analyzed, seemingly not believing that the skeletal giant eagle could eliminate Wen Xin.
He also voiced Lu Tongxing's thoughts. Lu Tongxing outside broke into a cold sweat. He didn't expect Su-chen to challenge Wen Xin directly. This meant that their previously secure position in the top 3 was now uncertain.
I'm not just aiming for the top 3. Su-chen chuckled and refocused his attention on the battlefield.
Wen Xin, after breaking free from the skeletal giant eagle, swiftly landed on a hilltop and summoned the shield guardian spirit for defense. While on the back of the azure wind bird, she hindered its full potential. Sue, be careful, she's about to unleash her ultimate move.
I know.
If that's all she's got, then all my preparations were in vain. After witnessing Wenshin's battle, Shuchen realized that 2 monarch-level skeletal undead creatures were no match for her, prompting him to advance urgently, especially enhancing his aerial capabilities. This time, he intended to crush the opponent with absolute strength. Zhuang Yu didn't understand what Shuchen meant by his preparations, finding him somewhat unpredictable at that moment. Nearby, 2 book spirits radiated light atop a hill. The light entered the azure wind bird successively.
In an instant, the azure wind bird multiplied from 1 to 10, each maintaining a monarch-level aura. Although not at the peak monarch level, they were undeniably monarch level. One was tasked with restraining the skeletal giant eagle, while the remaining 9 flew towards Shuchen. Indeed impressive. Shuchen praised.
The combination of these 2 book spirits could amplify the strength of any beast tamer by more than 100-fold within a certain rank. The previously peak commander-level azure wind bird had transformed into 10 solid monarch-level forces, surpassing the imagination of ordinary beast tamers.
Sue, these are not illusions, they can actually attack. Zhuang Yu reminded. Bring it on, I fear no one. Hong Yu, it's your turn to shine.
Yes. Hong Yu responded and once again flipped through the necromancy book in her hand. Accompanied by the necromantic aura of the book, the next moment, 10 frostbone dragons appeared in the sky, then, 10 skeletal winged dragons, followed by 10 more frostbone dragons, until, when each type of flying undead reached 100, the performance concluded. Of course, during this, Shuchen helped Hong Yu recover 3 times.
If needed, she could continue summoning.
Roared clatter, 100 frostbone dragons and 100 skeletal winged dragons could only be described as blotting out the sky, instantly engulfing the 10 azure wind birds in the air.
Oh my god. What? What is this? This scene left countless jaws dropped. Sue, classmate, isn't it a bit unscientific?
Zhuang Yu said somewhat speechlessly.
What, she can only gang up on me, but I can't gang up on her. There's no way, it's all thanks to this damn necromancy book.
It's perfect for nurturing undead creatures, and the power of death can even accelerate the advancement of undead beast control.
It's truly a must-have for home, travel, killing, and looting.
At this moment, Shuchen directly started advertising for the necromancy book. Crack outside, the principal of the Imperial Beast Control Academy directly crushed the armrest of his chair, got up, and left. The head of the Wen family smashed a fine golden Nanmu desk. Xiao Wushang in Tianan City sprayed out the tea he had just sipped. Damn, this kid tricked me.
Damn, is the necromancy book really that useful? I've had it in my hands for so many years, how did I not know?
For a while, whether it was the Beast Control Master Association or the black market, there was a surge in demand for the necromancy book.
However, this was obviously all in vain.
The conditions for creating the necromancy book are strict. It's not just any book spirit's corpse that will do.
Moreover, book spirit corpses are simply unattainable.
But others didn't know that, they only knew it had something to do with book spirit corpses. Even on the latest bounty list of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, there were already many such bounty offers. The Beast Control Master Association was joking, but on the Alliance's list, it was absolutely real. As long as there was stock, there would definitely be trades.
Within the secret realm,
Wenshin's Qingfeng bird had already been recalled, otherwise it would have been torn to pieces immediately. However, she did not surrender, but resisted with the Shield Guardian Spirit. She had also elevated the Shield Guardian Spirit to the pinnacle of the Sovereign level, which was the limit for her 2 commanding level book spirits.
100 frostbone dragons, with just 1 breath of frost, could send her away.
Shuchen didn't do it directly, but instead had the skeleton rockbird fly up into the air, overlooking the opponent.
I guess you didn't surrender directly because you wanted to see me one last time?
Shuchen looked down from a high vantage point, his tone carrying a hint of wanting to teach her a lesson.
Wenshin surprisingly did not deny it, but nodded. Tianan Suchen, I'll remember you. No matter what, the sanctity of book spirits cannot be desecrated, and the Wen family will definitely reclaim it.
I'll say it again, if you want to get the necromancy book back, you'll have to pass through General Xia of the Tianan military district.
If he agrees, I might reluctantly trade with you. How about exchanging for a book spirit beast? But it's just a trade. Wenshin was almost infuriated. Did this guy really expect the Wen family to take him in?
Moreover, having offended the Wen family so severely, he actually dared to think he could get a book spirit beast from them. It was truly wishful thinking.
Alright, you can leave now. If you don't, I'll send you on your way. Shuchen waved his hand, not wanting to argue with her any longer.
Whether to trade or not was not something this girl could decide. After Hong Yu had absorbed all the death energy from within the necromancy book, it would lose its effectiveness, whether it was 2 sovereign level forces or 2 king level undead forces. they wouldn't be of much help to Su Chen. As for trading for a book spirit beast, Su Chen had just mentioned it casually, thinking it was unlikely that the Wen family would agree. If they did agree, then so be it, whether there was a contract or not, he could study it carefully. This kind of book spirit beast seemed to have a bit of a speak and it shall be done meaning, a conceptual beast? But who knows if it could enjoy a significant boost in time like the undead, otherwise Su Chen would definitely not make a contract. He couldn't possibly go and read books, right? After giving Su Chen a deep look, Wen Xin left. Within a minute, when Su Chen summoned 200 flying undead, the strong sense of oppression overwhelmed most of the audience. At that moment, such an outcome was already within everyone's expectations. Su Chen sat on a common skeletal pangbird, resembling a king of the undead. Su, should I withdraw too? Zhuang Yu tentatively suggested. Don't worry, let me clear the others first. With that, Su Chen waved his hand, and 200 flying undead with power comparable to monarchs scattered in all directions, slaughtering all living beings. Killed the leader level 3-star Crimson Eye Star Wolf, plundered 130 years of life essence from the alien species. Killed the monarch level 8-star Crimson Eye Star Wolf, plundered 280 years of life essence from the alien species. Killed the monarch 2-star 3-eyed carved owl, plundered 220 years of life essence from within. Killed. A few days ago, Su Chen had depleted most of the resources. Whether it was the blood energy inside the red jade or the metal worth millions of spirit stones, everything was almost exhausted. Fortunately, red jade could collect blood energy during the slaughter here and continue to transform the blood skeletal undead. The remaining materials were used to purchase the metal needed for Dubai. Millions of viewers watched the chaotic trial secret realm in silence. After Su Chen secured victory and left Wenzhou, the situation took a strange turn. Hundreds of undead ravaged the secret realm, causing all the monsters inside to cry out in fear. After this trial, it would probably be necessary to rebuild the ecosystem from scratch. This wasn't over yet. Su Chen deliberately refrained from attacking others, and everyone knew his intentions. It wasn't until Su Chen killed the 8th monarch-level monster thrown in that no more monarch-level monsters were released. If this continued, Su Chen could really stay inside indefinitely. What was supposed to be a fair competition turned into Su Chen's personal show of dominance. However, Su Chen's formidable performance was enough to leave a lasting impression. The rampant undead in the sky shook everyone's hearts. A real man should be like this. Combining Su Chen's previous violent remarks, many shuddered at the thought, in another decade or so, this guy would definitely become a shining new star in the military world. And he wouldn't be a defensive type but a sharp blade piercing the enemy's heart. Look, even the secret realm monsters without any means of resistance were ruthlessly slaughtered by him. If it were an enemy country, it's hard to imagine. Is the Imperial Capital Academy so petty? Su Chen grumbled discontentedly. Su, isn't it about time to stop? Well, since they won't send me monarch-level monsters, I won't waste any more time. It seems like your senior sister is still holding on. Do you want to go check on her? Apart from Zhuang Yu, only Sang Miao was still resisting. The others had planned to hold out for a while. But before they could figure out the situation, the secret realm was invaded by the undead. The monsters in the entire secret realm were in chaos, driving out the teams from the Elemental Academy and the Battle Academy. At least it was better than the Imperial Capital Academy. Forget it, if she gets eliminated before me, she won't talk to me for a month. Getting second place is good enough for us. This competition has truly broadened my horizons. Su, I'm leaving first. Okay. After exchanging contact information, Zhuang Yu left the secret realm. Impressive. Su Chen looked ahead at the Tiansang ancient tree standing firm under the attacks of 100 frost bone dragons. Su Chen had witnessed this kind of defense when South Palace Feishua battled Sang Miao before. The icy breaths were transformed into a shield of energy for the Tiansang ancient tree. This defense was almost the nemesis of all elemental beast defenders, effortlessly blocking 100 attacks. Moreover, its physical defense was outstanding. Su Chen's trip to the imperial capital, besides winning the first place, the biggest gain was witnessing various mythical beasts and their combinations. Without any trump cards, the final outcome was truly unpredictable. However, it ends here. Hong Yu, let them disperse, Su Chen commanded. With a wave of Hong Yu's hand, all the frostbone dragons and skeletal winged dragons retreated back to the undead plane. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Sang Miao sat on the Tiansang ancient tree, speaking loudly. Did I? I don't think I've ever hidden anything. Should I have used these just now on the third tier arena? Su Chen replied. True, but can you break through my defense? Sang Miao challenged. Let's find out. Su Chen remained at a distance, not giving the opponent a chance to control him with vines. Even if controlled, it wouldn't have made a difference. Originally, Su Chen wanted to buy to test his attack power, but considering the current situation, it was a good opportunity to try out Hong Yu's new skill, Death Withering. Suddenly, a large area in front turned extremely decayed. All living beings inside, whether plants or animals, began to wither away. The Tianseng ancient tree was unharmed for now, but the ink soul grass beneath it started dying in large patches.
I concede. Within a minute, Sang now exclaimed, quickly retracting all her mythical beasts.
Before being teleported away, she looked at Su Chen in horror, as if she had seen a ghost.
This person's mythical beasts and skills were her perfect nemesis, rendering her powerless. Is your endurance really that weak? Su Chen scratched his head, feeling a surge of teleportation power. The 5 schools' grand competition officially ended. As Su Chen was teleported out, thunderous applause erupted on the field. In that moment, he conquered all the spectators with absolute strength. Even the students of the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy were impressed by Su Chen's performance. Joking aside, even if all the students in the school combined forces, they might not be a match for Su Chen's undead army. Until now, most of them felt like they were dreaming. Could such formidable combat power really be wielded by a mere 4th-tier beast tamer? Or was the necromancy book truly that powerful? Principal, why are you looking at me like that?
I told you, I handled this matter beautifully for you. Su Chen returned to the area of the Tianan Academy, where all his classmates looked at him with fervent eyes. Lu Tongxing's eyes were slightly red, holding back his emotions.
You rascal, you didn't mention you had such a trump card. If I had mentioned it, would it still be a trump card? Anyway, General Xia was amazing. Lu Tongxing was speechless. This guy was still trying to shift the blame onto General Xia. Wasn't he afraid of being scolded by General Xia when he returned? Bro, well done. At that moment, Shangren squeezed through the crowd and handed Su Chen a box containing the mask he had requested. Su Chen's victory in the Tianan Academy directly brought Shangren a fortune.
The mere 30,000 spirit stones were just a small amount.
Of course, Su Chen also had a share in it.
Along with the money he had given Shangren earlier to place bets, there should be several times the profit. Each of his cousins contributed millions, resulting in tens of millions. As for Shangren's own betting business, the profits were unimaginable, to the extent that he had to rely on the reputation of the Shang family to secure a portion of it. He had set up an unprecedented gamble before the competition began, ensuring massive profits by winning all bets. I'll take you directly back to the hotel. You don't need to attend the awards ceremony. It's better not to say anything outrageous in front of the Imperial Capital Academy's academic dean. Alright, Principal, I will stay in the capital for a while and not return with you guys. Okay, be careful. Lu Tongxing knew what Su Chen's ultimate trump card was, so he wasn't too worried. Soon after, he instantly sent Su Chen and Shangren back to the hotel. This move naturally left the media waiting at the school gate empty-handed. Su Chen had already said what needed to be said last time. Overdoing it could attract unnecessary attention. Lu Tongxing felt it would be best to lower Su Chen's visibility next. After all, Su Chen was only at the 4th level, and the road ahead was long. Bro, we hit the jackpot. Back in Su Chen's hotel room, Shangren couldn't help but exclaim, how much did we make? Achieve any small goals? Su Chen asked with a smile. Small goals? Shangren didn't get the reference to small goals and then whispered, let's just say that the spirit of wealth in my family has been stirred.
For Shangren, any number of small goals couldn't compare to this success. So, is there a chance?
Hard to say, that's why I came to you first thing. Besides giving you the mask, my grandfather, the current public face of the Shang family, wants to meet you.
Meet me?
Yes, but don't worry, it's definitely a good thing.
Alright, when?
Now, we can still make it back for dinner.
Stay at my place tonight, and tomorrow I'll take you to an auction. Maybe you'll find what you need. Then, we can go to the best club in the capital.
In just a few words, Shangren clearly laid out Su Chen's schedule.
Su Chen.
However, Su Chen was more interested in the auction.
The higher the level, the more elusive some things became, even with money.
For example, not to mention high-end spiritual items like the spirits of heaven and earth, even the book spirit of the Wen family, the wealth tree of the Shang family, or the dragon clan qualification of the Xiao family, were all beyond measure in spirit stones. After a quick tidy-up, Su Chen put on the mask he had just received and left the hotel with Shangren without attracting any attention. As for Shangren, he had his own disguise. This guy was not just absorbing normal bets, he was turning the absorbed bets against others and, coupled with loans and the like, he could easily clean out all the major betting markets in the capital.
Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Shang family's old mansion by car.
As soon as they got out of the car, Su Chen felt 2 pairs of eyes on him. Later, Su-chen realized that the eyes on him were not from people but from the two stone lions at the entrance of the old mansion.
These two stone lions were alive. Lion Lord, I'm bringing him to see my grandfather.
After Shangren spoke, Su-chen saw the eyes of the two stone lions close, returning to a state of feigned sleep, just like real stone sculptures.
Dominant level? Su-chen asked curiously only after entering. It was quite impressive to have two dominant level beasts guarding the door. Yes, it's an ancestral beast of my family for many generations, you know, Shangren explained in a low voice.
Su-chen naturally understood that the contract with the beast tamer had been lifted before their natural death.
Even a 9th level beast tamer would eventually die.
However, under normal circumstances, beasts of this level were not allowed to appear directly in the city center. It could only be said that this was the privilege of a large family.
Following Shangren, Su-chen passed through various courtyards and finally arrived at a quiet study room. Come in.
Before Shangren could knock, a voice came from inside.
Su-chen followed Shangren into the study and saw an elderly man with half-white hair closing his account book.
Grandfather, you can chat with Su-chen slowly.
I'll go check on dinner.
Shangren politely excused himself. I, Shang Xingyi, have always believed in righteousness.
It's Shangren's good fortune to have Su-chen as his classmate and friend. Shang Lao is too kind. Shangren and I are classmates, roommates, and good buddies.
We not only cooperate but also help each other out. Without Shangren, Su-chen might have spent more time on trivial matters.
Ha ha. No need to be modest.
I've been in business for most of my life and I prefer to believe in the concept of luck. Besides, the spirit of fortune was within their own secret realm. Before Shangren decided which city to go to, he used all the wealth he had accumulated over the years to bribe the spirit of fortune once and finally got the direction to Tiannan City.
Do you think that's luck? Shang Xingyi asked Su-chen with a smile. Su-chen hadn't expected there was such a reason behind it. He thought Shangren chose Tiannan City for wealth and opportunities.
However, besides him, two other people did the same thing, Shang Xingyi continued.
Oh, what about them? Su-chen tried to recall but couldn't remember meeting anyone from other merchant families.
They chose to trust their own judgment in the end. That wouldn't be of much help to him.
However, it was also uncertain.
Just because Su-chen could work well with Shangren didn't mean he could get along with other merchants.
Did Shang Lao call me here just to tell me this? If Shangren really has the chance to contract with the spirit of fortune, I would be happy for him.
He's not there yet. This time he showed a bit of cleverness. Without the support of the family, he would have been taken down long ago by others. I called you here not only to get to know you but also to give you your share of the profits. Also, I hope that young people like you can maintain this friendship.
When I was young, I had many friends too. Unfortunately, we drifted apart as we grew older. I understand Shang Lao's intentions. Su-chen could only nod in response to the elder's advice.
Ha ha. Just take it as me talking casually. To get back to the point, this time, Shangren has stirred up quite a hornet's nest.
Apart from some benefits that need to be shared, I can give you profits of around 5 billion.
Of course, you still have a few million in Shangren's hands, but that's just a small amount.
A few million? A small amount?
It wasn't until Su-chen heard the figure of 5 billion that he realized the extent of Shangren's actions this time.
No wonder even the patriarch of the family personally intervened.
This guy, just a few months ago, was excited about tens of thousands of spirit stones, and now he's playing on such a grand scale? However, looking at Shang Lao's calm demeanor, he didn't seem to care much. I have a few options for you to choose from. First, the simplest one, I'll transfer 5 billion in cash to your account, and you can withdraw it from any bank. However, try not to withdraw too much at once. Apart from what you need for cultivation, use spirit stone cards for other expenses.
Second, I heard you have a great demand for metals.
Here are the ownership rights to a few undeveloped mines. Each mine has a confirmed reserve value of around 10 billion spirit stones, but mining will require time and effort. Third, this is an exclusive addition from me, the active assistance of an 8th rank beast tamer once, or personal protection for a year, valued at 1 billion. You can choose up to 5 years.
Su-chen was indeed a little surprised by the magnitude of these options, especially the third one. Getting an 8th rank beast tamer to help wasn't something you could easily buy with money.
Such individuals were either high-ranking generals or ancestral figures of a family, completely unattached and available as bodyguards, which was quite rare.
It was probably the power of the merchant family.
As for the 1 billion for a year of protection, whether that price was expensive or cheap depended on individual perspectives. If Su-chen didn't have a way to protect himself, with a huge sum of money and having offended so many people, he might really spend money to ensure his safety.
It's worth it to have an 8th rank beast tamer as a bodyguard and then go brush against demonic beasts to plunder their lifespan. However, Su Chen possessed the spirit of time, so he naturally didn't need a bodyguard. Master Shang, what kind of metals with attributes are in those mines? There's a 5th rank profound magnetic secret silver mine, a 5th rank wind thunder copper mine, and several 4th rank wind and thunder attribute metal mines. Obviously, the other party also understood Su Chen's needs, not shooting in the dark. 5th rank metals are not something you can buy in large quantities anytime with money. Moreover, even if there are mines, the mine owners may not necessarily exploit them extensively. Instead, they trickle out slowly. Raising prices in the long run is the way to make money. For example, the few mines Master Shang mentioned now have definitely found the deposits long ago but just haven't developed them, as they won't run away anyway. Master Shang, I choose the 5th rank wind thunder copper mine.
In the end, Su Chen made his decision. It's pretty much as I expected. You are very confident. However, mining these resources is not easy. If you regret it in the future,
sell it back to you at the original price? Ha ha.
You wish, at least give me a 20% discount.
Su Chen,
truly a businessman, making $1 billion with just one transaction.
Alright, here is the land deed, keep it safe. This mine is located within the territory of a king-level demonic beast and has not been cleared yet. When you have the strength in the future, you can organize people to mine it, or leave some property for your descendants. Su Chen took the land deed, glanced at the location, in the heartland of Xia country, where wild demonic beasts roamed. There was indeed no rush now, at least it would be necessary to wait until Dubai ascended to the monarch level and beyond to have a demand for wind thunder dual attribute metals. Moreover, within the 5th rank wind thunder copper mine, there might be derived 6th rank metals, which are truly rare. As for miners, the undead plane is not lacking in them. The next day, you don't need to disguise yourself now? In front of a huge building, Su Chen asked Shangren. Of course, the money we earn openly must be spent openly.
Hearing Shangren's words, Su Chen knew that the Shang family should have completely resolved Shangren's affairs. The rights to so many mines were definitely not obtained for nothing. Maybe they dug into the coffers of some power. This also indirectly indicated the stronger power of the Shang family.
In the Imperial Capital Auction House, this year's first auction will definitely be worth it. If you see something you like, just say it, I'll foot the bill for you. Shangren assured, patting his chest. No need, don't I still have millions left? He.
Soon, the two arrived at the private box reserved by Shangren. The holographic screen could display the items on the platform from all angles and allow bidding at any time. Su Chen casually flipped through the small booklet on the table to see if there were any items of interest. What Su Chen was currently interested in was definitely not something conventional. Whether it was beast eggs or cultivation resources, Su Chen wasn't very interested. It was the strange and unknown items that actually caught Su Chen's eye. However, in the Imperial Capital Auction House, the largest auction house in the country, such items were not abundant. The next item up for auction is the long-awaited sovereign-level demonic beast, Frost Phoenix Egg, a flying beast egg with dual ice and wind attributes. With sufficient ice and wind attribute resources, it almost guarantees promotion to the sovereign level. Starting bid at 1 million spirit stones, don't miss out if you're interested.
2 million. 5 million.
Soon, the bidding exceeded 10 million spirit stones. After paying attention to the bidding of several items, Su Chen remembered what Shangren had laughed about before.
Tens of millions of spirit stones couldn't buy anything worthwhile. Families capable of spending millions to buy beast eggs wouldn't lack cultivation resources.
If one could cultivate a dominator-level beast, it would definitely be a profitable venture rather than a loss. Of course, the prerequisite was that the beast tamer's talent had to match up. Probably only those with S-level talent were worthy of dominator-level cubs.
How about it? You happen to have a new contract slot, do you want this one? This Frost Phoenix is no less than a weak-blooded dragon. If Su Chen wanted it, Shangren would definitely help him acquire it.
Forget it, I'll wait for now. Beast eggs and such were not of interest to Su Chen at the moment. This Frost Phoenix seemed resource-intensive at first glance, and its potential was only guaranteed up to the dominator level. Su Chen was content with having to buy the gold-eating beast. Other more conventional beasts were not his first choice. If the Dragon Clan trip didn't go well, he would consider other options. Buying a beast egg worth hundreds of thousands was also simple. Soon, the Frost Phoenix's beast egg was auctioned off for 16 million spirit stones. Next, there were several rounds of auctions, each item worth at least several million.
Among them, there were even dominator-level demonic beasts controlled for direct contracts.
These were usually beasts that had been tormented or even controlled by potions, which would discount their potential and strength. However, there were advantages too. For beast tamers eager to boost their combat power, it saved them from the long cultivation period. But capturing a Dominator-level beast that only a 7th-rank beast tamer could contract was quite a feat. Unless in a state of war, such beasts were rarely seen in a year, sparking competition among many. In the wild, Dominator-level demonic beasts were often protected by semi-divine beasts, making it impossible to kill them at will. Currently in a relatively peaceful phase, neither the demonic beasts nor the human race had sparked any major conflicts. Therefore, high-ranking beast tamers wouldn't go on a rampant hunt for Dominator-level demonic beasts. Otherwise, being slaughtered by semi-divine beasts would leave them no room for complaint. The next item is a last-minute addition, a box of Ming grass picked the next day, ranging from 1st to 3rd grade, 32 plants in total, starting at 2 million spirit stones, no retail support. For those in need of Ming grass to enhance mental power or make concentration potions, feel free to bid, the quality is absolutely reliable. The host announced, sparking immediate discussions below. Looks like another adventurer group struck it big in the Yellow Springs secret realm. It's a pity there's no 3 lives Ming flower. One plant would be worth several times all the Ming grass combined. If there really was a 3 lives Ming flower, it wouldn't even come to auction here, it would have been pre-booked long ago.
True. Enhancing mental power? Su Chen immediately seized on the host's key point. Didn't he just need to enhance his mental power? He then placed a bid. Brother, do you want this thing?
Yes, I need something to enhance my mental power.
It's a good item, but what's the matter? Any issues? Su Chen was not familiar enough with these peculiar materials.
Ming grass has a relatively short shelf life. Once picked, it must be used within 7 days, even storing it in a spatial ring won't work. You can either directly absorb it or make it into a concentration potion.
However, each person can only digest 1 plant per year. If you buy so many just to enhance your mental power, it's not cost-effective.
You'll have to sell it to apothecaries later, and you'll definitely incur losses, Shangren explained. When it came to profit and loss-related information, his mind worked quickly.
Each person can only digest 1 plant per year? Su Chen's thought about whether his lifespan could be accelerated to solve the problem.
His hand did not stop, continuing to raise the price.
What is the 3 lives nether flower used for? To make soul-replenishing elixirs.
Soul-replenishing elixirs can repair the spiritual damage caused by the death of beast tamers. Legend has it that only 1 3 lives nether flower will grow from 30,000 nethergrass plants, and some say it takes 30,000 years of nethergrass to evolve into a 3 lives nether flower.
30,000 years.
The formal formation of the beast tamer civilization here has not been more than a few tens of thousands of years.
Brother, are you really planning to buy this?
Yes.
Alright, consider it a gift from me, no need to be polite.
Seeing Su Chen's persistence, Shangren stopped saying more and directly paid the bill generously. Originally, there were 2 or 3 competitors, but after Shangren suddenly violently raised the price to 20 million, they all backed down. Even if all the elixirs were successfully produced, 20 million would not cover the cost.
Su Chen lost interest in the remaining items, not even bothering to look at life-saving armors made from demigod-level monster skins.
However, his lack of interest did not mean Shangren lacked interest.
He directly threw out 200 million and easily won.
Many people knew it was Shangren's box that won the bid, making them itch with hatred as a lot of their belongings were in those 200 million. In the next 2 days, Su Chen did not refuse Shangren's arrangements and indulged himself in the most luxurious club in the capital. The kid makes sense. Can't be without a woman by your side when you're young and full of vigor. After indulging, it was time to get down to business. Before parting ways, Su Chen entrusted Shangren to continue purchasing 4th-tier metals while he casually found a hotel to stay in. Then, he took out a sandalwood box containing nethergrass. Just the box itself was worth 100,000. Opening the box, neatly arranged inside were strands of ink-black nethergrass, shaped like orchid leaves. The usage of this stuff was relatively simple. Just place it on your hand and use mental power to sense it, and the energy inside would nourish the spiritual power of the beast tamers. These past 2 days, Su Chen had taken some time to look up information online. It was said that this stuff grew on the banks of the Styx in the Yellow Springs secret realm, taking 3,000 years to grow a crop, just like chives, cut and it grows back. The 1st-tier nethergrass being harvested now had all grown for at least 3,000 years. As for the 3rd-tier nethergrass, they had grown for 9,000 years. Even though there was originally quite a lot of this stuff, it couldn't withstand continuous harvesting. In any case, it was becoming more and more precious now. The medicinal effects of 1st and 3rd-tier nethergrass were not significantly different, only the amount of spiritual power contained. Only when it evolved into a 3 lives netherflower would it be considered a qualitative leap, its value skyrocketing by more than 100-fold, and it would be priceless. Su Chen picked up a thick chive and looked around, unable to discern much. It did remind him of the girl named Sang Miao before, who contracted a plant-type beast called ink soulgrass, somewhat similar to this nethergrass.
But he wondered if this nethergrass could be contracted.
Anyway, there was no information online about anyone contracting nethergrass, such a heaven-defying operation.
Not to mention contracting, not even the thought had crossed anyone's mind. Let's not talk about other growth conditions for now.
Starting from the awakening level, it took 3,000 years to grow to the transcendent level.
Just this alone was already heaven-defying. Waiting 3,000 years just to eat a chive? However, for Su Chen, these were not issues. The key was whether this stuff would have any effect on him. If it couldn't enhance his talent, it would probably be difficult for him to advance to the 5th tier. Putting aside all distractions, Su Chen began to absorb the nethergrass in his hand. In an instant, Su Chen distinctly felt a cool sensation like mint rushing to his head. Like a cold spring in the summer, it made his thoughts unusually clear. In this state, whether it was cultivation or enlightenment, progress was made with half the effort. When Su Chen emerged from that state, 5 or 6 hours had unexpectedly passed, yet he felt as if only a dozen minutes had gone by. His mental power had indeed increased significantly. In other words, it was time to start using his brain again. However, when Su Chen picked up the second piece of nethergrass to absorb, he felt a chilling sensation penetrating his soul through his mental power. It was as if the water of the Nine Nether River, freezing his soul. Nethergrass was an extremely cold substance, and only one piece could be absorbed in a year at most. There were no shortcuts, right?
Consuming 10 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of one's own talent.
This acceleration additionally consumes 10 pieces of nethergrass. Accelerating. Year 1, after the enhancement of your mental power, your thinking becomes faster and more agile.
You are confident in enhancing your talent by improving your mental power, just wait for the digestion time of the nethergrass to pass. Year 2, you have absorbed a piece of nethergrass, your mental power has increased again, and your spiritual space has been enhanced. Year 10, your mental power has increased by more than 50% compared to before, you feel a closer bond with each contracted beast. Not to mention whether talent can be improved, the enhancement of mental power alone has already made Su Chen feel much clearer. The effect of nethergrass was much better than that of night lotus, truly a product of the underworld. If it weren't for the restriction of only being able to consume one piece a year, it might have been extinct long ago. Since that was the case, Su Chen was not inclined to delay. Striking while the iron was hot, he directly absorbed all of it in one go, consuming 22 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of one's own talent. This acceleration additionally consumes 21 pieces of nethergrass. Accelerating. Year 10, your mental power has once again increased by 50% on the basis of the original. You seem to feel that some kind of opportunity is approaching. Year 20, your mental power has reached the current limit of enhancement, surpassing the level of an ordinary 5th order beast tamer. Looking back, beast cultivation was not your pursuit. Looking ahead, the broader world of beast taming is what you aspire to. C-level talent top cultivation, due to the sudden increase in mental power breaking through the bottleneck, mutated, promoted to B-level talent all-round development. Year 22, the remaining time, you are adapting to the newly acquired talent. Beast Tamer, Su Chen level, 4th order 1-star, acceleratable, talent, B all-round development. Contracting a different type of Beast Tamer for each type increases the strength of all Beast Tamers by 10%, currently at 30%, acceleratable, hidden talent, got infinite plunder, killing different species can plunder lifespan, skills, etc. Lifespan of different species, 392,300 years, can consume the lifespan of different species to accelerate the growth of pets or beast tamers. When the lifespan of different species is insufficient, it can be replaced by one's own lifespan. Currently, there are 93 years left of one's own lifespan. When less than 1 year, it can no longer be replaced. Finally, succeeded. Excitement was evident in Su Chen's eyes. This B-level talent was naturally very satisfactory to Su Chen. Besides enhancing the strength of each beast tamer, it also had dual growth potential. Contracting beast tamers of different types could increase overall strength, which coincided perfectly with Su Chen's plans. However, what Su Chen valued more was undoubtedly the breakthrough in talent, allowing for further improvement. Next, all Su Chen needed to do was continuously enhance his mental power and constantly break through limits. As for what could enhance mental power, without a doubt, it was this leek. No, it was nethergrass. Over 30 pieces of nethergrass would be worth sending to the Imperial City auction, highlighting the preciousness of this item. Precious was one aspect, but the key was its scarcity. Su Chen estimated his own needs and realized he would need hundreds or even thousands of units to be enough. What he needed was not just a few strands of shadow grass, but a whole field of it. If given the chance, he really wanted to see if he could form a contract with this plant. Growing your own vegetables like chives and harvesting them yourself was quite satisfying. However, Suchen currently knew nothing about this stuff, let alone its contract terms and growth conditions, or where the Yellow Spring secret realm was located. In the dark about it all, he naturally refrained from acting recklessly. His talent had now risen to B-level, and reaching the 5th rank should be stable. As long as the probability wasn't zero, he would eventually succeed in advancing. So, there was no rush to enhance his mental power or talent for now. He would deal with that later when he had the time. Next, Suchen's focus was on 2 things: dealing with the superiors of the 10,000 Races Alliance and accompanying Xiaofeng to Dragon Island to see if they could find any ancient dragon clans. Since Xiao Wushan could pick up an ancient black dragon egg, there was no reason why he couldn't find something himself. Thus, Suchen took out his communicator and logged into the forum of the 10,000 Races Alliance. These days, he had been too carefree to bother checking it, especially since he had no permissions and it was frustrating to look at. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find that the bounty on him had increased by more than 100-fold. This time, it wasn't just about information, they wanted him captured alive. Without a doubt, they were after either the Red Jade or the Necromancy book. Capturing a 4th-rank beast tamer at the cost of hundreds of millions was certainly a record-breaking move. Ding ding ding, at the same time, several messages came in instantly. Seen the information, reply quickly. The Kirin is most likely dead. Reply quickly. Urgent mission, reply immediately. The latest message was from last night, and each one seemed more urgent than the last. At that time, Suchen was still immersed in his own affairs, with no time to pay attention to this. I know nothing. Suchen saw the other party was online and replied directly. It doesn't matter, his mission hasn't failed, most likely, something unexpected happened. If there's an urgent mission, do I still need to go to the Imperial capital? The mission isn't urgent for now, but I need to assess you at least. Tomorrow, come to the Imperial capital early via the teleportation array, go to the Spring Warmth Flower Shop at 387, Purple Lilac Street, buy a bouquet of purple orchids. Then, holding the flowers, head north until you reach a river. Cross the bridge and throw the flowers into the river, that's all. Isn't that too troublesome? Will you reimburse my travel expenses? I'll reimburse you. With this arrangement from the other party, Suchen knew that the other party probably wouldn't show up in person, at most observing from the shadows. Checking out this Su Lin who had recently acquired a new 4th-rank junior, he had to confirm if it was indeed just a preliminary level and eliminate some suspicions. If he wanted to gain more trust, infiltrate the inner circle, the only way was to complete missions and earn contribution points. Suchen checked and saw that to reach the orange snake level, he needed to accumulate 1 million contribution points, while yellow snake required 10 million. If Suchen were to sell himself now, he would instantly upgrade to yellow snake Lao Lu. Su Lin, working for the 10,000 Races Alliance, completing missions, only earned 1 million contribution points in a year. However, Suchen had to admit that wiping out a territory of a monarch-level demonic beast only yielded so much profit. An ordinary 4th-rank beast tamer could earn that in a year, indicating the treatment was quite good. It could only be said that Suchen's strength was far ahead. He alone could match a 5th-rank adventure team, completely transcending the ordinary ranks of beast tamers. The next day at noon, Suchen designed himself to look like an ordinary young man, appearing no different from a recent college graduate. Then, as agreed, he took a taxi to the flower shop the other party had mentioned, bought a bunch of purple orchids and then walked to the river in the north. About half an hour later, Suchen reached the bridge, smelled the flowers, and then threw them away. Along the way, whether it was the flower shop owner or the passers-by, it seemed like everyone was suspicious, yet it also seemed like there was no issue at all. Suchen was too lazy to pay attention, making himself feel like an undercover agent sent by the authorities. It didn't matter who the other party was, as long as they didn't hinder his progress. The various information and news here, true or false, were quite interesting. The only downside was that his current authority was too low, only able to see the headlines. What's the point of just skimming the surface outside? Progress must progress. As long as he had the courage, pulling down the Snake Lord and having one more Elder Lu was not impossible. Suchen stood on the bridge, daydreamed for a while, felt it was enough, and then left directly. From start to finish, he didn't feel any special attention or scrutiny. He randomly found a restaurant, ate while sending a message to the other party. Is it okay? Don't linger in the capital for too long. Then, Suchen sought his identity change from being under assessment to a formal member. Is it that simple? Suchen thought there would be some kind of strength testing, mind reading, and other miscellaneous projects. He had overthought it. As a newly promoted level 4 Kalani, he wasn't worth such trouble. When he advanced to the Green Snake or even higher positions in the future, it wouldn't be too late to use such means. Besides successfully becoming a member, he also gained 200 contribution points, which could be considered as reimbursement for travel expenses.
What can I do with 200 contribution points? Are there any money-making tasks? Your strength is too weak. Would you dare to venture into a monarch-level territory? I wouldn't dare. Do you know Su Chen? A celebrity in Tianan City, I guess everyone knows him. Su Chen didn't expect the other party to suddenly mention him. Could it be that they would assign a task for him to investigate himself? Your task is to return to Tianan City and investigate his background as detailed as possible. The more detailed, the better, and I will reward you based on your investigation results. I can do that. It's simple. He lives in the Peace District. Born in. Su Chen didn't hesitate to sell himself out. This information has already been submitted by someone else.
I need more information about his talents, beast taming, and other details. Obviously, the other party was also speechless about Su Chen's antics.
Su Chen, damn.
Who has no ethics and sells my privacy without permission. Alright, I have many friends at Tianan Academy. I'll try to inquire.
Hurry up, many people will compete for this task. The first person to submit the information will receive the task reward. What if the information is incorrect?
The reward will be deducted, and there will be appropriate punishment. So, don't make up false information to fool me. The consequences are severe.
Su Chen didn't care. Whatever the consequences, at most they would just ban his account. The key was, who knew him better than himself? Is there a deadline for the task?
It's tentatively set for a year. You must report to me at least once a month.
I will reward you based on the value of the information.
Okay. After the conversation ended, Su Chen understood the other party's intentions. Start with a low-risk task to cast a wide net. No matter how Su Chen performed, there would be no loss. There were probably many peripheral runners like him. Everyone was in the dark, not knowing each other's true identities. Moreover, this task was neither black nor white, and there wouldn't be any substantial risks, quite suitable for newly joined junior members.
Investigating myself? Quite interesting. Su Chen chuckled to himself.
The key was, his public information still showed that his talent was the lowest level F primary cultivation. Probably no one believed in this stuff now.
F-level talent?
Don't even mention someone as twisted in development as Su Chen. Even advancing to the second or third rank would probably be a bit of a challenge.
Over the next few days, Su Chen was not idle,
either relaxing at the club or wandering around the imperial capital, but nothing special happened. It seemed that the other party just took a glance from afar, didn't even need to intervene personally, and had other lackeys take a look. Originally, Su Chen was thinking whether the other party would secretly do some tracking or investigate his true identity.
As a result, he was overthinking it. Or rather, it wasn't worth it.
The sudden recollection by the other party was probably because Su Lin had passed away, and they needed reinforcements in Tianan City.
Su Chen could only lament silently about this.
If he could trace the other party's identity in return, the gains would be substantial, at least much more than what Su Lin knew. But it didn't matter, he could just take on other bounty missions. There were all kinds of diverse needs, whether it was resource or intelligence exchange, or teaming up for adventures, everything was available. It was like an association of beast tamers in the Grey World. However, the unconventional methods here were definitely much more than those in the Beast Tamer Association, and the level of danger was higher.
Things like personal kidnapping bounties or information bounties for Su Chen were quite common.
Apart from Su Chen, geniuses like Wenxin, Sang Miao, Zhuangyu, and others who had appeared before were also well known. Furthermore, there were intelligence-gathering missions on the Xia country's military strength, and assassination bounties on the 4 military district marshals of Xia country. Su Chen didn't need to think to know that these were just for show. Probably no one really wanted to take on such tasks. Brother, you've really single-handedly raised the prices of 4th-rank Xian Iron and Wind Thunder attribute metals. Inside Quan Weizhai, Shangren handed over the newly acquired 4th-rank Xian Magnetic Meteorite Iron, 4th-rank Thunder Flame Gold, and 4th-rank Wind Pattern Copper to Su Chen. Su Chen had spent almost all of his tens of millions of Spirit Stone cards here.
Thanks, it should be enough.
When he reached the 5th rank, Su Chen planned to go check on his mine.
Don't mention it, just speak up if you have any other needs.
But I do understand why your iron-eating beast is so fierce. With such resource investment, it would be a waste not to be fierce with the Spirit Stone spent.
Shangren sighed. He.
Su Chen smiled without saying a word. Shangren made some sense, but it was just superficial.
With so many resources, there needed to be enough time and effort to convert them into strength. For any other iron-eating beast, it would have already consumed over 100 years. Which beast tamer could afford that? While the Bai's strength was indeed fierce, Su Chen's current heavy investment was not solely for pursuing strength.
On one hand, he definitely had the most affection for Dabai and was trying his best to nurture it to perfection. On the other hand, Suchen was also curious about what Dabai would eventually become, whether it truly had ancient bloodlines. Moreover, currently, the only one that needed resources to be nurtured was Dabai. Unlike Shirling, not only did it not require resources, it could also help Suchen save a lot of resources. By the way, you two are going to Dragon Island tomorrow, right? I wish Suchen an early contract with the true dragon bloodline. Ha ha. Saying this, Shangren raised his cup first. Xiaofeng also raised his cup to Suchen. Even though it was the true dragon bloodline, he wouldn't be tempted, but he sincerely hoped Suchen would gain something. These days, when Suchen had nothing to do, he had also competed with Xiaofeng a few times here, letting Dabai teach the use of Dark Force and Transformation Force as much as possible. Xiaofeng was about to advance to the 3rd rank soon, and by then, his heavy sword would also advance to the elite level. Preemptively understanding Dark Force and Transformation Force would be very beneficial for him. Dragon Island? Is it in the sea? Suchen Shan asked casually. Dragon Island is the abbreviation for the Dragon Island Secret Realm, Xiaofeng explained. Originally, most of the Dragon Clan lived in the underwater Dragon Palace. However, due to the pollution of the Forbidden Magic Sea, some of the Dragon Clan were forced to move to inland water areas. Another part transferred the wreckage of the Dragon Palace to the Secret Realm. The Dragon Island Secret Realm can be seen as the largest habitat for the Dragon Clan now. There are also scattered Dragon Clan members from other water areas who send some diluted dragon eggs to the Dragon Island Secret Realm for nurturing. As a relatively powerful force, the Dragon Clan entering the inland area would definitely raise the vigilance of the human race. Obviously, Xia country had reached some kind of offensive and defensive alliance agreement with the Dragon Clan. The Forbidden Magic Sea? Speaking of which, is the world-destroying demon dragon related to the Dragon Clan? What about the Abyss? Ahem. Xiaofeng choked on his drink directly. Looking at Suchen speechlessly, he began to doubt whether he could safely walk out of Dragon Island if he brought Suchen there. Last time, Suchen directly questioned why it was called the Dragon Selection Conference and not the Selection of Dragons Conference. If the guardians of the demigod Dragon Clan in the Dragon Island Secret Realm heard these words, they would probably just kick them out. What, is it taboo? Suchen reacted, puzzled. It's best not to mention it in front of the Dragon Clan. Although the Forbidden Magic Sea was caused by the Demon Dragon, the Abyss existed before the Demon Dragon. Legend has it that the Demon Dragon was also a victim of the Abyss pollution. However, due to the deep connection between the two, the Demon Dragon's influence was the greatest, so it was directly equated with the Abyss. As for the Dragon Clan's attitude, they naturally consider the Demon Dragon the greatest disgrace and have borne the consequences for thousands of years. The gradual thinning and decline of the Dragon Clan's bloodline is not without reason. Xiaofeng slowly revealed some hidden secrets that were not found online. Understood. The strength of the Dragon Clan had deeply ingrained itself in people's hearts, and no one deliberately associated the Demon Dragon with the Dragon Clan for discussion. The Dragon Clan must be the ones who hate the Demon Dragon the most. Originally the rulers of the sea, they were forced onto land. Putting oneself in the shoes of the Dragon Clan, it was probably inevitable to develop some feelings of being guests in someone else's home. Don't worry, I won't deliberately make you uncomfortable. We can speak freely behind closed doors among ourselves. Okay. The Dragon Island Secret Realm is in the Imperial capital. You can come with me directly tomorrow. By the way, are there any rules for this Dragon Selection Conference? There aren't too many restrictions. Most dragon eggs and young dragons are placed in different hatching nests according to their attributes. Just take your voucher and go pick one. However, you need to be careful, as there may be mixed blood dragons with other monster bloodlines mixed in. Be discerning and don't make decisions lightly. If necessary, it's better to give up than to choose recklessly. What about dragon eggs? Xiao Wushang's ancient black dragon, wasn't that just a picked up dragon egg? You're not really thinking of picking up leftovers, are you? Even the hatching of a flood dragon egg takes 100 years to calculate. You can only stay inside for 3 days at most. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Okay. At night, Suchen had to digest all the metal. Although the proficiency of the skill did not increase again, there was no waste of resources. Thunder Giant Transformation, combined with the golden steel body, could exert 100% of its effect. I wonder if an ordinary king-level being would be enough for Dabai to slap. The next day, under Xiaofeng's guidance, Suchen arrived at a quaint courtyard that was tightly guarded. Just from the aura of a 7th-rank beast tamer, Suchen sensed no less than 3 different ones. After all, he often interacted with the principal and was quite familiar with the 7th-rank aura. Moreover, these 7th-rank beast tamers did not hide their auras in the slightest. Xiaofeng held the token in his hand and encountered no obstacles, proceeding smoothly all the way. Finally, the two arrived at a courtyard deep inside. Inside, there was only an ancient well. Lock! Suchen almost blurted out the words Lock Dragon Well. However, with a gesture from Xiaofeng, he held back. This courtyard was bestowed upon the dragon clan by our ancestors, Xiaofeng explained. Of course, Su Chen understood. The ancestor of the Xia family was the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor slew the demon dragon and then designated a place for the dragon clan to settle, under the supervision of the Xia family. You can just go down directly, Xiaofeng said before jumping into the well. This kind of entrance to a secret realm was open all year round, indicating that the Xia family did not have complete control over the dragon clan like they did with other secret realms. At least on the surface, it was not under strict surveillance like a prisoner. Following suit, Su Chen hesitated no longer and jumped in as well. In a flash of light, the two appeared in a hall where some people were already waiting. Are these all members of the Xia family? No, besides the Xia family, the Dragon Clan also grants qualifications to some domestic talents. Your outstanding performance in the 5 schools grand competition was convincing enough, the Dragon Clan agreed without much persuasion. Oh, it seems I'm a genius too, huh? In the 5 schools grand competition, Su Chen directly overwhelmed the strongest from various schools of the present era. If this wasn't genius, then no one dared to claim that title. Su Chen's presence attracted the attention of everyone present. However, he didn't know anyone there and couldn't be bothered to pay attention. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a middle-aged man approached and began to explain the rules. Within 3 days, based on your respective talents, you will go to the dragon nests in different elemental areas to seek the approval of a young dragon. If it's a dragon egg about to hatch, it's also possible, but not recommended. You only have 3 days at most. The rules were similar to what Xiaofeng had mentioned, and in the end, each person was given a booklet containing a map of Dragon Island and the distribution of the various dragon nests. Su Chen glanced at it and was speechless. He had initially thought that Dragon Island was just an ordinary small island with dragon nests scattered in various caves, waiting for young dragons to hatch. In reality, he couldn't have been more wrong. Dragon Island was indeed an island, but its size was astonishingly large. Moreover, 5 medium-sized cities were built on it, housing a considerable population. The resources here were basically self-sufficient, with many beastmasters serving the Dragon Clan. Rather than residents, they could also be seen as hostages. In any case, it was a means to strengthen the relationship between humans and dragons. Interdependence. As for the dragon nests, they were not ordinary caves. Each young dragon and dragon egg were carefully nurtured by dedicated individuals. The 5 cities roughly encompassed various elemental dragon clans: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and so on, each with a suitable match. For most people, no matter which element they chose, it wouldn't be a loss. The only requirement was to gain the approval of a young dragon. Su Chen glanced through the introductions of young dragons of various elements, all of them described in extravagant terms, boasting about thunderous divine dragon bloodline, ancient golden dragon bloodline, void wind dragon bloodline. Everything imaginable seemed to be there. It appeared that if you could think of it, it existed here. As for strength, one could only know for sure upon seeing them in person. Even then, it wasn't certain that one could distinguish which was more powerful. Perhaps what was called the thunderous divine dragon bloodline was just a hybrid bloodline of a thunderous mountain boar and a certain dragon clan member. This was what Xiaofeng had mentioned before. The dragon eggs sent from other places were mostly of weak bloodlines. If there were truly good bloodlines, they would definitely keep them for their own cultivation. How could they willingly send them to the human side? You go ahead, after it's done, we'll meet again. Xiaofeng handed the qualification token representing Dragon's Choice to Su Chen, then left. For the next 3 days, qualified individuals could move freely on the island, and basic expenses were provided free of charge. The middle-aged man finished announcing the rules, emphasized not to cause trouble, and then left as well. Everyone, free to move around. Su Chen was still flipping through the booklet, thinking about which city to start with. 3 days should not be enough to visit all the dragon dens. At that moment, he heard a voice beside him saying, "Buddy, interested in teaming up? The information above is useless. The real good stuff isn't displayed openly." Good stuff? Su Chen never expected someone to describe things that way on dragon territory. Looking up, he saw a young man a few years younger than himself, looking at him with crossed arms. "Who are you?" "I'm Xia Lon, Xiaofeng's cousin, ranked 13th. Since the other party mentioned Xiaofeng directly, Su Chen didn't need to introduce himself. When he entered here, Su Chen didn't disguise himself, so it should be hard for anyone not to recognize him, especially among the young people. "What do you mean by useless?"
I've been here 3 times since I was 10.
I've visited all the cities, but they are all just some mixed-blood little dragons, not worth much.
Xiao Long sneered.
Just by looking at the name he chose, one could see the expectations Xiao's family had for him.
Having the opportunity to contract with dragons 3 times showed his talent was not low.
Even before reaching college age, he was already seeking dragon contracts for the 3rd time.
Oh, so, are there other places?
Yes, those places are not dragon dens in the cities but underwater.
The remnants of the Dragon Palace? Exactly. Su Chen wasn't surprised that Xiao Long knew about the remnants of the Dragon Palace.
He continued, the Dragon Palace is the best place to cultivate dragons.
Back then, there must have been many ancient dragon eggs left in the Dragon Palace. Hearing this, Su Chen felt it was quite unreliable. Not to mention whether there were ancient dragon eggs, even if there were, wouldn't the dragons themselves cultivate them instead of leaving them in the Dragon Palace? Moreover, even if there were, this guy wouldn't be able to hatch them, right? Did he think he was Xiao Wushang? By the way, how did Xiao Wushang hatch the black dragon egg? But Su Chen just listened to him showing off and didn't expect this twist.
I don't have a water-based beast, so I can't go underwater.
Don't worry, leave it to me.
But let's agree beforehand, if there's a water-based dragon egg, I get first pick. Xiao Long patted his chest, seeming confident in hatching dragon eggs.
Then you go by yourself. With that, Su Chen turned and walked away.
Although Su Chen wasn't interested in water-based dragon eggs, he also didn't accept letting him have the first pick.
Who would do something without benefits? Wait, let's see who finds it first. Wait, if you can't hatch it, I'll help you. What do you need me to do?
There are many sea creatures inside, I definitely can't handle them. That was the truth, he was eyeing Su Chen's combat power.
Su Chen saw his rank was only 2nd tier.
If he wanted to leave a contract slot for the dragons, he could only contract with one beast.
One last question, won't the Dragon Clan's higher-ups intervene? It's for that reason.
The dragon eggs need to be in the Dragon Palace to have the best hatching conditions.
Otherwise, why would they move the remnants here? If we can make them hatch early, it's our ability, and the rules allow it. So, our actions are all under their watchful eyes? That's hard to say. As long as we don't completely destroy the Dragon Palace, there shouldn't be any problems. That's what my ancestors said. Your ancestors said what?
Marshal Xia, who has been blamed by you several times.
I apologize.
If Xiao Long were a direct descendant of Xiao Wushang for countless generations, then everything would make much more sense. It is estimated that this guy grew up listening to the stories of Xiao Wushang picking dragon eggs. No wonder he has so many opportunities with the Dragon Clan and is confident in hatching dragon eggs.
It wouldn't be surprising if he took the initiative to approach Su Chen with Xiao Wushang's influence.
Others may not necessarily trust him. Alright, I'll go with you, I'm not really interested in ordinary dragon species anyway.
Great, let's go. Xiao Long looked excited.
2 hours later, Su Chen followed Xiao Long through twists and turns, from a large carriage to a small one, and finally arrived at a remote bay. In this place, no one would notice even if he was slaughtered.
It's no wonder he didn't dare to involve others.
Moreover, seeing his purposeful advance, it was clear he had scouted ahead.
We're here. Su Chen shrugged, indicating that he could proceed. After all, he had no ability to dive. I've prepared a diving device.
If all goes well, once we enter the Dragon Palace, we can move freely.
With that, Xiao Long waved his hand, and a small submarine appeared on the surface of the sea. A diving device? What if something goes wrong?
Su Chen thought the other party might have some treasure to avoid water or beast controlling skills.
I do have an automatic teleportation charm. Xiao Long was a bit embarrassed.
In other words, every man for himself in times of crisis.
Forget it. Hong Yu. Su Chen directly summoned the skeletal lich. Create some puppet fish for underwater reconnaissance. Yes.
Then, a blood-red light radiated from Hong Yu's palm. Subsequently, more than 10 palm-sized blood-red puppet goldfish jumped into the water one by one. Although Su Chen was not worried about the water being life-threatening, he still didn't want to end up soaking wet. More importantly, since this guy seemed so sure, Su Chen didn't want to waste this opportunity.
So cool. Xiao Long saw Hong Yu and, instead of being afraid, circled around it with interest. Alright, can 3 people fit inside? Of course, come on up. Saying that, Xiao Long boarded the diving device first.
Fortunately, this guy had practiced how to operate it beforehand and wasn't a novice. In times of danger, he could avoid it in time. Otherwise, even with Hong Yu's reconnaissance warnings, he would be targeted by some elite sea creatures.
If the diving device were destroyed, this underwater exploration trip would have to be forcibly terminated. Half an hour later, the journey was uneventful.
Even without the need for a searchlight, Su Chen could see several huge jade pillars emitting light. However, these jade pillars were all crooked, exuding both luxury and a sense of ruins. The remnants of the Dragon Palace had arrived. Clang, the diving device headed towards the entrance of the Dragon Palace remnants. At a certain moment, as if passing through a thin film, the diving device lost its water support and fell directly onto a stone slab. Luckily, Xiaolong was skilled enough not to crash land from a higher altitude, or they would have to swim up. Finally here. Folding up the diving device, Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief. If this didn't work out this time, he probably wouldn't have another chance. Whether successful or not, at least there would be no regrets. Master, this place is particularly resistant and hostile to undead creatures. At this moment, Hong Yu suddenly transmitted to Su Chen. The Dragon Palace rejects undead creatures. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then put away Hong Yu and summoned Dabai. Dabai's height should have been around 3 meters, making it a shorty among commanding-level beast-controlling creatures. However, after a large amount of wind thunder metal supplementation, its body had shrunk, now only a little over a meter. Or rather, in a state of complete coordination and unity throughout the body, it can contract to a certain extent. It can freely switch between over 1 meter and 3 meters. If the perfect level Thunder Giant transformation is added, it can expand up to 4 times, reaching 15 meters, making it an absolute giant even among monarch-level beings. Moreover, it is a perfect 15-meter beast that fully utilizes the diamond body transformation. There are no defense vulnerabilities. The millions spent by Su Chen on metal were all invested here. Without the Thunder Giant transformation, perhaps only a tenth would be sufficient. However, Su Chen is definitely not stingy with money. What's the point of earning money if not to spend it on things one cherishes? Ming Good, do we need your necromancer summoner? In just a short while, Xiaolong had already acknowledged him as a brother. Red Jade feedback rejects the undead, so let's not use it for now to avoid unnecessary trouble. Alright. Xiaolong looked at the whimpering Dabai with some doubt about its combat power. Although Dabai had beaten Xiaozhong, it was only at the elite level. Within the Dragon Palace ruins, monarch-level beings were not impossible to encounter. Let's go inside and take a look. Minggu, besides sea beasts, the most likely things to encounter here are some stone puppet statues. During the Dragon Palace's heyday, they were used as laborers and guards. They could even move the Dragon Palace. Along the way, Xiaolong kept introducing the characteristics of this place to Su Chen. With some night pearls as decoration, although not very bright, they could still see the surroundings clearly. I see, be careful. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the shadows ahead, the eye sockets of several stone statues were glowing red. 1, 2, 5 liters. Xiaolong whispered, afraid of attracting their attention. However, it seemed to have no effect as they were already on the move. Dabai, take care of them. Also, Dabai hadn't fought in a long time and was itching for a fight. Instantly turning into a blur, it darted into the stone puppet statues. Bang 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 bang, 5 consecutive slaps. Slap 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 slap, then, stone fragments scattered all over the ground. Killed an 8-star leader level stone puppet, plundered 180 years of alien lifespan. Killed a 9-star leader level stone puppet, plundered 190 years of alien lifespan. It was only then that Dabai turned back, as if Su Chen had something else to say. Forget it, next time, be quieter, don't destroy this place. Su Chen could see that Dabai had just used brute force without even using skills to crush the opponents one by one. Instant kill. Xiaolong muttered somewhat absent-mindedly. He hadn't expected his underestimated iron-eating beast to be so fierce. Seeing Su Chen picking up the puppet cores on the ground, he quickly reminded, normally, 5 or 6 puppets form a small team, and there may be monarch-level ones. No problem, let's keep going. Alright. Since Su Chen was confident, Xiaolong naturally felt more assured. Before coming down, he had never expected things to go so smoothly. It was just a casual mention from the ancestor before setting off. If that kid Su Chen was also there, make sure to trouble him, no need to be polite. I didn't expect the Dragon Palace ruins to be so huge. Leading Xiaolong, Su Chen continued to walk forward, the sight seemingly endless. Watching TV before crossing over, what was the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea? Just a palace-like structure? Yes, the complete Dragon Palace area is no less than that of the Imperial City. Here, it's just the remains, less than 1% of the original. Xiaolong nodded. So, are there more Dragon Palace ruins in the outer sea areas? Su Chen instantly thought of the key point. Yeah, but that's something even the demigods of the Dragon Clan can't handle, so let's not dwell on it. Besides, the ocean outside is not as easy to navigate as it is here. One wrong move and we could be contaminated by the abyss, which would be a huge loss. So, I can only try my luck here.
True, Su Chen nodded. It seemed like he didn't have a reason to venture into the forbidden magic sea either. If they did find some ancient dragon eggs here, there would be no need to go elsewhere, and if they didn't find any, there would be even less reason to go. The environment here was at least safe. Without that assurance, could they really expect to find ancient dragon eggs in the forbidden magic sea?
As they spoke, the two of them arrived at a more open and spacious area.
It was all wreckage, and its previous purpose was indiscernible. Finally, Xiaolong carefully analyzed and said, "Minggu, does this place seem like a canteen for the dragon clan? Is that so?"
"But now, we seem more like the food," Su Chen remarked.
Suddenly, rustling sounds surrounded them.
Subsequently, dozens of tentacles emerged from the shadows all around, encircling them.
"Purify."
At that moment, a pale blue book suddenly floated out from Xiaolong's side, with the word purify transforming into a flowing stream, swiftly passing by the two of them and carrying its scent towards a distance. Instantly, all those tentacles were drawn towards it. Afterward, the two could see that the owners of the dozens of tentacles were 4 or 5 large octopuses, conservatively estimated to be monarch-level beings. However, what Su Chen was more interested in was Xiaolong's first spirit beast, which turned out to be a book spirit. It seemed this fellow had gained approval from the Wen family, making him one of the 3 geniuses of the Xia family's generation of spirit beast contract holders. However, Xiao Wushan was a staunch advocate of the main Battle Hawk faction, while his descendants were favored by the Wen family, making their relationship quite complex. "Dabai, be careful not to break them when you strike." Seeing such large seafood, Su Chen had already thought of over a dozen ways to cook it.
"Eat?"
Xiaolong struggled to swallow, unable to comprehend Su Chen's thought process.
"Of course, isn't this the dragon clan's food? Why wouldn't we eat it?"
"Yip,"
Dabai responded, eyeing the giant octopus that stood over 10 meters tall. Then, a thunderous transformation. A golden steel body.
In an instant, a 15-meter-tall ancient behemoth, gleaming with golden light, appeared in the center of the area. Even with Dabai's 15-meter height, he still seemed tiny in this space.
Xiaolong, stunned. Following that, Dabai made his move. Wind thunder steps.
It was unimaginable that a giant beast could walk silently, turning into a golden light and instantly arriving in front of the giant octopus. Originally, it wanted to use bone-crushing palm, but since this was a soft-bodied creature, would it turn into octopus juice with one strike? After some thought, thunderous palm seemed more appropriate, with its paralyzing and penetrating effects.
Thunderous palm. Crack.
2 strikes, with golden thunder contained in the palms, instantly pierced through the heads of the 2 giant octopuses. Killed Monarch level 8-star ink cloud octopus, plundered 280 years of atypical lifespan.
Killed Monarch level 6-star ink cloud octopus, plundered 260 years of atypical lifespan.
The other 2 reacted in time, extending their tentacles to entwine all of Dabai's limbs, intending to dismember him.
However, it was all in vain. Dabai's body was completely cast from mysterious iron, without a single flaw.
There was also a ring of thunderous illusions around him, as if possessed by a war god. When the tentacles touched Dabai's body, they were instantly paralyzed by electricity.
The thunder and thunderous giant transformation was no joke.
In the end, Dabai simply grabbed the tentacles of the 2 giant octopuses and vigorously swung them towards the ground. Smack, smack, smack. After dozens of strikes, Su Chen received another notification of a kill.
Alright, if you keep smashing them, we could make octopus meatballs directly."
Su Chen hurried over and collected the bodies of the 4 giant octopuses.
These days, it's really not easy to have some seafood. Tianan City is not by the sea, and the Forbidden Sea has polluted most of the ocean.
Anyway, the memories in this body have nothing to do with seafood. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly changed his mind. Besides looking for dragon eggs on this trip, the most important thing is to get some seafood to take away.
Minggu, Dabai is really amazing. Xiaolong's eyes were not just shocked but completely in awe.
If the battles of Hongyu were about quantity prevailing, with a group of commanding-level overpowering monarch-level beings, then Dabai was the opposite, a commanding-level single-handedly overpowering a group of monarch-level beings. The impact was even more intense.
"It's okay, I didn't eat that much for nothing. Just eating is enough? I even want to find a pharaoh beast to nurture,"
Xiaolong asked with interest. "You better not, my pharaoh beast is quite special, different from others, whether it's bloodline or something else, I can't explain it clearly, so you better not think about it," Su Chen quickly advised.
If it were an ordinary person, being deceived would be one thing, but if he led this little genius into a trap, Xiao Wushang would definitely not let him off.
It might end up with him being labeled as someone associated with the Dark Demon Temple, and he would really have to seek refuge there.
What Su Chen didn't know was that Xiao Wushang had already assigned him a more powerful identity. He didn't need any connection to the Dark Demon Temple at all. Next up was Debai's solo performance. Giant crabs 3 stories high, lobsters over 10 meters long, all fell victim one after another. Su Chen only needed to follow behind and gather the seafood. As for Xiao Long, this poor child born into such a good family had hardly eaten any seafood. Manga, this place seems quite similar to the description of the dragon breeding pool. After walking for a while, just when Su Chen was starting to doubt if there were any other gains here besides seafood, Xiao Long suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Dragon breeding pool? A place to hatch dragon races? Sounds more prestigious than a dragon's nest." Of course, only those with true dragon bloodlines are qualified to enter the dragon breeding pool for incubation. But, where is the pool here? Su Chen looked around. Besides the ruins, there was nothing else, but the spiritual energy was quite abundant. Even if he didn't actively cultivate, it seeped into his pores. Here, this whole area is the pool. Next, we need to carefully search for any traces of dragon eggs, Xiao Long said, rolling up his sleeves. All right. Su Chen shrugged. He had already prepared to bring back a bunch of seafood, but unexpectedly, there was still some hope. If he only brought back some seafood this time, he didn't know if those two would mock him. Minggu, this is for you. At this moment, Xiao Long handed Su Chen a small bottle, so small it could only hold a few drops of liquid. What's this? Su Chen took it, feeling his sudden weight. This thing was much heavier than he had imagined. Half-god level true dragon bloodline essence. Some ancestors, before passing away, would have their contracted dragon condense a drop. Then, after the ancestors' passing, that dragon would return to the dragon clan and be reborn as a beast egg, although with slightly lower aptitude. Su Chen, you guys really don't let the fat water flow into others' fields. The dragon clan wants to use beast tamers to improve their own group's aptitude. The Xiao family is not polite either, directly having the other party leave behind a drop of the essence of the bloodline before the dragon's rebirth, both sides not wasting their efforts. It's no wonder that the dragon eggs offered by the dragon clan for contracts have increasingly lower aptitudes. Everyone just wants to take advantage and not suffer losses. As for releasing the contract, setting free the dragon clan, the Xia family would never allow the dragon clan to accumulate high-level strength over the years. They would only permit them to maintain a relatively stable number. However, since Xiao Lang dared to say this openly and took it out without any hesitation, naturally there was no need to worry about the dragon clan. Moreover, leaving just a drop of the original blood as a reward was already giving face to the dragon clan. Even if all of it was left behind, squeezing out all the original essence was still within the rights of a beast tamer. Is this the secret weapon you're planning to use to hatch the dragon eggs? Yes, originally I wanted the ancestral blood of the ancient black dragon, but he ended up beating me up. In the end, he only gave me 2 drops of some unknown dragon blood. I don't know how old it is, or if it's expired, but it should work. 1 drop each for us should be enough. Su Chen, daring to have designs on the ancient black dragon, Xiao Wushang, if you're not beaten to death, it's probably because you're a true genius, right? It seems safe here, the sea beasts don't seem to dare to come over. Shall we split up and search? Su Chen looked around and suggested. This dragon breeding pool was like a small town, with broken building fragments everywhere, making it difficult to search bit by bit. I was thinking the same. Let's synchronize our time, confirm each other's positions every 12 hours. After that, Su Chen added the other party's contact information. The two of them split up, one on each side, beginning their treasure hunt. Su Chen walked for over 10 minutes, observing all the way. It was definitely possible for ancient dragon eggs to exist here. Through some traces, Su Chen could already sense the presence of some formations. Coupled with the abundant spiritual energy here, still so rich after thousands of years, Su Chen couldn't believe this place wasn't a dragon breeding pool. However, the destruction here was too severe, with cracks on almost every inch of the ground. Layers of ruins stacked up. Searching for dragon eggs here was like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, to avoid any unnecessary accidents, Su Chen couldn't summon Hongyu to help him investigate. He had a feeling that if Hongyu appeared here, it would probably trigger the remaining formations and cause a complete collapse. Debai, it's up to you now. Debai was puzzled. It was fine to let it fight, but why did it need to do manual labor too? After that, Su Chen let Debai lead the way, trying to search in the crevices of the walls that looked relatively intact. However, they still found nothing. 5 or 6 hours later. At this rate, it's not working, we might as well go outside and pick some seafood, right Debai? Su Chen lit a pile of bonfires, cut some octopus tentacles, and grilled them on top. Sprinkled with some seasonings, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Originally, Debai thought Su Chen's behavior was a bit weird. Could you even eat those multi-legged bugs? but it turned out to be delicious. Ing. Dabai drooled and nodded heavily, waiting for Suchen to feed it. Suchen ate a small piece of octopus tentacle and was full. The rest was all devoured by Dabai. Truly worthy of being a monarch-level monster, the energy from the meat was rich. After eating and drinking their fill, just as Suchen was thinking whether to continue exploring or go elsewhere to catch seafood, looking at the ruins around him, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a skill he hadn't tried out yet. It was a new skill after the spirit of time reached the sovereign level. Time anchor, perfect grade, through a certain item as a medium, from the perspective of an observer, go back to any time point within the last 10,000 years related to it. The damage to the Dragon Palace did not exceed 10,000 years. If he could see the scene from 10,000 years ago, would it mean he could more accurately confirm what was here before? He had been too busy fighting and picking seafood, forgetting about this skill. Now, trying it out was still possible. Time spirit, the skill of anchoring time, does it have any consumption? There is no consumption at the moment of activating and deactivating the skill, but the consumption of the duration and the consumption of time reversal are the same, requiring sands of time. Moreover, no matter how long the duration is, it is just a moment for reality. Suchen probably understood, as if a segment of first-hand memory suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, using the wreckage here as a medium, let's start from 10,000 years ago, for just 10 minutes. Alright. Then, Suchen saw a flicker of light before his eyes, like a mirage. The next moment, the light around Suchen brightened. Everywhere, there was a scene filled with spiritual energy. Suchen couldn't see his own body, but he could freely control his perspective and height, like a moving camera. Then, Suchen raised his perspective and finally saw the entire dragon breeding pool. This place was just a small part of the complete dragon breeding pool. The breeding pool was divided into thousands of large stone chambers, depicting formations inside, occasionally echoing the roar of dragons. Those sent to the breeding pool all had the potential of at least a dominant level, indicating the prosperity of the dragon race in its prime. Now, dragons with dominant potential were rare and of superior quality. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and Suchen didn't find any other useful information, only confirming that there were indeed many dragon eggs with decent potential here. As for whether they were ancient dragon eggs, that was hard to say. Generally, the higher the quality of the dragon egg, the longer the incubation time. If it hadn't hatched in 10,000 years, it could be due to deteriorating conditions here, or it might truly have the bloodline of ancient true dragons, possibly having a chance to become a divine dragon. Finding one would truly be a leap to the heavens. The light dispersed, and Suchen returned to reality. Only a moment had passed, and everything just seen felt like a dream. The past glory now reduced to ruins. Time spirit, 9,000 years ago, still for 10 minutes. However, the scene before Suchen remained unchanged. Suchen didn't suspect it was an issue with the time spirit's skill. It could only mean that this place had already been like this 9,000 years ago. Gradually raising his perspective, Suchen didn't see any dragon eggs, only occasionally glimpsing the figures of young dragons, indicating that 9,000 years ago, some dragon eggs were still hatching here. After the dragon race collected the remnants of the breeding pool, they didn't relocate those dragon eggs but let them develop naturally. As for whether there were any so-called ancient dragon eggs here at this moment, even the high-ranking members of the dragon race probably couldn't say for sure. Whether they existed or not was not very important. In the current situation, even the bloodline of an ancient true dragon wouldn't change much unless it had the ability to ascend to a divine level. However, the last dragon to ascend to a divine level was the world-destroying demon dragon. 2 instances of anchoring time allowed Suchen to understand that within just 1,000 years, or even less, this place had gone from prosperity to decline. However, it seemed to have little effect. Even if he knew there were dragon eggs in a certain place 9,000 years ago, there was a high probability that they had already hatched over the years. The only effect was slowly pinpointing the moment of destruction here to see what really happened. Time spirit, continue, 9,500 years ago. The ruins were vast, but at this time, many adult dragons were busy in the air. Suchen could even see a huge dragon head coming towards him, but he felt nothing, as he was in an observer's perspective. 9,750 years ago. No impact yet, but the defensive forces had strengthened. 9,625 years ago. The ruins stretched on. 9,700 years ago. Everything here was intact, but the defensive forces had been withdrawn. Shirling, start from 9,700 years ago to 9,625, 10 seconds each year, check year by year. Through continuous attempts, Suchen gradually became more proficient in using Shirling's ability. Now his perspective was as if he were reviewing surveillance cameras. Once proficient, he could skip directly without the need to frequently start and stop.
If he were to investigate a case, he would definitely be accurate with no mistakes.
However, in the world of mythical beasts, there were plenty of methods for investigations, and high-end techniques like time backtracking were not necessary. Stop, rewind to 9659. Seems like something is added. Su Chen compared it with his memory.
After his mental power increased, his speed in receiving and processing information also increased linearly.
Su Chen never thought there would be such an additional benefit.
Afterwards, Su Chen carefully compared the memories of 2 different years in his mind. Indeed, in the year 9658, there was a hint of black in a corner. It seemed like a dragon egg appeared out of thin air. And in the original place, there was an egg that had not hatched. With the dragon palace on the brink of collapse, there should be no dragon in the mood to lay eggs at this time. Even if there were, with so many empty stone chambers, why would 2 dragon eggs be placed together? Continue to advance. Finally, time in front of Su Chen moved forward at a rate of 1 day per second. Until Su Chen finally saw it. One day, a black figure suddenly appeared above the dragon breeding pool. The figure was holding a black dragon egg and sneaked in here. Then, carefully placed the black dragon egg next to a light blue dragon egg. Since the defense here was already very weak, and the location was quite remote, it was unlikely to be discovered. Moreover, whether the person entered openly or stealthily was hard to say. Su Chen didn't pay attention to the dragon egg but intended to see the person's appearance. Ha! At that moment, the person suddenly looked up, their eyes like black holes, staring directly at Su Chen. In the instant their eyes met, Su Chen felt as if struck by lightning and immediately exited the observer's perspective. Huff, 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 Su Chen gasped heavily. Shi Ling, what's going on? Did they notice me? After a brief recollection, it felt terrifying. Ignoring those eyes, under the black hood, there seemed to be a woman's figure. The other party seems to have reached the realm of gods, to some extent transcending the rules. However, it shouldn't have any impact on you, Shi Ling explained. Should be fine. Only then did Su Chen realize he had been a bit reckless. Although there was no danger to life, that eerie feeling persisted, more like a mental attack. A godly realm? In the past, only the Sword Emperor, the Sword of Extermination, and the world-destroying Demon Dragon were known to have reached this stage. In that case, the identity of the other party wasn't hard to guess. A transformed demon dragon sneaking in here and leaving a dragon egg? Damn, could it be the bloodline of the demon dragon itself? If such news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The crucial point was the attitude of the dragon race. Currently, they seemed unaware. Or perhaps, the dragon egg had deceived the higher-ups of the dragon race. But if they found out, what would their attitude be? Direct extermination or secret nurturing? Lastly, what should he do? Missing such an opportunity would be a lifelong regret. Su Chen didn't care if it was a demon dragon or not. Once contracted, it belonged to him. Even if the true demon dragon came, he would make it bow down. Now, the only issue is the whereabouts of that dragon egg. If it hasn't hatched yet, it should be left in some corner. Then, Su Chen skipped the part where the magic dragon appeared and closely followed the camera focusing on that dragon egg. After observing for a while, Su Chen also found a clue. Next to the magic dragon, the pale blue dragon egg was actually gradually withering, as if its vitality was being consumed. Finally, this pale blue dragon egg directly petrified and shattered, while the black dragon egg instantly turned into pale blue. Su Chen, what the heck? You can devour it, but why does it change color? Truly worthy of the magic dragon bloodline, not even sparing its own kind. Very good, very powerful, I like it. Next, Su Chen saw that as the dragon breeding pool shattered, this egg fell into a crevice. After noting the timing, Su Chen exited the current time anchor and planned to first find a place close to that crevice. He was determined to get that egg. With a clear direction, the search was no longer aimless. With the assistance of the timing anchor, Su Chen could adjust his position precisely at each location. Surprisingly, during this process, he even found 2 other colored dragon eggs in some hidden corners. One fire attribute, one ice attribute. Just by touching the shells, he could tell. The potential of these 2 eggs alone was definitely much better than those common ones outside. However, Su Chen was not interested. Right now, all he could think about was that magic dragon egg. Nevertheless, he wouldn't discard them. He stored them in a beast cage. They might come in handy. During the search, Su Chen also roughly understood why the dragon race left this place. Higher-level dragons couldn't enter, as they could easily destroy it. Essentially, this place was already at the level of historical relics and couldn't withstand further disturbance, or they would show them who's boss. If any young dragons successfully hatched, they would naturally leave and return to the dragon race. Finally, after relentless efforts, Su Chen found that dark crevice. During this time, Xiaolong contacted Su Chen once to exchange their progress. However, it was evident that he also hadn't found satisfactory results. As for Su Chen, he naturally replied that he hadn't found the target and continued his efforts. Dabai, move this aside. Ing. Immediately, Dabai exerted force with both hands, lifting the nearly 3-story high solid granite wall outward. Boom, clatter, instantly, dust billowed. At this moment, Su Chen didn't care about the noise anymore. Time was limited, act first, think later. Then, without hesitation, Su Chen jumped into the deep cave. Swish, still in midair, before landing, Su Chen felt a gust of wind rushing towards him. Timing, rewind. Instantly, Su Chen returned to the cave entrance. Damn it, Lao Lu ambushed. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Although Su Chen wouldn't die, he didn't want to take a hit for no reason. Dabai, you go down first. Naturally, let the tough Dabai handle this kind of situation first. He realized he had been too hasty. Ing. Dabai, without any doubt, jumped down directly. Then, Su Chen heard a series of loud noises from below. Bang bang bang, damn, the intensity of this battle doesn't seem like something a monarch level could cause. Su Chen wondered if Dabai could handle it. Dabai's response was, I've got this. What does that mean? Well, it should be fine. Soon after, Su Chen's communicator rang. It was from Xiaolong. Bro, what's going on? You didn't find the dragon egg, so don't get angry, and don't destroy this place. No, I encountered what seems to be a king-level monster in a cave. Dealing with it, be careful. King level. Then you be careful too, but if there's a king-level cave, chances are the dragon egg has been eaten. Look for it somewhere else, don't be stubborn. Xia Lang was genuinely worried about the place collapsing. Eaten? Oh, Su Chen just realized, that's highly likely. Dabai, hurry up and finish it off, don't collapse the cave. Su Chen ordered quickly. After 10 seconds, he finally got a response from Dabai, done. Then, Su Chen jumped straight down. With his current physique, he didn't have to worry about falling to his death. As long as he didn't encounter monster attacks, he wouldn't get hurt. The light below was dim. Su Chen hadn't had a chance to see the environment below clearly when he saw Dabai dragging a huge creature towards him like a treasure. Su Chen. He saw a giant octopus, 40 meters long, beaten half to death by Dabai, unable to move. This size, definitely king level, no wonder Dabai said there was a big catch. Indeed quite big, and lots of meat. Dabai, it's not dead yet, give it the final blow. Dabai, it's not dead yet? Dabai was puzzled. However, he chose to trust Su Chen. Then, Dabai slapped the giant octopus's head hard, bone-dissolving palm. Instantly, the entire octopus's body turned into a lump of paste, with only a few tentacles remaining intact. Su Chen. Well, it'll do for a meal. Killed a 3-star ink cloud octopus, plundered 330 years of alien life. Plundering skill, King's Proof, Iron-Eating Beast, Blood Witch Demon, Spirit of Time have been automatically understood. King's Proof entry level, immune to the intimidation of ordinary kings, a necessary condition for advancing to king level. Only by continuously defeating kings can one comprehend an upgrade. Intimidation of kings. To advance to king level, one must first defeat the old king, makes sense. Su Chen didn't know how many times other beast tamers needed to challenge king level creatures to advance, but he succeeded in understanding it in one go, which was convenient. Dabai, did you feel the intimidation of kings when dealing with it? Su Chen curiously asked. What intimidation? I only know, big catch, delicious. Su Chen. Oh, it doesn't matter, even if the king-level creature's natural combat power is increased by 100%, with Dabai's strength, it's a piece of cake. However, Su Chen temporarily set aside the king-level giant octopus. The top priority was to find the dragon's egg. Damn it, the noble bloodline of the dragon, wouldn't it really be eaten by a giant octopus? Can you face your dragon mother in the underworld? Thinking of the dragon, Su Chen suddenly sensed a faint, familiar smell. Why is there a scent of abyssal magic here? As Su Chen continued to sense, he found that the scent was gradually fading. Finally, before the scent completely disappeared, Su Chen discovered a dragon egg hidden in a corner. At this moment, it didn't emit any trace of magic, exuding a faint blue luster, looking peaceful and serene. Found you, little one. This pursuit across millennia ended with Su Chen's success. As for why it showed magic, it was probably a self-defense mechanism. Just like some stink bugs release a strong odor when they encounter a predator, to fend off predators. Or when faced with a robber, they directly smear themselves with dung. Although a bit disgusting, the principle is the same. This giant octopus could hide here and advance to king level, probably eating many dragon eggs. It's really going against the natural order. Originally, these octopuses were just ingredients for dragons. Next, What Suchin had to do was see if this thing could be contracted. Based on its past performance, it should possess a certain level of intelligence inside, even stronger than the average dragon egg. After all, ordinary dragon eggs only gain intelligence right before hatching successfully. This fellow seems to be able to devour other dragon siblings right from the start and even release magic to protect itself. However, at the moment, there is no hint of its connection to the abyss or magic from its appearance, looking just like an ordinary water dragon egg. Oh, there's actually a dragon egg here, but it's of no use to me. Dabai, you're in luck. We'll have roasted dragon egg tonight. Yip. Dabai cheered directly. Roasted dragon egg should be tastier than roasted octopus, right? Dragon egg? With its limited cognition, it really can't understand the thought process of this human. Regardless, the first reaction upon encountering a dragon egg shouldn't be to roast and eat it, right? Later, Suchin picked up the dragon egg and walked over to the body of the king-level giant octopus. Another bonfire was lit. Sure Ling, can't we use a time anchor on this dragon egg? Unless it turns into a dead egg. Alright. Sizzle, the tentacles of the king-level octopus sizzled as Suchen roasted them. On the other side, Dabai had already started feasting. At that moment, the intelligence inside the dragon egg finally realized that the human wasn't joking. Help, he really wants to eat the roasted dragon egg. Thinking it could escape being preyed upon by the king-level giant octopus, it didn't expect this human to be even more terrifying. Mom, where are you? If Suchen knew what this fellow was thinking, he would definitely reply, your mom's gone. At this moment, Suchen suddenly caught a familiar scent of magic. Trying to play this trick on me? Well, then don't blame me for being impolite. Hong Yu. Since even magic can appear here, it should be able to evade some array detection, so Suchen naturally wasn't worried. Indeed, after Hong Yu appeared, nothing happened. Compared to magic, the aura of the undead was simply insignificant. Magic-infused creature? Hong Yu communicated with Su Chen through telepathy. I don't know, just take a look. Then, Hong Yu directly grabbed the dragon egg emitting magic. Well, this bit of magic, compared to Hong Yu's body that resembled abyssal blood jade, was like a firefly to the bright moon. They were simply not on the same level, and the magic was instantly absorbed by Hong Yu. It seemed that the magic dragon intended to place this dragon egg in the dragon breeding pool to be the youngest. Naturally, it wouldn't deliberately enhance its magical features, and it might have intentionally weakened them. Master, there isn't much magic influence inside this dragon egg. It seems to have been deliberately cleaned. Hong Yu's perception was basically in line with Su Chen's judgment. Ha ha. So it's not a bad egg inside. I can roast and eat it with peace of mind. If I don't eat it soon, it might really go bad. Dragon egg. It was completely convinced, none of its tricks worked. The key was, this fellow actually had a connection to magical creatures. The contracted beast of the other party, the degree of magicization was almost the same as his memory of his old mom. Could it be? So, the dragon tentatively sent out a thought, Dad? Su Chen. If Su Chen didn't know that this fellow came from thousands of years ago, he might have felt a little soft-hearted. After all, everyone had magical attributes, so they could be considered a family. He didn't really want to be recognized as a father by Su Chen. It was just a kind of tentative submission. If he didn't find a way out soon, he might really be eaten. Seeing that even fully magical creatures could be contracted, the consciousness inside the dragon egg had no doubt about Su Chen's level of eccentricity. After enduring loneliness for thousands of years, could the final outcome still be getting eaten and then turning into a lump of dung? Are you willing to make a contract with me? Su Chen asked directly, giving this guy a way out. If he dared to refuse, Su Chen had ways to deal with it. Yes. Sure enough, the immediate consent was transmitted from inside. Can't afford to disagree. Besides, it was also eager to escape this cage. How much longer until you hatch? Under sufficient conditions, 9,000 years. Su Chen. So, you've done nothing in these 10,000 years? What conditions? Absorb enough power of the dragon bloodline. If that big octopus hadn't eaten the dragon eggs here, I would have been able to hatch successfully long ago. If you hatch successfully, what does it have to do with me, Su Chen? You can look around. Maybe there are still some dragon eggs it hasn't digested. It should only be able to digest the hatched dragonlings. And then what? Give me another 9,000 years. The consciousness inside the dragon egg felt embarrassed to continue. Su Chen chuckled, then used a knife to cut open the octopus's belly. Clang! Unexpectedly, Su Chen found over a dozen dragon eggs. However, these eggs were all dead, unable to hatch, and the octopus couldn't digest them either. Who knows where this guy found them? Can dead eggs work? It'll do. But are you really willing to give me 9,000 years? When this was said, even the consciousness inside the dragon eggs found it somewhat unbelievable.
Suchen didn't answer, but neatly arranged those dead eggs one by one. Then, he drew a contract array. Since you have already gained sentience, you should be able to sign a contract, right? I can, but 9,000 years, is this human stupid? By the time it hatches, won't he have turned into a pile of bones long ago? And then take me with him? How ruthless. Is it necessary to go through all this trouble? It's fine, you only have one chance. If you refuse, be prepared to become a roasted egg. Okay. Then, Suchen placed the dragon eggs on the contract array and initiated the contract ceremony. Are you sure you want to sign a contract with the 1,000 illusion devouring sky python? What the heck? 1,000 illusion devouring sky python? Suchen received this prompt and almost threw out his back. For a moment, Suchen almost thought he had read it wrong. Big brother, master, dad. On the other side, the consciousness inside the dragon egg, or rather snake egg, sensed Suchen's hesitation and thought something was wrong, so it hurriedly called out, "Confirmed." Suchen set aside his doubts. Indifferent, he signed first and thought later. Anyway, no matter what the problem was, he could always go back. However, seeing this prompt further confirmed the secret of the dragon, greatly. Contract established. Suchen did not place the 1,000 illusion devouring sky python egg into the beast space, but placed it on top of a pile of dead eggs, and also placed the drop of true dragon origin blood that Xia Long gave him on top. Anyway, it wasn't needed this time, and there wouldn't be a chance to use it, consuming 10,000 years of lifespan, accelerating the growth of the 1,000 illusion devouring sky python. This acceleration consumes several dragon eggs, one demigod level true dragon origin blood. Accelerating. In the 1,000th year, the 1,000 illusion devouring sky python completely digests one type of dragon bloodline power, comprehends the snow wind dragon transformation technique, hatching progress increases by 10%. In the 2000th year, the 1,000 illusion devouring sky python completely absorbs one type of dragon bloodline power, comprehends the profound abyss thunder dragon transformation technique, hatching progress increases by 10%. Crimson Flame Golden Thunder Dragon, Purple Electric Thunder Dragon, 9 Hades Ice Dragon, Thunder Curse Azure Dragon. In the 9,000th year, the 1,000 illusion devouring sky python completely absorbs one type of dragon bloodline power, comprehends the Silver Sky Ice Dragon transformation technique, hatching progress reaches 100%. 1,000 illusion devouring sky python successfully hatched. 1,000 illusions devouring sky python loyalty reaches 100% in the 9,001st year. 1,000 illusions devouring sky python swallowed a drop of true dragon origin blood, awakening hidden bloodline. In the 10,000th year, 1,000 illusions devouring sky python awakened the hidden true dragon bloodline, primordial azure dragon bloodline. However, the bloodline is relatively thin and requires more resources to develop. 1,000 illusions devouring sky python, upgraded from spirit awakening level 1 star to transcendent peak level. Skill illusionary transformation, upgraded from novice to mastery level. Comprehended skill illusionary overlay, novice level, acceleration complete. Suchen. He finally understood why the demon dragon placed this egg here. If nothing unexpected happens halfway, this fellow is likely to grow into the second demon dragon. Or rather, disguised as the illusionary devouring sky python of the dragon clan. The rarity of this race is still unheard of. Perhaps, it is the only one in history. As for the demon dragon, until its death, it always wore the shame of the dragon clan as a dragon, an indelible mark of disgrace. Roar, the current illusionary devouring sky python is transformed into the appearance of the first dragon egg it devoured, the aquatic spirit dragon. Even if a demigod level dragon inspects it, it is undoubtedly a dragon. From now on, you shall be called Illusion. Beast Tamer, illusionary devouring sky python illusion, accelerated, level, transcendent 9 stars skills, illusionary transformation mastery level, can transform into any devoured race, exerting 100% of the corresponding race's power, illusionary overlay novice level, for each mastered transformation method of a species not lower than its own bloodline level, overall strength increases by 10%, devouring the sky, no level, related to its own rank and strength breaking prohibitions, devouring space, instantaneous spatial movement. Loyalty, 100% illusionary overlay, infinitely stacking strength. This fellow can truly be called the nemesis of the dragon race. The dragon bloodline level is sufficient, and the variety is vast. However, from this perspective, the hatching conditions for illusion are extremely harsh, requiring not only a long time but also different types of dragon races. Otherwise, the demon dragon could easily slaughter a few demigod dragon races to serve as a nurturing base for this fellow. The bodies of adult dragons obviously won't last long, hence the focus on the dragon clan's dragon breeding pool. In this light, the dragon clan is truly pitiful. Once the overlords of the sea, their habitat was destroyed by the demon dragon, the entire dragon clan has to bear the shame for the demon dragon. And finally, dragon eggs become the hatching conditions for the illusionary devouring sky python. Truly, a tragedy within a tragedy. However, Suchin doesn't feel any pity for this. Instead, he thinks about where to find some dragon races for illusion to devour, stacking some attributes. Of course, it doesn't have to be just dragon races, as long as the bloodline level is sufficient. As for which ones exactly, Suchen can only rely on luck to find out slowly. In the future, slaughtering the demon beast tribes, selling the crystal cores for money, letting illusion devour the flesh and blood, and seeing if it can stack some attributes in the process. In any case, nothing will go to waste. Illusion, can you break open the space of this secret realm? I can, but I can't do it without being noticed. I will be discovered. These two are useless, just devour them. With that, Su Chen threw the 2 dragon eggs in the beast cage to Illusion. However, Illusion devoured the fire attribute dragon egg and kept the ice attribute 1. I'll digest this fire dragon egg first. I've already devoured this ice attribute 1, the silver sky ice dragon. Alright, take me up. Su Chen put away the corpse of the king octopus and gave the order. Suddenly, a flow of light shimmered on the illusionary devouring sky python. In an instant, it transformed from the aquatic spirit dragon into the snow wind dragon with the wind attribute. Even at the transcendent level, it possessed the ability to fly. In future public appearances, let's first appear in the image of the snow wind dragon. Flying out of the cave, Su Chen collected the mirage. The snow wind dragon, capable of flight, was indeed quite practical. As for private occasions, Su Chen had much more room to maneuver. Where are you? I'll come find you. Su Chen took out his communicator and messaged Xiao Lang. Since this guy didn't contact Su Chen first, it must be because he hadn't gained anything yet. Now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need to waste any more time. Mingge, have you completed your contract? Xiao Lang saw Su Chen approaching, looking conflicted. What's wrong with you? Seeing his constipated expression, it didn't seem like he had no gains, but rather, I found 2 dragon eggs, but I don't feel they're quite suitable. This guy's luck was extraordinary. Even with Su Chen relying on the time anchor, he had only found 3 live eggs. This ice attribute 1, do you want it? Su Chen took out the silver frost ice dragon egg and handed it to Xiao Lang. Ice attribute. Xiao Lang caught the dragon egg, casually sensed it, and exclaimed, such a strong bloodline, much better than the 2 I found, and its ice attribute. Mingge, are you sure you don't want it? This one was a perfect match for Xiao Lang's water attribute talent. I've already contracted one. With that, Su Chen summoned Mirage. Snow Wind Dragon. Another dragon with a formidable bloodline, much stronger than the average flood dragon. Mingge, your luck is too good. Xiao Lang praised. After that, he no longer refused. Time was running out, and he had to contract as soon as possible. The hatching of this dragon egg didn't require as much time as Mirage, it only needed the blood of the origin. Xiao Lang then began to contract the silver frost ice dragon egg, while the 2 dragon eggs he found were handed over to Su Chen for help. How else could Su Chen handle them? Just find a corner, let Mirage swallow them directly, and after digestion, unlock 2 types of transformation and increase strength by 20%. However, there was still a distance to Mirage's advancement. According to Mirage's inherited memory, advancing by swallowing the sky python required continuously devouring various races. At least 100 species had to be devoured to advance to the elite level. Fortunately, there were currently no restrictions on bloodlines and levels of races, as long as 100 types of transformation could be unlocked. Looking at it this way, it wasn't particularly difficult. Even if not 100, but 1,000 species, diving into the wilderness would quickly yield results. Mingge, you are truly my lucky star. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to come down this time, let alone contract the silver frost ice dragon. Along the way, Xiao Lang thanked Su Chen repeatedly. Alright, don't be polite. Without you leading the way, we would have returned empty-handed this time. Just say, pleasant cooperation. If there's a chance like this next time, you can call me again. Can I? Do you really have one? The opportunity to contract dragon species is gone, but I'm quite familiar with the Zhou family. They often discover some mysterious realms. If you're interested, I'll call you next time. The Zhou family, one of the 4 major families, mainly in charge of the Beast Tamer Association. Okay, but don't call me for ranks and difficulties that are too low. With Su Chen's current level, he definitely wouldn't play house with a bunch of 2 or 3 tier kids.
Now their group is more into exploring unstable realms and small-scale calamitous abyss adventures. But I'm afraid of death, so I've never participated.
Xia Lang looked embarrassed.
However, he looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, reaching the second tier, contracting a book spirit and a dragon species, already ahead of 9,999% of his peers. Su Chen once thought that this guy might be the next successor of the Xia family. However, Xia Long denied it. In a big family, everyone has clear roles. Some are responsible for governing internal affairs, some for managing business, some for coordinating relationships, and some for expanding territories. It's not necessarily the strongest or most talented in beast taming who is best suited to be the family successor. Xiaolong, as a descendant of the main combat faction, has gained favor with the Wen family and has a good relationship with the Zhou family. It seems that he may become the glue between various families in the future. If his strength progresses rapidly enough, he will have a say in all circles in the future. At least, working with him, Su Chen found it quite pleasant. On the way back, there were no surprises.
The Dragon Island's secret realm is even safer and more stable than Tiannan City.
No demonic beasts dare to act recklessly, let alone trigger a beast tide. Returning to the hall where they entered, they just needed the people here to check and register before they could leave. By now, over a dozen people had gathered here. They had already chosen dragonlings with matching attributes in various dragon nests and stayed to see what others had gained. Summon your beast, and also place your storage items here for inspection, said the middle-aged man in the hall upon the arrival of the two. It was a rule that each person could only contract one beast and could not take dragon eggs away, whether alive or dead.
Capturing young dragons with beast cages was a major taboo.
If discovered, they had the right to execute on the spot.
Xiaolong, being only at the second order, was checked first.
After confirming the storage ring was fine, Xiaolong began to summon his beast. When the book spirit appeared, others were not surprised. However, when the silver frost ice dragon appeared, it caused a stir. What bloodline level is this?
Why does it feel much stronger than my fire Jiao?
It's been a long time since someone contracted a dragon race close to the true dragon bloodline, praised the middle-aged man. Next, it was Su Chen's turn. However, when he placed his storage ring for inspection, the machine suddenly emitted a sharp alarm.
Beep beep beep, what's going on? Is this guy so bold to cause trouble on Dragon Island?
It's either a stillborn dragon egg or a dragon corpse.
This is a storage ring, not a beast cage. It can only store inanimate objects.
A sudden situation made everyone discuss in hushed tones, afraid of getting into trouble. However, Su Chen was even more puzzled.
He had clearly cleaned up neatly, so how could he trigger the alarm? Brother Ming? It's nothing.
You take it out yourself, so I won't have a hard time. Those qualified to contract were all outstanding individuals, and the middle-aged man didn't want to offend them too much.
Moreover, Su Chen seemed to have a good relationship with the Xia family.
Take what?
Su Chen was speechless.
He had long since fed all the dragon eggs he got to Chen Huan.
However, he didn't bother to explain further.
Most of the things in his ring were just local specialties he brought himself.
Local specialties.
At this moment, Su Chen focused on the giant octopus.
Could it be this thing? After eating so many dragon eggs, absorbing some dragon aura, and advancing its bloodline mutation was also normal.
I can take it out, but you guys need to be mentally prepared.
What mental preparation?
The middle-aged man felt a chill in his heart, sensing something was amiss, ready to summon his beast at any moment.
The space here is too small.
Saying this, Su Chen took the initiative to walk out into the courtyard. Then, before everyone could react, a huge shadow suddenly fell. Boom, only to see a giant octopus over 40 meters long, curling its body and filling the entire courtyard. A bloody and seafood-scented air rushed towards them.
Those huge, slippery tentacles seemed to still be wriggling,
sending shivers down one's spine. Holy crap, what is this? The middle-aged man wiped the fine sweat off his forehead and dismissed the idea of summoning his beast. He was only at the 5th rank, and Su Chen had casually taken out such a huge one, larger than all his beasts combined, leaving him speechless.
King level?
It should be because of this guy. It might have eaten some dragon eggs, absorbed some aura, check it yourself. Saying this, Su Chen handed over the storage ring and beast trapping cage, not wanting to waste time.
Oh, okay, just a moment. At this point, the middle-aged man didn't dare to show any displeasure and quickly investigated again. This time, there were no more issues, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, the question remained, what to do with this giant octopus? In theory, anything that didn't pass inspection couldn't be taken out.
Did you slay this king-level sea beast? Why are you carrying its corpse? Well, it was trapped in a cave and couldn't get out, so I happened to come across it and naturally had to deal with it. As for why I'm carrying it,
Of course, to eat its meat. With that, Su Chen took out a few skewers of grilled octopus meat and started eating. He casually offered one to the other person. Would you like one? Grilled food like this is best enjoyed together. The middle-aged man swallowed and looked at the beast carcasses in the yard, as if the shattered eyes were staring back at him. The man who was extravagantly eating grilled octopus meat in front of him seemed even more terrifying than a king-level monster. The rest of the onlookers had similar expressions at the moment, as if they had seen a ghost. The key point was, could a fourth-rank beast tamer really do this? Only Xiao Lang looked admiringly. Truly worthy of Brother Ming, he actually managed to slay a king-level beast. Brother Ming, can you give me a big octopus leg? I want to take it back for the ancestors to taste. They probably haven't had seafood in a long time. Sure, just cut one yourself. Okay. The dead octopus had no defense, so Xiao Lang took a tentacle and put it in the ring. Since that's the case, you can put it away. The middle-aged man understood Xiao Lang's intention and didn't delve into the details. If he upset Xiao Wushang, he would come after him directly. Even if he wanted to eat dragon egg flour soup, he could only smile and ask if it suited the other party's taste. Alright, now summon your beasts to take a look, and we're done. After Su Chen put away the giant octopus, the middle-aged man planned to finish the inspection quickly and avoid any more excitement. Then, Su Chen summoned Dabai and Hongyu. Dabai and Hongyu had appeared in public before, without causing any commotion. Snow Wind Dragon. Another one close to the true dragon bloodline. What kind of beast is that? Soul-based? Or possession-based? Only a fleeting glimpse of the time spirit sparked a discussion, but no one recognized it. As for Su Chen, he certainly wouldn't bother to explain. Is that all? Su Chen put away all the beasts. He couldn't wait to go out and upgrade Qian Huan's swallowing sky python. No problem. Although the middle-aged man was curious about what kind of mysterious beast Su Chen had to suppress his curiosity. After registering, he let Su Chen pass. Afterwards, Su Chen and Xiao Lang didn't linger and left the Dragon Island secret realm directly. After leaving, Su Chen stayed in the imperial capital for 3 days before returning to Tianan City. Xiaofeng would go after the start of the school year, and after graduating to the 4th rank, he would directly enter the Tianan military district for training. As for Shang Run, Su Chen originally thought he would stay in the imperial capital to develop, considering his significant advantages now. Whether it was competing for the spirit of wealth or the position of the family heir, he had a high chance of winning. However, Shangren shook his head and denied, in the imperial capital, I am just basking in your glory and borrowing your influence. I am far from gaining the recognition of the spirit of wealth. However, the spirit of wealth has pointed me in a new direction. What direction? It's still you. Following you means having meat to eat. Big brother, take me with you. Su Chen. After stepping out of the teleportation array, Su Chen regretted not changing his appearance. Now, everyone in Tianan City knows Su Chen. Everywhere hangs photos of Su Chen's triumphant moment. Even ordinary people who cannot cultivate feel proud to come from Tianan City like Su Chen. Principal, give me a ride. To avoid being surrounded everywhere, Su Chen directly sought help from Lu Tongxing. Kid, do you really think I'm your personal driver? That's what he said, but in less than 10 seconds, Su Chen appeared directly in Lu Tongxing's office. Teleportation is indeed convenient. Xian Huan also has the skill, but the distance he can teleport now is definitely not as far as the spirit of empty shadows. I thought you were planning to stay in the imperial capital and not come back. I have no ties in the imperial capital. Why would I stay there? This is my home. By the way, there should be rewards for winning the 5 schools competition, right? Lu Tongxing. Don't worry, you won't be left out of the rewards. But it definitely won't compare to the profits you received from the Shang family. Whatever you need, I'll try to help you find it. Su Chen and Shang Ren's actions are known to almost everyone with a bit of status. All can't help but sigh that the temptation of benefits may also be a powerful means to stimulate potential. Take a risk, upgrade from a bicycle to a motorcycle, and you won't have to worry for 10 lifetimes. What I need? Su Chen thought for a moment. White metal is not urgently needed, but he needs to visit the mines. The promotion of the red jade is not clear. The 3 development paths of the skeleton summoning, bloodline, and necromancy spells should all be viable, perhaps requiring corresponding undead materials. However, undead materials are not as easy to come by as metal. It's not a matter of quantity but of existence. The only undead treasure Su Chen has is the Book of Necromancy. However, most of the necromantic aura inside has been consumed, not supporting the red jade's next advancement. Xian Huan's promotion requires devouring various races, and he doesn't need the principal's help. What's left is up to Su Chen himself. Principal, do you have any ghostly grass? What do you need that for?
It takes a year to digest just one plant. Besides, the yield is unstable. Sometimes there's not a single plant in a year, and sometimes there are hundreds. Hearing Lu Tongxing say this, Su Chen knew it was impossible to quickly acquire a large amount of ghostly grass. Moreover, if some adventure teams don't have a special method to transport it quickly, they usually digest it internally and can't send it out of the Yellow Spring's secret realm.
Alright, let's consider it a condition. Just keep it with you for now. When I have any item needs in the future, I'll come to you. One promise from Lu Tongxing is much more useful than tens of millions of spirit stones.
Alright, as long as you don't have your eye on my spirit of empty shadows, I'll try to fulfill the rest.
Lu Tongxing also knew that Su Chen currently doesn't lack spirit stones and agreed.
By the way, take some time to go to the library.
Madam One has something to discuss with you. Madam One, could it be related to the Book of Necromancy?
You slapped the Wen family so hard, of course, they're angry.
Don't even think about the Wen family's book spirit. See what Madam One has in mind. If you think it's acceptable, agree. If you're not satisfied, then you don't have to pay attention. Alright then. Wen's book spirit, Su Chen didn't have much hope to begin with.
Through his interactions, it seemed that the use of this book spirit was closely related to individual talent and insight. Su Chen was a bit lazy, too lazy to think about things that required too much brainpower. It seemed that he was not destined to bond with the book spirit. Leaving Lu Tongxing's office, Su Chen had nothing else to do, so he decided to go straight to the library. Besides finding Ant 1, he also wanted to check if there was any information he needed. Arriving directly at the previous library, sure enough, he saw Ant 1 sitting there as usual, reading the latest newspaper.
You're back. Ant 1, did you look for me? For what reason I'm looking for you, I believe you can guess.
Ant 1 closed the newspaper, her tone as calm as before.
The necromancy book? Are you here on behalf of the Wen family to discuss terms with me? Do you know the origin of this necromancy book?
It was given to me by Marshal Xia. He said it came from a madman in the Wen family. Oh, that madman is my brother. He is indeed a madman, but I cannot let his legacy continue to tarnish the reputation of the entire Wen family.
So, what are your conditions? Su Chen laid his cards on the table.
Ultimately, it was just a matter of equivalent exchange. It was impossible for Su Chen to willingly hand over the necromancy book. In fact, the symbolic value of the necromancy book was much higher than its actual value. As long as Su Chen continued to flaunt the necromancy book, he would be disgracing the entire Wen family. However, out of respect for Ant 1, Su Chen didn't mind hearing what she could offer in exchange. Originally, you wouldn't have to give anything. The old lady might have been able to get you a book spirit. But now, that's not possible. Ant 1, I prefer to do things on my own. Things obtained that way are more satisfying.
Kid, there's no need to be so hostile towards the Wen family. The Wen family is not as despicable as you think.
There are more than just people from your Tianan side who died fighting against the foreign races.
I understand. The world is not just black and white, and people are not simply good or bad. But for me, I only care about what I want to do. Right and wrong, it's none of my concern.
Su Chen traversed through reincarnation, without any ties, and wouldn't be constrained by anything, just seeking to follow his own desires. Carefree and unrestrained, all up to oneself, sounds easy, but it's not that simple. The old lady doesn't know where your confidence comes from, but she won't preach to you either. Let's get back to the point. I hope you won't publicly use the necromancy book in the future. As an exchange condition, I can help you completely refine the necromancy book into your little skeleton body, enough to advance it by one level.
Ant 1 stated her intentions. Completely refining the necromancy book into the red jade body?
Su Chen had indeed thought about using the necromancy book as a medium for red jade to advance, but he had no idea how to do it.
Unexpectedly, someone was offering a solution just as he was starting to think about it.
Su Chen didn't think it was because of his good luck, but rather that the other party had also considered his current core needs.
Ant 1, isn't this considered a condition for exchange? Helping me refine the necromancy book, isn't it for your own purposes? If the necromancy book was refined, Su Chen naturally wouldn't use it. Do you think refining the necromancy book is such an easy task? Ant 1 was speechless. This kid was really good at seizing opportunities, very slippery, he wouldn't lose out anyway. So, how long will it take? Shortest half a year, longest a year.
If you trust me, leave the necromancy book with me, it will be faster. The Book of Death could only enslave and store 2 king-level skeletal undead at most, which wasn't of much help to Su Chen. Even the king-level octopus and the great white were easy to handle, let alone king-level skeletons. Besides, Su Chen had nowhere to find king-level bones. Apart from me, no one else can refine it, added Madam One.
The blood relationship between siblings?
Yes, although my brother has vanished, this book of death is his masterpiece, already infused with his blood.
That's quite a pity. Does he have any other undead treasures? Pity?
If you knew that he planned to slaughter an entire small country as a sacrifice to elevate the Book of Death to a lord level, you might not feel so sorry for him.
Besides this book of death, everything else turned to dust.
After a moment of silence, Suchen tentatively asked,
"What about demonic beasts?" "Demonic beasts are too powerful.
The strong wield their blades against the weak, and the weak against the weaker. If you agree, not only will I help you refine it, but I'll owe you a favor.
Consider it as fulfilling my long-standing wish.
The deceased is gone, and his sinful possessions should not linger in this world." Madame Wen's words carried a hint of pleading. Since the other party had said so, Suchen didn't want to push further. Moreover, the other party had helped him, and he still had things to ask.
"All right, let it be then."
With that, Suchen summoned the red jade and had it hand over the Book of Death.
"Thank you."
Madame Wen didn't directly touch it but let a seal float out from her body, suppressing the Book of Death and turning it into a beam of light that entered her palm.
"Keep it safe." Madame Wen pointed at the red jade. "If I'm not mistaken, it must have been corroded or tempered by demonic energy, leading to mutations?"
"Yes, but it hasn't been tainted by the abyss." "I know, although the undead are known for their high resistance to demonization, they are rarely used specifically to combat the abyss. Try not to let others sense it up close, or they might mistake it for a member of the Celestial Demon Temple."
"Understood."
Suchen was well aware of this. Even until now, he had always thought he was being used as bait by Xiao Wushang, luring out spies from the Celestial Demon Temple planted in the military. "Alright, for the next period, I will devote all my efforts to help you refine this Book of Death.
I won't have time to come here and read newspapers. It's been a while since you last visited the library.
If there's any book you want to find or questions you have, ask now, and I'll do my best to answer."